Chapter 1. Betrayal. In the early morning, at Qingzhou Town on Shuyang Mountain, a series of intense gasps echoed through the thick, white mist. As the view drew closer, a slender youth of about 14 or 15 could be seen rhythmically practicing his martial arts, diligently moving his arms. His thin shirt, drenched in sweat, clung to his slightly frail frame. The boy's name was Yang Fan, widely regarded as the family's underachiever in the Yang clan of Qingzhou Town. At the age of 15, he had only achieved the second level of body tempering, making him the weakest among his peers in the family. As the mist gradually dissipated, sunlight poured over the mountain peak, illuminating Yang Fan's sweat-soaked face. With a long exhale, Yang Fan released a breath he seemed to have been holding. In just one morning, he had practiced this set of Daidong Fist 10 times from start to finish. However, he knew that to reach the 5th level of body tempering, the Gathering Yuan realm, at his current pace would take him at least 3 more years. Cautiously, he withdrew a small red pill from his pocket, inspecting it in the palm of his hand. This was the Liyang pill, given to him by his grandfather, Yang Yi, before departing on a journey to combat the cold poison afflicting him. Crafted from 2 types of 3rd-tier spirit herbs, the Liyang pill had actually reached the level of a 4th-tier spirit herb, making it quite precious even within the Yang family. Since childhood, Yang Fan had suffered from a peculiar affliction, tormented every half-month by the cold poison within him. He had sought countless renowned doctors for treatment, yet none had succeeded in curing his ailment. It was this strange illness that had delayed Yang Fan's cultivation to the 2nd level of body tempering until the age of 14. His grandfather's current journey was to seek a capable physician for him, and he had entrusted Yang Fan with this Liyang pill to stave off a resurgence of the cold poison. Reluctantly gazing at the pill for a moment, Yang Fan placed it back into his pocket. Such a precious 4th-tier pill was too valuable for him to consume carelessly. If I were to give this Liyang pill to Hong Luan, she might be able to break through to the 7th level of body tempering, Yang Fan mused, a tender smile unconsciously gracing his face at the thought of Hong Luan's sweet visage. Hong Luan was the granddaughter of Duan Changshan, the lord of Luoqing. As an old friend of Yang Yi, she often came to the Yang household to play with Yang Fan. Over time, the budding feelings of youth had led Yang Fan to develop a certain affection for her, always longing to be in her company. Yesterday, he had arranged to meet Hong Luan at the pavilion on the mountaintop. Now that the time was approaching, Yang Fan eagerly tucked away the pill and made his way toward the pavilion. After turning a winding path through the woods, a bamboo grove appeared ahead, the gentle sound of flowing water faintly reaching Yang Fan's ears. In the distance, he spotted a flash of crimson amidst the bamboo, causing his heart to leap with excitement. Let's tease her a bit, Yang Fan thought playfully, stealthily hiding in the grass by the path, holding his breath as he watched Hong Luan anxiously pacing in the pavilion. After a short while, Hong Luan, clearly growing impatient, picked up a small stone at her feet and tossed it into the bamboo grove with a frown. Yang Fan stuck out his tongue, about to rise from the grass when he suddenly heard the sound of fabric slicing through the air, followed by a figure performing several graceful flips before landing in the pavilion. Brother Yang Feng? Yang Fan froze, retreating instinctively. Why was he here? Yang Feng was the eldest son of Yang Fan's uncle, the most gifted martial artist in the Yang family, having reached the 7th level of body tempering at the age of 17, one of the top talents even in all of Luoqing. He often inquired after Yang Fan's well-being and occasionally guided his training. Earning Yang Fan's deep respect, he had even regarded him as a role model. Just as Yang Fan intended to reveal himself, he was frozen in place by Yang Feng's words. What's this? That foolish boy hasn't arrived yet? Who knows what that silly boy is thinking? He came to invite me yesterday, claiming he had a surprise for me today. Yet here I am, waiting for half an hour with no sign of him. Yang Feng chuckled lightly, then took Hong Luan's hand, casually remarking, since he's not coming, how about I give you a surprise instead? Hong Luan giggled. What surprise can you offer me other than taking advantage of me? Though Yang Fan may be a bit foolish, he has given me a fair share of spirit herbs over the years, many of which are 3rd-tier. My ability to reach the 6th level of body tempering is largely due to the herbs he provided. Yang Feng snorted disdainfully. I can't fathom what grandfather is thinking, giving so many resources to a useless child, especially one who is an adopted stray. If those resources had been allocated to me, I would have long since broken through to the 8th level. Perhaps he is your grandfather's illegitimate son from outside. Hong Luan teased more frivolously. In that case, you would have to call him uncle. Yang Feng smirked wickedly, lifting Hong Luan's delicate chin. Then, doesn't that make you my future aunt? Stop being ridiculous. If it weren't for that foolish boy still having some value, do you think I would bother with him? Hong Luan playfully tapped Yang Feng's forehead with her slender finger, then wrapped her arms around his waist, presenting her vibrant lips. Yang Fan's heart twisted violently, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. The brother he had always admired was now entangled with the girl he harbored feelings for, and it was evident that their actions were premeditated. How could this be? Why? For all these years, he had given every spirit herb meant to combat the cold poison to Hong Luan, enduring the pain of the poison just to see her happy. Why had she turned against him like this? Yang Fan's silent cries echoed within him, his clenched fists digging into his palms, drawing blood, his eyes reddening with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, throbbing with rage. With a sudden burst, Yang Fan rose from the grass and strode toward the two. Hong Luan gasped, hurriedly pushing Yang Feng away, turning to adjust her disheveled clothing. Yang Feng looked at Yang Fan approaching, a warm smile gracing his face as he casually inquired, "Little brother Fan, what brings you here? What's this? Did I interrupt your little rendezvous?" Yang Fan glared at Yang Feng, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Hong Luan rushed over, grasping Yang Fan's arm. "Xiao Fan, don't misunderstand, brother. Yang Feng was just guiding me in my training. Get away!" Yang Fan forcefully shook Hong Luan off. "Haven't you deceived me enough?" Hong Luan was taken aback in her memory. Yang Fan had always been shy and reserved, never showing such anger. "Hong Luan, since brother Fan is already aware, it's no harm to enlighten him," Yang Feng said nonchalantly, pulling Hong Luan closer to him. "I'm not your brother Fan. I don't have a brother like you." Yang Fan shouted furiously, pointing accusingly at Yang Feng. "Are you shouting at me?" Yang Feng's demeanor darkened, his voice cold. "Do you even realize you're nothing but a parasite? Do you know those third-year spirit herbs you've been receiving should have been mine? Do you understand that if it weren't for you, I would have already proposed to Hong Luan? I've never complained about any of this, so how dare you raise your voice at me?" Yang Fan's chest heaved violently, his voice trembling with rage. "You can insult me, but you shall not demean grandfather." Yang Feng sneered. "Your grandfather? Hong Luan was right earlier. I truly believe you are nothing but his illegitimate child. Shut your mouth." In a fit of extreme fury, Yang Fan swung his fist toward Yang Feng. With two sharp slaps, Yang Feng crossed his arms, watching Yang Fan with amusement, while the latter bore two distinct handprints on his face, having failed to even graze Yang Feng's clothing. "With your meager skills, do you think you can challenge me?" Furious, Yang Fan lunged at Yang Feng once more, but Yang Feng merely sidestepped, delivering a kick to Yang Fan's back. Yang Fan stumbled and teetered dangerously close to the edge of the waterfall, losing his balance and sliding toward the precipice. Just as Yang Fan was about to plummet, his wrist was seized, and Yang Feng coldly scoffed, "A waist is ultimately a waste. Yang Feng, are you foolish? If he reveals today's events to your grandfather, consider what your fate will be. The clan trial is imminent. Are you not afraid of your grandfather revoking your qualifications?" Hong Luan urged anxiously, fearing that news of today's incident would reach her grandfather, Duan Changshan, leading to consequences far worse than mere reprimands. Seeing Yang Feng hesitate, Hong Luan pressed, "What are you waiting for? It's best if he dies, then all the resources of the Yang family will be yours. If you perform well in the clan trial, I will plead with grandfather to allow our engagement." Yang Fan hung in midair, his eyes fixed on Yang Feng, the icy water relentlessly pounding against him, the chill deepening in his heart. A glint of malice flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. Hong Luan was correct. If Yang Fan were to die, everything would belong to him: spirit herbs, techniques, martial skills, even women. Yang Fan, if you're to blame anyone, blame your ill fate for being taken in by the Yang family. Yang Feng gritted out, resolutely releasing Yang Fan's wrist. Yang Fan's body plummeted toward the chasm, his voice filled with venom echoing through the sound of rushing water. "If I, Yang Fan, survive this day, I shall repay this grudge." Hong Luan trembled, watching Yang Fan's frail form fall like a kite severed from its string, plunging hundreds of feet down to the pool below. It's so cold, so cold, a chilling wave of cold jolted Yang Fan from his stupor, awakening him to the grim reality of his affliction once more. Ever since he could remember, this peculiar malady had tormented him, rendering his existence a living hell every fortnight. It was a bone-deep chill that gradually froze his bones, muscles, and blood from within. He harbored a dreadful premonition that one day, this frigid force would encase his very soul in ice. As his consciousness remained partially intact, Yang Fan surveyed his surroundings, only to discover he was ensconced within an immense cavern. A dim beam of light cascaded from above, illuminating the ground beneath him. He gazed upward in astonishment, realizing that the aperture above was circular, and beyond it lay a shimmering expanse of water, glistening yet untouched by a single drop, as if an invisible barrier kept the water at bay. Observing the puddle beneath him, he deduced that he must have fallen through this very opening, though he was uncertain whether there were other egresses available. Shivering, he hugged his shoulders and rose, crouching closer to the cavern wall. His garments had begun to freeze, and his eyebrows and hair were adorned with a frosty white sheen. With trembling hands, he retrieved the red pill from his bosom. Originally intended as a gift for Hong Luan, he now contemplated its use for himself. Yang Fan raised his hand and nonchalantly tossed the fourth-grade elixir into the void, recalling that he had previously endured such trials and could certainly do so again. As the chill intensified within him, his eyelids grew heavier, and he felt on the verge of losing consciousness. In a moment of delirium, a flash of red light flickered before his eyes, and amidst his shivering form, he unexpectedly sensed a faint warmth. Struggling to open his eyes, Yang Fan dragged his wearied body forward for several dozen paces, only for the cavern to suddenly widen, unleashing a wave of scorching heat upon him. "Is this magma?" Yang Fan was taken aback. He had heard tales of subterranean rivers of molten rock that could reduce a person to ashes upon contact. Yet what lay before him was not a river, but a circular magma pool, roughly 3 zhang in diameter. The pool bubbled with crimson effervescence, emanating waves of searing heat. Typically, an ordinary person would scarcely endure 10 breaths in such an environment without succumbing to heat stroke, but for Yang Fan, this place felt akin to a sanctuary. Leaning against the cavern wall, he settled down, reveling in the comforting warmth, though the chill within him remained relentless, continuously assaulting him in waves. Gradually, the external heat proved insufficient to counteract the internal cold, and the bone-numbing chill finally clouded Yang Fan's senses. He struggled toward the searing magma pool and, with a splash, plunged into its depths. Chapter 2. A strange encounter at the bottom of the pool. In the instant he fell into the magma pool, Yang Fan was engulfed by roaring flames, and in less than a breath, his clothes were incinerated to ashes. How scorching! That was Yang Fan's first thought, yet he was soon bewildered by the fact that he had not been reduced to cinders. Before he could ponder further, the scalding heat seeped through his pores, penetrating his skin and muscles, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the cold within him. A surge of steam erupted from Yang Fan's body, akin to an ice cube meeting a furnace. The clash of cold and heat within him generated billowing steam that expelled from his pores. Unable to endure the agonizing alternation of ice and fire, he let out a cry of anguish before losing consciousness. If anyone had been present at that moment, they would have witnessed Yang Fan's body swiftly enveloped in a layer of dark substance, resembling a black cocoon. Time passed, and eventually, the black cocoon split open with a faint crack. Following a series of popping sounds, Yang Fan's bare form stood up, a small golden flame emblem flickering at his forehead before vanishing. "Ah!" Yang Fan exhaled a long breath, opening his eyes. "Wait, wasn't I just in the magma pool? How could this be?" Yang Fan stared blankly at the bare black rocks beneath him, where not a trace of magma remained. Touching his smooth skin confirmed his earlier suspicion. She had indeed lost his clothes and hair to the searing heat. A rough texture on his hand sparked curiosity. After pinching it a few times, he suddenly comprehended something and joyously leapt from the magma pool. Performing a somersault, he landed on the ground, straightening his back as a series of cracking sounds emanated from his body. A punch propelled forward, accompanied by a whistling wind, striking the cave wall with a muffled thud, sending stone dust flying. The fifth level of body refinement. There was no mistaking it. Yang Fan's excitement surged as he gazed at his fists, truly experiencing the power that came with the fifth level of body refinement, where his skin felt as tough as iron and his bones as resilient as steel. To think that he had not only survived, but also elevated his cultivation, surely this was a testament to the notion that heaven does not forsake the determined. Regaining his composure, Yang Fan promptly sat cross-legged, focusing his mind on the vital energy that permeated the environment. Martial artists are classified into 9 tiers: body refinement, warrior, general, king, emperor, supreme, sage, deity, and god. Each tier contains 9 levels, and with every elevation, one's power undergoes a dramatic transformation. Yang Fan had now reached the 5th level of body refinement. Upon entering this realm, he could sense the vital energy of the world and gather it to transform it into usable power, known as the gathering vitality stage among martial artists. Gradually, a thread of vital energy, thin as a strand of silk, emerged within Yang Fan's dantian. Though minuscule, it signified his entry into the latter stage of body refinement. The same techniques, when powered by vital energy rather than brute force, would yield vastly different results. Thus, in the Tianyuan continent, the conflicts among cultivators ultimately stemmed from the competition for vital energy, as its distribution was uneven. Some areas boasted rich concentrations of energy, while others were exceedingly sparse. Generally, those affluent and powerful families monopolized the energy-rich regions, leaving lesser families, like the Yang family of Qingzhou Town, to practice in the meagerly endowed Shouyang Mountain. As the surrounding vital energy converged towards Yang Fan, the slender thread of vital power in his dantian gradually thickened and expanded, while the energy continuously permeated through his pores, purging impurities from within. When Yang Fan opened his eyes once more, his body was cloaked in a layer of gray filth, exuding a faint odor. Feeling the vital power within him, he noted that the thread had increased several times in size. Rising to his feet, he activated the vital power and executed the Great Passage Fist from start to finish. The whistling wind of his punches echoed within the cavern. Each strike against the wall left a shallow impression, scattering stone debris. After retracting his fist, Yang Fan gazed at the shimmering aperture above. Yang Fan, wait for me! For the next fortnight, Yang Fan tirelessly practiced the Great Passage Fist, meditating to absorb vital energy whenever fatigue set in. Theoretically, martial artists at the gathering vitality stage required minimal sustenance, drawing energy from the vital energy of the world thus. Yang Fan sustained himself solely on the droplets from the stalactites within the cavern. Bang! A soft sound resonated within his mind, and a surge of power erupted from his dantian, coursing through his veins to invigorate his limbs and bones. Explosive strength filled every cell of his being. The 6th level of body refinement. Yang Fan leaped in exhilaration ever since absorbing the magma. The cold poison had not resurfaced, and his cultivation speed had accelerated tenfold. In just half a month, he had caught up to Yang Feng's level. It's time to leave this place, Yang Fan muttered to himself as he approached the opening through which he had fallen. He recalled his grandfather's words about the pond being 50 zhang deep, with the water at the bottom being frigid beyond belief. Warriors below the general level could not dive to the depths. If he were to recklessly exit through this opening, he would face grave risks. A moment's inattention could result in being crushed by the immense water pressure. After a brief contemplation, Yang Fan began to channel the vital energy within him, allowing it to seep into his muscles and coat his body in a protective layer formed by the vital force. This was a technique he had been refining recently. Had there been onlookers, they would have been astonished, for this act of externalizing vital power could only be achieved in the later stages of the gathering vitality realm, while Yang Fan was still in the early stages. Sensing the vital energy flowing over his skin, Yang Fan positioned himself beneath the opening, gradually bending his legs while controlling the vital energy to surge into his limbs, then erupted from the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet. Boom! With a resounding crash, the once calm Duanuan pond erupted into a towering column of water, soaring over 20 zhang high. As the echoes faded, the water began to cascade down, and a sleek figure lightly perched atop the water's peak, defying gravity as it changed direction midair, shooting like a cannonball into the adjacent bamboo grove. Re-emerging into the light, Yang Fan was overwhelmed with exhilaration as he raced toward the Yang family estate under the cloak of night. After the incense had burned down, the bare-bodied Yang Fan made his way to the back mountain of the Yang family. Just as he was about to scale the wall as he had done in the past, he discovered that the entire Yang courtyard was ablaze with light. Numerous servants bustled about, and from the direction of the training grounds came the sounds of shouts. Many brawny men, their torsos bare, were assembling massive stones into a makeshift arena, creating a scene of fervent activity. Yang Fan quickly understood that the Yang family was preparing for the decennial clan competition in Luo City. Luo City, a small frontier town in the Great Yin Dynasty, may not have been large in scale, but it was home to numerous families of varying sizes. Much like the Great Yin Dynasty itself, these families primarily established their fortunes through martial prowess, often engaging in both overt and covert rivalries. To balance the power among the families, the city lord, Duan Changshan, had set forth a rule that the clan competition would take place every 10 years, allowing each family to send youths under the age of 16 to participate. This served to assess the strength of the next generation while redirecting the martial artists' focus toward cultivation rather than instigating conflicts. This year's competition was hosted by the Yang family, and it was clear that they were preparing tirelessly for the event. Yang Fan stealthily scaled the wall and crouched low, making his way to the arched entrance. Just as he was about to slip through, he heard footsteps approaching and quickly rolled to the side, hiding in the nearby thicket. Hongwan, I have already spoken to my father. If I can clinch victory in this clan competition, he will propose to your grandfather, and then we can be together openly, without the need for secrecy, a voice declared. You think too highly of yourself. Do not forget that your grandfather has long intended to propose to my family on behalf of that foolish Yang Fan. How will you explain the demise of that simpleton to him? He is still wandering outside and has not returned yet. Currently, my father is in charge. I have already informed him that Yang Fan met with an accident and fell off a cliff. He doesn't care about the fate of that illegitimate child. Even if the old man returns, he cannot prove that Yang Fan's death is connected to us. Can he? It was Yang Feng. Yang Fan's fists clenched tightly, barely restraining himself from leaping out from the bushes. Yang Feng, brimming with confidence, continued, as long as I can win this clan competition, I can represent Luo City in the hunting season of Yanbei County. That would be an exceptional opportunity to make a name for myself. If fortune favors me, I might even acquire superior beast cores and spiritual herbs. By then, the old man will have even less reason to oppose me. Hong Wan scoffed, the hunting season is no walk in the park. With 18 cities under Yanbei County, Luo City ranks third from the bottom in strength. Do you truly believe you can seize any good opportunities there? I advise you to keep your tail tucked between your legs to avoid returning with a bruised face. The two exchanged banter as they walked into the front courtyard, gradually fading from view. Yang Fan, hidden in the bushes, relaxed his clenched fists and pondered for a moment while watching their departing figures before stealthily returning to his room. He initially intended to find a set of clothes to wear, only to discover that none of his previous garments fit him any more. The trousers that once fit snugly barely reached his ankles, and the top had shrunk to half sleeves. In just over half a month, he had transformed from a slender youth into a robust young man outwardly. No one would believe he was still under 16. Ultimately, Yang Fan had no choice but to sneak into the servants' quarters and pilfer a coarse linen garment to wear. He then slipped out of the Yang family estate under the cover of night, heading straight for Qingzhou town. He knew that to gain the trust of others, he must first secure a voice in the matter, and the best way to achieve that was by participating in the clan competition. Only with a formidable fist would his words be heard and believed. Chapter 3. Clan Trials. 3 days later, in Qingzhou town, at the Yang family estate, the expansive martial arts arena was encircled by 8 platforms arranged in a circular formation. 16 figures darted across the platforms, their movements a blur, while intense waves of energy surged and roiled, eliciting gasps of admiration from the spectators below. The clan trials, held once every decade, were the grandest spectacle in Luoqing. Ostensibly, The event served to foster camaraderie among the families and allow the younger generation to forge friendships through martial prowess. However, in reality, it was a battleground for the overt and covert rivalries among clans vying for power and prestige. Those who ranked highly in the trials quickly became coveted by various families, with myriad strategies for alliances, marriages, and partnerships emerging in abundance, i.e. the feudal system of the Dayan dynasty. Only by enhancing their family's strength could clans attract the attention of the top 3 families, either to recruit or to form alliances, thereby elevating their own status. This year, it was the Yang family's turn to host the trials. With the patriarch, Yang Yi, absent, the responsibility of overseeing the event fell to his eldest son, Yang Zheng. Below Platform 1, a throng of spectators pointed and whispered about the 2 youths engaged in combat. Isn't that lad from the Yang family named Yang Feng? I've heard he is quite the standout among his peers. Having reached the 7th level of body refinement at the tender age of 16, his future prospects are indeed promising. I must say, the young man from the one family at Wulong Ridge isn't to be underestimated either. Though he is only at the 6th level of body refinement, he wields the one family's secret 3rd-tier martial art, the Blazing Palm, and has already achieved a minor perfection in its practice. The outcome of this duel remains uncertain. On the opposite side, at the main guest platform, an elder draped in a black cloak occupied the central seat, his fierce gaze and dignified demeanor unmistakably marking him as Duan Changshan, the Lord of Luoqing. He was animatedly discussing the battles taking place on the platforms with an elderly companion. Yang Zheng, your son is quite impressive. I foresee him easily securing a spot among the top 3 in this trial. Yang Zheng humbly smiled. You flatter me, Lord Duan. Yang Feng does possess remarkable talent, yet his temperament is still unsteady, prone to arrogance. I do not expect him to place in the top 3. I merely hope he avoids disgrace and does not bring shame to the Yang family. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the arena, and the 2 figures abruptly separated. Yang Feng brushed the hem of his long robe and clasped his fists in salute. Wen Xiong, thank you for the match. The other youth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, cast a resentful glance at Yang Feng before turning away without offering a return salute. Yang Feng beamed warmly, bowing once more towards the main guest platform. In the first round of the Luoqing clan trials, Yang Feng from Qingzhou town emerges victorious and advances. With the judge's signal, Yang Feng performed a graceful bow before executing a stunning somersault off the platform. As the contest on Platform 1 concluded, the audience naturally shifted their attention to the skirmishes unfolding on another platform. On Platform 8, a youth clad in a coarse linen robe quickly captured the crowd's attention. His appearance was strikingly unconventional. The participants in the trials typically boasted familial backing and would not be so poorly attired. Moreover, his looks were rather unfortunate, with unkempt gray fabric, hair barely an inch long, and a prominent black birthmark obscuring much of his face. His physique, while not frail, could hardly be described as robust. Most notably, he employed the entry-level martial art, the Universal Fist, a technique known to all practitioners. Which family does this young man belong to? I don't recall seeing him before. Indeed, using a first-tier martial art like the Universal Fist against the 3rd-tier cloud-pushing palm is akin to striking a stone with an egg. I fear for this lad's chances. Not necessarily. It appears he has mastered the 6 styles of one fist in the Universal Fist, achieving a level of minor perfection. He may not be as weak as you think. As the spectators debated, the 2 youths on the platform clashed, then swiftly separated. The plump youth in black robes frowned and exclaimed, Hey! Which family do you represent? How can you dare to challenge me with a first-tier martial art? Is it not permissible? The dark-faced youth asked, surprised. That is not the issue. You realize you are embarrassing me, right? The plump youth replied, exasperated. But I do not know anything else, the dark-faced youth retorted. Are you jesting? Just who are you? The dark-faced youth instinctively glanced towards the main guest platform. Perhaps it is best you refrain from asking. If you wish to avoid conflict, you should concede. What? I, Zhao Li, am the foremost prodigy of the Zhao family. You expect me to concede? The plump youth, indignant, took a stance, slowly pushing his palms forward. Though this movement appeared languid and unremarkable, it incited a wave of gasps from the crowd. Elemental energy. This youth has reached the gathering element realm. A surge of turbulent energy rushed towards the dark-faced youth, who quickly braced himself and retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Zhao Li.
Observing the approaching strike, Zhao Li smirked coldly, thinking to himself, "The reason my cloud-pushing palm is rated as a third-tier martial art is due to its relentless flow, like clouds in the sky, one wave following another. You may break the first wave, but can you withstand the subsequent ones? One punch, four styles." In full view of the audience, the dark-faced youth's punch suddenly split into four distinct forms: palm blade, palm sword, sword finger, and striking finger, all accompanied by a howling wind as they bore down on Zhao Li, shattering his palms strike with overwhelming force. Clouds rolling. Zhao Li let out a low roar as another wave of energy surged towards the dark-faced youth with the might of a landslide. Boom! The stones of the arena were lifted by the force of their energies, dust and debris scattering as spectators began to retreat for safety. One punch, 6 styles. Flowing clouds for miles. One punch, 8 styles. With a resounding crash, the arena fell silent, and nearly every gaze was drawn to the two youths on Platform 8. Even those engaged in combat on other platforms paused, captivated by the intensity of the scene. Isn't this merely the preliminary round? Are they truly fighting with such seriousness? Do they not fear exhausting their energy and being unable to continue with the subsequent matches? As the dust settled, the figures of the two youths became visible. The dark-faced youth's fist pressed against Zhao Li's chest, who wore an expression of despair, as if on the verge of tears. "Will you concede?" the dark-faced youth asked in a hushed tone. Zhao Li shook his head, murmuring, "Just finish it if I concede. I will face worse consequences upon returning." Instantly, the dark-faced youth relaxed his fist, and with a dull thud, Zhao Li was sent flying off the platform. "Universal inch of strength," a spectator exclaimed in shock. Zhao Li was caught by his clansmen, and despite the defeat, he clasped his fists towards the dark-faced youth, his expression devoid of animosity. Instead, he smiled, saying, "Brother, thank you for your mercy. Once the trials conclude, I shall treat you to a drink. It is a promise." In the first round of the Luoqing clan trials, on Platform 8, Mu Fan from the Mu family emerges victorious. A wave of applause erupted, and all eyes turned towards the small platform and the dark-faced youth. Duan Changshan and the clan leaders, including Yang Zheng, also shifted their attention to the scene. Upon glimpsing the dark-faced youth, Yang Zheng's heart skipped a beat as the boy bore an uncanny resemblance to Yang Fan. Before he could scrutinize further, the dark-faced youth leaped off the platform and melted into the crowd. Yang Zheng shook his head, realizing that the youth, in both physique and cultivation level, surpassed Yang Fan by a considerable margin. Moreover, how could he have survived a fall from such a great height? After leaving the Yang estate, Yang Fan wandered through Qingzhou town, ensuring no one was tailing him before returning to the small inn where he was staying. He deliberately avoided the Yang family's guest house to prevent anyone from recognizing him and jeopardizing his plans. As he lay on the bed, the images of Hong Luan and Yang Feng danced before his eyes. He understood that if he were to reveal the deeds they had committed against him, no one would believe him. On the contrary, people would doubt how he had ascended from the 2nd to the 7th level of body refinement in such a short span, a feat unattainable even for martial geniuses, potentially drawing unwanted trouble his way. After a flurry of disjointed thoughts, Yang Fan gradually drifted into slumber. A sliver of moonlight poured through the window, bathing him in its glow. Suddenly, the moonlight rippled like water, emanating waves that radiated from the center of Yang Fan's brow, revealing a golden flame pattern at the epicenter. Yang Fan's eyelids fluttered open, but in the next moment, a violent wave of dizziness engulfed him. Once the dizziness subsided, Yang Fan found himself in a pitch-black expanse, devoid of light and filled with an eerie silence. A hint of fear crept into his heart. After all, he was merely a 14-year-old boy. Suddenly, a strange sound pierced the stillness, and with a flicker of golden light, a golden figure materialized before Yang Fan. "Who are you?" Yang Fan unleashed a fierce roar, immediately adopting a combat stance and vigilantly watching the sudden appearance of a shadow. However, the golden silhouette made not a sound, slowly walking to stand before Yang Fan. He inhaled sharply. The golden figure astonishingly bore no facial features and wore no clothing, resembling a rudimentary puppet. Before Yang Fan could fully comprehend the situation, the golden figure clenched its fists and began executing a set of movements from the most familiar martial art to Yang Fan, the Grand Unity Fist. What could possibly be happening? Yang Fan widened his eyes. Fixated on the flawless execution of the fist technique by the golden figure, his gaze filled with disbelief, for its performance of the Grand Unity Fist flowed even more gracefully than his own. Not only that, but the angles of its strikes and the footwork appeared to diverge subtly from what Yang Fan had learned, exhibiting a perfection he had never seen before. Point 1 Fist, for forms. 8 forms, 16 forms? Yang Fan was utterly astounded, as the Grand Unity Fist was merely an introductory martial technique, akin to the primer for scholars. Typically, mastering the Grand Unity Fist to 8 forms was already an impressive feat. He had never heard of anyone achieving 16 forms: point, collapse, strike, crash, pound. Yang Fan's eyes remained unblinking as he observed the golden figure perfectly interpreting the essence of the Grand Unity Fist. A flicker of understanding began to blossom within him. After completing one round, the golden figure immediately began a second, followed by a third. Uncontrollably, Yang Fan found himself synchronizing with the figure's rhythm, executing punches, stepping forward. In the pitch-black expanse, two agile figures, akin to monkeys, leapt and soared, their breathtaking punches creating a flurry of shadows, the sound of strikes resonating in the air. Point 1 Fist, 12 forms. Yang Fan's eyes grew exceptionally bright as he unleashed this punch, unexpectedly realizing that with just a few adjustments, the practice of the Grand Unity Fist became remarkably effortless. The golden figure acted as a meticulous mentor, guiding him through each step, its mastery having reached a terrifying level. The unexpected gains filled Yang Fan's heart with elation, invigorating his spirit immensely. Thus, he resumed the rhythm of punches, tirelessly executing the Grand Unity Fist, striving to align his technique with that of the figure. Time seemed to halt in the dark space as Yang Fan continuously mimicked the golden shadow. Gradually, his technique began to mirror that of the figure more closely. A beam of golden sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yang Fan's face. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Yang Fan suddenly recalled that he needed to attend the second round of the selection. With a swift motion, he sprang from his bed like a koi fish, but before he could steady himself, he stumbled and nearly fell off the bed. The wave of weakness surged through his legs, causing him to frown. Could it be that last night's experience was not a dream, but reality? To confirm his suspicion, Yang Fan settled into a horse stance and executed the entire set of Grand Unity Fist as he had seen in his dream. 1 Fist, 16 forms. As the myriad of punch shadows dissipated, Yang Fan gazed in astonishment at his own hands. Merely through a night of dream training, he had elevated this introductory martial technique to its pinnacle. What on earth was happening? Could it be attributed to his absorption of that pool of magma? If so, he had struck gold. The Grand Unity Fist was but a basic first-tier technique. What if he were to practice his grandfather's fifth-tier technique, Shintian 9 transformations? The power would surely be even greater. With this thought, Yang Fan's heart raced, further solidifying his determination to achieve a noteworthy ranking in the upcoming clan trial, as the top 3 positions would receive martial techniques and methods provided by the city lord. Duan Changshan, an opportunity of immense significance. After painting his face back to its dark hue, Yang Fan leaped directly out of the window, darting toward the martial arena amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by. After half a month of fierce competition, the clan trial in Luo City had progressed to an exhilarating semi-final round, with Yang Fan emerging as the most unexpected dark horse of the event. From the preliminary rounds to the semi-finals, he had consistently utilized the martial artist's introductory technique, the Grand Unity Fist, achieving unbroken success. Some families had investigated Yang Fan's background, only to discover that the clan he registered with was entirely fictitious, leading many to speculate whether he was a disciple from a prominent family undergoing training. Duan Changshan had also dispatched individuals to investigate Yang Fan, only to find that after each match, he simply bought some food and returned to the inn, never to emerge again until the next day's competition. He concluded that this youth was either a disciple from a major family undergoing trials, or a humble individual who had stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter seeking fame in the clan trial. If it were the latter, this individual must be brought under his command. Similarly, Yang Feng, who also maintained an undefeated record, began to harbor doubts about this dark-faced youth. If it weren't for his certainty that Yang Fan had perished at the soul-ending falls, he would almost believe this person to be Yang Fan. Nevertheless, he quickly determined that this individual could not possibly be Yang Fan, for even an unparalleled genius could not defeat opponents of the 5th level of body refinement with only the 2nd level of body refinement. If he were to encounter this dark-faced youth in the arena, he was confident he could terminate him in the semi-finals. After all, the Grand Unity Fist he employed was merely the most basic introductory martial technique, incomparable to his own martial skills. After the referee announced the match rules, the four youths began to draw lots. Yang Feng waved his blue bamboo stick at Yang Fan, a warm smile gracing his face. The bamboo stick in Yang Fan's hand was different from Yang Feng's, indicating that if both he and Yang Feng won their respective matches, they would face each other in the finals, the very outcome Yang Fan desired most. Mu brother, I eagerly anticipate our battle in the finals. Do not disappoint me, Yang Feng remarked with a courteous smile. Yang Fan cast a brief glance at Yang Feng, remaining silent as he turned towards the arena. Yang Feng's smile froze on his face. He sensed a hint of disdain in the dark-faced youth's gaze. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Then don't blame me for being ruthless in the finals. The match results unfolded without much suspense, as both Yang Feng and Yang Fan triumphed over their opponents, advancing to the finals. As they descended from the arena, the two exchanged a deep gaze before turning away. Upon exiting the martial arena, Yang Fan meandered through the streets of the city as per usual, but soon discovered that he had acquired two tails. He was being followed. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan chose not to return to the inn as usual, but instead exited the city, stopping by a riverbank on the outskirts. You two need not hide. Feel free to speak openly, Yang Fan said coldly to the woods. Two young martial artists emerged from the thicket, clasping their fists in salute. Young Master Mu, we are from the City Lord's Manor. Lord Duan is concerned for your safety and has dispatched us to protect you. Yang Fan nodded, offering a calm smile. Kindly relay my gratitude to Lord Duan for his concern, but I am quite capable of self-defense and do not wish to trouble him further. Very well. Young Master Mu, please take care. Just as Yang Fan turned to leave, the two exchanged glances, and one of them suddenly struck, aiming a palm at Yang Fan's back. Taken by surprise, Yang Fan was struck in the back, causing him to lose balance and lurch forward. Before he could land, the other individual executed a somersault over Yang Fan's head, landing a kick to his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Watching Yang Fan struggle on the ground, the two exchanged smirks. Humph, even if he is at the 8th level of body refinement, he is merely a martial apprentice. How could he compare to us? Mid-stage warriors of the Gathering Essence realm? Who are you? Why have you ambushed me? Yang Fan gasped, his expression one of agony as he struggled to breathe. Young man, do not blame us, blame your own arrogance. The top 3 positions in the clan trial are not meant for a nameless nobody like you, one of them replied, crouching down to reach for Yang Fan's waist. If you have any spiritual herbs or martial techniques, consider them your burial fee to avoid being left to rot in the wilderness. Asan, stop wasting time with him. Just kill him and let's get out of here. The young lady is waiting for our report. The other urged, however, the one called Asan remained by Yang Fan's side, ignoring the warning. Hey, are you even listening? The other grew impatient and slapped Asan on the shoulder. Thud. Asan suddenly tilted to the side, collapsing to the ground, his wide-open eyes and gaping mouth oozing blood as he breathed his last. Asan's lifeless body hit the ground. The seemingly incapacitated Yang Fan abruptly surged to his feet, delivering a punch to the warrior's chest. With a resounding thud, the warrior's back was pierced by the force of Yang Fan's strike, creating a gaping hole in his clothing, sending him hurtling 4 to 5 yards away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Fan approached the warrior, coldly demanding, "Reveal your mastermind, and I might spare you the burial fee." The warrior lay on the ground, feeling as if his internal organs had all been displaced, the chaotic energy within him surging uncontrollably, leaving him utterly devoid of strength to retaliate. How despicable of you to launch a sneak attack, 2 mid-stage warriors ambushing a mere 8th-level martial apprentice, if anything. It appears that I am not the one being contemptible, Yang Fan scoffed, raising his foot to press against the warrior's chest. I shall ask you one last time. Who is your mastermind? However, before Yang Fan could exert more force, the warrior suddenly rolled his eyes back and, with a frothy spout from his mouth, succumbed to death. Yang Fan exhaled, withdrawing his foot from the warrior's body, only to bend over and cough violently. From the moment these two appeared, Yang Fan had discerned that they were both masters of the warrior level. Even as an 8th-level martial apprentice, he was no match for them. Thus, as he turned to leave, he channeled all his energy into his back, bracing himself against the surprise attack from behind. It was a gamble with his life at stake. betting that these two high-ranking warriors would not employ lethal force against an apprentice, but would instead toy with him like a cat with a mouse. Yang Fan won that wager. At the moment the warrior bent down to search him, he unleashed a powerful punch, utilizing inch force to shatter the opponent's heart at an incredibly short distance. He replicated this with the second warrior, but by then, he was already on the brink of exhaustion, which prevented him from delivering a fatal blow. After catching his breath, Yang Fan rummaged through the two corpses and retrieved 2 third-grade pills and 1 fourth-grade pill, along with a third-grade martial technique book titled Six Harmonies Fist. After stowing these items away in his clothing, he dragged the two bodies into the river and staggered back toward the city. Not long after Yang Fan departed, a 17 or 18-year-old youth clad in a long robe emerged from the woods. Watching Yang Fan's retreating figure, a knowing smile graced his handsome face as he murmured, "Little one, you had best not disappoint me." Upon returning to the inn, a fatigued Yang Fan collapsed onto the bed. After all, enduring a surprise attack from a high-level warrior was no trivial matter. And if he did not recover properly, he could potentially suffer permanent damage. He retrieved his spoils and promptly swallowed all 3 pills in one go, then closed his eyes to concentrate on absorbing and refining their medicinal properties. Before long, Yang Fan entered a meditative state, repeatedly nourishing and repairing his damaged meridians and internal organs with his energy. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn's light filtered through the window onto Yang Fan's face, he slowly opened his eyes, fully healed from his internal injuries. Standing atop the arena, Yang Feng gazed at Yang Fan across from him, a flicker of murderous intent hidden in his eyes. His father, Yang Zhang, had already informed him that as long as he could secure victory in the clan competition, he would propose to Duan Changshan, requesting the hand of Hong Wan for Yang Feng. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. The Duan family had maintained control over the position of city lord for 30 years, possessing resources that the Yang family could not rival. If he could indeed become engaged to Hong Wan, with the Duan family's support, his chances of ascending to the head of the Yang family would be nearly assured. Hence, he would not lose to a nameless youth who only knew the great. Chapter 5. The Finals. With the sound of the judge's gong, the finals of the Luo City Clan competition commenced. The finals adopted a best-of-3 format, but if he could incapacitate his opponent in this round, he would claim victory outright. As the gong sounded, Yang Feng moved swiftly, launching the first strike. A powerful punch aimed directly at Yang Fan. The punch, accompanied by a fierce gale, drew gasps from the onlookers. This was the Yang family's famous martial art, the Thunder Palm, a 4th-grade technique. Few families in all of Luo City could match its prowess. However, the Thunder Palm was exceedingly domineering and required a physique of at least the 7th level of body refinement to master. It seemed Yang Feng had concealed his strength in the previous matches, only now revealing his true power. As the punch approached, Yang Fan shifted his feet, performing a bridge maneuver to lean back. The punch narrowly grazing his chest. A sly smile crept onto Yang Feng's lips, as he had anticipated Yang Fan's counter. He had already mastered the great to a small degree of perfection, making him intimately familiar with the technique. With a swift bend of his arm, Yang Feng drove his elbow toward Yang Fan's chest. Just as everyone thought Yang Fan was unable to evade this strike, an astonishing scene unfolded. Yang Fan's half-crouched body twisted, rotating at an incredible angle, closely brushing against Yang Feng's elbow while launching several rapid punches in return. Yang Feng was forced to retreat several steps, gradually shedding his underestimation of Yang Fan. This fellow's execution of the great appeared somewhat different, yet Yang Feng could not quite pinpoint why. It simply felt elusive. Yang Fan brushed off the dust from his trousers and beckoned Yang Feng with a casual wave of his finger, maintaining an air of indifference, as though he dismissed the young talent of the Yang family entirely. On the main viewing platform, Duan Changshan's gaze remained fixed on Yang Fan. The moment he witnessed Yang Fan's ambiguous rendition of the great, his interest deepened. This young man is intriguing. Duan Changshan stroked his chin, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Yang Fan's provocation finally ignited Yang Feng's fury. He felt a surge of energy course through him, a faint crimson aura beginning to swirl around his body. With a slight bend of his legs, a resounding thud echoed as he launched himself toward Yang Fan like an arrow released from a bow. The cobblestones beneath his feet cracking spiderweb-like underfoot. Thunder and lightning erupted. Yang Feng let out a furious roar, A continuous barrage of palm shadows accompanied by a thunderous resonance surged toward Yang Fan with overwhelming force. The same technique, when propelled by energy, yielded an entirely different effect. While Yang Fan had previously evaded one of Yang Feng's strikes with the bridge maneuver, he dared not employ the same tactic now. Yang Fan's expression turned grave as he stepped back with his right leg, leaning forward slightly, muscles in his arm tensing as he delivered a palm strike aimed directly at Yang Feng. A head-on confrontation. All the spectators collectively gasped. Regardless of Yang Feng's use of energy, the difference in martial technique rank alone dictated that Yang Fan could not match him in a direct clash. They even began to envision Yang Fan being sent flying from the arena. Boom! The two forces collided violently, producing a thunderous explosion. The overwhelming energy rippled outward, both combatants rapidly retreating, the sturdy cobblestones of the arena buckling beneath them. Deep fissures appearing on the stage. Debris flew, and soon the remnants were further pulverized by the turbulent air, transforming into a cloud of dust that enveloped the arena. The entire venue fell silent. A pin drop could be heard as everyone awaited the outcome of this intense clash. As the dust settled, the figures of the two emerged. Yang Fan's upper garments had been completely shredded by the force, revealing his well-defined muscles, his eyes gleaming with conviction. In stark contrast, Yang Feng wore an expression of disbelief. He could not fathom that Yang Fan had withstood his strike solely through brute strength. "Is this all you can do?" Yang Fan deliberately rasped, downplaying the confrontation. Yang Feng's expression began to contort. Although neither had emerged the clear victor from their clash, all understood that Yang Feng had utilized energy while Yang Fan had relied purely on his physical prowess. "Heavenly thunder punishment!" Yang Feng bellowed again, his facial muscles twisting in frustration. Yang Fan's eyes flashed with concern. He had some knowledge of the Thunder Palm, aware that the Heavenly Thunder Punishment was the most potent move within the entire technique. It involved the practitioner harnessing all their energy to envelop their opponent from all angles, converting that energy into a lethal lightning strike. However, this technique was notoriously difficult to master and required an immense amount of energy. Typically, after executing this move, the practitioner would be left drained, unable to mount any further effective attacks. The arcs of energy crackled ominously around Yang Fan, and no matter which direction he attempted to evade, the arcs would encircle him, and no matter how swift a person was, they could not outrun lightning. Yang Fan's energy surged wildly within him, a faint golden glow beginning to shimmer across his body. This was his first time employing energy in actual combat since reaching the gathering energy realm, and he found himself somewhat eager for Yang Feng's impending attack. 8th level of body refinement? Duan Changshan on the main platform was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Feng had already attained the 8th level of body refinement, and he felt a pang of sympathy for the dark-faced youth. Should he be struck by Yang Feng's technique, the consequences would be dire. With a hoarse roar, Yang Feng unleashed a torrent of silver arcs, akin to the swords of death, shooting toward Yang Fan from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of arcs detonated, and the scattering debris and dust quickly engulfed the entire arena. Yang Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile, his confidence unwavering as he believed that beneath this strike, the dark-faced lad had no chance of survival. A gust of wind rushed from the front, and in an instant, a colossal fist came crashing towards Yang Feng's face, behind which loomed a pitch-black visage adorned with a trace of disdainful amusement. "I forgot to mention, my name is Yang Fan." With a resounding thud, a figure shot forth from the swirling dust, hurtling backward for dozens of yards before crashing heavily to the ground beneath the arena. As the fallen figure came into focus, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Defeated was none other than Yang Feng. A single punch. The distinguished guests at the main platform, including Duan Changshan and various clan leaders, rose in unison, their eyes fixed in astonishment upon Yang Fan, who stood resolutely in the center of the arena. All martial practitioners understood that the great unified fist was divided into two realms, the minor perfection and the major perfection. Attaining minor perfection allowed one to unleash 8 strikes in a single punch, while major perfection permitted 16. There was also a legend of a realm beyond major perfection, the realm of the Great Path. It was said that in this realm, complexity was distilled into simplicity, each punch manifesting as a singular strike, forsaking all variation, marked by unmatched speed, precision, and ferocity. Yet, this realm was merely a fable, one that even some martial emperors had never reached. To witness it today in this youth, who had yet to see 16 summers, was utterly unexpected. Yang Fan slowly retracted his fist, his chest gently rising and falling. This punch had nearly drained him of all his power. At the moment Yang Feng's attack was about to land, a flash of realization dawned upon him. In that instant, the lightning unleashed by Yang Feng transformed in his eyes into tendrils of primal energy. Moving at an excruciatingly slow pace, all the techniques of the great unified fist flashed before his eyes, ultimately condensing into a simple punch. With that punch, the path to the heavens was unveiled. This was the ultimate intent of the great unified fist. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the martial arena, even drawing applause from the clan leaders at the main platform. Yang Zheng cast a complex glance at Yang Fan before shifting his gaze to his son, whose injuries appeared severe and might hinder him from participating in the upcoming matches. Should Yang Feng fail to clinch victory in the clan trials, it would undoubtedly deal a grievous blow to the Yang family's prestige. Yang Fan glanced at the main platform, then leaped down from the arena, approaching Yang Feng, looking down upon the lad who was coughing blood. Yang Feng, this is merely the interest you owe. Our account is far from settled. Yang Fan coldly uttered, striding out of the competition grounds. After Yang Fan's figure vanished, the referee regained his composure and announced loudly, in the second match of the finals of the Luo City Clan Trials, Mu Jiamu Fan emerges victorious. Hong Luan rushed down from the main platform, swiftly aiding Yang Feng to his feet. Yet, he tightly grasped her hand, leaning close to her ear to whisper haltingly, He is Yang Fan. Yang Feng's words drained the color from Hong Luan's face instantly. Yang Fan had not perished. She vividly recalled the vengeful glare Yang Fan had cast as he plummeted down the waterfall. If I, Yang Fan, am to survive today, I shall surely repay this grudge. In the Luo City Lord's mansion, within the VIP chamber, Yang Feng lay upon the bed, his complexion ashen. Beside him sat an elderly man with graying hair, checking his pulse, while Hong Luan stood anxiously nearby. After a moment, the elder rose and approached Yang Zheng, stating, There is no need for concern, Mr. Lin. Young Master Yang Feng is merely exhausted from overexertion, having sustained injuries to his sinews and bones. However, his internal organs and meridians are not gravely harmed. With proper rest and the aid of spiritual medicine, I believe he shall soon recover fully. Yang Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. So, what you mean is that Fenger has not suffered internal injuries? Indeed, there are two possibilities. Either his opponent did not employ primal energy during the attack or intentionally held back. Thus, young Master Lin has only sustained superficial wounds and merely requires rest to recuperate. Yang Zheng nodded, his expression pensive. Uncle Lin, since Brother Feng is fine, I shall fetch some spiritual elixirs from grandfather for his recovery. This way, he will heal more swiftly. Yang Zheng shook his head. Even with the assistance of spiritual medicine, Fenger's injuries necessitate a few days of rest. After all, employing Heaven's Thunder punishment, his current level is still too taxing, and it may adversely affect his future cultivation. Hong Luan grew anxious, but there is another match tomorrow. Is Brother Feng to concede defeat? Yang Zheng pondered for a moment. Fenger's health is paramount. As for the clan trials, he has already achieved commendable results. Father, if I rest a while, I will be fine. I can participate in the subsequent matches, Yang Feng exclaimed, sitting up from the bed in excitement. Once Yang Feng learned that his vanquisher was Yang Fan, his heart had not known peace. He was baffled by how Yang Fan had escaped death and how, within a mere 2 months, he had experienced such meteoric advancement in strength. He had previously informed Yang Zheng of Yang Fan's fall from the cliff, but had concealed his own role in the incident, claiming it was a mere accident during training. If Yang Zheng were to discover the truth, he could only imagine what decision his father might make. After all, Yang Fan had been cherished by the clan leader. If this matter reached Yang Yi's ears, Yang Feng could scarcely fathom how he would face the wrath of the clan leader. Yang Zheng cast a glance at Yang Feng. Gauge your own capabilities. I do not wish for you to jeopardize your future cultivation for the sake of a clan trial. With that, Yang Zheng and the elder exited the room, leaving only Hong Luan and Yang Feng behind. Yang Feng exhaled in relief, murmuring, I truly do not understand how he managed to survive such a high waterfall. A malevolent glimmer sparkled in Hong Luan's eyes. We need not comprehend how he survived. We must simply ensure that he does not live on. As they conversed, a knock resounded from outside. A servant of the city lord's mansion entered, whispering a few words into Hong Luan's ear, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Are you saying this is true? He actually killed Ah San and the others? The servant nodded. Ah San's heart was shattered by a single punch. The other took poison to end himself, presumably to keep the secret. Hong Luan clenched her teeth, signaling for the servant to withdraw. Hong Luan, are you saying Yang Fan has killed 2 martial artists? Panic began to swell within Yang Feng. If Yang Fan indeed possessed such capabilities, he would have no chance against him should they meet again. Hong Luan observed Yang Feng's unease, soothingly assuring him, Brother Feng, focus solely on the match. Yang Fan will undoubtedly not claim the championship of the clan trials. How can you be so certain? Of course, Hong Luan replied, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to whisper a few secrets into Yang Feng's ear, causing the anxiety etched upon his face to gradually dissipate. Replaced by an eerie smile, in the Luo City clan trials, the final match commenced. Yang Fan stood casually upon the arena, betraying no hint of tension. Conversely, Yang Feng had lost the composure he had exhibited in previous days. His gaze towards Yang Fan now tinged with wariness. Yang Feng, do you have any final words? Yang Fan asked nonchalantly. With a disdainful snort, Yang Feng retorted, you worthless fool. Do not presume that your stroke of fortune makes you invincible. Today, I shall show you what true strength is. Primal energy surged violently within his meridians, explosive power coursing through his entire being. He shot forward, a cold smile directed at Yang Fan, and with a fierce gust, he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards him. Surprisingly, Yang Fan showed no sign of evasion against Yang Feng's overwhelming force. Instead, he raised his hand to meet the attack head-on. Another direct confrontation. A shockwave radiated outward from their clash. Swirling around them as they engaged in a duel of primal energy, gasps erupted from the audience, for it was rare to witness martial artists contesting primal energy in battle. The reason was simple: martial skills, techniques, and primal energy could all determine a warrior's strength. For instance, a martial artist with lesser primal energy could triumph over one with superior primal energy by virtue of advanced martial techniques. Various factors could compensate for deficiencies in other areas. However, a contest of primal energy was a genuine battle, devoid of any pretense. Such a clash would inevitably yield a victor, impervious to external influences. This was Yang Feng's meticulously crafted plan. He understood that Yang Fan might have acquired some extraordinary opportunity, yet from their previous bout, he deduced that while Yang Fan was skilled in martial arts, he had not utilized primal energy in his matches. Therefore, there could only be one possibility. Either Yang Fan was conserving his strength, or he had not yet entered the gathering energy realm. Thus, if he engaged Yang Fan in a primal energy contest, he would surely emerge victorious. Indeed, the moment their palms clashed, Yang Fan's complexion began to pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his hands began to tremble slightly. I was able to kill you once. I can do it again. Prepare to meet your end, you worthless scum. Yang Feng sneered darkly, abruptly channeling the primal energy within him to surge into Yang Fan's body like a torrent breaching its dam. A strange smile curled at the corners of Yang Fan's mouth as a pale golden aura enveloped his entire form. Primal energy. This lad has already entered the gathering energy realm. The crowd below erupted in astonished exclamations. Yang Feng, you are not the only one at the 8th level of physical training. Yang Feng's pupils dilated rapidly, as he was horrified to discover that he could no longer control his own elemental energy. Yang Fan appeared as if he were a black hole, with Yang Feng's energy surging into him like a flood breaching a dam, severing their connection entirely. With a swift motion, Yang Fan flipped his palm and grasped Yang Feng's wrist firmly. Intoning in a grave voice, Yang Feng, it was with this very hand that you cast me down the precipice. Today, I shall render this arm useless. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng's face drained of color, and he exerted all his might to twist Yang Fan's wrist, but he felt as though he were a statue of adamant, utterly incapable of shifting even an inch. Yang Fan let out a cold snort, tilting his body sideways and executing 3 rapid somersaults. Crack! Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Yang Feng as a wave of agony surged through him. One of his arms had been twisted into a grotesque spiral by Yang Fan. The entire sequence, from the moment they faced each other to the breaking of Yang Feng's arm, transpired in less than 5 breaths, leaving even the referee unable to intervene in time. Madman, you dare? Accompanied by a furious roar, a powerful gust of wind surged toward Yang Fan on the arena. Yang Fan recognized the voice. It belonged to Yang Feng's father, his uncle Yang Zheng, if he chose to evade now. He was confident he could dodge the blow, but it would be difficult to approach Yang Feng again afterward. Thus, with a firm resolve, Yang Fan gritted his teeth and slightly turned his body, channeling all his elemental energy into his shoulder, exposing his side to Yang Zheng's impending strike. Bang! Yang Zheng's palm struck Yang Fan's shoulder, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut, plummeting several yards before crashing heavily onto the ground below. Yang Feng's wailing soared to the heavens as a torrent of blood erupted from his shoulder. His right arm had been severed cleanly from his body by Yang Fan's relentless force. Yang Zheng's eyes were bloodshot with fury. He had only one son, Yang Feng, whom he had painstakingly nurtured into a paragon of the younger generation of the Yang family. Now, with this black-faced youth having crippled his arm, it was as if his son's future had been irrevocably destroyed. Madman, come and pay with your life. Yang Zheng leapt high into the air, electricity crackling along his arm, a sphere of silver lightning growing ever more intense in his grasp. His body halted midair, then suddenly descended toward Yang Fan with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, a massive shockwave erupted, sending everyone within a 10-yard radius hurtling through the air, leaving a spiderweb of cracks across the ground. At that moment, it felt as though every breath was suspended, for none could have anticipated that a contest for the championship within their clan would devolve into such brutality, nor could they fathom that Yang Zheng would disregard his status to intervene in his son's match. Employing the might of an 8th-level martial artist to strike down a mere boy of the body refinement stage, as the swirling dust began to settle, two figures gradually emerged. Yang Zheng's expression shifted from rage to astonishment as he beheld the individual who had blocked his attack. Father? How did you return? Lying on the ground, Yang Fan gazed up at the imposing silhouette of his grandfather, Yang Yi, a smile involuntarily gracing his features before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 7. The Old Man's Mockery Upon Awakening. Yang Fan felt a warm current coursing through his body, mending his injured meridians. This sensation was one he had known since childhood, a testament to his grandfather Yang Yi's profound elemental energy healing his wounds. Indeed, when he opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the aged visage of his grandfather. Xiao Fan, you are awake? How do you feel? Yang Yi inquired with great concern. Yang Fan smiled faintly. I am fine now, grandfather. You have mended my meridians. With that, Yang Fan sat up, threw off the covers, and executed a series of vigorous punches. Yang Yi's face lit up with a proud smile. It seems much has transpired during my absence. Could you share the details with me? Yang Fan hesitated, initially intent on recounting how Yang Feng had cast him into the abyss, but he swallowed his words, recalling the malice behind Yang Zheng's strike, one filled with lethal intent. Had his uncle discovered how Yang Feng had betrayed him? If so, that blow would have been an attempt to eliminate him to conceal his son's wrongdoing. Conversely, should Yang Zheng remain oblivious, it would reveal how deeply he favored his son, willing to forsake honor and unleash lethal force upon a mere youth of the body refinement stage for vengeance. What if he were to do so again in the future? Furthermore, if grandfather Yang Yi learned of this incident, he would undoubtedly punish Yang Feng and perhaps even implicate Uncle Yang Zheng. For 2 years, Yang Zheng had claimed the title of acting head of the family, possessing significant influence over the Yang clan. Who could say whether he would accept punishment without resistance? In the span of mere moments, Yang Fan contemplated multiple scenarios, leading him to ponder before responding, Grandfather, this matter is rather lengthy. May I share it with you in due time? Yang Yi nodded with a smile, shall not press you. But you did not register for this clan trial as a member of the Yang family, and having crippled Yang Feng's arm in the finals. If you do not clarify your actions, the entire Yang clan will not forgive you. Yang Fan pondered for a moment, aware that his grandfather spoke the truth. The entire Yang clan knew he was an adopted outcast. Yet he had enjoyed more favor than many of the young scions of the Lin family. The resources invested in him by Yang Yi alone were considerable. If he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, the clan would brand him as ungrateful, having harmed the very family that raised him. Grandfather, I can reveal the truth to you, but you must promise to remain calm after hearing it. Very well? Speak freely. I assure you I shall not lose my temper. Having secured Yang Yi's promise, Yang Fan recounted how he had been cast into the depths by Yang Feng and Heng Wan. Just as he began to describe his extraordinary experiences at the bottom of the pool, Yang Yi raised his hand to interrupt. I have no desire to know how you attained the 8th level of body refinement. For I have long sensed that you are destined for greatness, destined to soar above the ordinary. You have grown, child. You are entitled to your own secrets, and it would be wise to keep them hidden from all, lest you become a target. Yang Fan found it peculiar that Yang Yi, typically quick to anger, did not exhibit his usual fury upon learning of Yang Feng's treachery. Instead, he encouraged Yang Fan to guard his secret closely. I shall address the matter of Yang Feng's betrayal, but until I have resolved it, you must not speak of it to anyone, not even your second uncle Yang Zheng. Oh, you understand? Yang Fan nodded earnestly. And Yang Yi exhaled deeply, his expression grave as he exited Yang Fan's chamber. Yang Zheng stood with a stern countenance in the assembly hall, where only his father Lin Yi occupied a seat above him. Father, Yang Fan's participation in the clan trial under a false identity is already a grave betrayal, and with him having crippled my son Feng's arm, ruining his future, if you do not punish him, how can we maintain authority? In the vast assembly hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension as Lin Yi replied coldly, You only know of Feng's injury, yet are you aware of how Yang Fan was cast into the depths by him from the cliff? That is utterly impossible. Yang Zheng declared loudly. Feng has always been amicable with him. How could he harm him? This must be Yang Fan's fabrication. Believe it or not, until I uncover the truth, you must not lay a finger on Yang Fan. Father, do you not understand my words? An invisible pressure emanated from Lin Yi, causing the temperature in the hall to drop several degrees. Yang Zheng felt a pang of shock. Prior to his father's travels, Lin Yi had been merely an 8th-level martial king. Yet now he had ascended to the 9th level, perilously close to becoming a sovereign. Yes, father. Furthermore, Yang Fan has now reached the 8th level of body refinement. I intend to focus on nurturing him for a time in preparation for the upcoming hunting season in Yinbei County. Yes, I understand. Very well, you may go. Lin Yi waved his hand, and Yang Zheng bowed deeply before exiting the assembly hall. Though the hatred in his eyes remained unquenchable, Yang Fan required merely 3 days of rest before Yang Yi escorted him to the Yang family's library, a repository of martial arts texts amassed by the family over the years. Typically, only the core disciples of the Yang clan were granted access to study here and refine their skills. Yang Fan could hardly contain his excitement, having previously only practiced the rudimentary martial technique. The great, he had never before encountered such a plethora of martial arts. He stood before the shelves, examining each tome with rapt attention, unwilling to relinquish any of them. Yang Yi smiled proudly. These are the martial arts texts I have collected over the past 50 years. Though I cannot claim to encompass all, I have gathered the best from various schools. Do not be greedy. Simply choose what is most beneficial for you. Yang Fan, filled with excitement, let out an appreciative hum and picked up a martial arts book titled Feng Lei Shou, settling down to read. Before long, he became engrossed in the profound mysteries of martial arts, losing track of time and even forgetting when Yang Yi had departed. He joyfully realized that the pool of magma not only enhanced his physique, but also significantly boosted his memory, increasing it by several dozen times. Previously, he had struggled for months to memorize a comprehensive manual on Detonquan, but now, he could master a first- or second-tier martial arts text in the span of a single incense stick's burning time. This revelation thrilled him immensely, for it meant he could commit all the martial techniques here to memory, allowing him to study them in depth later. Young man, it is getting late. You should head back. Just as Yang Fan was lost in his reading, a sudden, aged voice rang out from behind him. Turning around, he saw an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, holding a flickering oil lamp. The man's clothing was tattered and dirty, and he swayed slightly, occasionally burping, releasing a strong stench of alcohol. What are you staring at, boy? I'm talking to you. The old man seemed displeased with Yang Fan's gaze. Scolding him harshly, why apologies, elder, I became so engrossed in my reading that I lost track of time. I will take my leave now, Yang Fan replied with a smile, reluctantly setting down the book and turning to walk away. As he brushed past the old man, the elder suddenly bellowed, wait, with that commanding shout. Yang Fan felt a faint rush of wind by his ear, followed by a surge of energy aimed directly at his shoulder. Yang Fan swiftly dodged, attempting to evade the incoming force, but to his astonishment, It seemed to possess a will of its own, curving back towards him once more. The source of this energy was the old man's bony hand, which was at least a yard away, yet it maneuvered the energy as if directing a puppet to relentlessly attack Yang Fan. After several moments of frantic evasion, Yang Fan's heart raced with fear. The energy unleashed by the old man was not merely elemental power but a force he had never encountered before. Moreover, judging by the old man's techniques, it resembled an eagle claw style of grappling art. As is well known, the fundamental purpose of grappling arts is to control an opponent, rendering them incapable of resistance. However, the old man's martial skills exuded a subtle undertone of lethal intent, resembling a technique intended for killing. Senior, I am Yang Fan, sent by the clan leader to borrow texts. I hope you can forgive any offense, Yang Fan explained while dodging the elder's assaults, as he felt he could barely withstand any longer. He could clearly see that the old man was merely toying with him, and if this continued, he would surely be defeated within 10 exchanges. To his surprise, the elder did not respond but continued to manipulate that force, increasing its speed and intensity. After barely avoiding 2 more attacks, Yang Fan's temper flared. Old man, if you don't stop, I will have to retaliate. The elder chuckled. Very well. I haven't sparred with anyone in decades. If you can enter my 3-foot range, I shall concede your victory. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's irritation grew even more. Then I must offend you. With that, he prepared to counterattack while evading the elder's energy. De Tonquin? Interesting, the elder chuckled, showing no sign of diminishing his offensive. Hey, kid, while you're using De Tonquin, why are you employing the Ghost Shadow Step? These 2 martial techniques cannot be activated with the same method, you know? The elder expressed surprise. With a flick of his wrist, a wave of energy pushed Yang Fan back, as he exclaimed in astonishment, Stop! You mean to tell me you haven't cultivated any techniques? What's the matter, senior? Is there something unusual about not having a technique? Yang Fan responded, perplexed. The elder's keen gaze scrutinized Yang Fan, who felt a chill under the scrutiny but stood his ground. The elder withdrew his gaze, looking at Yang Fan with intrigue. Who taught you this, De Tonquin? And who instructed you in the Ghost Shadow Step? Who informed you of their combination? Who taught you to utilize elemental power with these techniques? Techniques? Yang Fan blinked, puzzled. Does the Ghost Shadow Step require a technique to activate? Am I really such a Navi fool? The elder raised an eyebrow at Yang Fan's response, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Yang Fan blinked his clear eyes and replied, I truly have not studied any techniques. I have practiced De Tonquin since childhood, and it has been some years. I just felt something was amiss with the fist technique, so I made some modifications. The elder ceased his inquiries, considering this the most satisfactory answer. In the divine martial continent, it is a great taboo to use the same technique to activate different martial skills. While the Ghost Shadow Step might not qualify as a martial technique, it revolves around the concept of illusion, subtlety and reality intertwined, dreamlike and ethereal, shadowing one another. De Tonquin, on the other hand, is rooted in the essence of reality, where every move, from the initial strike to the ultimate principle, is grounded in authenticity, without any pretense or feigned attacks. Everything is direct and genuine. Though both styles hinge on speed, their transformations are fundamentally distinct. Yang Fan listened intently, experiencing a joy akin to obtaining his most cherished possession. In that moment, he felt like a small sponge in the ocean, striving to absorb every drop of knowledge, especially after his recent encounter that had exponentially enhanced his cognitive abilities. Although the elder's words were challenging for Yang Fan to comprehend fully, he was able to substitute his understanding where necessary. The elder's respect for Yang Fan grew. Initially, he had presumed Yang Fan was merely an ignorant youth, but he now recognized him as a martial genius. No, a prodigy, a rarity that appears only once in a century or even millennia. The elder continued to expound on the broader world, which Yang Fan, while familiar with, listened to with rapt attention. This continent is known as the Divine Martial Continent, where martial prowess reigns supreme, and the law of the jungle is vividly illustrated. The strong can attain everything they desire: wealth, beauty, status, power, and even dominion over the continent. The weak are destined to serve the strong, to be subservient to their whims, with their lives hanging by a thread in the hands of the powerful. All they can do is submit. The continent stretches endlessly, and no one knows where its borders lie, as it is surrounded by vast, uncharted seas, fraught with dangers far greater than those on land. It is said that the ocean has an end, known as the Endless Sea, where an island called the Source of Divine Martial exists. Legends are just that, tales passed down through the ages, influencing generations to seek that fabled land, yet no one has ever returned. The Divine Martial Continent comprises 9 ranks: body refinement, warrior, general, king, emperor, venerable, sage, and deity, with each rank divided into 9 levels. The higher the rank, the more arduous the path to advancement, a saying widely circulated in the Divine Martial Continent goes. While emperors do not emerge, sages dominate, and the venerable reign as kings. All others are but ants. The deity rank might well be a genuine myth. This title has been legendary for at least 5,000 years, or perhaps even longer. It is said that those who reach the deity level possess godlike powers, capable of shattering the void with a single punch, tearing apart the heavens and earth, and soaring beyond the skies. Yang Fan listened with growing desire, envisioning himself traversing the endless sea, shattering the void. Living a life without regrets, unbeknownst to the elder, his unintentional musings profoundly impacted Yang Fan. The most vital qualities of a martial artist, aside from talent, are heart and spirit. The elder, observing Yang Fan's rapt attention, smiled and asked, "Do you know how vast the city of Luo is?" Yang Fan, confused by the question, paused before responding. Luo City is one of the 18 cities in the Yinzhou Kingdom, known for its vast territory. It governs 18 towns, each with numerous villages beneath them. The elder, with a wry smile, remained silent. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. "Elder, I have not misspoken. Even if I were mistaken, are you belittling Luo City? Are you belittling Qingzhou Town and my young family?" The elder seemed lost in thought, gazing at the emerging starlit sky. Once, someone journeyed from the Ice Rain Empire in the north to the luminous Sun Empire in the south, taking a full 60 years. And that individual was a 7th-tier venerable. Yang Fan felt a surge of clarity. The farthest he had traveled was to Luo City, with most of his life revolving around the Yang family and Shouyang Mountain. In his eyes, Yinzhou County was already immensely large, yet according to the elder, it was but a mere tip of the iceberg. Realizing he had been a frog in a well, Yang Fan sincerely bowed to the elder. "Thank you for your guidance, elder. I truly was a frog in a well. This is merely common knowledge in the Divine Martial Continent. There is no need for thanks. If you have time, visit the library and peruse the records of the Divine Martial Continent. A formidable martial artist without the quill is merely a brute." Yang Fan glanced at the weather for the night and then took his leave. The old man watched Yang Fan depart, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yang Fan did not immediately rest. A habit cultivated since childhood compelled him to practice martial arts in the morning and meditate at night. The human body's meridians are intricately complex, and a moment's carelessness could lead to severed tendons, madness, or even explosive death. Thus, the ancients learned from their lessons and gradually developed a cultivation method suitable for all people across the continent. Naturally, it is the most ordinary method, merely allowing one to sense the elemental energy within their body. Due to variations in meridian constitution and other factors, the time taken to perceive this energy differs. For instance, Yang Fan, after 16 years, finally sensed his elemental energy. Typically, one should be able to do so before the age of 25. If one cannot perceive elemental energy by 25, it would suggest that they are ill-suited for the path of a martial artist. Although martial artists are the mainstream, many other professions should not be underestimated. After completing a full cycle of meditation, Yang Fan felt exhilarated. He realized that he had managed to complete it in just the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Previously, it had taken him approximately an hour. This difference was indeed significant. Satisfied, Yang Fan finally indulged in a restful sleep. "Dio, you think he is capable?" A somewhat aged voice emanated from the library. "Do you think he is capable?" Another voice, deep and weathered, echoed from within. I do not know. He has changed. He has become mysterious. Could it be that he—" The voice trailed off as if struck by a sudden realization. Falling silent thereafter. "What do you mean? What could it possibly be? Remember, I hold the reins here. Dio, what you must and refrain from what you should not. Furthermore, I sense the presence of a 7th-tier martial king in Qingyang Town recently. Although it was fleeting, it was clearly a careless revelation, yet he is still too inexperienced. Should I dispatch someone to keep an eye on him?" Came the somewhat anxious reply. "That is your concern. Do not bother me with trifles. If you keep asking me everything, one day you will become a fool. After so many years and experiences, you have made no progress. I understand, by the way, there is another matter. During my last outing to the main hall, it seems certain individuals have begun to stir again. Humph. I am not dead yet. I will keep an eye on this matter. Also, go find Duan Changshan and relay this message. The following day, atop Shouyang Mountain, a young man diligently practiced his punches, swiftly completing a set of the Great Unity Fist. The youth was none other than Yang Fan, who had perfected the Great Unity Fist to its utmost potential. Once infused with elemental energy, its power was magnified tremendously. Good fist. Even I, in my old age, can only execute 16 forms of it, yet you have reached a level of comprehension of its essence. This speaks volumes of your fortunate opportunities, and I am genuinely pleased. Yang Fan, without turning around, already knew who had arrived. Even from 10 meters away, he sensed the steady footsteps and restrained aura approaching. In his current understanding, there was no one else besides his grandfather. Yang Yi, grandfather, are you mocking me again? This is merely the simplest introductory fist. What use is there in perfecting it? Yang Fan, in the presence of Yang Yi, felt like a child once more, speaking with a hint of shyness. Do you know of the legendary master Dugu Jie from 10,000 years ago? Yang Yi asked with a smile. That I do. It is said that Dugu Jie challenged the 10 pinnacle masters and ultimately hid himself in Qingkai Mountain. Yang Fan replied, his face filled with admiration. In truth, he was not yet a divine-level master at that time. He was merely at the peak of the imperial level, and all 10 were half-step martial gods. The technique he used to defeat all 10 was the Great Unity Fist's path of oneness. Yang Fan cast a doubtful glance at Yang Yi, as if silently questioning, am I not too young for such tales? Yang Yi laughed heartily, saying, tomorrow marks the beginning of the hunting season in Luocheng. Do not forget. As he prepared to leave, he added, visit the library more often and choose the martial arts techniques that suit you. Only then can you achieve a commendable rank during the hunt. Yes, grandfather, I understand, Yang Fan replied while continuing his practice. The elder present, I, Yang Fan, have come to the library on the orders of the clan leader. Yang Fan stood at the entrance, hesitating to enter despite the door being open. He had experienced the peculiar methods of the old man yesterday and felt it only right to announce his presence, sensing that the elder was not an ordinary figure. The door is open. Do you not have legs? Must I, an old man, invite you in? Came the voice from within. Yang Fan remained unfazed. If the elder spoke civilly, it would indeed be an adjustment for him. Wait, what is that aroma? Purple bamboo brew, the unique brew from the Zhao family fortress in Qingzhou Mountain, which has been aging for at least 30 years. Remarkable. Yang Fan stood agape, listening to the elder's commentary. He suddenly doubted whether the young man had inadvertently leaked his jar. Hastily checking beneath the jar to find no leak. Chapter 9. The new nobles of Luocheng indeed. The elder is truly a master. I dare say your realm must have reached the martial emperor stage. Yang Fan boldly conjectured. After hearing the guidance yesterday, Yang Fan felt as if he had been living in a well, and thus he diligently studied the martial artist rankings of the divine martial continent. Learning that once a martial artist reaches the 6th level of the martial emperor, they attain the realm of divine consciousness. This term essentially means perceiving the world through senses rather than sight, expanding one's awareness in all directions. The further the perception extends, the more formidable the individual's strength. The elder slowly emerged from the library, not answering Yang Fan's question. In his eyes, the martial emperor's status paled in comparison to the exquisite wine in Yang Fan's hands. Leave the wine here. Feel free to explore the library, the elder said, reaching for the wine from Yang Fan's grasp. Yang Fan slightly shifted his body, causing the elder to grasp at nothing. The elder puffed at his white beard and glared at Yang Fan. Do you know that I am a martial emperor and still dare refuse me wine? You have quite the audacity. Of course, I would never dare. The martial emperor is a revered figure. However, I have a question. My grandfather is only a martial king, the highest cultivation in the Yang family. Although I am still young, having grown up in the Yang family, I have never heard of any martial emperor experts. Otherwise, the Yang family would not be relegated to a corner, and the lord of Luocheng, Duan Changshan, is merely a martial king. Qingzhou town is not even the strongest in Luocheng, at best a second-rate family. Impressive. Such sharp thinking at such a young age. Very well, I mentioned yesterday that those without intellect are mere brutes. As you pointed out, Duan Changshan, the Lord of Luoqing, is such a case. Without corresponding wisdom, even if he attains martial emperor status, he cannot stabilize the border of this city. The elder's eyes gleamed with admiration as he continued. Many years ago, I was wounded by an enemy and lay on the mountain awaiting death. It was your grandfather who, disregarding danger, saved my life. I stayed to recuperate and repay the favor by guarding the library. You know that the strength of a family lies in its foundation. Without a solid foundation, it is but a fleeting moment. Thus, my existence is known to you, me, and Elder Yang, but it must never be known to others. Otherwise, the Yang family will face annihilation. The elder emphasized the last few words with gravity. Yang Fan displayed a knowing expression, realizing that a martial emperor would lower himself to hide within a family of little renown, likely to evade enemies. He truly could not fathom any other reason. Rest assured, your existence will not be known to a fourth party, Yang Fan solemnly pledged. The elder then gestured towards the wine in Yang Fan's hand, the meaning clear. Yang Fan promptly handed the wine to the elder and inquired, "Shall I then read?" In the library, on the third shelf of the innermost cabinet, the leftmost book contains a cultivation technique I stumbled upon. If you are fated to it, you may learn. Additionally, remember not to be greedy and bite off more than you can chew when it comes to martial techniques. The elder's voice echoed within the library. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Should the opportunity arise, I will certainly bring you a bottle of the Zhao family fortress's 50-year brew, Yang Fan promised. Following the elder's instructions, Yang Fan discovered a cultivation technique titled Primordial Qi Skill. Hiss! What a domineering title! Yang Fan gasped, startled. Primordial Qi, primordial. The divine martial continent's inhabitants cultivate the energy of heaven and earth, which is a form of spiritual energy existing within the cosmos, commonly referred to as elemental energy. To sense, absorb, refine, and release it is termed elemental power. Primordial Qi Skill. Refine the spiritual energy of the world. Amalgamate the elemental energy of the universe. Cultivate Qi. Refine the body. Qi is the body is power, and thus they become one. This opening introduction was, to Yang Fan, akin to a thunderous revelation. This truly was the work of a mad genius. It utterly upended Yang Fan's understanding of elemental power in the divine martial continent. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt profoundly captivated by those words. He harbored a wild notion. The creator of this technique must either be a lunatic or a divine being. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens. To reach the pinnacle, one must do what ordinary people cannot, endure what others cannot endure, and achieve what others cannot achieve. Having escaped death and sought vengeance, Yang Fan felt he had already gained much. From that moment on, he was destined to become a martial god. A mere technique could not sway his indomitable martial spirit. Yang Fan turned to the second page, which read, Primordial Nine Heavens. The first layer is akin to ascending to the heavens. The second layer refines Qi. The third layer refines the body. The fourth layer. Why is there only an introduction to the first 4 layers? Yang Fan was perplexed, hastily flipping to the third page. Primordial Qi Skill, first layer. Refine Qi.it, turned out to be a fragment. Yang Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. While it was indeed powerful, it was regrettably incomplete. What if he reached the 4th layer and could not find the remaining fragments? He surely could not revert to practicing another technique. Could he? Isn't that akin to courting death? It is not that the rest cannot be gathered, but rather that the remaining cultivation methods are not present here. Moreover, I have observed that this technique is inferior to the upper tier of Earth-level skills. Youngster, you must contemplate this carefully. If you can truly cultivate to the 4th level, you will undoubtedly gain access to the remaining techniques, for I know their whereabouts. The elder's voice resounded just in time. Fortifying Yang Fan, who had been somewhat hesitant in the divine martial continent, everyone cultivates elemental energy, which is further categorized into various types based on the techniques employed. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with light, darkness, wind, and other rare forms. Common techniques can merely absorb this modeled elemental energy, while the Hunyuan Qi technique purifies it, marking a transformative process akin to refining or for sword making. The purer the ore, the finer the sword. Naturally, the types of ore vary as well. The operation of techniques and the release of martial skills can be likened to a comparison between an ordinary sword and an extraordinary one. Who would triumph? For instance, during the duel with Yang Fan, Yang Feng unleashed martial skills that transformed into lightning. If Yang Fan were to reach the first level of Hunyuan Qi, his power would resemble true thunder. This exemplifies the distinction between techniques. The meticulous categorization of elemental energy by the founder is indeed deserving of Yang Fan's epithet of madman. As Yang Fan turned to the third page, he found the cultivation methods for the first level of Hunyuan Qi. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Profound and mysterious, the gateway to the arcane. The origin of heaven and earth, the realm of chaos, the source of chaos, boundless chaos. The martial artist's journey emphasizes the quantity of elemental energy and physical strength. Yet from the outset, it is a process of transformation, not merely about how much elemental energy one possesses, but rather how much one can transform. Achieving a qualitative change signifies the first level's qualification. Senior, may I daringly inquire if anyone has ever cultivated this technique? Yang Fan inquired. Gazing at the book, I can only tell you that, should fortune favor you, the title of martial god will no longer be an unattainable legend. The elder replied. Yang Fan pondered the elder's words. Even a heavenly technique, if not brought to fruition, could not guarantee ascension to the martial god rank. Then I shall learn it, regardless of whether anyone has practiced it before. I must strive to be the best. Oh, senior, at least offer some encouragement. You are making me feel disheartened, Yang Fan lamented. The Wind Thunder Hand is suitable for your cultivation, although it is a third-tier martial skill and rather modest. When mastered to its utmost, its speed is like the wind and its power like thunder, truly not to be underestimated. As for your movement technique, while your ghost shadow step differs slightly from others, it still leaves much to be desired, likely due to its low rank. This secret book pavilion contains the carefree movement technique. You may practice ITI in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Yet often, powerful martial techniques require significant consumption of elemental energy, leading to prolonged durations and providing opponents with breathing room. Remember, granting your enemy an opportunity is akin to digging your own grave. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I shall take my leave now. Yang Fan retreated to the doorway, gently closing it behind him as he departed. Fate arises and fades. How much does fate truly hold? A weary sigh dissipated with Yang Fan's exit, unheard by anyone. As Yang Fan approached the back courtyard, he encountered one of the last individuals he wished to see. Yang Zhengdara, is that little Fan? I see you have just emerged from the secret book pavilion, Yang Zheng remarked, momentarily taken aback before speaking in a hushed tone. Yang Fan discerned a chill in Yang Zheng's expression. This was not mere suspicion. During the final match of the clan trial, Yang Zheng had nearly taken his life. It was prudent to remain cautious. Yang Fan did not believe that simply incapacitating his son would be enough to quell Yang Zheng's wrath. I heard that father wishes for you to head to Luo City today. Are you prepared? Yang Zheng queried. Thank you for your concern, uncle. Grandfather has made the necessary preparations, and I will pay my respects to him in the reception hall before departing. It is imperative to arrive before noon. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on the Yang family. Indeed, you should hurry. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The rise and fall of the Yang family rests upon your shoulders. Uncle, you exaggerate. You are still in your prime. The prosperity of the Yang family rests upon you. That need not be mentioned. Now, off you go. Yang Zheng waved dismissively. Yang Fan felt somewhat perplexed but did not dwell on it. He had never considered vying for power, viewing authority as a form of constraint. Humph! Yang Fan, if you had remained a waste, it would have been bearable, even if you encountered fortuitous circumstances. However, you dared to sever my son's arm. This grudge shall not be forgiven. In the reception hall, only Yang Zheng and Yang Feng were present, with the other high-ranking members of the Yang family conspicuously absent. However, no one spoke of the absence of Yang Zheng and Yang Feng. They all understood, feigning ignorance. Today marks a historic day for our Qingzhou town. The Yang family has resided here for several decades, ranking among the families of Luo City, yet we have never achieved first place in a competition until now. Yang Yi began, delivering an opening address. The crowd appeared somewhat puzzled, as this was not typical of their clan leader's demeanor. Yang Yi, unfazed by their thoughts, continued, everyone knows Yang Fan, who claimed first place at a tender age. I have witnessed the hardships he endured. We must remember the glory he has brought us. I hereby declare that from today henceforth, the entire Yang family shall support Yang Fan in the upcoming hunting season." Upon hearing this, shock reverberated through the hall. Yang Yi seemed oblivious to the astonishment of the crowd, and after making the announcement, he turned to the family steward, Yang Hong. "Notify the guard team to dispatch 10 high-ranking martial artists." Led by the captain of the guard. Understood, Yang Hong replied before departing to make arrangements. "Yang Fan, you may ride my Lu Baoma. It is grandfather's treasured steed, so take good care of it." Grandson obeys. Yang Fan exclaimed with delight. The Lu Baoma is as swift as the wind and possesses remarkable endurance, capable of traversing 1,000 miles without difficulty. For a long time, Yang Fan had wished to ride the Lu Baoma, but his desires had remained unfulfilled. "Off you go. Everyone else may disperse." Yang Yi waved, and the crowd bowed in farewell as they departed. In a short while, the group set forth toward Luo City. Yang Fan rode in the center atop the Lu Baoma, with the captain of the guard, Yuan Tuo, a high-ranking martial general, leading the way. In the Yang family, he ranked just below Yang Zheng. Yang Fan was not particularly familiar with him, but since he was arranged by grandfather, he could be trusted. Meanwhile, in the Yang family, what did you say? That old fool actually sent Yuan Tuo to guard them? Yang Zheng exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the messenger. Indeed, and the 10 guards accompanying him are all high-ranking martial artists at the 7th level. The messenger reported earnestly. Yang Feng is his own grandson. Not only did a wild child cripple him, but all resources are being funneled to that brat. The more I think about it, the angrier I become, Yang Zheng said, his frustration boiling over as he inadvertently shattered a table with a slap. The other individual in the room broke into a cold sweat. As a trusted aide of Yang Zheng's faction, he was acutely aware of this man's capabilities and cunning. Yang Fan and his entourage moved swiftly on their journey, and within an hour, they arrived at the gates of Luo City. This was one of the few occasions Yang Fan had visited. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Young Master Fan? The lord of the city resides in the very center of Luo City. Time is of the essence. We should hasten our reunion, Yuan Tuo advised as he reined in his horse beside Yang Fan. Uncle Yu is correct. Let us make haste, Yang Fan replied, urging his steed onward toward the city lord's mansion. Inside the mansion, Duan Changshan sat in the main hall, eyes closed in contemplation, lost in thought. Report. A soldier knelt outside the hall, delivering the news that at Yang Fan and his group arriving. Duan Changshan inquired. Indeed, lord of the city, Yang Fan and a company of 12 are approaching the mansion. The soldier replied I see. You may leave now. Go instruct the kitchen to prepare, Duan Changshan commanded with a wave of his hand. This young lad is anything but ordinary. He appears to have taken a liking to Hong Luan. They are not so young anymore. It is time to discuss matters with Yang Lao, he thought to himself, plotting his next move. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had also reached the city lord's mansion. Yang Fan and his entourage dismounted and approached. The guards of the mansion, who exuded an imposing aura, quickly stepped forward to inquire. I am from the Yang family of Qingzhou town, here to pay my respects to City Lord Duan as per tradition. Yang Fan stated, clearly articulating their purpose. Please wait a moment, young Master Yang. I will inform the Lord at once. One of the guards replied hurriedly before rushing off to relay the message. Haha, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Little Fan, you must have had a tiring journey. A hearty laugh rang out as Duan Changshan appeared before Yang Fan. This took Yang Fan by surprise. After all, this was a figure of his grandfather's generation, and their status was worlds apart. City Lord, I apologize for the delays during my journey. I hope for your forgiveness, Yang Fan stammered. You rascal! The last time I saw you, you hadn't learned such formalities. Do you recall the first time we met when you tugged at my beard? How is it that just a few days apart has made you so distant? Duan Changshan feigned sternness. Little Fan would never dare. Duan Grandpa's kindness is forever etched in my heart, Yang Fan quickly denied. All right, let us abandon these formalities between us. If your grandfather were to witness this, he would surely find it amusing. Duan Changshan said, seemingly envisioning that very scene, and promptly pulled Yang Fan inside and the reception hall. Duan Changshan took a seat beside Yang Fan, making him feel somewhat uneasy in his memories. While this elder had always treated him kindly, it never quite reached this level of intimacy. After much contemplation, he could deduce only one explanation: strength. Although I currently lack it, my previous performance caught his attention. As long as one is not blind. It is evident that those who master the great to perfection will achieve extraordinary feats in the future. This is the reality, an undeniable truth that one must accept. The two exchanged pleasantries for quite some time until someone arrived to report that the banquet was ready, bringing their conversation to a close. Following closely behind, Yang Fan discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat, silently thinking. This is even more exhausting than practicing martial arts. The four prominent families of Luo City, along with Duan Changshan and Duan Song, were all present, including Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan harbored a dislike for such gatherings, he understood that if he chose not to attend, he would offend several esteemed individuals present, which would be a considerable loss. He was aware that these were the top 5 families in Luo City: the Duan family, the Li family of the East, the Zhao family from Zhao Fortress, the Wang family of the West, and the Zhang family of the North, with the Duanmu family in the South. These 5 families held dominion over Luo City, a place far removed from the reach of the emperor. Yang Fan had encountered several predecessors from Qingzhou town, and in terms of seniority, he stood as the youngest among them. Yet, ironically, he was the focus of attention this time. With determination, Yang Fan mustered the courage to deliver an opening remark. Duan Changshan responded, saying, "Young Master Yang, there is no need for such formalities. In the recent competition, your skills surpassed all others, particularly your mastery of the great, which left us feeling rather ashamed. Indeed, heroes often emerge from youth. My own son suffered a just defeat," remarked an elegantly dressed elder. "At least your son participated. Mine is still stuck at the 6th level of body refinement, refusing to leave until he breaks through to the 7th level," sighed another similarly adorned elder, eliciting laughter from everyone except Yang Fan, who stood there in bemusement, unsure of how to respond. Duan Song discreetly signaled to Duan Song, who understood immediately. Addressing Yang Fan, he remarked, "Yang Xinzi, it has been a while since we last met. Your cultivation has indeed improved greatly. Thank you, Uncle Duan, but your praise is unwarranted. I am merely a dullard in terms of talent," Yang Fan replied humbly. True humility is often mistaken for pretentiousness, and not to mention Yang Fan's own thoughts. Duan Song continued, "This is Clan Leader Li, president of the Luo City Chamber of Commerce. This is Clan Leader Zhao, owner of 5 out of 10 wineries in Luo City. This is Clan Leader Wang, the foremost authority on medicinal herbs in Luo City. Finally, this is Clan Leader Zhang, a master wordsmith. As Duan Song introduced each individual, Yang Fan promptly greeted them with humility and personally poured the wine. By the end of the introductions, he grasped the banquet's true significance. It was an attempt to forge connections on his behalf. The attitudes displayed by the others were quite clear. They sought to befriend him. This was indeed a good thing. However, Yang Fan pondered. Aside from his potential, he had little else to offer. Clan Leader Zhao then addressed Yang Fan. "Young Master Yang, do you know when the hunting expedition begins?" "In 1 month," Yang Fan replied. "And what is its purpose?" Zhao inquired. "Simply for training and perhaps to acquire some beast cores," Yang Fan responded. "Are there any rules?" Zhao pressed further. Is there another interpretation of this, Clan Leader Zhao? Yang Fan asked, bewildered. Zhao Huan fixed a scrutinizing gaze on Yang Fan, who appeared thoroughly confused. This time, Yang Fan was truly innocent. He had never considered the notion of a hunt, which had always seemed far beyond his reach. "I have upheld the tradition of the Yin dynasty for quite some time. In every competition, the top contender selects 3 partners to venture into the wild forest." Zhao elaborated. 4 people. "Thank you for clarifying, Clan Leader. I genuinely did not know." Yang Fan expressed his gratitude. "I do not care whether you know or not. I merely desire a spot." Zhao thought to himself, but could not voice it. He had come to realize the significance of that single spot, which would not be easily obtained, so that is why everyone is so enthusiastic. I was puzzled as to why they were all so eager, but now it makes sense. It is for the spots. Yang Fan suddenly understood that everything had been premeditated in light of this. It seemed the Duan family also wished to secure a spot, but the only eligible individual from their family was Duan Hongwan. The group then abandoned the topic of the hunt, engaging in their own secretive discussions before departing, with Yang Fan remaining as the last to accompany them. Under the watchful gaze of Duan Song, he took his leave. That evening, Yang Fan circulated his energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. For warriors, unless one deliberately wishes to become inebriated, it is generally impossible to become intoxicated by ordinary wine. Through diligent practice, one can achieve what Yang Fan did. First, he attuned himself to the elemental energy of the universe, striving to absorb as much as possible, allowing the energy to settle in his dantian and converge in his energy points. After body refinement begins at the warrior level, one will start to store elemental energy within their body. Regardless of how one circulates their energy, the cycle's endpoint or starting point lies here. This place is also the vital point for warriors. Should the dantian become damaged, one would be inferior to an ordinary person. And repairing the dantian is nearly impossible. What sets the Hunyuan Qigong apart is that it forms energy points above the dantian, allowing the dantian to store only the purest elemental energy. The advantage is a qualitative transformation, while the downside is an initial lack of quantity. Fortunately, the miraculous encounter at the cliff drastically altered his constitution, so even if progress is slow, the difference is not significant. Thus, after 2 circuits, Yang Fan managed to circulate elemental energy throughout his body. There was no other choice. He sought quality above all. The next morning, Yang Fan bid farewell. Although Duan Changshan was reluctant to see him go, Yang Fan felt that remaining there would serve little purpose, and he would likely be hindered from training by several cunning old foxes. After all, there was still a month to go before his return was necessary. Seeing Yang Fan's resolute decision, Duan Changshan refrained from insisting further and offered a few words of caution before accompanying him out. After Yang Fan had departed, Duan Changshan turned to Duan Song and instructed, "Follow him closely, but do not let him notice. Only reveal yourself in a life-threatening situation. This matter concerns the reputation and prosperity of Luo City, and we cannot afford any carelessness." Duan Song was well aware of the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly before pursuing Yang Fan. "Life is full of surprises. It seems my Yang family is destined to rise as the new elite of Luo City," Yang Fan remarked with a smile. "Uncle Yuan, what do you think?" He had not anticipated that the hunt would yield such significant benefits. Though he found Duan Hongwan to be rather challenging. Chapter 11. The return journey, young master. The decision is yours to make, Yuan Tuo stated before casting a vigilant glance around. "Uncle Yuan, you need not worry. In this vast world, who would dare to rob us? Even if such bandits did exist, let alone your high-level martial prowess, even 10 high-level warriors would suffice to handle most unexpected events. Besides, I genuinely wish to encounter bandits. Only through life and death struggles can one achieve breakthroughs. Could it be that young master has reached the pinnacle of body refinement at the 9th level?" Yuan Tuo asked uncertainly. He sensed something unusual about Yang Fan's aura. It seemed to straddle the line between the warrior realm and something else entirely. "Haha, Uncle Yuan, you truly are a formidable martial general. You discerned my cultivation at a glance. To be honest, I am currently half a step into the warrior realm. I merely need to break through the bottleneck. Young master is indeed a rare talent in martial arts. Achieving such cultivation before the age of 16 is astonishing," Yuan Tuo praised sincerely. "Uncle Yuan, please do not flatter me. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Why qualifications do not warrant the title of genius," Yang Fan humbly replied. "It is such a young age, yet so composed and balanced in demeanor." "You are indeed extraordinary," Yuan Tuo thought to himself, nodding in silent approval. Suddenly, a series of urgent whistling sounds pierced the air as a torrent of arrows shot forth from the forest, raining down upon Yang Fan and his companions. "Enemy attack! Be on guard!" Yuan Tuo bellowed, positioning himself to shield Yang Fan. Half of the arrow barrage was directed at Yang Fan, yet none managed to breach a distance of 5 feet from him. Is this the materialization of elemental energy that only martial generals can achieve? How impressive! He can repel arrows from such a distance. The arrows are explosive. They contain elemental dispersion. One of the guards exclaimed before tumbling from his horse. "Despicable!" Yuan Tuo cursed under his breath. "Everyone, gather around Xiao Liuzi." He glanced back at Yang Fan, who nodded in acknowledgement. In a moment of peril, Yuan Tuo swiftly intervened, flicking away an arrow that would have struck a youth named Xiao Liuzi, sending it sailing far away. As Yuan Tuo observed the sky, another barrage of arrows descended like a dark cloud, his fury igniting. Yang Fan sensed a disturbance in the elemental energy around him and felt Yuan Tuo's energy surging violently. He then heard Yuan Tuo shout, "Fire Dragon Palm!" A vividly lifelike fire dragon manifested out of thin air, hurtling towards the oncoming arrows. The fire dragon moved with incredible speed, intercepting the arrows and incinerating them mid-air. Who dares to act so brazenly on the official road of Luo City? Do you not recognize the authority of the great Yin dynasty? The arrows ceased, and everyone remained on high alert. Wary of further ambushes, indeed, the fire dragon palm is formidable. It lives up to its reputation as a fourth-tier martial technique. Two figures emerged from the shadows. One stout and one slender, both donned in loose Taoist robes. Lacking any semblance of celestial grace. Longhu Taoists? It's you? Yuan Tua exclaimed, astonished. My Yang family has harbored no grievances against you. Why do you assault us? Yang Fan sensed Yuan Tuo's alarmed expression and mused. Where did these Longhu Taoists come from? They resemble clowns from a circus, yet they seem to carry significant weight as they have managed to frighten Uncle Yuan. Oh, Yuan Tua, you still remember my brothers? Thank you for your concern. Truth be told, we are merely acting on someone else's orders. As the saying goes, take someone's money and do their bidding. The slender one, the dragon Taoist, replied. Whose money? Who is the one at fault? Before Yuan Tua could speak, Yang Fan interjected with a question. Why, it is you, of course, the tiger Taoist replied with a sinister grin. Oh, I seldom venture out and do not recall wronging anyone. To have such a meticulous trap laid for my demise. It seems the animosity runs deep, Yang Fan retorted. Yang Fan could ascertain that the adversary was well prepared. The recent barrage of arrows could only have been conjured by a force of at least 100. And it was evident that these two individuals, no matter how formidable, could not have orchestrated such a feat clearly. They were aware of this fact as well. Thus, the earlier assault was merely a depletion of resources. While the true lethal strike lay ahead, it was reasonable to surmise that the duo was not inferior to Yuan Tua, who had already expended considerable energy and would find it difficult to recover in a short span of time. The ebb and flow of their strengths rendered them formidable opponents. Why Yuan Tua, visibly troubled by this realization, resolved to protect Yang Fan's safety at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Young master, I will engage them, allowing you to return to the city lord's mansion, he murmured beside Yang Fan. There's no need for that, though you truly believe that they would orchestrate such an elaborate trap only to allow you to carve out an escape route for me? I fear we have already fallen into a deadly snare. Yuan Tua's mood darkened significantly as he acknowledged the gravity of Yang Fan's words. This situation was undeniably fatal. Yang Fan reassured him. Uncle Yu, there is no cause for alarm. You shall entangle them in combat while I have my own plans in motion. Remember, avoid injuries at all costs. The others will split into two groups, advancing in a staggered formation, and should they encounter any ambush, they are to retreat immediately. The others, perplexed by the unfolding events, could only hope for a miracle upon witnessing their master's confident demeanor. And what of you, young master? Yuan Tua inquired. As for me? I shall simply observe the duel between these warriors, Yang Fan replied with a light chuckle, undeterred by the impending threat. Stay focused on the engagement and do not fight to the death. They are unworthy of such a sacrifice. During the fray, do not concern yourself with my safety, for I fear death more than any of you. His laughter dispelled much of the tension in the air, igniting a burning desire for battle within the hearts of those present. Having devised their plan, Yuan Tua made the first move, gently urging his steed toward the two opponents, while the sound of hooves echoed from both flanks. Humph, seeking your own demise. Long Daoren scoffed upon witnessing Yuan Tua's audacity to initiate combat. The two engaged fiercely, as Hu Daoren attempted to slip past them to reach Yang Fan and eliminate him. However, Yuan Tua was unwilling to allow this, skillfully maneuvering the battle circle closer to Hu Dao or Ian. His attempt to take on two foes alone is to court death. Hu Daoren roared as he and Long Daoren joined forces to confront Yuan Tua. Yuan Tua's expression turned grave. Despite both adversaries being mid-tier martial generals, their synergy was such that 1 + 1 equated to more than 2. He could not afford to underestimate them and thus summoned all his strength. Though it was evident he was struggling, on one hand, he had already expended considerable energy, and on the other, he needed to occupy both opponents. Were it not for his extensive combat experience, he might have found himself in dire straits. The two adversaries soon recognized Yuan Tua's strategy and grew anxious, aware that they were still on a public road and that prolonged conflict would inevitably attract attention. Should that occur, their efforts would be in vain. Yet, Yuan Tua proved to be a formidable opponent, and they found it challenging to gain the upper hand. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously shouted, Dragon Tiger Decision, Dragon Roar, Tiger Howl, Fire Dragon Palm. Yuan Tua reacted with remarkable speed. employing his Fire Dragon Palm technique to counter their assault. The three engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing their true powers, and Yu Wentuo understood that if he did not retaliate, he would be unable to halt their advance. Therefore, he had no choice but to risk his life in the exchange. Yang Fan, anxious yet composed, fixed his gaze upon the three combatants, contemplating how to intervene amidst their display of martial prowess. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. There truly is no room for shortcuts, he mused. Young Master. There are ambushes from the direction of Luo City. Young Master. There are ambushes from the direction of Qingzhou Town. At long last, the two teams returned, signaling their presence with flares. Uncle Yu, retreat. We are saved. Yang Fan called out to Yu Wentuo. Upon hearing this, Yu Wentuo felt a surge of joy, and after delivering a decisive blow that pushed back his adversaries, he retreated to Yang Fan's side. Long and Hu Daoren, having overheard Yang Fan's shout, chose not to pursue further and instead remain vigilant, surveying their surroundings. I previously dispatched individuals to inform the prominent families of Luo City. Now, if we can expose the puppeteer behind this, we may yet find a path to survival. Empty bravado. Where are your reinforcements? I doubt there are any. Long Daoren spat, but before he could finish, a figure clad in dark attire and masked approached him, whispering something in his ear. Such a clever young man. An impressive scheme. We must retreat. Long Daoren glared at Yang Fan, his unwillingness to concede evident as he withdrew. Let them go. Those old foxes will not risk their lives for this, Yang Fan interjected, halting Yu Wentuo's instinct to pursue the fleeing adversaries. All is well now. Let us depart. Only after the enemies had vanished did Yang Fan begin to make his exit. Their journey back to the Yang family home was marked more by exhilaration than peril. As they neared their destination, Yu Wentuo could no longer contain his curiosity. Uncle Yu, you wish to ask how I knew of the enemy's plans. Do you not? The truth is, this was all arranged by the late City Lord Duan. Shortly after we arrived at the City Lord's mansion, his scouts detected unusual activity along this route. Under normal circumstances, this would not warrant significant concern, but given our departure, it raised alarms. When we came, the late City Lord instructed me to signal if any unusual circumstances arose. I feared the signal might be intercepted, and I worried they would discover our plight and come after us with fervor. I could not bear to see any of you harmed. Everyone, including Yu Wentuo, was deeply impressed by Yang Fan's intelligence. Moved by his thoughtfulness, Grandfather, I have returned. Yang Fan exclaimed upon spotting Yang Yi waiting at the entrance. He dismounted and hurried over. Xiao Fan, why have you returned so soon? It has been less than a month since the hunt. You should be honing your skills in Luo City, Yang Yi remarked. Grandfather, you are unaware of the circumstances. Let us discuss this in your study. Yang Fan smiled as he led Yang Yi inside. On my first day at the City Lord's mansion, I encountered members of the Zhao, Li, Zhang, and Wang families. It seems they are concerned about the hunting quotas, Yang Yi speculated. You are correct, Grandfather. Initially, I was unaware. But eventually, the head of the Zhao family alluded to it. Yang Fan recounted sincerely. And what do you intend to do about it? Yang Yi inquired. Grandfather, the situation is rather complex, and I cannot navigate it alone. However, the Duan family desires one quota, and I would suggest allocating another to the Zhao family. I have a good relationship with Zhao Li, the Zhao family's heir. The final decision, however, rests with you, Yang Fan contemplated before articulating his thoughts. Chapter 12. Breakthrough. After concluding their discussion, both grandfather and grandson felt buoyed in spirit. Yang Fan refrained from mentioning the perils they had faced en route, wishing to spare his grandfather any worry. While also harboring his own plans, he instructed everyone to refrain from discussing the matter entirely. Yang Fan. Around the time of the Shen hour, Yang Fan emerged from the library. His recent visit to Luo City had been filled with fine wine, and he had just delivered some to the elder. He understood the immense power wielded by a formidable individual, and given that the cultivation method he practiced was imparted by the elder, he sought to ingratiate himself. As he stepped out, he heard someone call his name in an unfriendly tone, and he immediately recognized the voice. Brother Yang Feng, how have you been lately? Yang Fan feigned ignorance. Quite well. All thanks to you. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, his tone laced with resentment. That is good to hear. No need to thank me. Just acclimate yourself. Yang Fan feigned innocence, pretending not to grasp the underlying meaning in his words. You, do not become too complacent. You will regret this one day. Yang Feng shot Yang Fan a venomous glare, wishing to inflict 1,000 cuts before finally cursing him as he departed. Take care. Brother, be wary of losing your balance, Yang Fan retorted nonchalantly. A martial artist walks a path of defiance against destiny. Why should he care for the spiteful words of an insignificant individual? As dusk approached, Yang Fan practiced the Hunyuan Qigong method, yet he found himself unable to make any progress. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement, he would typically have broken through to the 1st layer of warrior by now. However, Yang Fan discovered that his painstaking efforts to refine his Yuanli had met with a wall, preventing him from channeling it into his Dantian. The breakthrough to the warrior realm necessitated the ability to store Yuanli in the Dantian, and this stage was fundamentally about expansion. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yang Fan found himself stuck at this juncture. After consulting with the elder at the library earlier, he received the reply that his opportunity had yet to arrive. With a heavy heart, he had departed. Why can I not break through? Where have I gone awry? I have been diligently following the correct path, Yang Fan lamented, patting his head as he silently recited the mantra of the 1st layer. Of course, refinement, the key to Hunyuan Qigong lies in the initial Yuanli. It must be my purity that is insufficient, which is why I cannot break through. This is the method's trickery. How fascinating! Realizing this, Yang Fan cast aside his despondency and focused wholeheartedly on refining his energy. Days passed, and after much effort, Yang Fan finally reached the limit of what he could achieve. His Dantian began to feel a hint of looseness. Yet he still sensed something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself once again at the library's entrance. Why are you standing at the door? Are you feeling shy? The elder's voice rang out just as the door swung open. Not at all. I was merely taking a stroll and happened to arrive here. Yang Fan's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. Enough, come in. What brings you here? Actually, I have refined my Yuanli to the best of my current ability. Yet I still cannot break through to the warrior realm. What could be the reason? Yang Fan pondered aloud, sharing his current predicament. Extend your hand and channel the Yuanli you need to sink into your Dantian. The elder said, his demeanor turning serious. Yang Fan, not daring to be negligent, extended his arm and concentrated on circulating his Yuanli. The elder grasped Yang Fan's wrist, using his own Yuanli to probe. What exquisitely refined Yuanli! Were it not for my own inability to cultivate, I would be eager to experience this remarkable refining technique myself. The elderly man expressed his admiration, and with the other hand, he retrieved a pill from his robe and swallowed it. Senior, there is an unknown force intertwining with my vital energy. What could this possibly mean? Yang Fan exclaimed in a tone tinged with trepidation. How would I know? Just experience it for yourself. This is something I acquired alongside my cultivation methods. I believe it will be of assistance to you. Consider it a desperate gamble with a dying horse. The old man reverted to his usual mischievous demeanor. In a way. You can't be serious, Yang Fan protested. What if it's poison? Aren't you concerned I might meet an untimely demise? His face was a portrait of despair. What is there to fear? I'm still alive, am I not? Just feel for yourself what your current strength is, the old man encouraged. Isn't it still body tempering? No, wait. The energy has entered my Dantian, and my vital energy is now stored within. This is something only a warrior can achieve. Yang Fan was elated to discover that after days of pondering how to break through to the warrior realm, he had done so with such simplicity. But then he questioned, why do I feel an unknown power within me? Could it be due to that pill? He cautiously attempted to sense and control the newfound energy in his Dantian, fearful that a moment's negligence might ruin it. The entire process was undertaken with utmost care, and soon the old man vanished, leaving Yang Fan alone in the library. Though this force was unfamiliar, Yang Fan was relieved to find he could control it, and the two streams of energy did not clash in the worst possible scenario. This brought him a sense of relief. Regardless, he had officially crossed the threshold into the realm of warriors. Without attaining the warrior stage, one could not be considered a true martial artist. The joy and sorrow intertwined, for unknown forces always instigated anxiety, akin to a ticking time bomb that constantly heightened Yang Fan's nerves. Let it be. If it is a blessing, it shall not turn into a curse. If it is a curse, there is no escaping it. Regardless, I already possess an advantage with my two streams of energy against other single ones. Yang Fan consoled himself in desperation, it was not that he did not wish to inquire further from the old man. Rather, the elder had stated from the very beginning that he had never practiced before. Thus could only offer guidance in terms of realms, not in techniques. Since it was a mysterious force, he decided to refer to it as divine power on Shouyang Mountain. Yang Fan stood where he had once practiced his martial arts. Not long ago, he had been tormented by cold poison. Yet now he had not only recovered but had also ascended to the warrior realm, all while cultivating mysterious techniques. Yang Fan gazed at the spot where Yang Feng had cast him off the cliff. Feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him, it was indeed true that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Contemplating this, he found no hatred for the two men. Had it not been for that day's setback, he would not have achieved such cultivation, nor would he have developed the ambition of a strong warrior. If he were to unleash this mysterious power through the thunderclap fist, what kind of might would it possess? This thought filled Yang Fan with eager anticipation. He channeled that power into his hands and struck a robust tree before him. With a resounding crash, the tree snapped and fell. Yang Fan's face turned pale, and he felt momentarily drained. Staring in disbelief at the outcome, he pinched himself and felt the sting, realizing this was not a dream. This power is astonishingly potent and domineering, capable of such force with just a single strike. However, the consumption is excessive. Yang Fan promptly sat down to restore his energy. Let us call it divine power for now. I wonder how this force was formed and if it can be regenerated using the mixed origin technique. As he sensed the dwindling divine power within his dantian, he pondered, if I control the remaining divine power to merge with the refined vital energy, will it work? He discovered that indeed, the divine power could absorb vital energy. When he experimented with unrefined vital energy, it also worked, albeit with significantly different efficiency. The more refined the vital energy, the greater the divine power generated upon absorption. After several attempts, Yang Fan calculated that if he equated vital energy to 10, the effect of divine power's absorption would yield 1/10. However, if he compared mixed origin vital energy as 10, the divine power's absorption would yield between 3 and 4/10. Yang Fan realized the potential of mixed origin vital energy was on par with divine power. Given that this was merely the first layer of vital energy, how formidable would it be after reaching the subsequent 3 layers of the mixed origin realm? Could the 9th layer correspond to the ranking of warriors in the divine martial continent? What might the 9th layer's realm entail? He dismissed such distant thoughts. He had only just entered the realm of warriors and needed to remain grounded. Yang Fan resolved to focus on enhancing his strength. The mixed origin vital energy was progressing steadily, and the thunderclap fist had become his sole means of increasing his combat prowess. The thunderclap fist is a third-tier martial technique characterized by its swiftness and formidable might. The essence of the thunderclap fist lies in its speed. Swift as the wind, powerful as thunder, it is imperative to be fast, like a gale, and to strike with the force of a thunderclap. This was Yang Fan's first attempt at practicing since acquiring it, having memorized the training methods. The next step was to engage in the practice itself. Once he could produce a sound of breaking air, he would have mastered the fundamentals. This was leagues beyond the Great Passage Fist. It could be said that its speed surpassed that of the Great Passage Fist by more than tenfold. First, he concentrated on feeling the wind, sensing its strength. Yang Fan positioned himself atop the cliff, where the winds were strongest, allowing him to fully experience their power. The gusts soon wore him out, prompting him to lie down under a tree for a moment's rest. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, the elusive golden figure reappeared. Though they were not far apart, Yang Fan could not discern its features, and the image grew increasingly hazy. The golden figure repeatedly practiced some martial technique. The initial stance was that of the thunderclap fist. It was elusive, ungraspable, invisible, and impossible to locate. This was the essence of wind. The thunderclap fist relies on the swiftness of strikes and the momentum behind them. Unlike other techniques that flow continuously, it concentrates the vital energy into a singular release, generating a sound akin to the rumbling of thunder. Yang Fan understood that although he was aware of the impending strike, he could not ascertain its origin. Even if he knew, he would be unable to block it. He could only confront it directly. There was nowhere to evade. This was the essence of wind. Observing the golden figure's execution of the thunderclap fist, Yang Fan felt his own efforts were like a worm crawling on the ground compared to a bird soaring in the sky. His own technique was merely a breath. Without hesitation, Yang Fan began to practice alongside the figure. Once, twice, thrice. For times, countless repetitions, he lost track of time as the golden figure continued to vanish. Yet Yang Fan persisted in his training. Eventually, he reached a level of proficiency that could be described as entering the threshold of mastery. Upon exiting this space, he realized he had been practicing on the cliff's edge all along. Awakening, he felt utterly exhausted, a testament to the extensive practice he had undertaken. If the previous occurrence was mere coincidence, this time it was undeniable fact. Just like before, he had fallen asleep while contemplating martial techniques, entering this realm and emerging with the indistinct figure demonstrating its mastery at the pinnacle level. Anyone could see that it was a teaching moment. Yang Fan was now 100% certain that he had fortuitously absorbed a pool of magma, leading to this outcome. Reflecting on this, he could not help but burst into laughter, completely oblivious to the fact that it was already late in the night, causing the birds and beasts to scatter in fright. Chapter 13. Uninvited guests upon returning home to the Yang residence. Yang Fan noticed the hall was brightly lit, sparking his curiosity. Typically, at this hour, only the guards and a few servants would remain on duty while the rest of the martial artists practiced in their chambers. What could have prompted the lights to be on in the hall? As he peered closer, he discerned the figures of his grandfather Yang Yi, his uncle Yang Zheng, and Yang Feng. This assembly represented the upper echelons of the Yang family. Even the guards at the entrance were of commendable caliber. Who was that youth? Yang Fan pondered internally. He intended to slip past the side and head to his room for some rest, but was unexpectedly called to a halt by Yang E. Fanner. You have returned. Come here. His grandfather beckoned with urgency. Grandfather, uncle, big brother, Yang Fan replied with resignation, stepping into the hall to greet them. Out of respect for the presence of outsiders, Yang Feng refrained from displaying his usual disdain toward Yang Fan. This is Yang Tianzi, the second son of the Yang family in the capital. Yang Yi introduced. The Yang family in the capital. One of the three great families of the Duyin dynasty? This is a first-rate family. Yang Fan's heart raced at the revelation. Though the Duyin dynasty was not classified as a top-tier empire, it certainly ranked among the upper echelons of kingdoms. The three great families of Yin country were the Yang, Hua, and Di families, who controlled all affairs within the Duyin realm. With the royal family weakened, these three families vied for power in military, political, and commercial spheres, shaping the current landscape. Yang Fan had met young Master Yang and was initially taken aback, but quickly composed himself to offer his greetings. Brother Yang Fan, there is no need for excessive formalities. Just now, Uncle Yang mentioned you. The number one of the younger generation in Luoqing, a warrior at the martial artist realm, truly impressive, Yang Tianzi replied with a smile. How does he know about my cultivation level? Yang Fan wondered, having made every effort to conceal his prowess. Unless one was significantly stronger or capable of sensing without the use of vital energy, it was impossible to accurately gauge another's cultivation level. There was only one possibility. Yang Tianzi must possess at least the strength of a 7th-level warrior. Yang Feng's expression darkened as he regarded Yang Fan, unable to mask the murderous intent in his eyes. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, their conversation lacking substance, until Yang Tianzi broke the tension. Patriarch Yang, according to the family tree, I should address you as 6th grandfather. I am unaware of the events from years past, but I trust they have faded with time. As long as you agree to my request, I will certainly beseech my father to restore your lineage's reputation. Although I cannot guarantee a return to the family tree, I will do my utmost. Yang Yi remained silent, while Yang Zheng and Yang Feng were overwhelmed with excitement. If they could establish a connection with the Yang family in the capital, their own status would surely rise in tandem. At that moment, Yang Fan listened in astonishment, realizing that his grandfather was actually from a branch of the Yang family. He wondered what conditions could possibly entice them to propose the idea of recognizing their ancestral roots. 6th grandfather, there is no need to rush into a conclusion regarding the younger generation. Regardless of the outcome, I am immensely grateful. This small token is merely a gesture of respect. Consider it a modest gift. Yang Tianzi declared, producing a fragrant pill directed toward Yang Feng. Father, it's a regrowth pill. My arm will be saved. Yang Feng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The regrowth pill was a miraculous remedy for injuries, capable of enabling even those who had lost limbs to regenerate them. Unfortunately, such pills were exceedingly rare, with only about 50 available each year in the divine martial continent. Those below the martial king could benefit from its effects, while those above, whose physical prowess rivaled that of divine weapons, would require a potency several hundred to 1,000 times greater, relegating it to a common healing remedy. Although 50 pills may not seem like many, under normal circumstances, it was a considerable amount. Logically, Yang Feng should have been willing to exhaust his family's resources to obtain the remedy. However, due to the continent's vast population, over a dozen empires and about 20 nations beneath them, not to mention numerous smaller states, the competition for such resources was fierce. For instance, the city of Luo alone boasted millions of inhabitants, with several other cities of similar scale in the northern provinces, amounting to a population exceeding 100 million. Given such calculations, it was clear that even 50 pills would be beyond the reach of the Yang family. This turn of events felt like a stroke of fortune from the heavens, prompting both Yang Zheng and Yang Feng to turn their gazes toward Yang Fan. "Why are you all looking at me? I have no idea what is happening," Yang Fan replied, bewildered. Yang Yi then spoke. "Young Master Yang has come for the hunting event. Our family has some tasks in the wilderness where the hunting takes place. However, the hunting season is upon us, unlike previous years, and I wish to secure a spot for us to join." Only then did Yang Fan grasp the situation, realizing that it all stemmed from the hunting event. Since young Master Yang has gone to such lengths, it would be remiss of us to hesitate. "Grandfather, I believe we should accept his proposal to recognize our roots. It would indeed be a promising opportunity for the Yang family." Yang Fan reflected that this was a fortuitous development and encouraged Yang Yi to agree. "Very well, since you have no objections, I naturally concur. This spot was originally meant for you. My hesitation stemmed from not wanting to place undue burden upon you. It seems we have reached a mutual agreement." Yang Yi replied with a smile. Yang Tianzi's eyes gleamed with joy as he handed the pill to Yang Fan before taking his leave. Yang Fan stood and weighed the pill in his hand, casting a glance toward Yang Feng. Yang Feng stared intently at the pill in Yang Fan's hand, his eyes reflecting fervent hope. It was his only chance for his arm's regeneration, yet that hope lay in the hands of the one who had caused its loss. "Yang Feng, you pushed me off the cliff that day. If it weren't for the protection of the Yang family ancestors, I would have long since become a pile of bones. Your loss of an arm serves as a fitting punishment for you. From now on, you ought to tread carefully," Yang Fan coldly remarked, placing the pill on a small table beside Yang Feng before turning to leave. Within the Yang family's library, a figure remarked, "The Yang family from the capital has sent representatives to participate in the hunting event. It must be related to that matter." Another shadow replied, "You can handle this as you see fit. I may not know much about Yang Tianzi, but his father, Yang Kuan, is indeed a noteworthy individual. Additionally, remember that time is of the essence with the hunting season approaching. You know what needs to be done, correct?" "I understand." As the days passed, Yang Fan practiced his martial arts by day and trained with a golden figure by night. With only 3 days remaining until the hunting season, he comprehended the essence of the Wind Thunder Fist. Furthermore, his agility had also reached a state of perfection. In addition, Yang Fan had acquired the Yang family's ultimate skill, Xiantian 9 transformations, which he had cultivated to a significant level, much to Yang Yi's delight. The 5th-grade martial technique, Xiantian 9 transformations, was created by a martial sovereign over 10,000 years ago and, when perfected, rivaled 6th-grade techniques. Few had managed to attain such mastery over the millennia. Even Yang Yi had only achieved a minor perfection over the decades. The essence of Xiantian 9 transformations lies in the concept of change. The number 9 signifies the ultimate, where 9 returns to 1, and perfection is achieved by merging all transformations into a singular change, a feat exceptionally challenging, hence the rarity of success. Yang Fan's rapid comprehension was attributed to his diligent training, Yang Yi's decades of insights, and the guidance of the golden figure. Yang Yi occasionally sensed something different, as if Yang Fan's movements were uniquely suited to him, yet he refrained from voicing this, as it sufficed for him that Yang Fan grew stronger. With 3 days remaining until the hunting event, Yang Fan concluded his training and set off with Yang Yi toward Luo City to prepare for the upcoming hunt. "Haha, you old man, it seems you remain as spirited as ever after our time apart," Duan Changshan greeted as he welcomed the freshly arrived Yang Yi and Yang Fan. "You don't look too shabby yourself." "This ginseng of mine seems to have aged well," Yang Yi replied cheerfully, unable to resist exchanging banter. "Mind your words in front of the younger generation," Duan Changshan retorted, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Yang Fan had grown accustomed to their playful bickering. It was a customary exchange between the two old men, yet their camaraderie was genuine. Once settled in the hall, Duan Changshan inquired, "Has the spot been secured?" Yang Yi glanced at Yang Fan before responding. Yang Fan interjected, "Grandfather Duan, the spot has indeed been secured. We have come to prepare for the gathering in Luo City before heading to the wilderness in the northern province. My dear friend, I have but one son, and he has only one daughter. They say that a woman without talents is virtuous, yet I desire my descendants to be heroes as well." This statement was unmistakably clear. He was hinting at wanting to involve Duan Hongwan. Yang Yi fell into contemplation, causing Duan Changshan to grow somewhat impatient, waiting for him to speak. Yang Yi wished to directly address the matter, to tell him that his granddaughter had harbored ulterior motives, deceiving his grandson for years, and that she had played a part in the earlier incident of the cliff. Yet, the words stuck in his throat. After all, they had shared decades of friendship, and Duan's family held considerable influence. He could only avoid confrontation. Furthermore, it was, in essence, his other grandson's failure to assert himself that had led to this predicament. "Xiao Fan, you left in such haste last time that you didn't even get to meet Hongwan. She has been lamenting about it to me since." Duan Changshan shifted his focus onto Yang Fan. Yang Fan innocently glanced at Duan Changshan while sipping his tea, then turned his gaze toward Yang Yi, as if to say, "Do you believe she misses me? Lord Duan, you worry too much. Our families have supported each other for years. I have watched Hongwan grow up, treating her as if she were my own granddaughter. I was merely pondering that the journey for the hunt is perilous, and the dangers of the wilderness are well known. I would not wish for a young lady to endure such hardships," Yang Yi replied, alleviating Duan Changshan's concerns. Hearing this, Duan Changshan's expression relaxed. "Xiao Fan, the journey is fraught with danger. I will arrange for the city lord's guards to escort you, ensuring your safe passage. Once you arrive in the wilderness, you can take good care of Hongwan," he declared, outlining his intentions. "Rest assured, Grandpa Duan, Hongwan and I grew up together. I will do everything in my power to protect her," Yang Fan promised earnestly. Yang Yi observed Yang Fan's unwavering determination, harboring some doubts. But he knew better than to voice them in front of Duan Changshan. With their arrangements settled, the three of them enjoyed dinner together before parting ways in Yang Yi's chamber. Yang Fan sat in contemplation. "Fanner, why have you been so insistent today?" Yang Yi inquired, voicing his concerns. "Grandfather, if I hadn't pressed you to agree, do you think the city lord would have simply let it go? Furthermore, during my last visit, they were already preparing to send her along. How could I refuse? Lastly, ensuring Duan Hongwan's safety during the journey is paramount. The most crucial point is that I am no longer the naive Yang Fan who was deceived for years." Chapter 14. On the road the next day, at the Luo City Lord's mansion, Yang Fan, Yang Tianzi, Zhao Li, and Duan Hongwan set off in 2 carriages, escorted by a guard team toward the wilderness on the outskirts of the northern province. Watching them leave, Duan Changshan remarked, "I wonder who that young man is." "One of the Yang family members," Yang Yi replied, after which the 3 turned to depart. Now that matters were settled, lingering was unnecessary. This young lad is growing quite rapidly, boasting a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of martial arts, not inferior to his own. A figure in white murmured to himself amidst the crowd. Beside him, a robust man quietly added, "Master, we should prepare." "Let us go." Duan Changshan's gaze casually swept over the 2 men, not paying them much mind. Yet, as his gaze returned, he felt an unsettling sensation. In the 2 carriages, Duan Hongwan and her maid shared one, while Yang Fan, Yang Tianzi, and Zhao Li shared another. The 3 remained silent, with Yang Fan and Yang Tianzi meditating, while Zhao Li, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Are you both made of wood or mute? Do you realize that hunting is a team effort? It's not just about cooperation and intimacy. We should at least know a bit about each other." Zhao Li made a valid point, prompting Yang Fan to open his eyes and agree. "Brother Zhao speaks wisely. In that case, I'll start by introducing myself. I am Yang Fan from the Luo City Yang family, at the 3rd stage of martial arts." After someone struck the first blow, Yang Tianzi cast a glance at Yang Fan and said, "I am Yang Tianzi of the Yang family in the capital, a warrior of the 7th rank. The Yang family, one of the 3 giants, my heavens." Zhao Li was taken aback. Although he sensed that this individual was extraordinary upon their first meeting, he had not anticipated such a formidable background. "I am Zhao Li of the Zhao family in Luoqing, a warrior of the 1st rank," he introduced himself, feeling both intimidated and awkward. He quickly added, "The journey from the capital to Luoqing is indeed long. Young Master Tianxi must have endured great fatigue, I assure you. With the arrangements from my family, I will exert every effort." Young Tianxi appeared disinterested in engaging with Zhao Li further, responding in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Zhao Li, feeling disheartened, could only muster a forced smile and fell silent. Yang Fan furrowed his brow in displeasure but recalled his grandfather's advice upon their departure, choosing to ignore the slight. The carriage sped along swiftly. This time, Duan Changshan had indeed invested significantly, employing only rare breeds of horses, each one of considerable value. Yang Fan was deeply impressed by the Duan family's strength, realizing they exclusively used a mix of thousand-mile horses and unicorns as their steeds. It became evident that the disparity in strength was greater than he initially thought. While he had believed the Yang and Duan families differed merely in the number of adept warriors, it seemed the latter possessed a far richer heritage. After all, one family had a history spanning centuries, while the other was a mere few decades old, a stark contrast akin to that of an adult versus an infant. Yang Fan soon reconciled himself to this reality and allowed himself to drift into a dream. Each time he entered this dreamscape, he found himself abruptly transported to this otherworldly space, and with the enhancement of his own cultivation. The golden figure within became increasingly distinct. Though still shrouded in ambiguity, Yang Fan was confident in his perceptions. The decade-long wilderness hunt was indeed a grand affair, with the great Yin dynasty selecting the finest youths from various cities. The top contender forming his own team. The team members were not to exceed the age of 25, and while there were no stringent requirements regarding cultivation, as each individual's talent varied greatly, some at 25 remained mere warriors, while others of exceptional aptitude could reach the rank of a general. The Wilderness Forest was a mountain range that separated the Great Yin Dynasty from the Great Eagle Dynasty, where the talented youth of both nations would compete, striving to see who could slay the most spirit beasts. For reasons unknown, the beasts and spirit creatures in the Wilderness Forest, no matter how many times hunted, continued to proliferate, and every decade, a beast tide would emerge. Villages along the path of the tide would face utter devastation. After numerous attempts at governance, both nations discovered that each beast tide was controlled by high-level spirit beasts, whose strength rivaled that of human warriors at the king or even emperor level. In direct combat, human warriors would typically find themselves at a disadvantage, for the physical prowess of spirit beasts far surpassed that of human fighters. Additionally, as their name suggests, spirit beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans. The rarer the breed, the more formidable the bloodline legacy, which in turn triggered innate skills. Consequently, a high-ranking spirit beast would generally require 3 to 4 adept warriors to confront. And even then, sacrifices were often necessary. Both nations recognized that the high-level spirit beasts emerging during these upheavals were seldom numerous and typically refrained from direct engagement, only leading the remaining beasts back into the wilderness once the tide had nearly decimated their ranks. Thus, anyone venturing into the heart of the wilderness at such a time would find themselves besieged by the spirit beasts. This was the essence of the hunting season, occurring once every decade, where teams would gradually advance from the periphery of the wilderness forest towards its core, concluding their hunts within that central region. This was the understanding Yang Fan had of the hunt. It appeared logical yet harbored numerous questions he had previously overlooked, but now that he was embroiled in the matter, he could not afford to remain ignorant. Knowing oneself and one's enemy was essential for victory. Brother Zhao, to my knowledge, both the Great Yin and Great Eagle have long been aware that this is being orchestrated. Why then do they not eradicate the problem, even if the spirit beasts are formidable? Our human race has not been without its own transcendent warriors. Surely they do not sit idly by? Yang Fan expressed his confusion to Zhao Li. Well, it's quite simple, Zhao Li replied. Consider this. If you have a ewe and a ram, would you prefer to feast twice or to feast every year? After pondering for a moment, he offered this analogy. You truly never miss a chance to think of food. However, your point stands. Gathering such a multitude of promising youths is indeed a rare feat. Yang Fan nodded in realization. After such a lengthy journey, fatigue began to settle in. Shall we take a moment to rest? Zhao Li suggested, rubbing his neck. Yang Fan gently lifted the curtain of the carriage and noticed the fading light of day. He stepped outside and addressed the captain of the guards stationed beside the carriage, saying, Captain Duan, as the day grows late and we have traveled extensively, Perhaps we should allow the brothers to rest. Captain Duan surveyed the surroundings and noted the weariness etched on many faces, subsequently issuing orders to establish camp. I'm utterly exhausted. Had I known it would be so arduous, I wouldn't have come. Zhao Li complained as he disembarked from the carriage. If that's the case, you may return. I could still find someone to take your place. The other 3 families would certainly welcome it, Yang Fan jested. No, I'm merely venting my frustrations. There's no need to take it seriously, Zhao Li replied, awkwardly laughing at the thought of being sent back, fearing he would be beaten to a pulp. Duan Hongluan descended from the carriage, accompanied by her maid, displaying a hint of fatigue, likely due to the bumpy ride. She noticed the 3 gathered and approached them. Upon seeing Duan Hongluan, Zhao Li greeted her. Miss Hongluan, it's been some time. I never expected we would become partners in this endeavor. Duan Hongluan smiled softly. Indeed, the last time we met was when I invited Uncle to our home as a guest. It has indeed been quite a while. I did not foresee that we would participate in the hunt together. Brother Zhao, I will rely on your guidance, of course. However, Brother Yang Fan is the most suitable candidate. I have heard you 2 grew up together. Today, it is evident that this precious opportunity has been bestowed upon you, Zhao Li remarked, his words laced with a hint of malice, seeking to retaliate against Yang Fan's earlier teasing. Yang Fan silently cursed Zhao Li but maintained his smile. Some matters were best kept private. Duan Hongluan understood this unspoken sentiment as well. The guards swiftly set up tents, surrounding a bonfire, where the group sat, consuming their rations and engaging in conversation. Yang Tianxi quietly ate his provisions, his striking features and noble demeanor setting him apart from the rest, in stark contrast. Zhao Li resembled a hefty pig, while Yang Fan, though robust and possessing a respectable appearance, still paled when compared to Yang Tianxi. Duan Hongluan's mind was racing. She comprehended that given Yang Fan's nature, he would not spare even his own allies and would certainly not overlook the deception she had endured. Had it not been for her brother Yang Feng, she would not have been so ruthless. While I am unaware of Yang Fan's actions thereafter, I know that he would not let me off easily, especially since he had promised so readily. Could this be his scheme? In the remote wilderness, unexpected events could easily transpire. Although the hunting regulations are clear that no team members should harm one another, it would not be difficult to ensure I leave empty-handed. Zhao Li's alliance with him surpasses mine, and this seemingly extraordinary newcomer is undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. However, he does not engage with our trio, indicating a lack of familiarity with Yang Fan. If that were the case, why would he be in the hunting team? Duan Hongluan rubbed her aching forehead, and Zhao Li, mistaking her discomfort for fatigue, suggested they all rest. Tomorrow we will arrive at the wilderness. Who knows what awaits us? I must find an ally, she resolved, casting her gaze towards Yang Tianxi. That night, Yang Tianxi's tent remained illuminated, as he studied a map, deep in thought. Suddenly, he lifted his head and spotted a figure outside the tent. Recognizing the silhouette, he pondered why someone would seek him out at such a late hour. Sure enough, the tent flap was lifted, revealing a graceful figure gradually coming into focus. Miss Duan, why are you not resting at this late hour? Yang Tianxi inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Isn't it the same for you, Brother Yang? Duan Hongluan replied with a smile, her voice melodious and charming, exuding a youthful innocence. Practitioners of martial arts prioritize their training. I was just meditating, however. It seems somewhat improper for Miss Duan to appear in a man's tent at such an hour, Yang Tianxi thought, his mind preoccupied with the matters of the map rather than the allure of beauty. A flicker of displeasure crossed Duan Hongluan's eyes, but recalling her situation, she softened her tone. It is precisely because I am troubled in my training that I have come to seek your assistance. Brother Yang, that I believe you are the only one who can help me. Slowly, she stepped closer. Oh, is that so? Pray, enlighten me. Yang Tianxi thought of a notion that lingered in his mind but did not dare to voice it, instead opting for a probing approach. Then I shall trouble you, Duan Hongluan whispered, bending down to murmur something into Yang Tianxi's ear. After speaking, she maintained a smile on the surface but felt an intense anxiety within, gambling on Yang Tianxi's reaction. Miss Duan, it is quite late. You should return to rest. It would not be wise for others to see you here. As for your concerns, I will address them in due course. Yang Tianxi advised. Duan Hongluan, though somewhat dejected by this response, had no choice but to leave with a sense of disappointment. Watching her depart, Yang Tianxi murmured to himself, it seems the dynamics among the 3 are not as I had imagined. How intriguing. This journey into the wilderness promises to be anything but dull. The following morning, Zhao Li protested groggily. What? So early? The birds haven't even risen yet. Do we really have to push ourselves this hard? Young Fan, with a look of disdain, retorted, Come on, are we going or not? How can a martial artist like you still indulge in such laziness? Zhao Li, with a mournful expression, lamented, It's precisely because I'm a martial artist that I feel this way. My old master forces me to practice daily, regardless of the biting cold or scorching heat. It's simply unbearable. I thought hunting would provide a chance to relax and sleep in, yet even that trivial wish is denied. The guards accompanying them, wary of their station, stifled their laughter as they hurried past Zhao Li. Young Fan, exasperated, thought to himself, Do you know what I wish to do right now? I wish to send you back to Luo City with a single slap. After saying this in irritation, Young Fan stormed off, realizing that engaging with a fool only leads to personal injury. The group resumed their journey towards the wilds. Young Fan gently lifted the curtain to observe the swiftly passing scenery. According to the map, they were less than 100 miles from the wilderness, and at their current pace, they would arrive around dusk at the nearest city, where they planned to gather. Ugh, this jostling is unbearable. How can anyone drive a carriage like this? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing Zhao Li to lurch forward and exclaim, What happened? These professional drivers should know better. He added, I'll go take a look. Young Fan suspected it might be related to the dust cloud he had seen earlier. Driver, what is going on? Why did we stop? He inquired. Young master, someone just overtook us from the side. The driver reported earnestly. Young Fan peered ahead and indeed saw a troop of people creating a cloud of dust as they passed. Let us wait until they move further away before we start again. Perhaps they are in a hurry. Although Young Fan felt a twinge of annoyance, after all, no one enjoys being jostled. He chose to avoid unnecessary conflict, instructing, Let us wait until they are out of sight before we proceed. He returned to the carriage. Zhao Li, unable to contain himself, burst out, How can we tolerate this? They are being so unreasonable. It's clearly intentional. We must teach them a lesson and show them the might of Luo City. He stormed out of the carriage. Young Fan sighed, thinking, This guy is so reckless. Zhao, you are too impulsive, Yang Tianci remarked. Young Master Zhao, perhaps you should rest for now. I'll go check it out, Young Fan said. Feeling uneasy about Zhao Li's rashness and deciding to follow him, he called out to Captain Duan, Captain Duan. Where did Zhao Li go? The captain, approaching on horseback, replied. Young Master Zhao charged ahead after seizing a horse, seemingly pursuing the carriage in front. I don't know. He is outnumbered. We must catch up. Young Fan exclaimed urgently. He leaped onto Captain Duan's horse, and they hurried after Zhao Li. Not far ahead, they spotted a group of people gathered by the roadside. Young Fan faintly heard Zhao Li's voice. Captain Duan, Zhao Li is over there. Let us go, he urged. Indeed, I heard young Master Zhao's voice, along with sounds of a struggle, Captain Duan commented as they approached. Upon hearing this, Young Fan's expression shifted. He pressed his feet into the stirrups and darted forward like a wisp of smoke. That the carefree step. How can it be so swift? Captain Duan murmured, uncertain as he observed Young Fan's agility. Zhao Li, having pursued the carriage, confronted the team ahead. One of their drivers barked, Who dares to be reckless? Get lost, or you'll regret it. Zhao Li, incensed, shot back, Are you even capable of reason? You nearly caused me to fall off my horse, and now you dare to insult me? In Luo City, you'd be lucky to have 10 lives. As Zhao Li's fury ignited, another young man emerged from the carriage. His complexion fair and handsome, who addressed Zhao Li apologetically, My apologies. We are from Tianci City and did not mean to offend. Zhao Li scoffed. So it's the neighbors from Tianci. You speak well? But you ought to keep your mutts in check, lest they end up as prey for the tigers and leopards along the way. Who are you calling a pretty boy? We from Tianci are not to be insulted. Another young man stepped out, scolding Zhao Li, feeling bold. Are we, Luo City ist afraid of you? It's just hunting. Who fears who? Zhao Li taunted. You're seeking death. The red-clad youth roared, ready to retaliate. Just then, the fair-complexioned youth held him back. Wait. My lord's cloud-ruling palm has never feared anyone. Seeing the impending confrontation, Zhao Li dismounted and provocatively challenged the youth in red. Xin, don't hold me back. I must teach him a lesson today. Wang Hao, the red-clad youth, yanked away from the grasp and approached Zhao Li. Today, you will learn of my prowess, so do not be too arrogant, Zhao Li retorted. You prattle like a shrew. If that is the case, I concede. Enough chatter. Prepare yourself. Wang Hao's demeanor turned icy as he gathered his energy and struck at Zhao Li. Anticipating the blow, Zhao Li met it with a punch. Upon impact, they both staggered back, regarding each other with newfound seriousness. Zhao Li mused, this fellow doesn't seem impressive, yet his skills are no trifling matter. That last strike sent pain coursing through my arm. I wonder how much strength he is using. Wang Hao, surprised by Zhao Li's resilience, declared, not bad, kid. You can withstand my attacks for this long. Now, receive my move. Flowing clouds across the sky. Zhao Li unleashed the technique he had previously employed in competition, though its potency was now markedly enhanced. Humph. Let us see who laughs last. 6 harmonies palm. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding ground, in a fierce contest of wills. Brother Duanmu, do you think Brother Wang Hao will prevail? A graceful young woman descended from the carriage, her long hair flowing and features exquisite, gazing at Duanmu Xian with tender eyes. That's hard to say. Wang Hao practices an elite technique and combines it with his family's unique skills. Utilizing the top-tier martial art, 6 harmonies palm. His strength is formidable but not unparalleled. That rotund fellow from Luo City, while portly, displays remarkable agility. They exchanged hundreds of strikes without one gaining the upper hand. Indicating he too hails from a prestigious family, Duanmu Xian replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, I believe Brother Wang Hao will win, the young woman asserted confidently. With a resounding clash, both combatants were forced back, having exchanged over 100 blows in mere moments, exhausting their physical and spiritual reserves. Not bad, kid. You've lasted this long against me, Zhao Li wheezed. Wang Hao seemed oblivious, focusing intently on regaining his strength. This could drag on until nightfall without resolution. Let us settle it with a single decisive strike, Zhao Li proposed, eager to conclude the skirmish. Fine. One move to determine the victor. Wang Hao agreed. 6 harmonies palm. 6 harmonies brightness, flowing light, cloud ruling palm. A cloud obscures the sun. The two formidable techniques stirred the surrounding flora into a frenzy, enveloping them in a thick haze as onlookers held their breath, anxiously awaiting the outcome. As the dust settled, Yang Fan approached, witnessing the swirling smoke dissipate to reveal a large crater in the ground, where 2 figures lay motionless. Both Duanmu Xian and Yang Fan rushed to the pit, with Yang Fan aiding Zhao Li to sit up. After a few coughs, Zhao Li exclaimed, that was close. Thank goodness I've been pushed hard by my master. Otherwise, I would have shamed Luo City today. Captain Duan took Zhao Li from Yang Fan and produced a medicinal pill for him. Yang Fan glanced at Zhao Li before turning to Captain Duan. Captain, please assist young Master Zhao back to the carriage to rest. Captain Duan nodded and departed. I am Yang Fan from Luo City. May I inquire why my brother has engaged in a fray with your friend? Yang Fan asked, his tone even. It's simply that my driver was impatient and overtook them. Young Master Zhao might have been momentarily provoked and sought clarification, though his tone was rather. My brother has a fiery temper. Alas, I should have intervened sooner, Duanmu Xian explained, his voice steady. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan pondered, since the incident has occurred, further argument is fruitless and may delay our journey. It appears we are all headed to the wilderness. Perhaps we shall cross paths again. Yang Fan then said, your lord speaks too highly of my brother. It was his unfiltered words that incited your ire. I apologize on his behalf, and since you are also in haste, let us put this matter behind us. Shall we? Duanmu Xian readily agreed, instructing his driver to depart. Yang Fan watched as their carriage moved away before he turned back to his own. Chapter 16. The Northern Wilderness. Are you all right? I told you not to go, yet you insisted on getting yourself beaten up before returning. Wait, you didn't even return on your own. You were carried back by Captain Duan. Yang Fan gazed at Zhao Li, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and remarked, oh dear, take it easy. Can't you offer me a few words of comfort? That lad over there is likely injured more severely than I am. He might have even lost consciousness on the spot. Intentionally applying a bit more pressure while dressing the wound, Zhao Li immediately yelped in pain. Well, that still isn't enough force. With that thought, he pressed down harder, and a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed within the vehicle. After several days of travel, the group finally arrived at the wild and untamed Feng City. Zhao Li, How much do you know about Feng City? Yang Fan inquired. Speaking of Feng City, one cannot overlook the Niu family, which has been rooted here since the city's inception. The lords of various generations have all been from the Niu family. And since Feng City is a border stronghold, it boasts a garrison of 100,000 elite soldiers. One could say the Niu family wields unparalleled power here, Zhao Li reflected, admitting that he didn't possess extensive knowledge about Feng City. Yang Fan then turned to Yang Tianxi for insight. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Tianxi replied, "As for Feng City, my knowledge is somewhat limited as well. Initially, it was a military base that gradually evolved into a village, which later became a significant military stronghold before ultimately transforming into a city. The ancestors of the Niu family were the military commanders of those times, thus granting them not only immense power in Feng City, but also considerable prestige. Due to its proximity to the wildlands, many mercenaries have come here to hunt spirit beasts for fortune, gradually forming a formidable force within Feng City." Yang Fan understood that the current dynamics of Feng City comprised two factions, one led by the Niu family, a powerful clan, and the other represented by impoverished commoners and mercenaries. Only by uniting could they contend with the deeply entrenched families. The city walls of Feng City, constructed to withstand beast tides, rose impressively high. The crimson gates resembled blood, echoing the city's tumultuous history. Yang Fan, this Feng City is indeed as impregnable as a fortress. The quality of their soldiers is incomparable. Just look at the ragtag bunch we have back in Luo City, and then observe theirs. It's truly beyond comparison. Moreover, judging by their aura, at least the leading officers seem to possess martial prowess. I can't even discern the strength of the one in charge." Zhao Li critiqued. Yang Fan nodded in agreement, lamenting, "You speak truthfully. Have you ever seen the patrolling soldiers at the gates of Luo City? It's reasonable to consider the differences. One is a border stronghold while the other is a third-rate small city." Zhao Li paused, nodding in acknowledgement. Yang Tianxi cast a curious glance at Yang Fan, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. After presenting the hunting invitation, a soldier escorted them to a designated rest station. Fortunately, they arrived just in time to secure the last two rooms. Those who came later were relegated to inns or even civilian housing. What? No rooms available? After all my hardships traveling from the south? You tell me there are no rooms left? A robust man gripped the innkeeper's collar, his expression menacing. "Why, lord, please calm down. We are truly fully booked. I wouldn't dare deceive you. You can verify the registration for the inns if you wish," the innkeeper said, his tone exceedingly respectful yet devoid of panic. "Humph, I don't care what you say. Hurry and find us a room for the four of us, or I'll break your legs." The man continued threateningly. Who dares to threaten a resident of Feng City? Such arrogance. For dashing figures clad in the armor of the great Yin dynasty entered the inn. "Humph, that would be me. Nangong Shan, the young lord of Xiqing from the southern province. Is this how you treat your guests in Feng City?" Nangong Shan declared with an air of haughtiness. "Oh, my apologies. I have been stationed at the border for quite some time and am only familiar with Su City in the southern province. I must admit this Xiqing is new to me," the leading young officer replied. "You? How dare you look down upon and insult Xiqing?" Nangong Shan's face twisted in anger. "Respect is earned, and if Feng City has such conditions, then stay if you want, or sleep on the streets. If you dislike sleeping on the streets, I could assist in revoking your hunting qualification," the military officer retorted with a cold snort. Yang Fan, observing the scene, quietly asked his companion, "Who is that young man in silver light armor?" Yang Tianxi responded, "I've heard that the current city lord has 4 sons, each exceptionally gifted, considered to be dragons among men. And they have named themselves the Niu Chi Chong Tian. The 4 brothers have developed a unique combined attack technique due to their bond. Heh, Niu Chi Chong Tian, this General Niu is indeed a man of character." Yang Fan chuckled. Nangong Shan, furious and embarrassed, shouted, "Who do you think you are to revoke our qualification? This was decreed by the imperial family of the great Yin." Niu, dismissing him with disdain, replied, "On what grounds? I am the enforcer of Feng City, and my ancestors established the hunting season in collaboration with the royal family. I am a member of the Niu family." The last statement was nearly a roar, filled with pride and genuine authority. "You cannot be so tyrannical and barbaric." Nangong Shan faltered, realizing the Niu family held more power than the royal family in Feng City. Even if he were to be killed, what could be done? The Niu family's strength was only second to the colossal powers of the Great Yin dynasty. Where is the enforcement team? Expel this man from Feng City. He is not to appear within the city until the hunting season begins. Additionally, go to the general's residence and revoke Shiqing's hunting qualification, Niu ordered without hesitation. General Niu, hold on. My younger brother is merely young and ignorant. He did not mean to offend you. I hope you can forgive him. The hunting season is of great importance, and although Shiqing is not a top-tier city, we still wish to contribute our modest efforts to the Great Yin and the border citizens, a gentle voice interjected, reaching every ear in the station, revealing a high level of martial prowess. Oh, you've brought a bigger one to teach the smaller one a lesson. However, you articulate your words better than your brother. And your reasoning is valid. Oh, refute you would seem trivial, but if we let this matter go, it would tarnish the Niu family's reputation, and Feng City cannot lack rules. Otherwise, how could the citizens accept it? Niu pressed Nangong Shan to concede. In that case, I am willing to take one palm strike on behalf of my unworthy brother, regardless of life or death, as a way to give the Niu family and Feng City an explanation. Nangong Yu said, contemplating for a moment before smiling. Very well, I respect you as a man. After this strike, we shall consider the matter settled. But think carefully about whether it is worth it, the officer replied. Words are futile, General Niu. Strike? Nangong Yu maintained her calm demeanor. Beast decision, tiger palm? Niu unleashed a lethal technique from his family's martial arts repertoire, infusing it with considerable force. He thought to himself, although my previous punch had significant power, I only used 50% of my strength. This young lad seems competent and should not simply perish from this. Thank you, General Niu. For showing mercy, Nangong Yu expressed her gratitude. Remarkably, after receiving Niu's punch, she appeared unscathed, maintaining her composure as if nothing had happened. A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of horses. With the hunting season imminent, remember to refrain from causing further disturbances. The next enforcement team you encounter may not be so accommodating, Niu concluded before departing with his entourage. Nangong Yu was indeed remarkable, receiving my strike without a scratch. If she did not possess some protective weapon, it would suggest her strength rivals my own, Niu remarked to his three brothers. Brother, do not worry. Let us not forget we have the third brother. This time, we shall surely bring honor to Feng City by defeating the warriors of the Great Yin dynasty. Let us hope so. Now, let us patrol elsewhere, and while we perform our duties over these next few days, be sure to take care of your health. Yes, the three replied in unison. Keep a low profile. This place is not Shiqing, and you have no right to flaunt your might here. If it happens again, you will face the family law upon your return. After Niu departed, Nangong Yu turned to Nangong Shan, scolding him, Big brother, I understand I will not dare again. Not just dare. I absolutely will not have a next time. You must not tell father, or he will surely beat me to death. Nangong Shan pleaded desperately. That is good to know. They are still waiting for us outside. Let us join them and then find an end to rest, Nangong Yu stated, achieving her objective and not lingering any longer. What do you think, young fan? Zhao Li asked, having just felt the tremendous power contained in Niu's punch, which was astonishingly received by Nangong Yu without evasion or injury. It seems this hunting season will be far more interesting than anticipated. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond our own. Yang Fan responded, invigorated and even more spirited than when they first arrived. Yang Tianxi stared blankly at the hall they had just left, lost in his thoughts. While only Duan Hongluan appeared indifferent. She had come merely to seek benefits. If there were advantages, that would be splendid, but if not, she could accept that as well as the four harbored their thoughts. The day passed uneventfully. The next morning, Yang Fan, without notifying the others, ventured out alone. The Wildlands forest had a notorious reputation, and he deemed it prudent to explore and gather information to avoid potential pitfalls. After all, strength remained insufficient. Greetings, good sir. May I inquire where the marketplace is located? Yang Fan thought that in such a border city, the marketplace would be rich in resources and other advantages, so he decided to first peruse the market. To the far east. These days are the most vibrant. It seems you are here for the hunting season, the man replied. Indeed. I hail from Luo City to participate in the hunting, Yang Fan confirmed. Armor and healing elixirs are indispensable, and weapons are equally important. Tianyue Pavilion is the largest auction house in Feng City. As long as you have sufficient funds, you are sure to procure what you desire. The man appeared to be quite loquacious, engaging in indecision while conversing with Yang Fan. Might he be affiliated with the esteemed Tianyue Pavilion? Such extravagant praise. Although Yang Fan felt somewhat helpless, he patiently listened until the end, ultimately expressing his gratitude before departing swiftly. Chapter 17. Fengqing Tianyue Pavilion. As he strolled along, Yang Fan observed the bustling vendors energetically hawking their wares on either side of the road. The border town was particularly lively, teeming with merchants from the Great Eagle Dynasty. Despite the perilous nature of the wild mountains, the efforts of their forebears had managed to clear a route for commerce between the two nations, albeit one that was not entirely devoid of danger. Occasional sightings of third-tier spirit beasts added to the trepidation. Yang Fan perceived this place as genuinely prosperous, not merely thriving due to the hunting season. Fengqing, being a border town, naturally saw a close exchange between merchants from both countries. The treacherous wild forest was nonetheless a vast treasure trove. Aside from spirit cores, the naturally occurring medicinal herbs represented considerable wealth, and certain spirit beasts were treasures in their own right. As Yang Fan approached the bustling marketplace of Fengqing, the incessant cries of the vendors reached his ears. Pass by, don't miss out. A sword once wielded by a martial saint, rare treasures and miraculous healing elixirs, essential for hunting, 10,000-year-old spiritual mushrooms and fourth-tier spirit beast cores. Come take a look. Indeed, the marketplace was overflowing with people, and Yang Fan mused with a smile that he might find something of value for himself. How much for this elixir? He inquired, pointing at a bottle labeled second-tier recovery pill. 3 pieces of yuan stone for a bottle of tin, replied the stall owner, a somewhat frail man sporting a goatee. 3 pieces for a mere recovery pill? That is exorbitant. I could purchase 2 bottles elsewhere, Yang Fan protested. Exorbitant? This is a premium recovery pill. Besides, as you mentioned, it may be cheaper elsewhere. But this is Fengqing. You know what is most precious here? Medicinal herbs, the stall owner explained. That may be true, but it still seems a bit steep. How about this? If it's 10 for 3 pieces, how about I take 8 for 2? Yang Fan proposed. Sir, are you trying to cause a ruckus? If this were an auction house, it could fetch 5 yuan stones. Given its premium quality, crafted by Master Huang Shan of Fengqing, if you're not interested, kindly proceed to another vendor, the stall owner retorted. Huang Shan, the alchemist? I've heard that alchemists are exceedingly rare due to their stringent requirements. Only those with a fire affinity and formidable willpower can become one. I never expected Fengqing to have a master alchemist, Yang Fan pondered, intrigued. Master Huang Shan is the chief alchemist of Tianyue Pavilion. Even the city lord treats him with due respect, the stall owner replied, his face brimming with admiration. Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully, but ultimately refrained from spending his yuan stones and continued to explore. Why are the prices here so outrageously high? Weapons and elixirs are more than double what they are in Luoqing. Even if they are scarce, it shouldn't be to this extent, he lamented, reluctantly leaving on his way back. He recalled the numerous mentions of Tianyue Pavilion in the marketplace. Since the hunting season commenced tomorrow, he had ample time to investigate the wonders of Tianyue Pavilion. Yang Fan made his way eastward, eager to witness the legendary alchemist. At the inn, Tianci. Why hasn't Yang Fan returned? Zhao Li asked, awakening to find the space beside him empty. With only 2 rooms available, one was naturally occupied by Duan Hongwan, leaving young Tianci, a distinguished heir from the capital, unwilling to share a bed with the others. Despite his intent to team up with them, ultimately, Yang Fan and Zhao Li had to share a bed, but the bed was spacious enough, and neither was prone to restlessness. He left an hour ago. As for his destination, I am unaware, young Tianci said, savoring his tea on a round stool. Why would he leave so early? Zhao Li asked while dressing. Young Tianci scoffed slightly, thinking, the sun is nearly high in the sky. And they call this early? Truly a remark from a third-rate town. Yang Deji, Zhao Deji, brother Yang Fan, are you there? A gentle knock sounded at the door, and both men instantly recognized the voice of Duan Hongwan. Hongwan, we're here. Come in. The door isn't locked, Zhao Li replied hastily. Through their interactions, the group had come to realize that unity was essential to achieve their goals, and their relationships grew increasingly harmonious. Yang Deji, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I've instructed the innkeeper to prepare a meal for us. Let us go eat, Duan Hongwan said softly to Yang Tianci. Zhao Li observed the two and felt something amiss. Pondering, these two ought to be strangers, only having known each other since the hunting began. They hardly had any opportunities to converse privately along the journey, yet they seemed remarkably familiar, while Zhao Li harbored suspicions. Yang Fan had found his way to the largest auction house in Fengqing, Tianyue Pavilion. "Young master, may I inquire if you have treasures to auction or if you wish to participate in the bidding?" A servant respectfully asked before Yang Fan even entered. "Why do you ask?" Yang Fan replied, puzzled. "Young master, this is your first visit to Fengqing, I presume. Today is our auction day at Tianyue Pavilion," the servant explained patiently upon realizing Yang Fan's unfamiliarity. "I see. I merely wish to purchase some elixirs, but what a grand event I've stumbled upon. I shall take a look," Yang Fan remarked. "Then, please tender a yuan stone as an entry fee to our auction." The servant maintained his professional demeanor. "What? 1 yuan stone? Do you have any idea how precious a yuan stone is? Do you think they're as common as pebbles? This is the regulation of our auction house. We only deal in premium items of great value. Our patrons are either wealthy or noble, and in the event that you happen to be short a yuan stone during the bidding, this entry fee can be compensated." The servant's eyes flickered with an unusual glint, silently judging Yang Fan's apparent wealth based on his attire, assuming he was merely a poor youth hoping to fish in troubled waters. Yang Fan sensed the servant's disdain but merely scoffed, pulling a yuan stone from his pocket and handing it over, striding confidently into the establishment, despite the pang of regret over parting with that yuan stone. The auction house was a circular building with 3 levels. The first was the most crowded, while the second contained private boxes, invisible from the outside. The third level mirrored the second but was decidedly more opulent based on the size and material of the boxes. Yang Fan deduced the hierarchy. The first level likely comprised patrons like himself who had paid 1 yuan stone. The second level must cater to those with deeper pockets, while the third was reserved for prominent figures. Presumably the powerful elites of Fengqing. In the center stood the auction stage, where a handful of elegantly dressed young women graced the platform, their attire revealing much yet still captivating. The auction had not yet commenced, and Yang Fan, curious and entertained, found no boredom in the wait, though others were less patient. "Why hasn't it started yet? My tea has gone cold," roared a burly man shouldering a long sword. "Indeed, it's taking far too long. We have countless spirit cores waiting for us in the wild mountains. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this miserable auction," echoed another, clad in beast armor. "Apologies for the delay. Esteemed guests, we had to accommodate a client wishing to auction their items, which caused a slight postponement. Please bear with us." A noble-looking woman entered, her hair elegantly styled, her natural beauty striking even without makeup. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes and delicate features captivated the room. Yang Fan, though merely 16, found himself drawn to her allure, feeling an irresistible urge to draw closer. While Duan Hongwan was undeniably beautiful, she paled in comparison to this enchanting woman in terms of figure, appearance, and poised. "It is indeed Miss Yafei. Even if I were to wait a year, it would be worth it," exclaimed the man with the long sword. "Yafei? It truly is Yafei. I can scarcely believe she is hosting this event. It seems our trip was not in vain," remarked a gentleman in a long robe to his companion. "Indeed. It is said that Yafei is not only the owner of Tianyue Pavilion, but also the foremost auctioneer of the Great Yin dynasty. Rumor has it she once auctioned a spirit core from a 5th-tier lion-tiger beast for a staggering sum of 1,000 yuan stones. I've heard that too, while the lion-tiger beast is a 5th-tier creature. The core was damaged, containing less power than a mid-tier 4th-tier spirit core, yet it still fetched a sky-high price. Her fame was solidified with that sale. Yafei? Legend has it that her appearances guarantee the unveiling of extraordinary treasures. Today must indeed be fortuitous." A lavishly dressed man emerged from a box on the second level, addressing Yafei. "Young Master Zhang, I am honored by your presence." Yafei replied with a graceful bow. "Not at all. I am the fortunate one to witness such an exquisite auction, held only twice a year." The man, identified as Zhang, waved his hands dismissively, exuding humility. "Zhang Jin, from the Zhang family of Fengqing, co-founders of the city alongside the Niu family. No wonder he commands such respect, even warranting Yafei's bow. I would gladly trade 10 years of my life for such honor." A man with a full beard whispered softly, while Yang Fan, who happened to be nearby, cast a deep disdainful glance at the bearded fellow, thinking to himself, "Even a griffin would be more endearing than you. How audacious of you to even entertain such thoughts." To his surprise, The Zhang family was only seated on the second tier, which was indeed one of the paramount forces in Fengcheng. Ignoring the bearded man's fantasies, a more rationally inclined shorter man beside Yang Fan remarked, "Ah, now that you mention it, what kind of entity must the third tier be? For Zhang de Zongzi to willingly settle for the second tier, could it be? I reckon it must be those few families," echoed another voice nearby. Upon overhearing their conversation, Yang Fan too felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the forces they were referring to that surpassed even the Zhang family of Fengcheng. From his previous encounter with that young general of the Niu family, he had gleaned insight into the familial powers of Fengcheng. The fact that the Zhang family, second only to the Niu family, was willing to humble themselves indicated that the third tier must be extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 18. The Hunt and the Assembly of Troops. If his conjecture was accurate, the only entities that could command such respect were the three prominent families of the capital and the royal family, along with the governors of the 4 provincial departments. Yang Fan speculated quietly, feeling that this probability was indeed quite high. Without further ado, I am aware that many of you are here for the hunt, and General Niu has scheduled the assembly of troops for the evening. Those who do not attend shall be deemed to have forfeited. Thus, I shall not waste your time. I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. With the commencement of the auction, the cacophony of noise subsided, as no one wished to miss out on a treasure due to their own words. Everyone unanimously sealed their lips, gazing intently at the maidservant who slowly wheeled in an object draped with a red cloth that shielded it from spiritual perception. This is a martial technique we stumbled upon a year ago at our auction house, Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. It is a 6th grade technique that fuses offensive capabilities with agility. It is well known that martial techniques of 6th grade and above are exceedingly rare, let alone those involving agility, as even 4th grade techniques are seldom seen, though the individual components may not be highly ranked. Their combination yields tremendous power. The starting bid is 100,000 stones, with each subsequent increase not to be less than 1,000 stones. As soon as these words fell, murmurs erupted from the audience. Some gazed at the martial technique being auctioned with glimmering eyes, while others wore furrowed brows, and still others regarded it with scorn. Surely there must be some restrictions for this, right? A voice called out from a private box on the second tier. Indeed, there are certain limitations. Only individuals with special constitutions can cultivate it to completion, and it must be initiated with phoenix blood, of course. One is not required to slay the legendary divine beast. The heart's blood of a 5th grade spirit beast, the golden eagle, though inferior to phoenix blood, may suffice. Another voice from the box inquired, could it be for those born on the 7th day of the 7th month? Or the 4 grading bodies? Your knowledge is impressive indeed, praised the maiden in admiration. Ah, so it is meant for individuals with special constitutions. Alas, I thought 100,000 stones was rather cheap, and now my excitement is in vain. Lamented the man whose eyes had previously sparkled. 110,000. A voice called out from the second tier. 120,000. Came another bid. 150,000. Surely not. A 6th grade martial technique with so many restrictions still garners such interest? Could it be that the so-called 4 great Een bodies are as common as dirt? Yang Fan pondered in bewilderment. Brother, you seem to misunderstand. The so-called rare commodity can indeed command a high price. Even if it is of no immediate use, one can always hold on to it. Furthermore, one of the 4 great Een bodies can be cultivated postnatally. Explained the shorter man beside him. Ah, I see. Thank you for your insight, elder brother. Yang Fan acknowledged with a nod of understanding. Not at all, young man. It is always beneficial to delve into ancient texts. The man replied. Your guidance is invaluable. Yang Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude once more. Ultimately, the martial technique was auctioned off for an astounding 500,000 stones. As the auctioneer announced the next treasure, he posed the question, what kind of medicinal pill is the most precious? Why? It is one that can enhance one's prowess. This bottle of broken Yuan Dan, crafted by Fengcheng's foremost alchemist, is a 6th grade pill of the highest quality. I trust you all understand what highest quality entails. It means no pill toxicity, and it bears far fewer side effects than the explosive Yuan Dan. It is not only useful for temporary boosts in strength, but also serves as a means for breaking through realms. I believe its value requires no further elaboration. Is it truly that remarkable? You mustn't deceive me, for my reading has been limited. A voice from the audience interjected skeptically, querying the maiden. This auction house has maintained a reputation for honesty for several hundred years. I would never tarnish it under my stewardship, she assured confidently. The audience clamored for the base price. Yang Fan felt a pang of envy. The sixth-grade exquisite broken yuan dan was of comparable rarity to the previous martial technique and was essential for the upcoming hunting season. Regrettably, his pockets were not as deep as he wished. He could only watch as others engaged in bidding. After leaving the auction house, Yang Fan returned to the inn. "What's wrong, Yang Fan? Did you get beaten up or something?" Zhao Li queried upon noticing Yang Fan's glum expression. "Fatty, why are treasures so exorbitantly priced nowadays? How are we, from impoverished families, supposed to survive?" Yang Fan lamented. "Enough of that. You're clutching your belly. When have you ever gone hungry?" Zhao Li retorted disdainfully, "I'm not talking about basic sustenance, but rather how the path of a martial artist has become so mercenary," Yang Fan countered. Zhao Li quickly grasped the situation. "Did you go shopping? No? Then you must have visited the market?" "No, that doesn't make sense. Even the market can't be that outrageous. It must be the auction house, right? Fatty, you're quite astute. Indeed, I visited Fengqing's largest auction house. Do you know that a martial technique with numerous restrictions, or practically impossible to practice, starts at tens of thousands of stones? And a bottle of exquisite broken yuan dan is priced outrageously high. I suddenly feel as though I have been walking a false path as a martial artist." Yang Fan sighed deeply. "Broken yuan dan? You mean the one without side effects? It's being auctioned in Fengqing?" Yang Tianxi perked up at the mention of the broken yuan dan, eagerly pressing for more information. Yang Fan nodded. "Absolutely. It's said to be crafted by their chief alchemist, Huang Shan." Yang Tianxi gasped in surprise. A sixth-grade alchemist named Huang Shan vanished 3 years ago. I didn't expect him to be here. It's no wonder, given the proximity to the barbaric mountains, teeming with heavenly materials. I just wonder if he has managed to break through to the 7th grade in alchemy after 3 years. How do you know so much? Truly, a scion from a prestigious family possesses vast knowledge. Yang Fan praised sincerely. Yang Tianxi merely smiled in response, while Zhao Li rolled his eyes in disbelief, and Duan Hongwan regarded Yang Tianxi with a unique look. After dining, the four returned to their rooms to rest. As evening approached, the sounds of footsteps grew dense, signaling that the main event was about to unfold. Following the troops, Yang Fan was taken aback by the sheer number of participants in the hunt. Hundreds were present, and this was merely a fraction. If they were all gathered, surely there would be thousands. Facing the towering eagles in the barbaric forest, one must wonder if they could be slain. What do you think? The Great Yin dynasty boasts hundreds of cities across 4 provinces. Naturally, there will be thousands. Furthermore, the ancestors of those first-rate families inscribe their names during the hunting season. They need not participate in city examinations. For family competitions sufficed. As long as the family endures, they shall perpetually enjoy such privileges, Zhao Li explained, walking alongside Yang Fan. And during the hunting season, the barbaric mountains, the barbaric forest, the goddess canyon, and the legendary void realm are all included, Yang Tianxi added. The goddess canyon? What does that mean? And what is the void realm? At that moment, Yang Fan realized the fundamental differences between a small family in the wilderness and a true aristocratic lineage. Well, telling you wouldn't serve any purpose. It's not something to be considered at present. Our current objective is to hunt spirit beasts and hone our skills, although it is explicitly forbidden to kill. Many lives are lost here every year, Yang Tianxi said mysteriously. Yang Fan scoffed at the earlier part of his statement, but found himself in agreement with the latter, as long as one was not discovered while seizing another's hard-earned gains. Who would know? Morality? In this world of the survival of the fittest, where could one find such a notion? Entering the military camp, an oppressive atmosphere of slaughter enveloped them. Yang Fan understood that this was not a deliberate ambience created by the camp, but rather a natural aura emanating from the seasoned soldiers. Thickening the AI art, no wonder it is said that the military camp is the place where the aura of slaughter is most potent. Having witnessed it today, he could confirm its truth. The influence on his elemental power was significant. Even in the 3rd realm of martial cultivation, his elemental energy felt somewhat unstable. Before them stood a platform where a figure clad in black battle armor stood, hands resting on an unsheathed sword. Resembling a towering pillar, the terrifying aura emanating from this individual was more formidable than the camp's oppressive atmosphere. One could only imagine how powerful this person must be. Yang Fan focused his energy to withstand the pressure. Feeling a sense of trepidation, He was not the only one affected. Aside from Yang Tianxi, who remained unfazed, both Zhao Li and Duan Hongwan were visibly impacted. Damn it, why do I feel as though this short individual in black armor is akin to a primeval beast? Merely standing there nearly unsettled my elemental energy. Zhao Li, with a somewhat pale complexion, spoke, while Duan Hongwan appeared similarly affected, her distress surpassing Zhao Li's. It was understandable. As a young lady of noble birth, she had never encountered such an overwhelming aura of slaughter and terrifying pressure. I too experienced a similar sensation. Had I not been exerting great effort to suppress my Yuan power, the moment I entered and laid eyes upon him, it would have erupted uncontrollably. Duan Hongwan bore a look of lingering fear. Yang Fan speculated, if I am not mistaken, this is the current city lord of Fengqing, known as the Bull Demon King. Niu Wenyu, by the enemy forces. Zhao Li inquired, how do you know that? Yang Fan shot him a glance and replied, please, just ask any local, and you'll find out. I've heard he quite likes the nickname bestowed upon him by the enemy. However, Bull Demon King sounds far more imposing than his real name. All right, you win. You certainly know more than I do, Zhao Li retorted, pouting in silence. Soldiers, beat the drums, commanded Niu Wenyu, clad in black armor, addressing the soldiers stationed beside the war drums. At your command. The soldiers responded with a resounding and harmonious voice that seemed to reach the ears of every participant in the hunt. To my astonishment, even the soldiers possessed martial prowess. Evidently having trained in some form of soundwave martial technique, Yang Fan was utterly astonished. Chapter 19. The Savage Wilderness stand at attention, all of you. I care not for your identities or where you hail from, but you must understand where you are headed. Niu Wenyu gazed at the thousands of young men and women from hundreds of city-states within the Dian dynasty, speaking loudly. The crowd fell instantly silent, each person standing upright. From this day forth, you shall fight for the honor of the Dian dynasty. Should you encounter individuals from the Great Eagle dynasty in the savage wilderness, seize from them ruthlessly. All acquired spirit cores belong to you alone. The first 50 teams will receive a reward from the dynasty, granting them a single opportunity to enter the first level of the Dian dynasty's library. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They understood the significance of this reward. The Dian dynasty, with its rich heritage spanning thousands of years, annually sent individuals to the divine martial continent to collect all written records, such as books and scrolls. Thus, the accumulation of knowledge within the Dian dynasty's library was beyond imagination, containing techniques, martial arts, and secrets of all kinds. What? Just a chance to enter? Look at all of you. So eager. Just the first level, and you're all so excited. While it may seem insignificant, there are bound to be a few exceptional tomes among the multitude. Niu Wenyu remarked disdainfully. Enough with the chit-chat. I shall now announce the rules and prohibitions of the hunt. 1. No killing. 2. No crippling. 3. You may act individually, but the results of the final 4 will be combined. Point 4. Do not venture into the core area of the savage wilderness without permission. 5. The maximum duration of the hunt is half a month. Scores will be tallied after this period. Point 6. Most importantly, if you hear a beast's roar from the core area, you must withdraw. If you are unafraid of death, you may remain in the savage wilderness. Point 7. You may plunder freely, withdraw at will, form alliances, and employ any schemes or tricks. Point 8. Disperse. Huh? That's it? Zhao Li exclaimed, his mouth agape. What did you expect? Did you think he would keep you for dinner? Let's go, Yang Fan teased Zhao Li. Zhao Li hastily shook his head. I wouldn't want that. I'd rather not dine with him, or I'd be wishing for death. Even Zhao Li has someone he fears. Duan Hongwan chuckled, covering her mouth. Are you not afraid? He looks like a fierce demon, exuding a terrifying aura, Zhao Li remarked, shivering in response. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a hint of fear. Duan Hongwan nodded in agreement. You know not of what he has sacrificed for the border. Were you to learn, it would not be fear but respect. Yang Tianxi, who rarely spoke, suddenly interjected. How so? Brother Tianxi knows? Yang Fan turned to look at him. Yang Tianxi replied, Niu Wenyu is one of the top 10 generals of the Dian dynasty. 10 years ago, the Great Eagle dynasty launched a surprise attack on the border, causing the populace to suffer greatly. Upon learning of this, Niu Wenyu personally led troops to repel them and pressed on to their city. Only after the Great Eagle dynasty compensated for the losses doublefold did he relent. It is said that the military strength of the Great Eagle dynasty is far superior, particularly among the royal family, which is quite powerful. Though there are 4 prominent families, their strength pales in comparison to your 3 families. Yang Fan added. Zhao Li remarked, if that's the case, then Niu Wenyu must be dearly cherished by the common folk, having created a safe environment for them. Yang Tianxi nodded. The people of Fengqing know not of the royal family. They only know the Niu family. Zhao Li, somewhat incredulous, countered, but wouldn't the Great Eagle dynasty simply let it go? Yang Tianxi chuckled. What can they do? The Niu family's influence here is deeply rooted. Any action would have far-reaching consequences. Moreover, the Fengqing army has always been under the Niu family's control. The royal family has no recourse. Zhao Li nodded, though with some hesitation, as if he were beginning to grasp the situation. Yang Fan sensed that Zhao Li still underestimated the Niu family's strength. Although the royal family was waning, it still represented supreme authority. The fact that the dynasty's upper echelon, the Xin kingdom, could turn a blind eye to it indicated that the Niu family was no ordinary clan. Upon returning to the post, it was already late at night, and everyone skipped dinner, opting for a brief wash before retiring for the night. The next day, even Zhao Li unusually rose early. Today, Brother Zhao is acting quite out of character. Is the sun rising in the west? Duan Hongluan expressed her surprise, for in her experience, Zhao Li had never been one to wake up early. Do not mock me, Hongluan. Even in my indulgence of sleep. I can discern the urgency of the matter, Zhao Li declared, his words carrying an air of righteousness, which caused Duan Hongluan to regard him with newfound respect. Yang Fan observed the smug Zhao Li, shaking his head in exasperation. Oh please, if it weren't for me dragging him by the ear to wake him up, he'd still be sound asleep, blissfully ignorant of urgency. Haha, Duan Hongluan couldn't help but laugh at this, momentarily disregarding her image. Were it not for your collusion with Yang Feng, revealing your true nature, I would have deemed you worthy of my lifelong protection, Yang Fan. Alas, there are no what-ifs, and time does not turn back. Yang Fan felt a pang in his heart, yet maintained a scornful expression towards Zhao Li. Zhao Li, furious and embarrassed, pointed at Yang Fan, shouting, You, Yang Fan, how could I have considered you a brother when you would expose my shortcomings in front of Hongluan? You infuriate me? Yang Tianxi caught the fleeting moment of contemplation on Yang Fan's face as he glanced at Duan Hongluan. The 4, each with their own thoughts, stepped through the city gates towards the northern savage wilderness. Simultaneously, people from all corners of Fengqing were heading toward the savage wilderness, which was about to be drenched in blood and chaos. Let us strive for our own aspirations, Yang Fan declared, standing at the edge of the savage mountains. Addressing the 3 behind him, Zhao Li immediately echoed, of course, we cannot afford to lose face for Luoqing. Upon our return, I shall ensure my father recognizes my talents. The Zhao family's century-old prodigy is not merely a name. Understood, Zhao the prodigy, let us go. The spirit beasts here await your slaying, Yang Fan urged. Yang Fan, I shall compete with you. Zhao Li, realizing the implication in Yang Fan's words, chased after him into the savage wilderness. Yet despite his efforts, he remained a distance behind Yang Fan. I'm exhausted, forget it. I shall let you off this time, Yang Fan, Zhao Li muttered to himself, finding an excuse to justify his retreat. Yang Fan chose not to tease Zhao Li this time, fearing that if he did, Zhao Li would resume his chase. Once they entered the savage wilderness, Yang Fan's nerves were on high alert. Meanwhile, Duan Hongluan's gaze was not fixed on the 2, her eyes wandering as if lost in thought. Yang Tianxi maintained his indifferent demeanor. For him, whether they placed first or last mattered little compared to his own mission. He could only proceed with them. After walking half a mile, they began to encounter the corpses of spirit beasts, each gruesomely disemboweled. Ugh, Duan Hongluan, unaccustomed to such sights, felt her stomach churn and leaned against an ancient tree to vomit. This is merely the beginning. As we delve deeper, such scenes will become commonplace. If you cannot endure this, perhaps you should return to Fengqing, Yang Fan remarked nonchalantly. I'm sorry for holding everyone back. I will strive to overcome this, Duan Hongluan said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Let us move on and leave this place. If we linger too long, we shall be tainted by the stench of blood, and there will be no chance for respite. Yang Tianxi broke the awkward silence, finding a direction to proceed. Yang Fan glanced back at Duan Hongluan, sighing as he thought, having always been a sheltered young lady, even with a strong exterior, she remains a girl of 16 or 17 at heart. though she can never return to that innocence. At this moment, Nun noticed the complex expression on Duan Hongluan's face as she observed Yang Fan from behind. As the four ventured deeper, they began to encounter formidable spirit beast corpses, surrounded by various signs of destruction wrought by martial techniques. Gradually, the corpses of hunters began to appear, clearly having fallen victim to formidable spirit beasts. Although they had subdued these creatures, they paid a hefty price. Yang Fan felt an increasing sense of caution. Those who ventured here were undoubtedly the elite among humanity. At this moment, casualties were beginning to surface, illustrating the perilous nature of the wilderness. As they pressed forward, it seemed they were entering the heart of the forest. Given the casualties reported thus far, the spirit beasts were becoming increasingly potent, necessitating utmost vigilance. Yang Fan once again urged Duan Hongluan and Zhao Li to remain cautious. As for Yang Tianxi, he was not concerned. Among the group, his strength and experience were unparalleled. It was merely his taciturn nature that led Yang Fan to assume the role of leader. "Be careful," Yang Fan suddenly shouted to the group. A flash of white light darted past, moving with astonishing speed. Zhao Li and Duan Hongluan barely had time to react. Instinctively, they stepped back a few paces, scanning their surroundings. "What's wrong, Yang Fan?" Zhao Li asked, still shaken by the sudden shout. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he inquired about what had transpired. "I'm not certain. I sensed something unusual in the thicket to the right." It darted out at lightning speed, vanishing before I could catch a clear glimpse. However, I can affirm that its size was likely not substantial. Yang Fan relayed his observations and conjectures. Yang Tianxi glanced at Yang Fan and remarked, "For someone at the mere third level of martial prowess, your senses are remarkably acute. It seems the descendants of Yang Yi are indeed extraordinary. Brother Tianxi, with your high cultivation, did you manage to discern what spirit beast that was?" Yang Fan turned to Yang Tianxi. The speed was too overwhelming. "I only saw that it was entirely snow-white, but little else," Yang Tianxi admitted, unable to catch the trail of such a swift spirit beast. "Let us move on," Yang Fan said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Shortly after, they had barely taken a few steps when the same white figure re-emerged, returning to its previous location. "What did you three see?" Yang Fan rubbed his eyes, observing the trio intently. "I saw it. That figure was undoubtedly small, with snow-white fur, resembling a rabbit, though it seemed somewhat off. Its ears weren't that small." Zhao Li expressed his confusion. "I share the same sentiment as Brother Zhao," Duan Hongluan concurred. "No need for speculation. That is indeed a rabbit, but not an ordinary one. It is a spirit beast known as the Gale Rabbit." Yang Tianxi interrupted their conjectures. "A Gale Rabbit? That can't be right. How could it possess such speed? Its ears don't align with that description either. Moreover, I distinctly felt a substantial surge of power moments ago. It cannot be the weakest Gale Rabbit of the first tier," Yang Fan countered, withholding a crucial detail, that he sensed a faint similarity between the earlier power surge and his own divine energy. "What if it is a mutated rabbit? While I find it hard to believe such a Gale Rabbit could exist in a mutated form, the evidence suggests otherwise. Its ears resemble those of the Golden Eater mouse, indicating it may be a hybrid of a Golden Eater mouse and a Gale Rabbit," Yang Tianxi analyzed, his conviction evident. Although Zhao Li harbored doubts, he refrained from voicing them due to his status. Yang Fan chose to trust Yang Tianxi's words. The vastness of the world indeed held countless wonders, and the creativity of the Creator was beyond what mere mortals could fathom. "Please wait a moment. I shall have a word with this rabbit. When I return, remember not to wander off. The wilderness forest has no discernible boundaries. Getting lost would make reunification exceedingly difficult." Yang Fan expressed his keen interest in the potentially mutated rabbit, bolstered by his confidence in his agility. With that, Yang Fan leaped into the thicket where the Gale Rabbit had vanished, scanning the flattened grass for signs of its presence. Rabbits are inherently nimble creatures, and this one, being a spirit beast, would be no exception. "Found you!" Yang Fan chuckled triumphantly, springing forth with a surge of energy towards the Gale Rabbit. With a blink of its crimson eyes, the Gale Rabbit suddenly vanished from sight. Yang Fan's strike missed its mark, leaving him astonished. He had confidence in his speed. Although his previous burst was not his absolute limit, it was still a significant portion, and yet the rabbit had evaded him. This confirmed the Gale Rabbit's speed was indeed akin to the wind. Truly a hybrid rabbit. Look at its lips and ears, resembling those of a mouse. though I've never encountered a golden eater mouse. I surmise it wouldn't deviate too far from the characteristics of a typical mouse, Yang Fan concluded, convinced that this was indeed a mutated rabbit. Remarkable. In this vast world, encountering a rabbit that has hybridized with a mouse is an astonishing rarity. Even more improbable than running into Nyo Wanyong here. Point 1 is a low-tier spirit beast, while the other consumes grass, yet I wonder what this mutated rabbit feeds on. Let us see where you scurry off to this time. Yang Fan observed his surroundings, finally catching sight of the Gale Rabbit's trail once more. Joyous movement, joyous flight. Yang Fan executed his agile technique, positioning himself to intercept the rabbit, no longer in haste to capture it. Each time it attempted to flee, Yang Fan would suddenly manifest a meter ahead of it. After several exchanges, the Gale Rabbit, perhaps realizing further flight was futile or perhaps weary, fixed its gaze on Yang Fan. Seemingly resigned. Run, little one. I've expended a third of my energy chasing you. You are quite the spirited little creature. Yang Fan spoke to the rabbit as he replenished his energy, fully aware that spirit beasts could not comprehend human speech. Just as Yang Fan thought the Gale Rabbit would finally surrender, it unexpectedly charged towards him, baring its sharp teeth, intent on biting him. It was said that the golden eater mouse earned its name due to its diet of hard metallic ores. Yang Fan believed his physical strength could not compare to that of metal, and since only those at the martial general level could envelop themselves in energy, he was still quite distant from that rank. Joyous movement, limitless joy. In a moment of desperation, Yang Fan summoned all his divine energy, executing the pinnacle of his agile technique, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, in that instant, as his energy was depleted, he collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, I swear, that was undoubtedly the fastest I've ever moved since birth. Who would have thought my technique would become increasingly draining as I progressed? Even my divine energy was instantly exhausted. Yet, it was precisely this that saved me from being bitten, Yang Fan reflected, a hint of dread on his face. Once he regained his breath, Yang Fan hurriedly began to replenish his energy, channeling his cultivation technique to store up energy. IVE actually broken through. After a long period of stagnation, he finally ascended from the 3rd level. Truly, fortune arose from misfortune. Yang Fan was overjoyed, suddenly perceiving the rabbit as not merely a nuisance but remarkably adorable. Nothing could surpass the joy of enhancing one's strength. Upon completing his energy restoration, Yang Fan approached the rabbit. After Yang Fan evaded the Gale Rabbit's charge, it collided with an ancient tree behind it. Unable to alter its trajectory due to its extraordinary speed, and ended up crashing into it, its teeth lodged in the wood. This venerable tree had been gnawed down significantly by the rabbit. Thunderous hand. Yang Fan struck the gnawed tree, breaking it in half and freeing the rabbit trapped within. You little rascal, you truly are sharp-toothed. You managed to gnaw through half of such a thick tree. Had I not exhausted so much of your energy, I dare say you might have severed it entirely. Yang Fan enveloped the rabbit in his hands. Not even a rabbit escapes your grasp. You are indeed ruthless. A melodious female voice chimed from behind. Who is this young lady? Yang Fan queried, taken aback by her unique aura. The girl possessed an extraordinary presence. With just a glance, Yang Fan was deeply impressed by the masked maiden. Though he could not articulate why, the white rose brooch adorned her chest, strung with a chain of white sea pearls. Her beautiful chestnut curls danced in the wind, cascading down to her waist. A delicate heart-shaped crystal earring peeked from her hair, while a cross pendant bracelet sparkled brilliantly. A necklace made of black feathers adorned her neck, and black riding boots accentuated her perfectly straight legs. Her bangs brushed against her eyes, and as she blinked innocently, her deep purple eyes shone with clarity and mystery. Long, thick eyelashes curled gently like the leaves of a sensitive plant, and delicate lilac tassels fluttered in the breeze. With amber-hued, otherworldly pupils, fair skin, and a composed gaze, she fixed her eyes upon Yang Fan. What more do you have to say, you heartless individual? The masked girl accused him outright. Yang Fan, bemused, pointed to the wooden shavings on the Gale Rabbit's lips and then gestured at the ancient tree he had just shattered. Smirking slightly, "Are you saving it?" The girl's preconceived notions clouded her judgment. Despite Yang Fan presenting evidence, she remained skeptical. Under normal circumstances, Yang Fan would not entertain such trivial discourse with a stranger in the wilderness. Yet, Inexplicably, he did not wish for this girl to misconstrue his intentions, and he sensed a peculiar allure emanating from her. Finding the situation amusing, he reflected on how absurd it was to feel a sense of familiarity with someone he had never met before. It was enough to make anyone question their sanity. When Yang Fan fell silent, the girl continued, "If that is the case, may I have the rabbit?" The tone shifted from a previous inquiry to one imbued with a gentle request. As soft as a warm spring breeze caressing the skin, evoking unparalleled comfort. However, this is a hybrid of a mutated rabbit, a golden munching mouse, and a swift rabbit. Be cautious of its teeth. They are exceedingly sharp. Yang Fan advised the girl after handing over the creature. The girl exuded a delightful fragrance reminiscent of blooming flowers. After taking a gentle breath of her scent, Yang Fan, aware of his companion's waiting, reluctantly bid her farewell. "Will we meet again in the future? Such a precious spirit beast you have gifted me. I shall be sure to express my gratitude." The girl suddenly spoke, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "Fate will bring us together again," Yang Fan replied with a smile, turning swiftly to depart. "Why does he give me such a different feeling, a sense of warmth and familiarity? Why?" The girl murmured to herself as she stood alone. "My lady, I have finally found you. Are you unharmed? Your sudden change of direction earlier nearly frightened me to death," a young man said, patting his chest. "Ha, you have once again succeeded in making me laugh." The girl responded, her melodious laughter causing the young man to momentarily lose his focus. "Linglong, what brings you here?" "Oh, the rabbit in your arms is adorable. Is it a swift rabbit? But its ears seem different. Is it a new breed of spirit beast?" A man and woman emerged from the bushes, the woman speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Fan hurried back. Though the events of earlier lingered in his mind, he gradually dismissed them in the face of the unpredictable wilderness. "Yang Fan, were you not pursuing a rabbit? Why the delay? Surely it was not a female rabbit?" Zhao Li teased Yang Fan. "Where is Tian Ci?" Yang Fan disregarded Zhao Li's banter and inquired about their absent companion. "He went to look for you and has not returned. This is all your fault," Zhao Li replied. "Let us rest here for a moment. I remember there are fruit trees ahead. We can gather some to stave off hunger. And once we reach a more open area, we can search for food," Yang Fan said, patting his somewhat uneasy stomach. "I had forgotten about the rabbit. Roasted rabbit would be such a delightful treat. Especially since I brought some seasonings," Yang Fan added, and upon mentioning food, Zhao Li suddenly recalled that he had been chasing a rabbit and asked, "Did the rabbit escape? With its speed, could I have caught up? After chasing for quite a distance, I began to worry about you too and turned back. Well, you have caused me unnecessary excitement. Let us go pick some fruit and make do for now. I have heard that higher-tier spirit beasts contain more energy, but the meat from older ones is not as good." Zhao Li shared his culinary wisdom with Yang Fan and Duan Hongwan. After feasting on some fruit to alleviate their hunger, the two returned to their previous path, waiting for young Tian Ci, but he did not reappear. As dusk descended, Yang Fan addressed the others. "Waiting like this is not a solution. This place is unsuitable for sleeping at night. If danger arises, it would be detrimental to us. According to our direction of arrival, we initially moved forward and then towards the east. We should continue eastward. This way, even if there is danger, we can handle it. Venturing deeper is beyond our capability." After analyzing the situation, Yang Fan took the lead. "Are we not waiting for Brother Tian Ci?" Duan Hongwan inquired. "I will leave markers along the way. If Brother Tian Ci returns, he will see the markers and find us. Moreover, we will not stray far, just seeking an open area to rest," Yang Fan explained. Duan Hongwan nodded, indicating her understanding. Thus, the three continued, marking their path while searching for a place to rest. "The terrain ahead is relatively open. Let us rest by that large tree," Yang Fan pointed out. The moonlight bathed the ground in a silvery glow, and due to the sparse trees in the area he chose, it remained quite bright. "I shall gather some dry branches. It will be warmer with a fire." Duan Hongwan suggested that it is late. "It is unsafe for you to go alone. I will accompany you," Yang Fan replied after a moment's thought. Although he had long since given up on Duan Hongwan and held resentment, he did not wish for her to encounter any misfortune in their current predicament, and no need. "After all, I am a warrior, and I won't stray far. I will be cautious. I have always wanted to contribute to our team from Luocheng." Duan Hongwan insisted with stubbornness. Hearing her determination, Yang Fan refrained from arguing further and simply nodded in agreement. Yang Fan and Zhao Li made simple arrangements around their resting area, uncertain of what might befall them while they slept. Zhao Li, I will break off some leafy roots from above and place them around this large tree. I will collect flowers and herbs from the bushes to create a makeshift thicket. Yang Fan suggested. Zhao Li nodded in agreement, and the three divided their tasks, each diligently occupied. Wind and thunder hands, drill wood to create fire. Yang Fan swiftly drilled wood with both hands. Soon, smoke began to rise, and sparks flickered to life. Zhao Li quickly laid dry grass atop cloud-splitting palm, fanned the flames. Zhao Li waved his hands back and forth rapidly. Ha! You two are incredible. Such fine third-tier and fifth-tier martial techniques being put to use for fire-making. If the founders knew, they would surely be furious, Duan Hongwan laughed. What of it? It is only practical to apply what we have learned. Otherwise, why bother learning? Slaying spirit beasts. Along the way, aside from corpses, we have only encountered a mutated rabbit. There has been no opportunity to hunt. Zhao Li retorted, Indeed, it is strange. Adding both sides together, there are barely 1,000 of us, at least 5,000, yet not a single living soul can be seen. Duan Hongwan continued Zhao Li's train of thought. Yang Fan had also pondered this. It was indeed odd that they had not encountered any beings in the wilderness, as if they were the only few people in the entire savage forest. It felt exceedingly unusual. Could it be that we have misjudged the boundaries of the savage forest and are still on the outskirts? Perhaps the spirit beasts in this area have been completely hunted, and the hunters have moved deeper. Yang Fan suggested, proposing his idea for their consideration. That is a possibility, especially since the trees here are so dense that it is difficult to gauge distance. We might indeed be lingering on the outskirts. Zhao Li concurred. What should we do? They have already ventured into the central region. While we remain on the outskirts, are we not destined to fail? Duan Hongwan expressed her anxiety and no need to worry. Hunting relies on quality rather than quantity. A single second-tier beast is worth dozens of first-tier ones. We should focus on second-tier beasts, and once our strength increases, we can pursue higher-tier prey, Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, confident that they had sufficient time. Well then, it is getting late. Let us retire for the night. Zhao Li, fill the pit with dirt to retain some residual heat. After all, we won't be sleeping long. Yang Fan instructed. All right, you take the first half of the night for watch duty. I will take the latter half, Zhao Li suggested. Oh please, you in the second half? You two should rest easy. I will keep watch tonight. Yang Fan did not believe Zhao Li could stay awake long enough to fulfill his duty, so he yielded to him. Zhao Li chuckled and did not contest, promptly falling asleep, causing the dry grass beneath him to rustle. Yang Fan sat cross-legged, circulating his cultivation technique. The day begins with the morning and night, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon from the surrounding spiritual energy. Having practiced the primordial unity chi for some time, the two forces within him gradually became purer. If ordinary spiritual energy could be likened to muddy water, what he now possessed was as clear as river water. The forest surrounding them was eerily silent. Even the rhythmic breaths of the two could be distinctly heard. As Yang Fan felt the surrounding spiritual energy, he could not help but acknowledge that the energy in this savage forest was significantly richer and more abundant than in most places, rivaling even the Guardian Sun Mountain. Having spent a day in the wilderness, aside from corpses and the rabbit, he had seen no other spirit beasts. Even at Guardian Sun Mountain, small animals were frequently spotted. Yang Fan sighed softly. What sound was that? Yang Fan opened his eyes, withdrawing from his meditation, revealing a puzzled expression. As he sensed the natural forces around him earlier, he had detected an unusual aura approaching from afar. An aura that was unmistakably raw and revealing. Meowed at a cat's cry resonated in Yang Fan's ears. He did not dare relax. In this wilderness, no living being could be underestimated. The rabbit they had encountered during the day was a stark reminder of this fact. Such a large cat. It truly is a spirit cat, Yang Fan exclaimed in surprise. The creature was cloaked in pitch-black fur, its emerald eyes gleaming with an eerie danger. Its size was akin to that of a juvenile leopard. Its four paws moving gracefully under the moonlight. An instinctive sense of peril washed over Yang Fan as he gazed into its eyes, sending a chill down his spine. Soon, the black cat approached Yang Fan. Halting at the remnants of the previous campfire, which still emitted faint wisps of smoke and a few lingering embers, the black cat paused at that spot, extending its paw cautiously toward the fire, only to withdraw sharply upon contact. Yang Fan observed the cat's spirit, reflecting on the old adage that creatures of the night feared fire the most. The coolness of night diminished their warmth. Indeed, it seemed to hold true. Meow. The cat demon growled deeply, and Yang Fan realized that it was enraged. The cat demon swiftly swung its claws, scattering the campfire in all directions, as sparks danced in the air before slowly extinguishing. The cat demon dashed forward, suddenly leaping with all four paws towards Yang Fan, its claws glistening with an eerie light in the moonlight. Yang Fan hastily dodged, but the cat demon's speed was too great. He barely managed to evade, yet his sleeve was caught, grazing his skin by mere millimeters. Yang Fan inwardly sighed, narrowly escaping injury. He cast a cold glance at the cat demon. Damn it, they are still asleep. If I leave, it will be far too dangerous, regardless of whether I can distract the cat demon or not. Zhaoli, wake up quickly. There's danger. Yang Fan shouted, his eyes fixed firmly on the cat demon. Chapter 22. The Dark Night Cat Demon. What are you shouting about in the middle of the night? It's dangerous, dangerous, Zhaoli mumbled, still half asleep, before suddenly sitting up. Hongwan, don't sleep. There's danger, Zhaoli exclaimed, frantically shaking Duan Hongwan's arm. Upon opening her eyes, Duan Hongwan quickly sat up as well. After exchanging a glance, the two hurriedly made their way towards Yang Fan. What a massive wild cat. Yang Fan, how did you provoke it? You seem to either attract rabbits or cats. You're killing me, Zhaoli remarked, seeing it was merely a cat, and thus did not take it too seriously. Casting a disdainful look at Yang Fan. This is no ordinary cat. It suddenly attacked me just now, and I barely managed to avoid it. Just look at my sleeve to see how sharp its claws are. Yang Fan explained without engaging in a retort with Zhaoli. Indeed, it appears to have been cut by an exceptionally sharp blade. It can't possibly be a formidable spirit beast, can it? Zhaoli analyzed upon seeing the damage to Yang Fan's sleeve. Be cautious. Its aggression is quite strong. One misplaced move could lead to fatal consequences. You two stay back. I'll confront this cat demon, Yang Fan urged, signaling for them to retreat. Yang Fan activated the Xintian 9 transformations, his expression serious as he prepared for the cat demon's approach. The cat demon inched closer, the surroundings falling silent, save for the sound of its footsteps, lunged at Yang Fan, who sidestepped to the right, gathering his energy to strike at the cat demon's body. However, the cat demon's erratic form suddenly twisted, and its hind claws reached out towards Yang Fan. Caught off guard, Yang Fan invoked the Xintian 9 transformations. Becoming elusive and indistinct, reinforcing his arm with energy, he swiftly maneuvered behind the cat demon, unleashing the Wind Thunder hand. Wind, blow, thunder, roar. His other hand directed the surrounding winds, accompanied by a thunderous crash, striking the cat demon's tail from behind. With a pitiful cry, the cat demon tumbled forward, rolling several times. Well done, Yang Fan, Zhaoli cheered from a distance. Yet Yang Fan remained vigilant. Although he had successfully injured the cat demon with his technique, it had not yet fallen. The battle was far from over. Though Yang Fan had never experienced the brutality of combat, he understood this fundamental truth. Indeed, the cat demon rose once more, its eyes glowing with an even more sinister light. Radiating fury, an injured beast is the most perilous, as it forgets pain and fears not death, fixating solely on vanquishing its adversary. Yang Fan, be cautious. I sense a dangerous aura emanating from that cat. Zhaoli warned out of course. Do you need to state the obvious? Yang Fan shot a glance at Zhaoli. Even Zhaoli, standing at a distance, could sense the threat. How much more so for Yang Fan, the target of the cat demon's wrath? He felt an inkling that the cat demon sought to engage him in a fight to the death. Humph. It seems this cat demon is a spirit beast of the Second Street. Equivalent to a warrior among humans. It shares the same realm as I do. This is my first encounter with a spirit beast in a life-and-death struggle. If that is the case, then let it come. Yang Fan's fighting spirit ignited within him. Under the moonlight, the cat demon darted between the trees, and Yang Fan felt a twinge of gratitude for having chosen a relatively open area. Had he been in a dense thicket, the cat demon would have likely attacked him long ago. Yang Fan attempted to gauge the direction of the cat demon's leaps. As its speed increased, the trees around him rustled, making it impossible for him to discern its exact location. He continued to circulate his energy, remaining alert and unwavering from above. His instincts warned him of a profound killing intent. "I in an instant," he reacted, disappearing from his original position just as the cat demon lost its target. After its lunge missed, it stood bewildered, its eyes darting around. Wind Thunder Hand, the essence of wind, wind of death. A sudden roar drew the cat demon's attention, causing it to pivot sharply. Instinctively, it extended its claws to defend against the wind drill formed by Yang Fan's energy. The collision between the energy drill and the cat demon's claws resulted in a deep cut, blood flowing freely in pain. The cat demon leaped swiftly up a tree, vanishing from sight. Seeing the cat demon disappear, Yang Fan fell to his knees, his heart racing furiously. Zhao Li and Duan Hongwan hurried to his side, asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just need a moment to catch my breath." Yang Fan panted heavily on the ground. Having drained 2 powers to execute both essences, it was fortunate that despite his insufficient cultivation, he possessed 2 forms of energy, allowing him to barely manage. He had been gambling. Had the cat demon not fled after being injured and instead continued its assault, he would now be a cold corpse lying here. After a brief moment, Yang Fan regained some strength and stood, dusting himself off. "It seems our decision not to advance recklessly was indeed wise. A single cat demon is so ferocious. Had the terrain not been unfavorable for it, we would have been in grave peril today," Yang Fan said gravely to the other two. "Indeed, I never anticipated the wilderness forest to be so fraught with danger. If it weren't for your vigilance, we might not have even known how we perished," Zhao Li replied, still shaken. "What should we do now? Will that cat demon return to attack us?" Duan Hongwan's face reflected her lingering fear. The earlier scene had been too terrifying. Thankfully, it was Yang Fan who was there. Had it been her, she would have been utterly helpless. It is merely wounded and has not been incapacitated. It can still launch an offensive. We cannot afford to sleep tonight. We'll have to spend the night training instead," Yang Fan said with a hint of resignation. The two nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the best course of action under the circumstances. As the hour of the rat approached, a thick mist began to rise in the wilderness forest. "Not good, you two. Wake up. The fog is too dense. If the cat demon attacks us now, we'll be in trouble," Yang Fan urged urgently. "What should we do? The surroundings are so treacherous. We can't dare to move around recklessly. What if we encounter another spirit beast?" Zhao Li inquired. Yang Fan pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us huddle against this large tree and refrain from wandering about. Once the sun rises, the mist will gradually dissipate, as long as we can endure until then. The cat demon will not dare to attack us." The three nestled closely against the great tree. Although visibility was incredibly low, they could still make out their surroundings. Duan Hongwan cautiously surveyed the area when suddenly, a dark figure flickered and vanished. Initially dismissing it, she grew increasingly uneasy and relayed to the others, "I just saw a shadowy figure emerge from over there, only to disappear into the mist. I am not sure if it was the cat demon. Regardless of whether it was or not, we must remain vigilant. If the cat demon appears unexpectedly, Zhao Li, you and Hongwan will provide support while I engage it directly. If there is even the slightest opportunity, do not let it slip away. Remember, this cat has waited until now to strike, indicating it possesses considerable intelligence. We will have only one chance. Whether we see the sun tomorrow depends on you two." Yang Fan entrusted them earnestly. Zhao Li and Duan Hongwan exchanged a glance and nodded resolutely. When their lives were at stake, there was no room for carelessness. "Zhao Li, be careful. Wind Thunder Hand." Just as Yang Fan was about to say more, the cat demon suddenly leaped out of the mist. Chapter 23. Slaying the cat demon. Zhao Li quickly crouched down, rolling away several times before standing up, his clothes now dirty as he anxiously watched the cat demon. Having missed its attack, the cat demon turned its gaze towards Duan Hongwan, who felt a flicker of fear under its stare. The cat demon swiftly climbed up the tree trunk to the top, disappearing once again into the mist. "Hongwan, I suspect that cat demon's next target might be you," Zhao Li remarked, having noticed the cat demon's last glance at Duan Hongwan. "If that is the case, we could set a trap, like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow sparrow lies in wait," Yang Fan suddenly suggested. "What do you mean?" Duan Hongwan asked. "There's no time for details. Just stand here and wait for the cat demon to appear. As soon as it does, unleash all your power and engage it in battle." Yang Fan spoke mysteriously. Duan Hongwan wished to inquire further, yet she was halted by Yang Fan's piercing gaze. Gently patting Zhao Li, Yang Fan signaled him to remain silent as the two cautiously retreated. Halting at the limit of their sight, Yang Fan whispered a few words into Zhao Li's ear. Zhao Li, taken aback, glanced at Yang Fan, but was silenced by him. The surrounding mist swirled like a celestial realm. However, this ethereal paradise was but a gruesome battlefield. Duan Hongluan could vaguely discern the silhouettes of the two, her heart gripped by fear. Regretting her decision to come here, it was only the first day, and already she had encountered such peril. The days ahead were unfathomable. Lost in her thoughts, Duan Hongluan failed to realize why the cat demon had yet to attack her. Not far off, Yang Fan and Zhao Li were already engaged in combat with the cat demon. Haha, Yang Fan, you were indeed correct. As soon as we separated, it continued its assault on me. If you hadn't warned me earlier, I might have been injured by this beast, Zhao Li said. A look of fear etched across his face. I merely speculated. In truth, I did not know which one of us it would attack. Thus, we each fought independently, Yang Fan explained. While conversing, they simultaneously blocked the cat demon's path. Just moments ago, the cat demon had lunged at Zhao Li. Prepared for the attack, Zhao Li raised his hand, unleashing a fifth-tier offensive martial skill. By sheer coincidence, it struck the paw that Yang Fan had previously wounded. With one claw injured, the cat demon's speed diminished, thereby reducing the danger it posed. Whenever the cat demon attempted to attack one, the other would swiftly counter, forcing it to retreat, as it sought to flee. Yang Fan would abruptly appear in its escape route. Enraged, the cat demon could only glare at the two, occasionally swiping its sharp claws. Yet to Yang Fan and Zhao Li, it seemed merely a desperate struggle for survival. Yang Fan discerned that apart from its swiftness and sharp claws, the cat demon's size was its only notable trait. Once its advantages were stripped away, neither he nor Zhao Li would risk their lives against it. The moment the cat demon exhausted its strength would mark its demise. Yang Fan, do you think this cat demon possesses a spirit core? As far as I know, not all spirit beasts have spirit cores. Only those comparable to the martial emperor realm certainly do. Zhao Li expressed his concerns, pondering the wasted effort if each spirit core was not worth the trouble. If it doesn't have one, then so be it that I've never tasted cat meat, and after being tormented by this creature since last night, I'm quite hungry, Yang Fan remarked, feeling a twinge of hunger. Given that, I believe it's time that I will feign an attack, and you seize the opportunity to strike its wound. Zhao Li understood that his speed could not match Yang Fan's, thus he prepared not to engage the cat demon directly. All right, let's proceed, Yang Fan affirmed. The mist in the air coalesced into a white, misty hand under Zhao Li's command. The cat demon swiftly dodged, only to be caught off guard by Yang Fan's palm striking its injured paw. The cat demon let out a piercing wail, clutching its paw in agony. Yang Fan exhaled in relief. The cat demon was subdued. His palm struck the cat demon's head, but contrary to expectations, no brain matter splattered. The creature slowly collapsed, its eerie eyes gradually losing their color. With a final reluctant cry, it closed its eyes. At that moment, the mist finally dissipated, allowing sunlight to illuminate the area. Sister Hongluan, where is your dagger? Let me check for a spirit core. Zhao Li hastily prepared to gut the creature. Don't waste your effort. The body of a second-tier spirit beast cannot be sliced open by an ordinary dagger. Carry it to a water source and prepare to examine it. The spirit core won't escape. Yang Fan gestured towards Zhao Li. Why don't you carry it? I won't. This cat demon is far too heavy. Zhao Li immediately protested. That's obvious. If you don't carry it, who will? You should know this cat was slain by me. Do you still wish to eat? Yang Fan threatened sternly. Zhao Li, feeling wronged, pouted and silently hoisted the cat demon in a specific direction. The trio was fortunate, as they soon came across a small stream. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to cleanse the cat demon, only to feel disheartened when they discovered it lacked a spirit core. After satisfying their hunger, Yang Fan suggested they rest for a while. In his mind, he replayed the encounter with the cat demon, meticulously recalling each detail to identify his strengths and weaknesses. After several reflections, Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes. Although his cultivation had not advanced, he had gained considerable insight. Fortunately, Zhao Li, a seasoned gourmand, had roasted the cat meat to perfection, the aroma wafting through the air, which largely masked the beast's foul scent. Who would have thought Zhao Gu has such skills? Duan Hongluan remarked, licking her lips at the enticing scent. Of course. Daily, I was pressured by the old master to practice on the mountain. Over time, I discovered a cave and gradually began to catch wild game from the mountains to roast. That is how I honed my skills. Not to boast, but my culinary prowess rivals that of the top chefs at Tianxiang Tower in Luoqing. Zhao Li replied proudly, "Oh please, true chefs can attain enlightenment through cooking in Luoqing. We only have cooks at best," Yang Fan scoffed. "Hemph, I will achieve enlightenment through eating, sampling cuisines from around the world, and establish my own school." Zhao Li proclaimed dreamily, "Enjoy your meat, thinking you can achieve enlightenment through eating. Realms and cultivation are interconnected. You, a novice at the warrior level, dare to dream of the Tao? Establish your own school, good luck with that." Yang Fan teased as he ate, "Cousin, look at them grilling. I'm so hungry." Just as Zhao Li was about to retort, a woman's voice called out from not far away near the stream. The three turned to see four figures emerging from the thicket, 3 men and 1 woman. All appearing somewhat disheveled, it seemed they had come in search of water to cleanse themselves, only to unexpectedly encounter Zhao Li and the others. "Ah, I see them," the man referred to his cousin stated blandly. "What should we do?" "I want to eat too." The woman, clearly starving, disregarded any semblance of modesty. "Then go eat," the man replied in the same indifferent tone, making his intentions hard to decipher. Initially, Yang Fan, upon observing the group's appearance and the woman's pitiful tone, was prepared to offer them a portion. However, upon hearing the man's tone, his brows furrowed in displeasure. "Could you spare us a bit of meat? We haven't eaten since last night," the woman in a red dress, brandishing a short sword, spoke to Yang Fan and his companions. "Certainly, take some," Yang Fan replied with a slight smile, cutting a piece of meat with his dagger and handing it to the woman. "Ah, thank you," the woman exclaimed gratefully, devouring the meat ravenously. "This is delicious, even better than the chef at home. My 3 companions and I are just like you," she added, her voice trailing off toward the end. Clearly feeling a bit shy, Yang Fan thought that since the 3 of them could not consume all the meat, it would be better to share some with them. In the wilderness, unity was paramount. "All right, let them come over," Yang Fan nodded. "That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Once we get out, I will certainly repay you. My name is Shangguan Waner." "What are your names?" The woman waved her hand to beckon her companions and turned back to Yang Fan and the others. "Friends, did you defeat the Night Cat Demon?" the leading man inquired. "The Night Cat Demon? It looks completely unrecognizable now. How can you identify it?" Yang Fan expressed his curiosity about how he could tell it was a Night Cat Demon. The records in the wilderness state that the Night Cat Demon is a second-tier spirit beast, with claws akin to divine weapons, large in size and swift in movement, typically active at night. "As for how I recognized it, just look at the fur you discarded," the man explained. Yang Fan nodded and fell silent again. The 7 of them feasted on the cat meat, which was roughly the size of a small wolf. And soon only the skeleton remained. After satisfying their hunger, Yang Fan and his companions sat together, digesting the vitality contained within the meat. Suddenly, the leading man spoke up. "I wonder if this spirit beast possesses a spirit core?" Yang Fan, eyes closed, replied, "It does not." Silence fell once more, yet Yang Fan dared not let his guard down. The previous statement had compelled him to remain cautious. "If it does, I would be willing to offer 50,000 yuan stones in exchange. The market price for a second-tier spirit beast spirit core is only around 40,000, and the Night Cat Demon S core has limited value. Thus the price would be even lower. 50,000 could definitely procure a top-tier spirit beast core," the man asserted as Yang Fan opened his eyes. "You make a fair point, but you have overlooked one thing. The spirit cores within the wilderness forest cannot be compared to mere yuan stones. How many yuan stones would be worth a glimpse into the library? Furthermore, I do not lack yuan stones," Yang Fan responded with a hint of impatience. "Remember, General Nyo's principle is that the capable shall occupy the position," the man said, his tone turning icy. Before Yang Fan could respond, Zhao Li erupted in anger. "We kindly offered you food, and instead of gratitude, you wish to repay us with ingratitude. Had I known, I would rather feed fish than you ungrateful wolves." The others, aside from the leading man, looked somewhat ashamed and remained silent. What General Nyo said is indeed true, but that also requires sufficient capability. "You may give it a try," Yang Fan coldly regarded the 4. "Yuan Hu, Yuan Bao, stop these 2. I am eager to see if they possess the qualifications." Once the arrangements were made, the man's fighting spirit soared. "Zhao Li, Hong Wan, do not act rashly. Allow me to engage this brother first." Yang Fan spoke up, halting the two who were eager to strike. Observing that both of their auras were not inferior to Zhao Li's, Yang Fan recognized the precariousness of their situation, outnumbered and outmatched. He was unwilling to let them act impulsively. "I am Chen Fei. If you would kindly surrender the spirit core, I would prefer to avoid any unnecessary conflict." Chen Fei persisted. "If mere words could secure what one desires, then why toil in the pursuit of martial arts?" Yang Fan interrupted Chen Fei's speech. "Then it seems I must offend you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Fei was the first to launch an attack. Yang Fan, feeling the subtle undercurrents of elemental force within Chen Fei's seemingly mundane strikes, dared not let his guard down. The two fists collided, sending dust and debris swirling around them, forcing the onlookers to retreat repeatedly. Yang Fan silently praised, "Truly formidable." As they engaged in close combat, neither could establish a clear advantage. Both struck each other's chests with their fists, and while Yang Fan staggered back a few steps to regain his balance, Chen Fei only took a single step back before steadying himself. "Brother, you should cease hostilities. Should this continue, I shall hold nothing back." Chen Fei, seeing Yang Fan's retreat, believed victory was within his grasp. Since arriving in the wilderness, I have only fought a spirit beast. You are my first encounter with a martial artist. Tio, express my gratitude. I shall exert my full strength." Yang Fan forcefully suppressed the flickering energy within him and replied, "Since you insist, I shall not be courteous." With that, Chen Fei charged forward once more. "Come forth." Chen Fei's punch surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, indicative of a truly domineering technique. Yang Fan executed his footwork, unexpectedly maneuvering behind him just as the punch was about to connect. Chen Fei reacted swiftly, delivering a spinning kick, while Yang Fan pivoted his waist, keeping his upper body parallel to the ground. Chen Fei's leg narrowly swept past Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan rose, striking toward Chen Fei with an open palm, which Chen Fei met with a punch. The two continued to pour their elemental energy into the exchange, and a smirk crept onto Chen Fei's lips, as if he could already envision victory. Yang Fan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the depth of Chen Fei's elemental energy. He had expended nearly 90% of his own, while Chen Fei appeared utterly unperturbed. Zhao Li and the others watched the duel of elemental energy between Yang Fan and Chen Fei, their hearts racing. Competing in elemental energy with Brother Chen is truly overestimating oneself. Brother Chen possesses the cultivation of a 6th-level warrior, and with his practice techniques, he rivals even a 7th or 8th-level martial artist. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li and Duan Hongluan's expressions changed drastically. Yang Fan was at most a mere 4th-level warrior, a full 2 levels behind in elemental energy, and Chen Fei clearly hailed from a prominent family, practicing superior techniques. In this comparison, Yang Fan was in grave peril. You shall be disappointed then. Yang Fan, from the 1st level of warrior to his current level, has trained for less than a month. I believe he can still create miracles." Zhao Li turned resolutely to the three of Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao scoffed. "The outcome has been clear since the beginning. Yet this person remains oblivious to reality." Ultimately, Yang Fan, having expended all his elemental energy, managed to extricate himself from the contest, gasping for breath. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. This is exhilarating. Since I embarked on the path of martial artists, I have never experienced such exhilaration. Brother Chen, continue." Yang Fan radiated boundless fighting spirit, gathering his remaining elemental energy to unleash the thunderstorm palm. Chen Fei, witnessing the elemental energy coalescing into the thunderstorm palm, dared not underestimate it, though disbelief flickered in his eyes. How could he achieve what is typically reserved for martial generals? Although the distance was short, he had truly managed to manifest elemental energy externally. Chen Fei raised his palm to meet Yang Fan's. When Yang Fan's concentrated palm was dispersed, he had already moved from his previous position. Chen Fei turned to react, but it was too late. Thud. Yang Fan struck Chen Fei's left shoulder, the force sending him staggering back until he collided with a tree, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. Chapter 25. Fierce Battle with the White Tiger. I did not expect you to possess the cultivation of a martial general. Why did you not subdue me from the beginning? Chen Fei asked. Leaning against the tree, you are mistaken. I am merely at the 4th level of warrior, having only broken through yesterday. You speak of external manifestation of elemental energy, which was only achievable due to the winds. My understanding of the thunderstorm palm allowed me to barely accomplish it, not true external manifestation. Yang Fan explained that I concede. I did not lose by much. Judging by your age, you must be around 15 or 16. Yet you possess such profound comprehension. You must have mastered the thunderstorm palm to its utmost, Chen Fei admitted, devoid of any resentment, rather showing admiration. Where there is will, there is a way. Diligent practice is all that is needed. Yang Fan refrained from disclosing that his mastery of the thunderstorm palm was aided not only by his own diligent training, but also by the mysterious space and indistinct figure he encountered in his dreams. In the realm of martial prowess, the victor is king, while the defeated are mere thieves. On the divine martial continent, this adage holds true, and even more so in this wilderness. State your demands, Chen Fei said as he restored his elemental energy. Although you are somewhat reckless, you are nonetheless honorable. Let us consider this matter concluded. It would be best if we do not cross paths again. You head west, while we proceed east, shall we? Yang Fan pondered briefly before responding. I, Chen Fei, have few whom I admire. You are one. Farewell. Chen Fei cast a deep glance at Yang Fan before signaling his companions to depart. Ha ha, did I not tell you? I knew Yang Fan would not be defeated. Zhao Li exclaimed excitedly to Duan Hongluan. He is my rival. Had he used his full strength from the start, perhaps I would have lost. Yang Fan smiled at the two, while internally he mused, truly remarkable. Even with Chen Fei on guard, he could still inflict injury. This power is exceedingly tyrannical. What shall we do next? Shall we continue to hunt spirit beasts, or, as you suggested, proceed eastward? Zhao Li inquired. A man must keep his word. Our hunt begins now. Yang Fan and the others set off towards the east. The reason for not venturing deeper was Yang Fan's acute awareness of his own limitations. Given his current realm and strength, recklessly entering the depths would be an unwise endeavor. Yang Fan also possessed a vague understanding of the other hunter's strengths. The weakest should be at the first level of warrior, the average around the 6th or 7th levels, while the strongest could reach the 9th level or even possess martial general capabilities. Based on his recent battle with Chen Fei, he believed he could contend with a 7th level warrior. Thus, it followed that Yang Tianzi, a core member of one of the 3 major families of the Dian dynasty, was certainly not merely at the warrior level he claimed. As Yang Fan pondered deeply, Zhao Li, noticing his silence, asked, Yang Fan, what occupies your thoughts? You have been frowning and silent throughout the journey. It is nothing. I was contemplating that as time passes in this wilderness, more and more raiders like Chen Fei will surely appear. And should we continue eastward, we might very well encounter individuals from the Great Eagle dynasty. Yang Fan returned to the present moment and replied, You might be right. The eastward and westward directions allow us to avoid the core areas. In that case, we need not hold back against those from the Great Eagle dynasty. Should we encounter them, we shall strike them down without mercy. Zhao Li still seethed at the memory of earlier events. Such individuals are always in the minority. Even if we do encounter them, it suffices to let them understand their folly. In this wilderness, we must guard against not only spirit beasts, but also our fellow humans. So it is wise to leave a way out. Yang Fan countered Zhao Li's violent tendencies. Zhao Li considered this and nodded in agreement. Duan Hongluan observed Yang Fan intently, unable to reconcile this version of him with the Yang Fan she once knew. Perhaps since she had resolved to let Yang Feng throw him off the cliff, the Yang Fan she had known had already perished. Duan Hongluan sighed internally. Roar, halt! There are spirit beasts ahead. Their footsteps indicate they are approaching us. We must quickly climb the trees. Yang Fan instructed the two. The 3 of them now perched on the branches. The dense foliage provided excellent cover. From above, they could observe clearly, while from below, it would be challenging for anyone to discern their presence if they paused to look closely. Senior brother, this white tiger's strength cannot be underestimated. Now that we are separated from the other 2 disciples, we are even less capable of confronting it. A man wielding an unsheathed long sword remarked. The other, clad in a white robe, replied, There is no other choice. This beast is exceedingly swift. If we flee, it will be a dead end. Are there any companions nearby? We fight to the death. Prepare for a desperate struggle. Very well. Let this beast witness our prowess. It is unfortunate that our 2 disciples are absent. The combined techniques taught by our master cannot be executed. The other man expressed his regret. Wait, do not confront it head-on. This beast's roar is extraordinary, the white-robed man cautioned. Understood. It is coming. I will entangle it while you provide interference. Roar! The three heard a deafening roar that seemed to momentarily suspend their elemental energy. They were taken aback, exchanging shocked glances filled with disbelief. Yang Fan noted the hesitation in the movements of the two men with swords. They were evidently affected. From their conversation, it was clear that the four were disciples of the same master, though it remained uncertain which city-state's sect had surpassed the Lord's estate. Draw your swords. Attack its eyes. The man in the white robe, upon hearing the tiger's roar, adopted an expression of utmost solemnity. The two parted ways, standing on either side. Regardless of which party was attacked, the other could seize the opportunity to strike from behind. At the very least, dismantling the opponent's offensive. Yang Fan, Zhao Li whispered into Yang Fan's ear, "Do you think they will emerge victorious?" Yang Fan replied, "Victorious? Do you truly believe those who fled have scattered? For against two is a mismatch. Two will fare even worse. Just wait for my command. We shall employ a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow poised to strike." Zhao Li cast a surprised glance at Yang Fan, taken aback by his cunning. Yang Fan's gaze fell upon the two combatants and one beast below. The two men remained on high alert, gripping their swords tightly, which gleamed with a cold, sharp radiance in the sunlight. The white tiger crouched, turning its head back and forth to observe them. The standoff persisted until, out of impatience, the white tiger lunged at the man in the white robe. "Junior brother!" the man exclaimed, raising his sword defensively across his chest. The tiger's claws met the blade. While its massive head lunged forward, attempting to bite the man, he dodged, attempting to push the tiger away. But he was unprepared for the sheer force behind its Assault .9 Heaven sword technique. Roared the man behind the tiger, leaping onto its back, only to spark a few embers. Chapter 26. Waiting for the rabbit. Such a formidable technique merely caused the white tiger discomfort, without inflicting any real harm. Even if it were not a third-tier beast, it undoubtedly ranked among the pinnacle of the second tier. Yang Fan was somewhat astonished. "Damn, such tough fur," the man muttered in frustration. The man in white was panting, acutely aware of the peril he had just faced. Yang Fan could see his body trembling slightly. "Junior brother, this beast's hide is too thick. Aside from its eyes, I fear it is nearly impossible to injure it elsewhere," he remarked to his companion. However, targeting its eyes is no easy feat, even upon hearing its roar. "I felt my energy momentarily falter, and being so close, I found myself sluggish." The man referred to his junior brother wore a look of distress. "Let us wait for an opportunity. I refuse to believe this beast will not reveal a single flaw." The man in white spoke with fierce determination. Another roar erupted from the white tiger, charging toward the man who had wounded it, its claws radiating an icy aura. .9 Heaven's sword technique. The man executed his technique, striking the tiger's claw. The sound of metal clashing echoed. He successfully thwarted the tiger's assault, but the tiger paused momentarily in midair before descending. As soon as it landed, it opened its gaping maw to bite the man. The man in white swiftly thrust his sword into the tiger's mouth, but the tiger clamped down on the blade. The crack in the sword was visible to the naked eye, leaving the man stunned by its fragility as he quickly sidestepped. The claws of the tiger swished past his face with a whistling sound. .9 Heaven's sword technique. He struck the tiger again from behind. An ear-splitting roar reverberated through the forest, and both men momentarily paused before resuming their battle. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the tiger pivoted and leapt, swinging its claws down upon the man in front of it. "Junior brother, you dare, beast?" the man in white shouted, unleashing a powerful strike toward the tiger. "Elder brother, stop!" Before the words were fully uttered, the man in white was sent crashing aside. "Roar!" The man steadied himself, kneeling on one knee, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at the tiger. 9 Heaven's sword technique, certain kill. A torrent of sword light surged toward the white tiger, which remained unfazed as the sword energy rained down upon it, lazily responded with a low growl. 9 Heaven's sword technique, certain kill. Suddenly, a man appeared, stabbing toward the tiger's eye. Roar. The tiger's deafening roar was laced with anguish and fury. The man who had executed the strike collapsed to the ground, utterly depleted of strength to withdraw his sword, gazing serenely at the enraged white tiger. The tiger's paw descended with ferocity, propelled by the force of wind and thunder. Thunderstorm palm. Yang Fan struck the tiger's head. while Zhao Li intercepted its claw, simultaneously rescuing the exhausted man from beneath the tiger's grip. After landing a successful blow, Yang Fan relentlessly pounded the tiger's head, each strike infused with his full might. "Are you all right?" He gently laid the man down beside the elder brother in white, inquiring. "Zhao Li, hurry and assist," Yang Fan shouted, dodging the tiger's claws. "Thunderstorm Palm, Carefree Infinity." Zhao Li countered a tiger's paw with one hand while striking with the other. Roar! Zhao Li felt his energy falter, his hands devoid of support, as he braced for the tiger's impending assault. Thunderstorm Palm. Yang Fan delivered a fist into the injured tiger's eye, the force exploding within. The white tiger collapsed, its eyes glistening with vivid crimson, its body gradually ceasing to convulse, while one eye remained fixed on Yang Fan, as if questioning his existence, yet also expressing a hatred that sought vengeance. Yang Fan was unperturbed by this gaze. In this realm, the conflict between man and beast was a life-or-death struggle. To show mercy would only invite one's own demise. "A spirit core," Zhao Li exclaimed, extracting a translucent gem from the tiger's skull. "After all our efforts, it would be a shame not to acquire a spirit core." Yang Fan shared in his elation. This marked their first spirit core since entering the wilderness. A source of immense joy. Cough, cough, "This belongs to us." "You cannot have it," the man in white weakly protested, attempting to rise. "Yours? Were it not for us, you two would be nothing more than a pile of tiger dung right now. Do you not understand? To be ungrateful is one thing, but to be unreasonable is quite another," Zhao Li retorted, unwilling to relinquish the coveted spirit core. "Elder brother, let it go. They have a point. Had it not been for their timely intervention, we would surely have perished today," another man interjected. The man in white opened his mouth, a look of unwillingness crossing his features, yet no words escaped. "Elder brother, junior brother," a voice called from a distance. The three men turned to see the two in white, their faces lighting up with joy. "Junior brother, it is us," the man in white responded. "Elder brother, are you all right?" one of the newcomers asked. Noticing the dried blood at the corner of the elder brother's mouth, "It was that beast that inflicted the wound," the elder brother explained, gesturing toward the mangled form of the white tiger lying on the ground. "How could this be?" the fourth junior brother exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the deceased tiger. "How could it not be? My brother and I arrived just in time to save you from the clutches of death," Zhao Li interjected, illustrating the disparity in their strengths. "Indeed, since we have regrouped, let us depart swiftly. The stench of blood here is overwhelming and will soon attract higher-tier spirit beasts," the second junior brother suggested. Glancing toward the elder brother, the man in white could discern the underlying message from his junior brother. The four supported one another as they made their exit. Once they had distanced themselves, the man in white asked, "Junior brother, why did you stop me?" The second junior brother explained, "Had you not been injured and I not in such a weakened state, I would not have acted so." The two adversaries were far too formidable, especially the man beside the stout one, whose depths are unfathomable. "We could not rely on combined attacks. It would be akin to striking a stone with an egg." "Elder brother, junior brother, what are you discussing?" the third junior brother inquired, perplexed. "Humph, they rescued us, but it was a meticulously planned salvation, striking while my junior brother and I were locked in a fierce battle with the white tiger. Slaying it and seizing the spirit core," the elder brother scoffed. The two junior brothers exchanged glances, rendered speechless. "This cannot be left unresolved. You two come here, we shall—" "Why are you coming back? I was just about to descend." Duan Hongluan remarked, "We lie in wait here, anticipating spirit beasts drawn by the scent of blood. We shall slay one if it approaches, and if we cannot contend, we will remain hidden." Yang Fan articulated his strategy. After some deliberation, the two agreed, suppressing their auras as they awaited the arrival of the spirit beasts. Meanwhile, as Yang Fan and his companions prepared for their hunt, news of a black tiger began to spread slowly. "Hongluan, you initiate the attack. Zhao Li, wait for your moment," Yang Fan commanded, spotting yet another top-tier second-level spirit beast and making his arrangements. Duan Hongluan leaped from the tree, enveloping her palm in energy, and struck down toward the black tiger with ferocity. Chapter 27. Another kill. The black tiger, sensing danger, instinctively attempted to escape, leaping to the side. The ground trembled as her palm struck, leaving an imprint. Roar! The anthropomorphic eyes of the black tiger glared at the woman who posed a threat, and it roared in fury before charging at her. Thunderstorm Palm. Zhao Li followed suit with his own strike. The black tiger turned, whipping its tail to deflect Zhao Li's attack. However, Zhao Li smirked enigmatically. Mystical transformation of the nine heavens. The tiger's head absorbed the full force of Yang Fan's blow. The sequence unfolded in a flash. Duan Hongluan captured the black tiger's attention with her bold assault. Zhao Li feigned an attack, prompting the tiger to evade, while Yang Fan positioned himself for a thunderous strike the moment the tiger turned. The black tiger staggered, shaken by the impact. Yang Fan, this black tiger seems to possess even thicker skin than the white one. This strike appeared to yield little effect. Zhao Li remarked, astonished. Humph. My Yang Fan's clan technique is not merely of such caliber. Persist. We are only 8 strikes away, Yang Fan replied with a cold huff. What are you jesting with me? We still have to endure this. What a pitiful martial skill. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li was taken aback. Stop the nonsense and follow my lead. This time, Zhao Li initiated the first strike, encasing the area with the Red Luan technique. Yang Fan glanced at the oncoming black tiger, noting Zhao Li's fearless demeanor as he charged forward. With his vital energy swiftly circulating, it continuously gathered in his hands. When the tiger's claws collided with Zhao Li's fist, he felt as though he had struck solid metal. Realizing the gravity of his mission, Zhao Li gritted his teeth and persevered. The black tiger, perhaps also taken aback by the unexpected strength of this plump individual, roared in surprise as Zhao Li managed to withstand its claws. With a fierce growl, the black tiger increased its force, causing Zhao Li to break into a cold sweat, his eyes bloodshot. Kneeling on the ground, he resisted with all his might, while Duan Hongluan delivered a kick to the tiger's rear. Seeing that the black tiger remained unfazed, she followed up with a punch to its flank, causing the creature to turn its head in pain. Upon noticing that its own ally was under attack, the black tiger abandoned Zhao Li and swung its claws at Duan Hongluan. Duan Hongluan did not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, she dodged left and right, leaping and bounding, evading the tiger's assaults with ease. Despite the black tiger's fury, it proved futile. Gradually, however, Duan Hongluan began to show signs of fatigue, while the black tiger remained as vigorous as ever. Suddenly, the black tiger halted its offensive, granting Duan Hongluan a brief moment to catch her breath. Yang Fan observed the black tiger's rising momentum from a distance, sensing an impending danger that sent chills down his spine. Look out, Hongluan, evade quickly, Yang Fan shouted as he rushed toward her. Upon hearing Yang Fan's warning, Duan Hongluan instinctively attempted to dodge, but the black tiger's speed had doubled. Reaching her in the blink of an eye.it opened its gaping maw, lunging toward her. Although Duan Hongluan managed to evade just in time, the tiger's claws still grazed her left arm. She cried out in pain. Collapsing to the ground, the black tiger leapt toward her fallen form. In that critical moment, just as the black tiger was about to pounce on Duan Hongluan, Zhao Li stepped in front of her. Bracing himself against the weight of the descending beast in its enraged state, the black tiger's speed and strength were on an entirely different level than before. Despite Zhao Li exerting all his strength, he was slowly being overwhelmed. Just as his knees were about to touch the ground, the black tiger rolled to the side. Yang Fan arrived just as Duan Hongluan was injured, and Zhao Li, who had been recovering his vital energy, immediately shielded her, creating an opportunity for Yang Fan. The black tiger's attention was focused solely on Zhao Li, oblivious to Yang Fan's presence nearby. Even if it had noticed, the black tiger, entangled by Zhao Li, could not escape. While the black tiger rolled on the ground, Yang Fan maintained his assault, each strike infused with his divine power. The black tiger's speed proved ineffective against Yang Fan's agile movements, which possessed multiple transformations in every step. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fan unleashed 8 punches upon the tiger's head. By the time the 9th punch landed, the black tiger had no time to even blink before it ceased to breathe. After delivering his final blow, Yang Fan's form toppled over. Yang Fan, Zhao Li called as he rushed towards him, supporting Duan Hongluan. I'm fine. Just exhausted my vital energy. A short rest will suffice, Yang Fan replied. Forcing out the words despite the difficulty that moment, he realized that even speaking had become an arduous task. This was the greatest expenditure he had experienced since beginning his training. Not only was his vital energy depleted, but his divine power was also utterly exhausted. Feeling the absence of any vital energy within him, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile wryly, estimating that it would take a night for both powers to recover. His cultivation technique swiftly operated to replenish his Dantian, and he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the energy vortex responsible for filtration was functioning more rapidly than usual, offering him some solace. Not only that, but Yang Fan also sensed a considerable improvement in his cultivation, having reached the 6th level of warrior. Within the realm of warriors, this level was considered quite respectable. Zhao Li had also advanced a level, while Duan Hongluan had sustained no serious injuries. After a simple bandaging, and with Yang Fan assisting in her healing, she was not fully recovered but at least had scabbed over by the end of the night. Now, with the cooling spirit core in hand, all of them were of the upper 2nd tier. During his cultivation, Yang Fan had once again entered that peculiar space, where the golden figure demonstrated the Xintian 9 transformations imparted by Yang Yi. Following along in that space, Yang Fan practiced, and although he had previously connected with the golden figure before venturing into the wilderness, this time he had gained different insights. Each punch transformed uniquely, ultimately converging into one. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting rays upon the grass as the trio, having spent the night in the trees, descended to stretch their stiff bodies. Zhao Li, start a fire and prepare a meal. Hongluan, go gather some dry wood. I'll take care of this black tiger, Yang Fan instructed. Before long, a fire was crackling, roasting the massive black tiger. Having a wild feast every day doesn't seem so arduous after all. Zhao Li remarked, if only I had brought some seasoning, he sighed. As long as there's food, it's fine. Besides, we came here to acquire spirit cores and access the library, not merely to roast meat, Yang Fan responded. Maintaining a pragmatic view. By the way, Hongluan, is your wound all right? Yang Fan asked, taking a bite from a tiger leg. I'm fine now. It's already scabbed over and no longer painful, Duan Hongluan replied, clutching a leg of the tiger. The two of them each held a front leg, while Zhao Li took the hind legs. That's good to hear. For the upcoming hunts, you'll be responsible for providing support and diverting attention. Zhao Li and I can handle the offensive. After yesterday's battle, both of our realms have improved somewhat. If we encounter another black tiger like yesterday, Zhao Li can feign an attack while I deal with it myself, Yang Fan said as he ate. Duan Hongluan, consuming the tiger meat, felt a sense of astonishment. She reflected on how the once deemed useless Yang Fan had now reached a prominent level among the warriors, in just a few days. His progress was remarkable, and she sensed that his future achievements would be immeasurable. She had a premonition that during this hunting season, Yang Fan would undoubtedly gain entry into the library. Chapter 28. A shift in circumstances. After several days of waiting for the right opportunity, Duan Hongluan had reached the 3rd level of warrior, while Zhao Li had attained the 5th level. Yang Fan was quite pleased with their progress. Meanwhile, he had been consolidating his own cultivation. With the elevation of his realm, the purity of his vital energy had also improved, yielding results comparable to advancing 1 or 2 levels. Duan Hongluan's injuries had healed completely. As the daughter of the city lord of Luo City, the martial techniques she practiced were naturally not commonplace. Transitioning from a mere bystander, she gradually revealed her significance, and the trio's synergy became increasingly refined. A mere glance or gesture was enough for them to anticipate each other's next moves. Now, the three of them could contend against 3rd-tier spirit beasts, employing a strategy of encirclement and attrition to achieve victory. Yang Fan, should we consider relocating? Zhao Li suggested. The spirit beasts have been growing stronger with each passing day. Including the white and black tigers, we've encountered 5 in total. If this continues, we might find ourselves overwhelmed. Just yesterday, that fire rabbit nearly singed my hair, and it ultimately escaped, Zhao Li lamented. Yang Fan pondered this, agreeing with Zhao Li's assessment. The scent of blood was becoming increasingly potent, attracting stronger spirit beasts, some hunting, while others merely observed. This led Yang Fan to regard the intelligence of spirit beasts with greater caution. He sometimes felt as though, after days of hunting, the distant spirit beasts were aware of their presence in this area. This could explain the appearances of the fire rabbit, the red-threaded cicada, and the thunderworm centipede, all of which had wandered nearby. Zhao Li was correct. While hunting spirit beasts could accelerate their growth, facing overly powerful foes was tantamount to courting death. Among the 3rd-tier spirit beasts, most with unique abilities were beyond their current capabilities. Let's venture east and see what we can find. We should have accumulated a fair number of spirit cores by now, Yang Fan decided, and the 3 of them resolved to move onward rather than remain stagnant. Who are you? Zhao Li squinted at four individuals moving in the distance. "ITS, you guys," Duan Hongwan exclaimed, her tone laced with sarcasm, a rarity for her. "Indeed, quite the coincidence," responded Shang Wanwaner awkwardly. The Yuan brothers remained silent, while Chun Fei wore a calm expression. "You all seem to be in quite a hurry, heading east, I presume," Zhao Li observed, emphasizing the word east. "There's no need for sarcasm. It's not as if we have a choice," they replied. After 7 days of hunting, with more and more hunters crossing paths, some have clashed over spoils, while others have formed alliances. With the emergence of powerful high-tier spirit beasts, a sort of alliance has formed. The Great Eagle occupies the entire southern and eastern regions, while the Great Yin has taken control of the northern and western areas. Conflicts are rampant, Qin Fei elaborated. He paused before continuing. The 4 cardinal directions, along with the capital, have been divided into hunting zones by various formidable teams. We belong to the eastern province, with our hunting grounds located at the far east, so naturally, we must head east. Moreover, encroaching on another's hunting territory would invite collective retaliation. Yang Fan was taken aback. In merely 7 days, the situation had shifted so drastically. "Where is our northern province, then?" he inquired. "The northern province is west of the eastern province. If you head west, you will encounter it," came the reply. Qin Fei finished speaking and led the 3 of them eastward. "Let us go and seek out our organization," he said. Yang Fan and the others changed direction and walked westward. "Yang Fan, who do you think is the leader of the Northern Provincial Alliance?" Zhao Li suddenly turned back as he walked, sniffing the air. "What does it matter who it is? It's neither you nor me. An alliance formed for profit. How sturdy do you think it is? Once we enter our province's territory, we shall begin our hunt. Our next target will be a third-tier spirit beast. A moment's carelessness could lead to our demise." Yang Fan replied, "Indeed, just like that fire rabbit, all red. I never imagined its surface temperature would be so high, often erupting into a ball of flames. How could it not be called roasted rabbit?" Zhao Li seemed to recall that wondrous creature. "Yes, I too feel helpless. We lack suitable weapons, and unlike martial generals who can project their elemental force, enveloping their bodies, I can only execute wind thunder palm over a short distance, which requires suitable conditions," Yang Fan lamented. "You two should consider yourselves fortunate. At least you weren't harmed by it. Each third-tier spirit beast has its strengths and weaknesses. Did we not slay that iron-bone copper wolf?" Duan Hongwan retorted disapprovingly. "That wolf was merely swift. Its attack power was not particularly strong, yet its tough hide required me to exert tremendous effort to finally defeat it with the mystic Heaven 9 transformations. And I was utterly exhausted afterward, more so than with that black tiger, almost to the point of passing out." Yang Fan still felt a lingering fear. Desperate situations breed life. "Do you not feel that our daily battles with spirit beasts are worlds apart from yesterday? For instance, when we encountered the white tiger the second time, you could handle it alone. Even I could guarantee it wouldn't harm me," Duan Hongwan said with a smile. Yang Fan was taken aback. He had not expected her to say that, and he continued walking ahead. "Who goes there? Which province are you from?" Suddenly, a small squad emerged from both sides, blocking Yang Fan and his companions. "Friends, we are a team from Luoqing in the northern province. We have heard that areas have now been delineated, and we have come to seek an organization." "Oh, I see. You have come to the right place. This is indeed the hunting territory of our northern province. From here on, no one else may hunt except us. Should you encounter anyone, you must stop them immediately," the leader of the group said. "May I ask how many regions the Dian dynasty is currently divided into?" Yang Fan inquired politely. "Well, beyond the core area, the entire wild forest is now divided into 10 regions, namely." Yang Fan listened, gaining a general understanding of these factions. After expressing his gratitude with a cupped fist, he departed. As he walked, he pondered the current division of power. The mysterious Yin team, the alliance led by the Tansy City team from the eastern province, the Niu family team from Feng City in the west. Teams led by the 3 prominent families in the capital, the Great Eagle White Feather City team, the Great Eagle Lawn family team, the Great Eagle Ancient City team, the Great Eagle Heartless City team, as well as the Zhuangsha team from the Ancient Lantern Chamber of Commerce and the Spirit-Slaying Alliance formed by those small cities. Truly, a gathering of experts, Yang Fan thought, rubbing his temples in frustration. Our northern province is under the leadership of the 3 families in the capital. Why do you think the eastern province is so strong? One of the top 10 overlords? Zhao Li asked. feeling frustrated. The Eastern Province has always been at the forefront of the four provinces. There is nothing surprising about that, Yang Fan replied dismissively. What concerned him was that mysterious Yin team, which with only 4 individuals could rank among the top 10 overlords. Now that was truly terrifying. Chapter 29. Extorted. The three began to delve deeper and soon encountered a third-tier White Cloud illusion wolf. Zhao Li, Hongwan, prepare for battle. I will first test the strength of this beast, Yang Fan stated as he approached the White Cloud illusion wolf with a carefree step. The wolf howled, its body suddenly vanishing, surrounding itself with a cloud of white mist. Hemph, wind thunder palm. Yang Fan sensed the wind's force, perfectly positioned to unleash his wind thunder palm, concealing his power within the gusts as he struck the mist. What? Yang Fan was taken aback. He was certain his wind thunder palm had struck the mist, yet there was no effect. The mist moved swiftly, enveloping Yang Fan entirely. Once inside, he found himself surrounded by a white void. Reminiscent of the fog he had encountered with the Dark Knight Cat Demon, claws flashed, tearing Yang Fan's sleeve. He barely managed to evade a more serious injury. Damn it! Yang Fan cursed under his breath. The white mist severely diminished his perception. Otherwise, even in this fog, he believed he could evade the melee attacks of such beasts, given his familiarity with their tactics, with his inability to sense the enemy and his techniques hindered. Even his swift movements were rendered ineffective in this situation. If that is the case, then I shall fight with my life. A glint of determination flickered in Yang Fan's eyes. The claws of the White Cloud illusion wolf struck again. Tearing into Yang Fan's skin, drawing blood in a sudden motion, he circled behind the wolf, seizing one of its legs and violently throwing it around. The wolf howled in pain, but it was futile. Yang Fan saw his surroundings return to normal. Realizing he had escaped the wolf's illusion, the wolf lay defeated, lifeless from the beating Yang Fan had given it. Are you all right? What just happened? Zhao Li asked, noticing the wound on Yang Fan's chest. This wolf can shroud itself in mist. I was enveloped, reducing my perception and falling for its trick. Seems that all spirit beasts above the 3rd tier possess extraordinary abilities, Yang Fan remarked. Glancing at his wound with a smile. How can you still smile? But it was worth it. If we could get a spirit core, it would be even better, Zhao Li replied, shooting Yang Fan a disapproving glance. Although Duan Hongwan remained silent, concern was evident on her face. Take a good look. If not for me, I'd roast this beast, Yang Fan said as he channeled energy to heal his wound. There it is. We really are quite fortunate, Zhao Li exclaimed, holding up the spirit cord, of course. Otherwise, my injury would be for naught. Yang Fan replied, equally pleased. Leave the spirit core. Just as Yang Fan finished speaking, a crowd emerged around them, encircling Yang Fan and his companions. Who are you? Oh, isn't this the one from our northern province who just helped us? Duan Hongwan remarked at the suddenly appeared crowd. Hand over the spirit core. I apologize for not stating this earlier, but anyone coming here must pay a protection fee, 1 spirit core. Only then can you stay here safely. The man who had initially spoken wore a greedy expression as he fixated on the spirit core in Zhao Li's hand, eyeing it as if it already belonged to him. That spirit core belongs to us, earned through the hard-fought defeat of the spirit beast. Though you intend to rob us? Zhao Li glared at the encircling figures. What you're saying is quite inappropriate, my friend. We are all from the northern province. How could we resort to robbery? As previously mentioned, this is a protection fee. The 3 prominent families in the capital sacrificed their hunting time to offer us protection, and of course, we must reciprocate. Another individual chimed in. You? Zhao Li was so furious he could barely speak as he pointed at them. If it's a rule, we can abide by it. But where are the people from the 3 families in the capital? We shall deliver it to them ourselves. It's only fair to make their acquaintance, Yang Fan interjected. They are not here right now. Hand it over to me and I will pass it along. The first speaker countered, I only have 1 spirit core. Who should I hand it to among all of you? Yang Fan surveyed the group and replied, just give it to me. Once you do, we can all go hunt spirit beasts. Lingering here is a waste of time. We could have already slain a spirit beast. The man who seemed to be the leader spoke with growing impatience. Yang Fan silently cursed and said, I see this esteemed gentleman is a man of his word. Here, please accept the spirit core and pass it on for me. Yang Fan approached an ordinary-looking youth. Ready to hand over the spirit core? What are you doing? I told you to give it to me, Can't you understand? The leading man barked at Yang Fan. Wang Laolu, you're mistaken. This friend trusts us. The spirit core is in his hands, and he can give it to whomever he wishes. Wang Laolu's voice was equally unfriendly. The youth, annoyed by Wang Laolu's obstruction, frowned. Humph, we agreed on one team at a time. Why do you wish to disrupt the rules? Wang Laolu retorted, equally irate. But if he wishes to bypass you, what can be done? It's noble to speak of principles, but everyone knows each other's character. The youth's companion chimed in, Mo-he, are you truly going to break the rules? Wang Laolu exclaimed, exasperated. Rules are dead, but people are alive. If it's my turn next time, I'll gladly let you have it. The youth, now identified as a Mo-he, reached for the spirit core. You're going too far. Take this. Wang Laolu yelled, kicking out at the center. Yang Fan seized the opportunity to retract the spirit core and retreated to Zhao Li's side. Exchanging glances with Duan Hongwan and Zhao Li, Humph, Wang Laolu, do you truly think we from Emo City are easy to bully? I've long found you displeasing. Today, you shall learn what rules truly mean. In the frigid atmosphere, Mo confronted Wang Laolu and coldly declared, It is you who have broken the rules first, so do not blame me. Wang Laolu's relentless assault forced Mo to evade repeatedly. Let us settle this once and for all, Mo retorted, transitioning from defense to offense, unleashing a flurry of rapid kicks. The fierce exchange captivated all present, yet Yang Fan and his companions were not among them. Having stealthily slipped away during the clash, I believe they are deliberately using the pretext of the three major families to extort us. It is truly despicable, Zhao Li remarked as he moved swiftly ahead. No, the protection fees of the three major families may indeed be genuine, but their personal gain is questionable. I just tested the waters, and it appears to be the case. They likely hand over a portion to the families while keeping some for themselves. Yang Fan replied with a cold laugh. Chapter 30. The scheme, if they act in such a manner, do they not fear being discovered by the members of the three major families? Zhao Li posed his query. Have you not heard the saying, the law does not punish the masses? Their small team represents a force. Even the three major families would hesitate to provoke them. When ants swarm, even elephants feel the pinch, especially since the families are engaged in covert conflicts, each restraining the other. Your argument holds merit, but these individuals are truly vile. Zhao Li expressed his indignation. Even more despicable individuals lurk in the shadows. We must be cautious to avoid any contact with them. Alas, the human heart is the most fearsome thing, Yang Fan sighed bitterly. Indeed, those people will certainly not let us off easily. They are insistent on obtaining our spirit cores. And it is truly infuriating, Zhao Li added. Meanwhile, Mo and Wang Laolu realized they had been outmaneuvered, as a small team approached from the east. Upon conversing, they discovered that the very team manipulating the situation to seize spirit cores was the same one. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan and his companions, a conspiracy targeting them was unfolding, with countless eyes watching them in secret. Yang Fan, why do I always feel as though we are being watched? After 2 days of arduous travel, Yang Fan and his companions had entered the mid-tier spirit beast territory, a region that was undeniably perilous. However, it was precisely this danger that allowed them to avoid disturbances for the past 2 days. Hush, we are ambushed. Continue moving forward. Yang Fan gestured to his companions and pressed on. We cannot advance further. Ahead lies the territory of the golden armored beast. If we do not detour and continue forward, it would be akin to seeking our own demise, Zhao Li protested. Hong Wan has a saying, desperate situations can lead to survival. Since they are relentlessly pursuing us, I shall not hold back, Yang Fan declared fiercely. What do you intend to do? Zhao Li inquired anxiously. We must proceed with caution. I have my own plans. Soon, we will provoke the golden armored beast and then head towards the clear wind bowl. Fourth-tier spirit beasts possess a strong territorial instinct and will react aggressively to any uninvited presence. Yang Fan succinctly outlined his strategy. The trio moved quickly forward when suddenly a beastly roar echoed from ahead. The sound is not too distant. The golden armored beast is formidable, but it cannot match my speed. You two head towards the clear wind bowl and, once it is alerted, return immediately, Yang Fan instructed before sprinting toward the source of the sound. Let us go. Zhao Li and Duan Hongwan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Quickly, Sister Hongwan, we must move. That beast is too swift. Zhao Li reacted to the roar of the clear wind bowl. Ha, Laolu. It seems they have inadvertently entered the territory of the spirit beasts. Once they are mutually wounded, we shall seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. The spirit core of a fourth-tier beast is immensely valuable. Mo said to Wang Laolu, who was concealed nearby. That does not seem right. Do you not remember how cunning that fellow is? He would not make such a mistake. Moreover, they have been wandering here for 2 days. How could they be unaware of the spirit beasts nearby? Wang Laolu furrowed his brow, voicing his doubts. You are simply being overly cautious. Our previous oversight allowed that fellow to escape. Let us hope for the best. Mo replied dismissively. How many times is this now? Yang Fan and Zhao Li conferred. This is the 4th time. The golden armored beast is already infuriated, and I fear it will soon invade the clear wind bull's territory to hunt us down. Zhao Li said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Let them engage in battle. We will strike again. You two find a place to hide, and make sure to suppress your presence, if we endure for just a little while longer. We will be fine, Yang Fan urged as he ran swiftly. Let us go. This will be our final chance to conceal ourselves. We will head to the lair of the golden armored beast. Where its scent will mask our presence, it will be easier for us to hide, though it requires some sacrifice, Yang Fan explained as Zhao Li and Duan Hongluan retrieved 2 pieces of cloth. Ugh, Duan Hongluan could not help but retch, while Zhao Li, though concerned, remained silent, holding his breath in discomfort. Roar, moo. Yang Fan purposefully allowed himself to be struck by the tail of the golden armored beast. Though it appeared dire, he had prepared adequately and sustained minimal injury. Carefree and unrestrained, Yang Fan's figure vanished suddenly, inciting the golden armored beast to roar in fury. In the next moment, Yang Fan reappeared before the clear wind bull, slapping its head before fleeing toward the golden armored beast. The golden armored beast opened its massive jaws toward the human, while the clear wind bull charged forward. Yang Fan's figure vanished once more, and the 2 spirit beasts collided with a thunderous crash, collapsing to the ground. The awakened spirit beasts searched frantically for the whereabouts of the detested human. Cough, cough. Damn these spirit beasts. They are incredibly strong. My companion has sacrificed himself, and I am gravely wounded. This is infuriating. If only I had been a moment quicker, the golden armored beast would have been doomed. What a pity, having escaped the golden armored beast's grasp. Yang Fan sighed deeply. Laolu, did you hear that? They are mutually injuring one another. This presents us with a perfect opportunity to strike. A 4th-tier spirit core is something that only the 3 major families could hope to achieve together. Mo whispered excitedly, calm down. You yourself mentioned the terror of a 4th-tier spirit beast. How could these 3 possibly inflict heavy damage on the golden armored beast? Wang Laolu analyzed coolly. No, I must first acquire the spirit core of the clear wind bull. I had hoped to benefit from the conflict between the golden armored beast and the clear wind bull, but it seems the heavily wounded golden armored beast remains formidable, Yang Fan muttered to himself while tending to his injuries. Rising, he charged toward the golden armored beast's territory. Laolu, did you hear that? If you do not go, I shall. Let it be known that the spirit cores belong to me, Mo. Upon hearing this, Mo hurriedly led his subordinates to follow closely behind Yang Fan. Very well, the allure of a 4th-tier spirit core is too great. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. This time, let us take a gamble. Brothers, follow me. This concerns our future. Stay alert. Wang Laolu commanded as they surged forward. Yang Fan approached the golden armored beast, which was still locked in a standoff with the clear wind bull, neither daring to make a rash move. As Yang Fan reappeared beside it, both beasts let out furious roars. The golden armored beast dove underground, while the clear wind bull galloped faster, eventually lifting its hooves off the ground. Seeing the rampaging beasts, Yang Fan felt a surge of delight. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Next came the chance encounter. Help me, everyone! Yang Fan spotted Wang Laolu and the others, his expression frantic as he called for aid. The technique of carefree movement was employed once more, and in an instant, he appeared before Wang Laolu, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Good luck." With his technique at its peak, he fled toward the rear of Wang Laolu. ISU? Wang Laolu, upon seeing Yang Fan's seemingly unscathed form, realized the situation was dire. Oh no, Mo, we must flee. Indeed, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through the area. Chapter 31. The trap is SET. IT was the enraged clear wind bull. Quick, Take cover. Wang Laolu urgently dodged to the side. Moo! Ah! Several cries of anguish rang out as a few individuals, caught off guard by the whirlwind stirred by the clear wind bowl, were injured, crying out in pain. Damn! You cursed beast! Wang Laolu and Mo shouted angrily. Ah! The golden armored beast! The beast erupted from the ground, seizing a person by the thigh and dragging him below. In mere moments, the golden armored beast resurfaced. What in the world is happening with these enraged spirit beasts? How could they appear together to attack us? Mo questioned Wang Laolu. Do you still not understand? We have been set up. From the very beginning, it was a ruse. It seems he was aware we were tracking him all along, laying this trap for us. The bloodstains were likely staged to deceive us. In truth, he was not severely injured at all. Despicable. If I ever encounter him again, I shall ensure they are ground to dust. Mo seethed with hatred toward Yang Fan. Let us not waste time on futile thoughts. We must consider our current predicament. Even the three major families would need to join forces to confront one. Let alone two. We stand no chance. Wang Laolu sighed in resignation. Listen, everyone. If you agree not to trouble us any further, I will assist you in escaping today. What do you say? The voice of Yang Fan resonated from behind. It's you. Do you dare to show your face again? Today, I shall surely kill you. Upon hearing Yang Fan's voice, Emohi bellowed in response, Very well. I agree. From this day forth, we shall not infringe upon one another. Suddenly, Wang Laolu interjected, casting a knowing glance at Emohi. A gentleman's word is his bond. I shall trust you this once. As soon as those words left his lips, Yang Fan appeared before the two beasts. The moment the beasts laid eyes on that detestable human, they lunged at him. Yang Fan evaded their attacks while skillfully maneuvering his direction. This proved to be a considerable drain on his energy. Fortunately, his understanding of the Hunyuan Yikigong had deepened significantly the previous day, bringing him closer to mastering the first layer. He managed to draw the two beasts away from the crowd, rapidly exhausting their energy as well. Observing the distant figures of Yang Fan and the two beasts, the remaining individuals felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. They were astonished at Yang Fan's strength, capable of weaving through the onslaught of two beasts. Emohi expressed his astonishment. His movements are peculiar. His cultivation is only slightly higher than ours, yet his Yuan power is quite extraordinary, and I cannot discern his techniques, which is rather mysterious. Wang Laolu, more observant than Emohi, voiced his suspicions. What shall we do next? We have sustained numerous injuries, and one of our brothers has tragically perished. Can we simply let this slide? Emohi inquired about Wang Laolu's intentions. Recognizing that in the realm of cunning schemes, he was not Wang Laolu's equal, inform all members of the three major family alliance. I will offer a spirit core as a reward for a collective assault. The rationale being, he disregarded familial bonds and resorted to murder for treasure. Wang Laolu declared with a fierce expression, Agreed. Let us seize the fourth-tier spirit core and lure the spirit beasts to eliminate our competitor. This time, he is as good as dead. Even if the rules cannot restrain him, our numbers can compel him to pay a heavy price, Emohi added. Naturally, Yang Fan, who was leading the spirit beasts, remained oblivious to their schemes. He maintained utmost focus while evading the dual assaults. How infuriating! Must you pursue me so relentlessly? Am I merely using you as pawns? Yang Fan muttered as he continued his escape. Drawing upon the remnants of his Yuan power, he once again employed the art of carefree transcendence. The two beasts suddenly lost their target and halted momentarily, providing Yang Fan the opportunity to leap into a tree and stealthily slip away. Uncertain of Zhao Li and Hong Wan's fates, he mused that the safest refuge from the golden armored beast was its lair, so he decided to take a chance. Zhao Li, Hong Wan, Yang Fan called out. We're here. Zhao Li responded immediately upon recognizing Yang Fan's voice. So you are indeed here. What is that smell? Yang Fan remarked as he approached, detecting a pungent odor emanating from the two. What else could it be? Did you forget the tools we prepared? They were meant to be used stealthily while circumventing the domain of the golden armored beast. Zhao Li retorted with a smirk. Haha, you two are quite amusing. All right, enough jesting, we must hurry. The golden armored beast will soon return, having lost track of my scent. We need to leave quickly. Yang Fan laughed heartily but ceased when he saw the serious expressions on their faces. The trio arrived at the banks of a small river, where Yang Fan sat on a stone, channeling his energy to recover. Zhao Li and Duan Hongluan vigorously cleaned themselves, lamenting that they would not have left their garments on if it were not inconvenient to wash them. Let us go hunt spirit beasts. This time, let us see if they dare to obstruct us, Yang Fan declared as he rose after the two finished cleansing themselves. Where shall we go? Ahead lies the territory of fourth-tier spirit beasts. And we are no match for them. We haven't even encountered a third-tier beast recently, Zhao Li inquired. Let us head west. If we encounter any, we shall eliminate them. If not, so be it. With our current spirit cores, we should be ranked within the top 50, Yang Fan replied, unconcerned, knowing that venturing out now would be beneficial for their training. In less than half a month, he felt as if he had been reborn, with significant improvements in both his cultivation and combat adaptability. That sounds reasonable. Let us rely on our luck, he remarked. I still cannot believe how far I have come. From worrying about obtaining a single spirit core on the first day to now being able to evade fourth-tier spirit beasts. Each day feels like a dream, Zhao Li sighed. Duan Hongluan nodded in agreement, sharing similar sentiments. By the way, Yang Fan, have you considered what you will do upon returning? Will you stay in Luo City or venture out for further training? Zhao Li suddenly asked. Why do you ask? Yang Fan replied, somewhat puzzled that it's nothing. I just thought of it suddenly. Before I departed, my father mentioned that upon my return, he would send me to the Dian Martial Academy, which may mean a long separation, Zhao Li said with a hint of sadness in his tone. The Dian Martial Academy, the most prestigious institution in Dian. Gaining admission there is no small feat, given the vast population of the Dian dynasty, which only accepts a maximum of 100 students each year. You must seize this opportunity, Yang Fan exclaimed, genuinely happy for Zhao Li, fully aware of what the Dian Martial Academy represented. Are you not considering going? Although the admission criteria are stringent with your talent, it should be quite attainable, Zhao Li asked, seemingly inspired. As for me, I shall pass. I am not fond of the constraints of a martial academy. Perhaps I shall choose to wander the continent instead. I have heard that many itinerant warriors achieve extraordinary success, albeit not through the academy. But that suits me best, Yang Fan replied, shaking his head. Inwardly, Yang Fan mused. With no one to guide him in his martial arts and regarding techniques, he had no need for instruction. The extraordinary space in his dreams served as the greatest teacher. Possessing two rare treasures, why would he seek shelter under another's roof? Moreover, these treasures were unspeakable. It was wiser to refrain from drawing attention to himself. Seeing Yang Fan's refusal, Zhao Li ceased to persuade him. Duan Hongluan, who had been listening to their conversation, pondered deeply before speaking. Initially, I believe that the Yang family did not send anyone, which is why Yang Tianci teamed up with us. However, that does not add up. The distance between Luo City and the Imperial City is nearly 100,000 miles. How could he know that our hunting team from Luo City had yet to be finalized? Even if that were explainable, why did he not join his family's hunting squad but instead accompany us? Furthermore, he has been absent since the beginning of the hunt. Duan Hongluan expressed her lingering doubts about Yang Tianci. Indeed, I do not know much more, except that one night after I returned from training, Yang Tianci suddenly visited my home, claiming that my grandfather was originally from the Yang clan but was expelled due to youthful mistakes. Among the conditions he proposed was for my grandfather to lead the Luo City Yang family in acknowledging their roots, and in exchange, he requested a spot in the hunting team and assistance with family tasks when necessary. Beyond that, I am quite bewildered, Yang Fan recounted what little he knew. Is that so? If true, then your Yang family is poised to ascend greatly, Zhao Li exclaimed upon hearing Yang Fan's account. Now it makes sense why I had never seen him before. And why you invited him. It seems he may be fulfilling a family obligation and will seek you out when the time is right, Duan Hongluan deduced. If that is the case, I would gladly brave any danger for my grandfather, Yang Fan asserted with unwavering determination. Both Zhao Li and Duan Hongluan intentionally avoided mentioning one matter, Yang Feng, just as they had begun to establish a solid foundation of trust within their team. It now threatened to unravel. Esteemed guests, what brings you here in such haste? Wang Lao Lu's voice emerged from ahead. As his words faded, Wang Lao Lu slowly approached. Yang Fan and the others halted abruptly, astonished at the sight of him. Indeed, my friends, I have yet to properly express my gratitude for our last encounter. His silhouette appeared behind the three. Yang Fan did not need to turn around to know that the group following was led by He. Regarding the life-saving grace from last time, My disciple and I have yet to adequately thank you. Why not pause for a moment and reminisce? A man in a white robe appeared beside him. His tone dripping with sarcasm. "ITSU?" Zhao Li exclaimed upon spotting the quartet bearing long swords. "To think you remember us. I am quite flattered," the man in white replied, his voice tinged with mockery. "Indeed, I am somewhat surprised. I presume you all come prepared?" "Speak your business," Yang Fan stated, sensing the dire situation as he observed the gathering crowd. "Young brother, it has been some time, and your cultivation has advanced significantly." A hearty voice approached. That voice seemed familiar, yet he could not place it. Upon hearing it, Yang Fan felt an odd sense of recognition. Not the familiarity of long acquaintance, but rather an impression that lingered. "What's wrong? Young brother does not recognize me?" the voice continued, on the official road to Tansy City. Realizing who it was, Yang Fan remarked, "Ah, it is Brother Duan Mu. I did not know you were also here to catch up with me." Yang Fan inquired, "In recent days, I have continuously heard tales of a certain team's deeds, and I have always felt a sense of familiarity with them. As fate would have it, I learned that this team would pass by here. And indeed, it is you, Brother Yang." Duan Muxuan chuckled and remarked, "Among the crowd, only I, Duan Muxuan, exude an air of inscrutability. Yet, there are at least 20 to 30 warriors present. If it were merely myself, I might rely on my agility to preserve my life. But I have Zhao Li and Duan Hongwan by my side." Yang Fan pondered various means of escape, ultimately dismissing each one, finding himself ensnared in a perplexing predicament. "Let us speak plainly, Wang Laolu. Mo and the four of you. What is it that you truly desire?" Yang Fan surveyed the group and declared, "Since you have spoken, Brother Yang, let us settle accounts. How shall we value the life of my brother?" Wang Lao's expression shifted to one of coldness as he retorted, "Did we not resolve this matter last time? Have you forgotten the vows of the warriors?" Yang Fan, recalling Wang Lao's mention of that day's events, countered, "When lives are at stake, what value does a vow hold? If you do not slay Bo Ren, yet he dies because of you, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility." Mo interjected, "To fabricate charges is a skill you possess far beyond your martial prowess." Yang Fan, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to lay bare the animosity. "I am Yang Fan. Do not presume to act with impunity. With so many of us gathered, your brazen words shall not go unchallenged." Wang Lao's face flushed with indignation as he angrily remarked, "Indeed, it is quite the spectacle, with so many gathered to besiege the three of us." Yang Fan let out a cold laugh, "Brother, it appears we are in a dire situation." Zhao Li, discerning the gravity of their plight, sighed to Yang Fan, "How could the sons of Luoqing be cowards? Though I am but a woman, I shall not falter." Duan Hongwan, her expression resolute, asserted, "Last time we lacked the chance to engage. Now we can finally fulfill our wishes. Let us, the Four Swords, test your skills, Brother Yang." The man in white addressed Yang Fan, "Come forth. I have heard of your combined attack techniques. Allow me to witness them." Yang Fan radiated intense fighting spirit. "Do you remember me, esteemed brother? I have etched our last encounter in my mind. I never anticipated the opportunity to redeem my shame would come so swiftly. Heaven is indeed kind to me." Wang Hao turned to Zhao Li, saying, "Sister, with only the two of us women, should we refrain from combat? You may triumph over me, but you cannot best them." Lu Li urged Duan Hongwan, "The Nine Heavens sword technique. The man in white has unleashed formidable martial arts. The sword energy is significantly stronger than before." Yang Fan, observing the long sword in the white-robed man's grasp, wore a grave expression. He recalled witnessing his junior brother unleash a move from the Nine Heavens sword technique that wielded incredible power. And at that time, his own strength was far inferior to the present might of the man in white. Wind and Thunder Hand. Yang Fan summoned the winds, executing the technique, releasing his inner force outward. Chapter 33. The Wheel Battle. "The two swords shall come forth to challenge your prowess, Brother Yang," his junior brother exclaimed, sensing the precarious situation of his senior brother, immediately launching an attack. "Let us all engage. There is no point in testing the waters alone. If we do not join forces, you shall have no chance." Yang Fan remained unperturbed, his fighting spirit intensifying. Such a warrior's heart is indeed rare. Duan Muxuan concurred, "But what of it? The law does not punish the many. Even if General Niu were to learn of this, he would not dare offend so many factions." Luoqing lacks the ability to instigate such a grand affair. A black-clad youth standing beside Duan Muxuan asserted, "Very well. Since Brother Yang wishes to witness our combined attack, we shall not deny your request." Upon hearing Yang Fan's audacity, the man in white, somewhat irked, replied, "Spare me your prattle. Let us engage and come to an understanding today." Yang Fan interrupted the white-robed man, launching a punch, 4 directions sword energy, East Dragon, West Tiger, South Bird, North Turtle. 9 Heaven sword technique, unite. The white-robed man regarded Yang Fan's offensive, standing firm and unyielding, calmly reciting the incantation. The other 3 positioned themselves accordingly. Just as Yang Fan's fist was about to connect with the man in white, he suddenly sensed a powerful sword energy surrounding the man. Hastily, Yang Fan executed a graceful leap, spinning sideways before stepping back. He had long heard that the combined attack technique could amalgamate the strength of many into one, thereby temporarily augmenting individual power. And when paired with an unparalleled sword technique, it was indeed extraordinary. Immediately upon engaging, Yang Fan felt the might of the 4 swords' combined assault and, despite being adversaries, could not help but express his admiration. The unity of 4 swords is not merely so, Brother Yang. You must take heed. The white-robed man, upon hearing Yang Fan's praise, displayed a smug expression and, with no modesty, declared, "Old Lu, this Yang Fan is indeed remarkable. If it were me, I would truly be at a disadvantage." Mo observed the clash between Yang Fan and the 4 swords. Wang Laolu nodded, acknowledging that Yang Fan's strength was indeed far superior. He had realized this from Yang Fan's ability to escape unscathed from the spirit beasts. Otherwise, he would not have summoned Duan Muxuan to bolster their ranks. Duan Muxuan was the foremost figure in the eastern province of the wilds. Not to mention Yang Fan, even those from the 3 great families might not surpass him. Thus, keep your worries at bay. Besides, the 4 swords may not necessarily be defeated by Yang Fan. Wang Laolu analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, Zhao Li was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Wang Hao. Both were warriors of great fortitude, their vigorous exchanges severely taxing their stamina, leaving the surrounding trees utterly devastated. Each punch and palm strike was imbued with considerable inner strength. "Not bad. You have made significant progress since last time," Zhao Li remarked after exchanging blows with Wang Hao. "You two have improved. I thought I was the only one advancing swiftly. Let us go again. This time, I shall avenge my past disgrace," Wang Hao proclaimed as he charged once more. Zhao Li evaded Wang Hao's punch and retaliated with the cloud-pushing palm. Wang Hao, unable to dodge in time, took the blow directly, coughing. He staggered back a few steps to steady himself, spitting blood, and glared at Zhao Li with bloodshot eyes. After landing a successful strike, Zhao Li refrained from pursuing the attack, instead focusing on recovering his inner strength. "How dare you injure Wang Hao? I shall make you pay tenfold." The black-clad man beside Duan Muxuan, Lu Lin, declared vehemently, "Cease your prattle. If you seek revenge, come at me." Zhao Li scoffed, inciting Lu Lin's fury. Lu Lin sprang into action, leaping from the ground to land a meter in front of Zhao Li, swiftly delivering a kick. Zhao Li intercepted with a punch but was overwhelmed by an immense force that forced him back a few steps. "What incredible strength! What is your name?" Zhao Li exclaimed, shaking off the impact. "From Tansi City, Lu family, Lu Lin replied, fixing his gaze on Zhao Li. Lu Lin. "I have yet to be defeated. Step aside. This is my battle, and I will not permit your interference." Wang Hao, rising to his feet and wiping the blood from his lips, shouted at Lu Lin, "You are utterly oblivious. I was merely helping you avenge your grievances. Yet you repay me with scorn and shouts." Lu Lin, pouting in dissatisfaction, retorted, "That is my affair. As long as I do not concede, it is not over." Wang Hao faced Zhao Li, declaring, "Let us continue. You scoundrel." "Wang Hao, return. You are utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Just now, Zhao Li showed mercy. Otherwise, whether you could rise again is uncertain. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Uncle Wang?" Enduring and taciturn, Duan Muxuan's frustration boiled over. Instantly, Wang Hao's anger dissipated, and even Lu Lin and Lu Li fell silent, knowing well Duan Muxuan's temperament, calm and unperturbed, a perfect metaphor for a gentle breeze and light clouds. Yet today, this usually graceful Duan Muxuan had reprimanded his own allies, leaving them dumbfounded. Wang Hao, incredulous, glanced at his wounds and then at Zhao Li, still unable to comprehend how, in less than half a month. He had progressed so rapidly after merely narrowly defeating him last time. With a hint of reluctance, he shot a glance at Zhao Li before returning to Duan Muxuan's side .9 Heaven's Sword technique. Turn! Yang Fan abandoned the white-robed man, swiftly appearing before his junior brother, condensing his inner force in his hand to strike his junior brother's face. Just as he was about to make contact, a wall of sword energy materialized between them, and despite Yang Fan's continuous effort to break through, he could not shatter this formidable barrier. Countless strands of sword energy surged toward Yang Fan, compelling him to withdraw and evade their encirclement. Attempting to flee, the man in white sneered, 9 Heaven's Sword technique, ensnare. As the white-robed man and the second elder brother continued their assault on Yang Fan, their long swords reflected light, exuding a menacing sharpness, and the surrounding inner energy seemed to be influenced by their presence. The other two intercepted Yang Fan from behind, flanking him as he dodged left and right, seemingly escaping by the narrowest of margins each time. Humph! Let us see how long you can evade. The white-robed man scoffed. 9 Heaven's Sword technique, attack. The sword energy became even more concentrated, its speed quickening several notches compared to before. The figure in white brandished the treasured sword in hand, lunging towards Yang Fan's chest, eyeing a deft maneuver. Yang Fan turned just in time to evade a blade that had come from behind him. The two swords twisted momentarily, preparing to retract, their edges hovering perilously close to Yang Fan's front and back. At that moment, two more swords lunged from the front and back, aiming for the same trajectory as before. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Yang Fan maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic. With his right hand, he pinched the sword that pressed against his back, applying force until the sword in the white robe was about to shift to a vertical position. Its blade aimed at Yang Fan's chest. In that instant, Yang Fan leaned closer to the individual holding the trapped sword, releasing his grip to grasp the person's hand holding the weapon. A surge of divine energy erupted from Yang Fan's palm, causing the individual to wince in pain and relinquish their hold on the sword. The two swords that had been poised behind him clashed together, producing a melodious chime, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Yang Fan executed his movements with an ethereal grace, darting around the sword-bearer's back, unleashing his wind and thunder technique. Chapter 34. Entering the demon, the individual was struck, propelled forward by the force of the blow, startling the two who had been clashing swords, prompting them to hastily retract their blades. The figure in white, recognizing the newcomer, steadied himself with one hand, but little did he expect Yang Fan to follow closely behind, one hand wielding a sword while the other obstructed him. The white-clad man, in that moment, wished for 2 additional hands. The other 2 sword-wielders, witnessing Yang Fan's punchland before the figure in white, swung their swords towards him, yet Yang Fan effortlessly evaded their strikes. As the injuries sustained by the two escalated, the formation of the 4 swords began to falter, and Yang Fan opted not to hastily pursue further attacks, instead seizing the moment of their disarray to recuperate some of the significantly depleting energy. The preceding conflict unfolded within mere breaths, as Yang Fan relentlessly executed his carefree movements and wind and thunder technique, alternating between the two powers. Fortunately, his cultivation was sufficiently high to sustain such an ethereal combat style. Such a ghostly grace, coupled with his skill and adaptability, is indeed exceptional. It is said this individual is merely 16 years old. A true prodigy, Duan Muxuan pondered in astonishment. Point 4 of you. Are you ready to continue? Yang Fan jested at the regrouped quartet. The 4 in white wore expressions of shame and indignation. They had never anticipated that their prideful combined attack would fail to even graze his attire. Furthermore, they had sustained injuries themselves, one gravely, the other lightly. Without waiting for the quartet to respond, a piercing scream echoed in everyone's ears. It was Zhao Li. Yang Fan's expression shifted. He had been facing away from Zhao Li, and given the intensity of the 4's coordinated assault, he had no time to monitor Zhao Li's situation. Hearing his anguished cry, he whipped around, only to see Zhao Li's figure flying backward. Everyone felt a gust of wind. Yang Fan caught Zhao Li from behind. Zhao Li, are you all right? Yang Fan asked urgently. Brother Zhao, Duan Hongwan also called out, casting a fierce glare at Liu Li before rushing past her. Liu Li, taken aback by the unfolding events, stood frozen, allowing Duan Hongwan to pass. Liu Li, come back, Duan Muxuan gently urged, Liuli replied softly, retreating behind Duan Muxian. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I won't die from this, Zhao Li said weakly, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Zhao Li lay in Yang Fan's arms. Tilting his head back to meet Yang Fan's eyes, brother, take Hongluan and flee. Don't worry about me, General Niu has orders not to harm our kin. They won't dare kill me, but I can't be a burden to you. So hurry and go, be quiet, swallow this. Yang Fan retrieved a pill from his robes and forced it into Zhao Li's mouth, feeling a swell of emotion. Duan Hongluan grasped Zhao Li's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Unbidden, she made no effort to wipe them away. From the start of their hunting expedition until now, he had silently supported her, always shielding her from danger, tenderly calling her Hongluan sister, and offering her the finest morsels every time. Duan Hongluan was flooded with memories, and her tears flowed freely. Sister, don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't be the most beautiful woman in Luoqing anymore. I'm not finished yet. It's not a life or death separation. Zhao Li managed to smile, even as pain surged from his wounds, causing him to inhale sharply. You deserve it. Even in this state, you still can't be honest, Duan Hongluan chided, breaking into a smile as she wiped her tears away. Exactly. A smile is far more becoming, right? We, from Luoqing, bleed without shedding tears, Zhao Li replied, satisfied to see Duan Hongluan smiling. What's the matter? It's not as if it's a life or death parting. This matter isn't settled yet. He addressed the three of them. Yang Fan slowly lifted Zhao Li, leaning him against an ancient tree, while Duan Hongluan tended to him. After setting Zhao Li down, Yang Fan turned his gaze slowly towards Lu Lin. He remained silent, his eyes fixed on Yang Fan, devoid of anger, emanating a suffocating aura of terror. His expression was impassive, yet his presence resonated with an otherworldly intensity, akin to a soul-reaping specter from hell. This is bad. This is a sign of entering the demon realm. Lu Lin, retreat, Duan Muxuan exclaimed, recognizing the gravity of Yang Fan's condition and hurriedly attempting to intervene. Demon? What is a demon? What is righteousness? Robbing my spiritual stones? Hunting me down, injuring my comrades. This is the way of the martial artist? In this world governed by the law of the jungle, where fairness is but a mirage, the weak are perpetually oppressed while the strong continue their plunder. If the world forces me into becoming a demon, then so be it. With each word, Yang Fan's aura intensified, becoming more oppressive. I cannot provide an answer, in truth, even if one were to become a demon. It would merely be a vague account from ancient texts. No one has truly witnessed a demon. Perhaps it is merely a state of being. Yet, Brother Yang, this world is rife with countless injustices. If you lack the power to alter these injustices, then you must learn to adapt to their existence, Duan Muxuan responded after a moment of contemplation. I do not wish to be your enemy. Yang Fan said, locking eyes with Duan Muxuan. Neither do I, but Lu Lin is my companion. Although he should not have injured your friend, Wang Hao is equally grievously wounded, and I wish to intervene. Martial contests are inherently unpredictable. So if Brother Yang insists, I have no choice but to accept your challenge, Duan Muxuan urged. If I win, this matter ends here, and you owe me a favor. If I lose, you may do as you wish with him. Yang Fan declared, fixing his gaze on Lu Lin. Should I win, this matter is settled, and you owe me a favor. If I lose, you can take him as you please. What do you think? Duan Muxuan revised the terms. Yang Fan did not ponder why Duan Muxuan only sought a single favor. His focus was solely on avenging Zhao Li, and he readily agreed. Brother Yang, make your move, Duan Muxuan said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Carefree movement, boundless freedom. Yang Fan initiated the technique, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind Duan Muxian. As Yang Fan prepared to strike, Duan Muxuan reached back and expertly grasped Yang Fan's fist. Yang Fan's hand was imbued with divine energy. Striving to break free from the vice-like grip, after seizing Yang Fan's hand, Duan Muxuan channeled his energy, firmly holding Yang Fan's fist in place. Yang Fan felt the immense strength radiating from Duan Muxuan's grip. As waves of divine energy surged from his own hand, attempting to force Duan Muxuan to release him, yet the grip remained unyielding, stronger than Yang Fan had anticipated. Yang Fan's hand was caught in a tight hold. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he grimaced. In such a predicament, even his techniques would prove futile, prompting him to utilize the Xintian 9 transformations against Duan Muxuan's grasp. Just as he was about to strike, His left hand was also captured by Duan Muxuan's left hand. Yang Fan's face fell, realizing he could neither shake free nor move. Chapter 35. I am Yang Tianci. He lifted his foot, executing a side kick towards Duan Muxuan, who merely raised his leg to block, causing pain to shoot through Yang Fan's knee and lower leg. With both hands ensnared, Yang Fan found himself under complete suppression. Should he remain unable to resolve the situation, defeat would come in the blink of an eye. So many of you bully my companions. Do you think there is no one left in Luoqing? A voice rang out, and the figure of Yang Tianci, clad in white and with his hair elegantly styled, appeared abruptly before Duan Muxuan. Duan Muxuan's expression shifted. The sudden appearance of this individual before him was startling, especially given that Yang Tianci was undoubtedly far superior to him in strength. Releasing Yang Fan, Duan Muxuan observed Yang Tianci with cautious eyes. Who are you? He inquired, ignoring Yang Fan's presence. I am a companion of Yang Fan. I have heard that you delineate hunting zones. Very well, from this moment forth. This area you occupy shall be deemed the hunting grounds of our Luoqing team, spanning 100 miles in either direction. Should anyone hunt here without permission, I will ensure they remain in the hunting grounds until they grasp the rules of engagement. No deaths. No maiming, yet it does not imply that injuries are forbidden. There are many wild spirit beasts. Under severe injuries, unforeseen accidents may occur, Yang Tianci proclaimed, his domineering tone intimidating all present. Who do you think you are? Speaking so boldly? Mo, he retorted angrily upon hearing Yang Tianci's brazen words. Me? I may not be worthy of mention, yet this territory in Lo City is firmly established. You are not in a position to make decisions here. Go summon those who hold true authority. Yang Tianci's languid voice greatly provoked Mo. Humph. I shall see just how capable you truly are. Upon uttering these words, Mo concentrated a continuous flow of elemental energy in his palm and charged towards Yang Tianci. Like a moth drawn to a flame, he was courting disaster. Since General Niu had given his orders, I shall spare your life for now. Yang Tianci remained unfazed by Mo's onslaught, maintaining an air of indifference. Just as Mo's palm was about to strike Yang Tianci, he slowly extended a hand to block the force. With a slight push, Mo was sent hurtling backwards. Cough. After hitting the ground, Mo coughed up blood. Gazing at Yang Tianci in terror, unable to comprehend such formidable power. What? Do you still refuse to submit? Or is there someone who harbors doubts? Yang Tianci inquired. If there are no questions, return and inform your overseers that I, Yang Tianci, shall claim 1/3 of your territory. Yang Tianci then turned to Duan Muxuan and said, You must be the person in charge of another region, correct? The same terms apply. 1/3 of the territory will be mine. And today's matter will be considered settled. What say you? After a prolonged silence, Duan Muxuan finally managed a faint smile and slightly cupped his fists in respect, saying, Since Brother Yang has spoken, let us proceed thus. After the hunt concludes, may we all indulge in a celebratory drink together? Very well. I extend my gratitude to Brother Duanmu, Yang Tianci replied, returning the gesture. Let us depart. As Duan Muxuan turned to leave, he cast a glance at Yang Fan before exiting, with the three of them following suit. They have consented. What about your side? Will you seek approval or proceed otherwise? Yang Tianci turned back to Mo and Wang Laolu after Duan Muxuan's departure. This matter is beyond our authority. May we consult our superiors? Wang Laolu suggested with a glint in his eye. Agreed. But until then, the territory will remain divided according to my specifications. Should they object, let them come find me. Remember, my name is Yang Tianci. His words carried an overwhelming force, and both Wang Laolu and Mo felt an immense pressure, especially Mo, who was already injured and found himself at a loss for words. Brother Duanmu, why did you not acquiesce to Yang Tianci's excessive demands? Even if he possesses great strength, that does not guarantee he is your match, Liu Li questioned, perplexed as she approached Duan Muxuan. You misunderstand. I am not his equal. He has already reached the threshold of a half-step marshal general. Just a step away from full marshal general status, Duan Muxuan replied as they walked, his face lit with longing at the mention of marshal generals. A half-step marshal general? Who is he exactly? He appears to be of similar age to you, yet has achieved such heights, Liu Li exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, it is nothing extraordinary. The divine martial continent is teeming with experts. Do not be surprised by a mere half-step martial general, for even genuine martial generals are not uncommon. Only those who continuously swim against the current can reach the pinnacle, Duan Muxuan remarked, showing little agitation. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Wang Laolu and Mo led their group away. Zhao Li, having rested for some time, could now circulate his energy to heal. I am grateful to you, brother Tianxi. Had it not been for you, we would have faced total annihilation. Yang Fan expressed his thanks to Yang Tianxi. Such words are unwarranted. Although I am not a resident of Lo City, I entered alongside its esteemed ranks. We are all part of one team, and I, Yang Tianxi, could never stand idly by, he declared with righteous fervor. Yes, we are indeed a team, but I still owe you my thanks, Yang Fan replied gratefully, though inwardly he scoffed, thinking, what a grandiloquent statement. From the outset, I sensed something amiss when he abruptly departed. And I often felt as if someone were tailing us, yet I could never pinpoint the source. It appears he was merely waiting here, ready to intervene at the moment of our potential demise, no matter the angle. It would elicit gratitude. Truly, he is a scion of a prestigious family, young Master D. He speaks of you with such disregard. It is a grave insult to your prestige, Mo exaggeratedly reported regarding the D family. Enough, I am aware. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Focus on the hunt for now, and await my instructions, Di Long responded coolly. Understood. Though Mo felt a tinge of resentment, he dared not offend Di Long and thus retreated. Yang Tianxi, the grandson of the current head of the Yang family, surprised many by not joining the family's hunting party, but instead venturing into the small Lo City. It seems the power struggles within the Yang family are more intense than anticipated. How intriguing. Truly intriguing, Di Long mused as he burst into laughter. Young Master Yang, that is precisely what he said. Wang Laolu reported truthfully. Haha, young Bao, your cousin is indeed quite domineering. Since he has spoken, neither Di Long nor I will object. Wang Laolu, give the order. No one is to appear in their hunting area. Those who defy this will face the consequences, Hua Tian commanded. Understood, Wang Laolu replied, pondering the intricate relationships at play. Yang Tianxi was indeed young Bao's cousin. It was said that the current head of the Yang family in the capital had 2 sons, each with a son of their own, and the younger one was born 2 days earlier. It seems he is Yang Tianxi. Hua Tian, do not rejoice too soon. Your family's situation is not much better than mine, at least my father is the eldest son and will naturally succeed according to family rules. You and your brother may have the order of age, but your younger brother is no ordinary person, young Bao sneered. You, how shall this matter be resolved? Hua Tian retorted with a huff, attempting to regain his composure. Before leaving my family, Yang Tianxi was already a 9th-level warrior. According to Wang Laolu, it appeared he expended little elemental energy, yet with a mere push, he sent Mo flying, indicating his strength surpasses that of a warrior. If I am not mistaken, he is now at the half-step martial general level. For that push utilized the elemental force only a martial general can achieve. Young Bao said gravely, the half-step martial general? What a jest! He is merely a month or 2 older than you, and yet he has reached such a stage. It seems he is not much inferior to my younger brother. Your future is indeed worrisome. Hua Tian initially gasped, then continued to gloat at young Bao. I am merely competing with my own brother, and though he is a martial fanatic, grandfather allocates all resources to him, preventing his involvement in family affairs. Conversely, while my cultivation may not match his, I have steadily taken control of family matters, young Bao retorted. When comparing you and me, what do you possess that is superior? There will come a day when your beloved cousin will expel you from the Yang family. Hua Tian thought disdainfully. We lack the strength to act against Yang Tianxi, but I am aware that he has not shown himself since the hunt began. Had it not been for the impending annihilation of Lo City, he would not have intervened. Young Bao paused before continuing. Yang Tianxi may be formidable, but that does not mean the other 3 are inactive. The one named Yang Fan is not weak. He is said to be the leader of Lo City. He shall be our target. However, we must proceed with utmost caution, executing our plans stealthily. In the aftermath. Even if Yang Tianxi questions us, we can deny all involvement, and if necessary, we can find 2 scapegoats. Agreed. Let us proceed thus, if you can outmaneuver your cousin. What reason do we have to refuse? The implication of young Bao's ruthlessness hung in the air. The family will certainly learn that both Yang Tianxi and young Bao participated in the hunt. One is a prominent figure, the other a team in disarray. They will only see the outcome, not the means. I will summon Di Long. We shall commence our actions tomorrow. Today, let us deliberate thoroughly, Hua Tian stated before taking his leave. Hua Tian, you dare mock me? One day, I shall ensure that both you and Yang Tianzi vanish." Yang Bao muttered venomously as he watched Hua Tian depart. "I have long coveted this fourth-level golden armored beast alongside Yang Fan. Yet due to insufficient strength, we ultimately had to retreat in a sorry state," Zhao Li remarked, gazing at the formidable creature before him. "Indeed, it possesses an incredibly hard back. I once attempted to attack a single spot repeatedly, but it proved largely ineffective. Furthermore, it can burrow underground, emerging unexpectedly beneath you, either biting or clawing at you. Once ensnared, escape becomes exceedingly difficult," Yang Fan added. After listening to their descriptions, Yang Tianzi grasped the creature's capabilities and mused. "Here is the plan. Hongwan and Zhao Li shall feign an attack. While brother Yang Fan will draw its ire, I will focus on delivering a lethal blow, though I am uncertain how many strikes it will take to bring it down." "Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Zhao Li, Hongwan, prepare for the flank. I shall commence the assault." Yang Fan nodded in agreement with Yang Tianzi's plan. Carefree in the heavens, Yang Fan treaded lightly, gradually approaching the vigilant golden-armored beast before him. The golden-armored beast had been fixated on Yang Tianzi, sensing a perilous aura emanating from the diminutive figure. Consequently, upon recognizing the human who had previously toyed with him, it refrained from launching an immediate attack. When the golden-armored beast noticed Yang Fan daringly inching closer, it let out a thunderous roar, opening its massive jaws to snap at Yang Fan. In response, Yang Fan slowed his steps and leapt into the air, landing precisely upon the beast's upper jaw. The golden-armored beast swung its head violently, attempting to dislodge Yang Fan, but he remained steadfast, as if rooted to its jaw. Suddenly, the beast's body began to bend, and Yang Fan felt a rapid descent. He swiftly jumped down, only to see the golden-armored beast straighten its form and snap its jaws towards him as he descended. Yang Fan sensed danger but found himself unable to evade. He could only summon his vital energy for a final stand. At that moment, Zhao Li and Duan Hongwan struck simultaneously. Having approached the golden-armored beast the instant Yang Fan leapt down, with a punch and a palm strike, they concentrated all their vital energy into their attacks, unleashing their most formidable martial techniques. The duo launched their assault from beneath the beast's jaw, almost toppling its Yang Fan landed safely. Yang Tianzi, standing at a distance, made his move. His hands gathered vital energy, radiating a vibrant azure glow that intensified. "Azure Dragon emerges," he proclaimed, as the azure light from his hands burst forth. Seizing the moment when the golden-armored beast was off balance, both fists struck simultaneously against its vulnerable belly, showcasing Yang Tianzi's remarkable speed. The beast's belly, being its weakest point, lacked the formidable scales that protected its other areas. Azure Dragon Fist. With the golden-armored beast now on the ground, Yang Tianzi did not relent in his onslaught. His fists, glowing with azure light, rained down upon the beast's abdomen like a relentless downpour. A weak, mournful cry escaped the golden-armored beast, tears of pain welling in its eyes. In this world, there was no room for mercy. It was a matter of survival. "Either you perish or I do. Rest in peace," Yang Tianzi muttered, regardless of whether the spirit beast could comprehend his words. Before delivering a final strike to its head, the golden-armored beast slowly closed its eyes, expiring. Yang Fan was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of a martial general, although he had witnessed duels between martial generals before. His own limited cultivation had rendered him unable to discern their true prowess, and the distance had obscured much of the spectacle, not to mention the chaos of wind and sand during their skirmishes. It was only within the martial general realm that the true essence of vital energy could be manifested. Vital energy, when harnessed through martial techniques, complemented each other. When techniques were aligned with compatible cultivation methods, one could maximize their potential. Different martial techniques and cultivation methods exhibited distinct manifestations of vital energy, yet they all shared a commonality: a significant consumption of one's own vital energy. With the demand increasing for higher-level techniques, noticing the astonishment in Yang Fan's eyes, Yang Tianzi began to explain. How does one externalize their vital energy? After hearing Yang Tianzi's explanation, Yang Fan posed a crucial question. Once you reach the 9th level of perfection, when your Dantian's vital energy can no longer circulate, you must begin to channel it throughout your entire body. When your body is fully infused with vital energy, you will be capable of externalizing it, Yang Tianzi elaborated, outlining the general direction. "Thank you, Brother Tianzi, for your guidance," Yang Fan expressed, clasping his fists in gratitude. Chapter 37. Conspiracy. Yang Tianzi graciously accepted the gesture. For on the path of a martial artist, age was irrelevant. A single piece of guidance could bestow the honor of mentorship, making it entirely reasonable for him to receive such respect. After collecting the golden armored beast's spirit core and pausing briefly to rest, the quartet made their way towards another fourth-tier spirit beast, the Clearwind Ox. In comparison, while the Clearwind Ox lacked the golden scales of the golden armored beast and could not burrow underground, it possessed a unique skill: the ability to transform into a gust of wind. This wind was capable of slicing through trees, akin to a razor-sharp blade. The Clearwind Ox was also exceedingly difficult to combat. If afforded the chance to enter its wind state, it would not only achieve remarkable speed but also immense destructive power. Zhao Li remarked to Yang Tianzi, while Yang Fan added, however, once it transforms into wind, it cannot halt. If it does, the state will dissipate, and it cannot turn sharply to it can only advance in a singular direction. Otherwise, with that innate skill, it could easily overpower the golden armored beast. Yang Tianzi observed the two and noted, "It seems you both have had considerable encounters with these creatures, understanding their strengths and weaknesses thoroughly. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. This is the last fourth-tier spirit beast in our vicinity. Currently, we possess the strength to contend with fourth-tier beasts. Fifth-tier ones, however, pose a different challenge. Yet, aside from advancing forward, there are hardly any spirit beasts left in this area. After slaying the Clearwind Ox, let us each take a moment to cultivate before continuing our journey at dawn. Since the area has been delineated, we must press forward. The youth is nearing the core region, and soon we shall ascend that mountain. Beyond the savage forest lies the heart of the wilderness, where the mightiest spirit beasts dwell," Yang Tianzi contemplated aloud. Yang Tianzi's proposal was a reluctant one. Retreat was not an option, and the group was unwilling to back down. Within the territory of the Clearwind Ox, the creature observed them, its nostrils flaring as it exhaled heavily, especially fixating on Yang Fan, akin to a bull spotting a matador. With a furious bellow, the Clearwind Ox charged, its hooves pounding the ground as it accelerated, lifting its legs off the earth and conjuring a whirlwind that sent branches, leaves, flowers, and foliage spiraling into the air. "Behold, a frenzied bull is the most troublesome adversary," Zhao Li remarked, casting a glance at Yang Tianzi. "I shall take the lead. Once it halts, you all strike for a decisive blow." Yang Tianzi stepped forward, approaching the Clearwind Ox, feeling the ferocity of the wind surrounding him. The three hastily dodged to the sides, and Yang Tianzi leapt into the air, executing a somersault with his head downward, his hands emanating a fiery red glow. "Vermilion bird incinerates the sun." As Yang Tianzi declared, flames danced upon his hands. Two fireballs erupted from his palms as he restrained his vital energy, allowing the whirlwind to carry him away from the Clearwind Ox. Once clear of the beast, he swiftly activated his vital energy and planted a kick into a tree to stabilize himself. Meanwhile, the two fireballs were not extinguished but rather followed the swirling winds, growing in intensity with each rotation. In mere moments, the two fireballs transformed into a blazing tempest. What a formidable technique! Vermilion bird incinerates the sun. At this rate, the Clearwind Ox will have no choice but to stop, unless it wishes to be roasted alive. Yang Fan exclaimed in genuine admiration, realizing that although his cultivation methods were robust, his martial techniques were lacking. "Look, the whirlwind is slowing. Let us go," Zhao Li shouted as he observed the Clearwind Ox about to cease its charge. The three rushed forward, each preparing their strongest attack: Wind Thunder Palm, Cloud Splitting Palm, Ice Heart Technique. As the Clearwind Ox came to a halt, the trio unleashed their combined assaults. With defenses far inferior to those of the golden armored beast, the Clearwind Ox posed little threat now that the wind had dissipated. After sustaining their attacks, it collapsed to the ground. The Clearwind Ox blinked a few times, still unwilling to concede, before closing its eyes in defeat. After they gutted the beast, the four began preparing the meat. Due to the immense size of the Clearwind Ox, they each took a leg, leaving the rest for later. The aroma wafted through the air, prompting Yang Fan to exclaim, "Your culinary skills are improving remarkably. You could easily pursue a career as a chef. With this roasted meat, I assure you, you would earn quite a fortune. Enough of that. If my old man finds out, he would surely thrash me. Earning money? If I dared to set up a stall, he would undoubtedly smash it, Zhao Li retorted with exasperation. Yang Tianzi smiled faintly, while Duan Hongluan chuckled without concern. After their meal, the four sat cross-legged, absorbing the vital energy infused within the Clearwind ox meat. Spirit beasts, starting from the first tier, possessed innate talents that allowed them to interact with vital energy, akin to the howling wolves of the moonlit night, absorbing moonlight and the essence of the morning. Though the intake was minimal each time, over time, their bodies would become suffused with vital energy. Initially, it merely reinforced their physical forms, but by the third tier, they could manifest their innate skills. For fifth-tier spirit beasts and those beyond, they could adeptly wield vital energy. While they had martial techniques, spirit beasts possessed innate skills born from their bloodlines, in comparison. Starting from the fifth tier, they began to face a comprehensive disadvantage. Very well, let us proceed with the plan to incapacitate Yang Fan. This will restore our honor. As for Yang Tianzi, he lacks evidence. Even if he suspects our involvement, what can he do? He wouldn't dare offend our family over an outsider. Dilong expressed his satisfaction with the scheme, secretly contemplating the betrayal of his brother's team. Truly a person devoid of kinship. Once they had resolved their intentions, the three departed, preparing to enact their plan the following day. Everyone rest well tonight. At dawn, we shall set forth. Fifth-tier spirit beasts are not to be trifled with. We need not necessarily kill them. The distinction between fifth-tier and fourth-tier spirit beasts is akin to that between a martial king and a martial warrior. That marked a watershed moment. Only beasts of the fifth tier or higher could truly be regarded as high-level spiritual creatures. Caution was paramount. Yang Tianzi imparted several words of advice, repeatedly emphasizing the terrifying nature of fifth-tier beasts. The following day, after the four of them had eaten some fruit to stave off hunger, they resumed their journey. They had now traversed the gentle forest and were entering the untamed mountain range, where high-tier spiritual beasts began to appear. Of course, there were low-tier beasts as well, but they merely served as prey. The vast wilderness of the mountains stretched endlessly. It not only crossed two nations but also had a more expansive origin. That mountain over there appears relatively gentle. Let us choose that one, Yang Tianzi suggested. Legend has it that each mountain is home to at least one fourth-tier spiritual beast, and the fourth-tier beasts here are not comparable to those found in the forest. Some mountains harbor fifth or even sixth-tier beasts. The fifth tier is manageable, but the sixth tier, one might as well await their fate as its meal, he added gravely. Chapter 38. The terror of fifth-tier spiritual beasts. The three dared not rush, but instead strolled cautiously, observing their surroundings. Look, a rabbit! I never expected to see ordinary animals here. It's quite astonishing, exclaimed Duan Hongluan, staring in wonder at a rabbit gnawing on something. Indeed, it is somewhat. Zhao Li began to express his thoughts. But suddenly a dark figure flashed by, and the rabbit vanished without a trace. Was that a leopard? Zhao Li questioned uncertainly. The speed had been too swift, even for a warrior of the fourth tier like him to discern clearly. Indeed, it was a black panther, one that is rarely seen. A serrated black panther, Yang Fan confirmed Zhao Li's assessment. A serrated black panther? How can that be? Wasn't it said that such creatures went extinct millennia ago? Why then does it appear here? Zhao Li asked, astonished. Do you not understand? The wilderness is called so because it is a realm of beasts. The martial god continent is dotted with countless mountains. But only a select few can be deemed wild. Their ecological environment has remained unchanged for centuries, if not millennia. Humanity has largely contributed to their dwindling numbers but cannot eradicate them. Moreover, as warriors, we are not butchers. What purpose does it serve to slay those who pose no threat to you? Yang Tianzi expounded. Brother Tianzi, your compassion is indeed a model for us all, Zhao Li remarked sincerely, with Yang Fan in full agreement. Let us proceed forward. I sensed a formidable pressure earlier, but it was not directed at us. It must be a spiritual beast in slumber, unintentionally emanating its aura. Yang Tianzi said, his brow furrowing. The three were alarmed. To exude such a potent pressure inadvertently indicated that this spiritual beast was not to be trifled with. They treaded cautiously, Duan Hongluan cried out, causing Yang Fan and Yang Tianzi's hearts to race with dread. Duan Hongluan pointed fearfully at a colorful little snake ahead. With a swift motion, Yang Tianzi severed the snake in half. Run, that pressure has suddenly intensified. It must have awakened, We need to retreat down the mountain, Yang Tianxi urged urgently. It's too late. The spiritual beast has already arrived. Zhao Li and Hong Luan cannot escape. Find a place to hide, Yang Fan declared. Leaping into the branches of a lush tree, the others quickly sought cover. With a roar, the beast's growl echoed through the jungle, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing down, as the tremors grew more pronounced. The four felt the ground shudder beneath them. This is bad. It's a earth dragon. Yang Tianxi's face betrayed his first expressions of panic. An earth dragon? A top-tier 5th-tier beast, with physical strength rivaling some 6th-tier creatures. Duan Hongwan gasped in horror. Looks like our fortunes have taken a turn for the worse, Yang Fan sighed bitterly. What if it hasn't he noticed us? Let us not be so despairing. Zhao Li attempted to lighten the mood, but found himself ensnared in hopelessness as well. With an earth-shaking roar, the earth dragon halted mere meters from the tree where the four were concealed, surveying its surroundings. Yang Fan and the others held their breaths, their eyes fixed intently on the earth dragon. After a moment, the earth dragon approached their tree, and at that instant, their hearts were in their throats. The earth dragon's powerful hind legs moved slowly, stepping away. Only then did they dare to exhale. But suddenly the earth dragon swung its tail. A massive tree was effortlessly swept aside. Though startled, the four reacted swiftly and landed safely on the ground. With a growl, the earth dragon charged forward. Targeting Yang Fan first, followed closely by Duan Hongwan. Yang Fan dodged frantically, aware that if he evaded, the earth dragon would surely strike Duan Hongwan, who lacked the strength to withstand such an assault. Feng Lei hand, Yang Fan gritted his teeth, preparing to endure the impact. His fist connected with the earth dragon's head, but he was met with a backlash. Seeing that his strike had inflicted no damage, Yang Fan realized his efforts were futile. The earth dragon continued its charge, colliding with both him and Duan Hongwan, sending them crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Yang Fan felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, unable to muster even a shred of strength. Azure Dragon emerges, cloud-piercing palm. Yang Tianxi and Zhao Li's attacks struck the earth dragon's back as it came to a stop. With a roar, the two were met with a powerful recoil and were flung away. Yang Fan gazed at the colossal head of the earth dragon, his heart heavy with despair. I will not surrender until the very last moment, he vowed, channeling the last remnants of his inner strength for one final strike. The earth dragon raised its forepaw to block Yang Fan's ultimate blow. Yang Fan slumped weakly against a tree, utterly drained. Having absorbed the full force of Yang Tianxi and Zhao Li's combined attacks, the earth dragon paused its assault, turning its gaze toward Yang Tianxi. Seeing the earth dragon's attention shift, Yang Tianxi sprinted away. The earth dragon opened its massive jaws and pursued closely behind, with Yang Tianxi dodging frantically as the distance between them dwindled. Damn beast, it's pursuing me so closely. It seems I have no choice but to make a final stand. Yang Tianxi cursed under his breath, steeling his resolve and quickening his pace, as the earth dragon was about to close in on its prey. It halted and lashed its tail violently. For God's decision. Yang Tianxi suddenly lunged forward, seizing the earth dragon's tail and refusing to let go. Just as it was about to crash into a tree, he used his legs for leverage, releasing his grip to gather his energy. Performing a backflip, with a thud, Yang Tianxi landed and charged toward the earth dragon's foot, causing it to sink into the ground. The unsteady earth dragon nearly toppled over, struggling to free itself, yanking its foot out after several attempts. Letting out a furious roar that echoed its boundless wrath. Having struck successfully, Yang Tianxi too was drained of energy. He struggled to support Zhao Li before rushing to assist Yang Fan, who in turn helped Duan Hongwan. Aside from Yang Tianxi, who remained unscathed, Yang Fan and Duan Hongwan bore significant injuries, and Zhao Li was also affected by the recoiled IT. Seems we are doomed to perish here today. That accursed beast has rendered our attacks utterly ineffective. Zhao Li lamented with a bitter smile. The earth dragon possesses the highest defense among 5th-tier beasts. With our current strength, we cannot hope to breach its defenses, Yang Tianxi remarked with a degree of acceptance. That beast is coming after us again. I wonder if anyone will seek vengeance for us, Zhao Li mused, noticing the movement of dry branches on the path, signaling the return of the colossal earth dragon. Just as the four braced themselves for a final desperate struggle against the approaching footfalls of the earth dragon, a figure darted past them in disbelief. They watched as the Earth Dragon was struck by a powerful kick that forced its mouth open wide. Who is that? How can they be so formidable? Zhao Li exclaimed in astonishment. With a roar of fury, the Earth Dragon glared at the diminutive figure standing before it. Despite its apparent smallness, this individual emanated a sense of threat that outweighed the combined presence of the four behind her. Moreover, the Earth Dragon felt an inexplicable dread stemming from its very bloodline. Confounded, the Earth Dragon pondered why a mere human woman could instill such terror within IT. IT attempted to strike at this seemingly insignificant figure. The Earth Dragon's massive tail swept toward the veiled woman, who gracefully leaped onto the incoming tail, landing lightly before launching another kick toward the Earth Dragon's head. The Earth Dragon opened its gaping maw, awaiting the human's approach. Yet, as she drew nearer, the pressure intensified, invoking a primal fear from the depths of its lineage. In a moment of hesitation, the Earth Dragon abruptly turned and fled, its running. The Earth Dragon is retreating. This is unbelievable, Zhao Li exclaimed, pinching himself to confirm he was not dreaming. Not only Zhao Li but the other three were equally astonished. The entire sequence of events was too surreal. They had witnessed the earlier confrontation. While the figure exhibited impressive agility and strength, they understood it was insufficient to defeat the Earth Dragon, which had shown no signs of injury to a beast tamer. Impossible. Even the continent's top beast tamers could not compel a fifth-tier Earth Dragon to flee in such a manner. Yang Tianxi initially entertained a possibility, only to dismiss it himself. It's you. When that figure turned back, Yang Fan finally recalled her identity. Oh, it's you. How did you come to be pursued by this Earth Dragon? The shadow was none other than the masked woman Ling Long whom Yang Fan encountered upon his arrival in the wilds. Alas, it's a long story. I was hunting in these mountains when, unexpectedly, I crossed paths with the Earth Dragon, Yang Fan replied. Thank you, miss, for saving our lives. We are eternally grateful. Yang Tianxi performed a respectful bow towards Ling Long as a gesture of appreciation. It was but a trifling effort, she replied nonchalantly. I wonder what method you employed to repel that Earth Dragon. Could it be that you are a beast tamer? Yang Tianxi could not contain his curiosity. To be honest, I don't quite know either. Just as the Earth Dragon was about to bite me, it suddenly turned and left. I must admit, I was taken aback and had already prepared for my next attack. Ling Long stated candidly. Chapter 35. The Mysterious Cave. Although Yang Tianxi was somewhat skeptical, he refrained from pressing further, recognizing that the one who had saved him deserved his gratitude. Besides, everyone has their own secrets. By the way, how did you come to be here? Yang Fan asked, intrigued as he saw Ling Long emerge from the adjacent thicket. I was exploring with friends on another mountain. We decided to split up. Upon hearing the roar of a spirit beast, I came to investigate. Thank you for the rabbit last time, Ling Long said with a smile. Rabbit? I was puzzled earlier. Your conversation made it sound as though we had met before. The only time Yang Fan had vanished for a while after entering the wilds was when he was chasing a rabbit. Could it be that Duan Hongwan was aware that there was no such person in Luoqing? Moreover, Yang Fan had been diligently cultivating and had little interest in small creatures. After some contemplation, it seemed that only that particular incident fit. I remember now. It was a mutated Gale rabbit I bought. Didn't you say it had escaped? So it turns out it was given away, Zhao Li interjected. Is that so? So it ended up in someone else's possession? Regardless, we can no longer see it. Yang Fan said, scratching his head in embarrassment. By the way, where is that rabbit? Yang Fan inquired, noticing its absence. The rabbit has already been set free. It was born in the wilds and should naturally live there. Though I am reluctant, there is no other choice, Ling Long replied. May I inquire which hunting team you belong to? Yang Tianxi asked. We are a small family from a remote area, just here to hone our skills. It is not worth mentioning, Ling Long waved her delicate, fair hand. From your attire, you do not seem to be from the Dian dynasty, nor do you appear to belong to the Deng dynasty. Indeed, it seems to be a remote place. Yang Tianxi remarked with implication. However, Ling Long appeared not to have heard what Yang Fan said. With a rumble, a deep thunderclap echoed overhead. It seems it is about to rain. We should quickly find shelter. As we are all injured, and any inflammation would be troublesome. Yang Fan could not fail to perceive the underlying meaning in their conversation and said intentionally, Yes, let us see if there are any caves or other places that can provide some shelter. Zhao Li, having heard the thunder, concurred. The group began to search for a place to escape the rain, as the sky darkened and the thunder grew louder. The ominous clouds and the flashes of lightning stirred an incessant cacophony of bird calls. "Look, there seems to be a cave ahead. Let us go check it out," Zhao Li called to the others. As they followed Zhao Li's gesture, they indeed saw that the surrounding scenery differed from the rest, and the cave entrance appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, nearly overgrown with weeds. If one were not to look closely, they might easily overlook it with a destination in mind. The group quickened their pace, and by now, light raindrops had begun to fall from the sky. After clearing the weeds and underbrush at the cave entrance, Yang Tianxi revealed a cave approximately tall enough for a person to enter. Inside was pitch black, and given that the rain had become quite heavy, they decided to venture in. "It looks like this rain will last for some time. Let us rest here for a while." As there are some dry weeds and small trees around, which are perfect for starting a fire, Yang Fan observed, "I don't think this cave was formed naturally. Could it possibly be the lair of a spirit beast?" Zhao Li speculated. "Even if it were a cave, that would have been long ago. Did you not see the weeds at the entrance? If they have completely covered the entrance, it must have taken quite a while. And the spirit beasts must have long since vacated this place," Yang Fan replied. Looking at the cave's pitch-black entrance, it seemed quite lengthy. Since there's nothing else to do, why not venture inside? Yang Tianxi suggested, and one among the four opposed, as it was unlikely that any spirit beasts remained in such an abandoned cave. If there were, they would only find a pile of bones. The group quickly fashioned a few torches. Yang Tianxi ignited one, while Duan Hongwan ignited another, leaving the remaining 3 for backup. "Have you noticed that our steps feel lighter?" I observed a protruding stone that has become increasingly prominent as we moved forward. Yang Tianxi remarked. The others, being astute individuals, understood that the stone had not grown taller, but that they had been gradually descending, albeit imperceptibly. If it were a spirit beast, it would not have created such a path. Nor would it have needed to excavate such a long distance. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Chapter 40. The mysterious cave. The group fell into contemplation. If this were indeed a spirit beast's lair, it was improbable that it would still be inhabited. Yet, if it were not, who would take the trouble to dig a cave here? It seemed that such an endeavor could not have been completed in a day. Who would be so idle as to excavate a mountain here? Furthermore, the entrance resembled that of a spirit beast's lair. Do you suppose it was previously excavated by someone, and then, for some unknown reason, they left? Later, a spirit beast found it and took it as a nest, only to be hunted down, leaving it abandoned thereafter? Zhao Li ventured a hypothesis. If we disregard the intent behind it, Zhao Li's explanation could indeed provide some clarity. Should we continue deeper? Perhaps there is something terrifying lurking within. Given our current state, we would struggle even against a creature of Earth Dragon caliber. I doubt we could handle a 4th-stage golden armored beast. Yang Fan urged everyone to consider carefully, for it was either advance or retreat. With Miss Linglong here, we are safe. Even the Earth Dragon would not dare to attack her, and I trust that other spirit beasts would not either. Ignoring the spirit beast factor, our strength should pose little danger, Yang Tianxi stated matter-of-factly, yet his feet did not falter as he continued downward. Yang Fan and Duan Zhao Li exchanged glances, silently following suit. While Ling Long, compelled by Yang Tianxi's words, had no choice but to accompany them further down. They had no idea how long they had been walking, but as they delved deeper, the group lost track of whether they were traversing flat ground or slowly descending. The temperature, however, was steadily rising. Have you noticed that the temperature around us has changed? Initially, I felt it was merely an illusion, but now it is unmistakable, Zhao Li remarked, glancing around. Indeed, I thought it was just my imagination. But since you feel it too, I trust everyone else does as well, Duan Hongwan agreed. I feel it too. The others chimed in, confirming their own sensations. This leaves us with only one possibility. We must be near a volcanic vent. However, I have not heard of any volcanic eruptions in the wilds. Not even large-scale wildfires have occurred. Natural disasters have likely been thwarted by the spirit beasts in the core area. Those volcanoes might simply be dormant. Yang Tianxi asserted. Since it is a dormant volcano, and we are nearing the end, let us continue forward. Having come this far, it would feel unsatisfying not to see it through to the end. Zhao Li voiced the group's sentiments. If we had decided not to continue from the start, it would have been one thing. But now that we are so close to our goal, there is no turning back. Let us go, Yang Fan declared, igniting his torch and leading the way. The path ahead gradually deviated from a straight line, winding slowly, yet the flickering light of the torch cast an uncertain glow. The group, all at their peak as martial kings, were still affected by the encroaching darkness. "Look, there is light ahead," Yang Fan pointed out. As the five approached, they discovered it was an exit leading directly to a pool of lava. Indeed, it was a volcano. Yet, who could have carved this passage? Did someone intend to unleash this volcano? If they possessed such power, their destructive potential would rival that of this dormant volcano, Zhao Li pondered in confusion. At this point, it is not difficult to understand. You see, this is merely a passageway, and there are many signs of human activity around. Clearly, someone has been here, and this passage was intentionally created for the volcano. Yang Tianxi observed. There's another entrance over there, though it's quite a distance away. How shall we get across? Duan Hongwan pointed to the right. Didn't you notice that there are many footholds along the cliff face between here and there? Linglong noted her observation. Should we not go over there? We have no idea what dangers might lie within. Since it is evident that this was done deliberately, it undoubtedly serves a specific purpose. Moreover, to accomplish all this, the individual must either possess extraordinary skill or it must have been a collective effort. Zhao Lijing sought the opinions of the crowd. Regardless of the choice, none should be underestimated. To achieve all this in a territory dominated by high-tier spirit beasts surely held profound significance. Yang Tianxi was evidently intrigued. Curiosity about the unknown is inherent to all. Let us proceed with caution. We shall go take a look. Tianxi and I will venture ahead, while Zhao Li brings up the rear. Observing the group's eagerness to enter, Yang Fan decided to take the initiative. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Yang Tianxi swiftly leaped to the entrance of the cave. Yang Fan followed closely behind. Upon their arrival, the cave entrance was as dark as when they had arrived, yet each nook and cranny glowed with the light of luminous stones. Akin to night pearls, the deeper the darkness, the brighter they shone, albeit with limited brightness. They were abundant, illuminating the surroundings. Linglong glanced at the glimmering stones and suggested that the remaining torches be placed at the entrance, as the light provided visibility, allowing them to proceed with less trepidation. After walking for a short while, the space widened, revealing multiple cave entrances. The five exchanged glances, and Yang Fan spoke first. There are 7 entrances here. Should we enter them one by one, or proceed separately? If we discover anything, we can regroup and enter together. He presented 2 options for the 4 to consider. Let us advance separately. Given the age of the traces, it would be a waste of time to explore one by one. Besides, the likelihood of danger is minimal. Why not split up? Zhao Li expressed his thoughts first. Since no one else is speaking, we shall proceed as Zhao Li suggests. Yang Fan noticed the silence among the others, clearly indicating their agreement with Zhao Li's proposition. Then I shall go first, Linglong calmly stated before making her way toward the first entrance. I will take the second one. If any danger arises, retreat immediately and remember, do not act recklessly. Yang Tianxi, seeing Linglong enter, chose the second entrance and offered a final reminder before stepping in. Then I shall take the third. If one must face death, it is better to do so boldly. One cannot achieve greatness without taking risks, Zhao Li declared, spouting a series of self-encouraging words as he dashed inside without looking back. That leaves just the 2 of us. You may choose first from the remaining 4 entrances. Yang Fan smiled wryly at Zhao Li's retreating figure and addressed the others. Suddenly, Duan Hongwan called out, Yang Fan, what is it? Is there a problem? Are you still harboring resentment towards me? Duan Hongwan fixed her gaze on Yang Fan as she asked. Why do you ask such a thing, Yang Fan? Sensing the underlying tension, replied with a hint of unease. I have sought your life more than once, forcing you to endure betrayal from those closest to you. You must loathe me, Duan Hongwan spoke in a low, bitter tone. Chapter 42. Each to their fate. Disaster. In his excitement, Yang Fan had momentarily forgotten something crucial. He had yet to locate the switch. He hurriedly got up to examine his surroundings. On one side of the bed, he noticed something unusual. At the corner, there was a slight protrusion. Although it was inconspicuous unless closely examined, and such irregularities on stone were not uncommon, it stood out when compared to the other 3 sides. Yang Fan pressed on it, and to his surprise, it moved. After flattening the protrusion, a stone door began to open slowly. Once the door opened, Yang Fan quickly stepped inside. It was truly a hidden paradise. Outside was exceedingly crude, Yet within lay a dazzling array of items. 2 large stone cabinets filled with books and scrolls hanging around, presumably containing paintings and calligraphy. As he glanced to the sides, he noticed intricate wall carvings, far clearer than those outside. What is this? How is this possible? Yang Fan stood in disbelief, frozen in place, unable to process the sight before him. On the other side, Yang Tianxi's experience was not as smooth. Upon entering, he encountered a bend, where he discovered a stone tablet inscribed with the words Qi Min Dunjia, life and death fate. The characters still emanated a sense of power, leaving him to ponder the nature of the being who etched them. Drawing a deep breath, Yang Tianxi murmured to himself. Standing before the tablet, he hesitated. He knew that the one capable of such inscriptions would not be a mere charlatan, yet the phrase Qi Min Dunjia compelled him to stay. These 4 words signified a profession, a mysterious existence that was rumored to communicate with the heavens through formations, wielding the power of the universe against foes. As a scion of a prestigious family, Yang Tianxi's understanding of formation masters far surpassed that of Yang Fan. He knew that formation masters had not vanished but remained elusive and rare, often consumed by their craft, some never stepping beyond their mountains. The tales of the Void Realm spoke of grand formations that existed within it. The prowess of a formation master could rival that of a martial deity. In certain aspects, they were even more formidable, for a single formation master could set up defenses against legions. Meanwhile, Ling Long, at the first entrance, faced her own challenges. Upon entering the passage, her footsteps echoed, and she soon discovered multiple forks in the path. After walking for a while, she sensed something amiss. At this rate, she could traverse the distance to the wilderness below. Stopping at one fork, she marked her path, then entered the left passage, only to encounter another fork, where she marked again and continued left, repeating this process. This is odd. I have marked every turn, consistently going left, yet I have not retraced any steps. Even if this path is convoluted, having traveled so far, I should either be exiting or returning. Ling Long furrowed her brow in contemplation. Zhao Li's experience at the third entrance was straightforward. After walking for a while down the passage, he arrived in a spacious cave. Upon entering, however, the passage behind him collapsed, blocking his exit. In a way, am I to be trapped here? I have yet to marry. Must I face a lonely fate here? Initially disheartened, Zhao Li soon composed himself. If a massive stone can fall, there must be a way for it to rise again. He began to search the vicinity for any hidden doors or mechanisms, but after feeling around the boulder, he gave up on finding a trigger. I must find a way out in this space. Ahead, he spotted a box resting on a stone table. Could that be the key? A glimmer of hope lit up Zhao Li's face. Regardless of the outcome, hope was a good thing. Suddenly, a whooshing sound filled the air, and arrows rained down on Zhao Li, who had just taken a step forward. What is happening? Where did these arrows come from? Startled, Zhao Li narrowly avoided being struck. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he swallowed hard, only then realizing that dozens of arrows had embedded themselves around him. I knew something so conspicuous would not be left unguarded, but this is ruthless. After just one step, they want to obliterate me. It's at least dozens of steps from here to the stone table. What am I to do? Zhao Li lamented to himself. Among them, only Duan Hongluan possessed the weakest strength. Still preoccupied with Yang Fan's words, she remained oblivious to her surroundings, simply continuing her path ahead. As she ventured further, a bright light emanated from the exit ahead, resembling the brilliance of broad daylight. Duan Hongluan was perplexed. How could such brightness exist in a cave? After some hesitation, she resolved to press on, now acutely aware of her surroundings. The stone walls, like the previous passage, glowed with luminous stones, ensuring the path was well lit. This is the wilderness. Could this passage be the exit? Standing at the entrance, Duan Hongluan found herself facing the familiar wilderness, the very place they had encountered before ascending the mountain. Situated beyond Qingfeng You's territory, how could there be a passage here? We did not notice an opening when we climbed the mountain, Duan Hongluan pondered in confusion. Wait, there must be something amiss. Suddenly, Duan Hongluan took a step back, intending to turn around, only to find that the passage behind her was no longer the one she had entered, but instead resembled the wilderness around her. Have I truly returned to the wilderness? Even with her doubts, Duan Hongluan felt increasingly lost. What now? The trees are real, The leaves are real, and I cannot see or touch the cave entrance. Am I truly back? Gradually, she began to accept her return to the wilderness. But how do I get back? If I ascend the mountain, the earth dragon is not to be trifled with. The four of us are no match for it. Ultimately, it was Ling Long who saved us. Alone, I would be no match against such a beast. Duan Hongluan began to feel helpless. A roar echoed from the mountain. A sound familiar to Duan Hongluan. It's the earth dragon. By the sound? It's coming down the mountain, and it's definitely headed toward my location. Realizing she had some distance, she resolved to run, knowing that the lower-tier spirit beasts behind her were manageable enough to evade. I must hurry. Duan Hongluan determinedly turned to flee. The sound of beastly roars grew ever closer, and Duan Hongluan ran with all her might, fearing to pause lest a land dragon catch up with her. The mere thought of being pursued sent waves of terror through her, fueling her speed. Yet this frantic escape took an immense toll on her stamina, ultimately leading to her near collapse. Chapter 43, Illusion. In the realm of warriors, traversing 1,000 miles in a single day posed no challenge. One could rival even the swiftest steed. However, Duan Hongluan began to feel her energy waning, having sprinted several hundred miles in her desperate flight. She leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, nausea washing over her from the relentless pace. Enough. If I continue like this, I will perish from exhaustion before the land dragon can even touch me. Better to strike a blow against it, Duan Hongluan resolved, for if death was inevitable, she would at least make the creature pay a price. Run. Why have you stopped? If you linger any longer, the land dragon will be upon us. As she paused to regain her strength, a voice called out from her left. That voice, so familiar, instantly revealed its owner to Duan Hongluan. Yang Fan, how did you find yourself here? Run quickly. The land dragon approaches. She gasped in surprise, reaching out to grasp his hand. Remove your filthy hands. Do you think you are worthy to touch me, you wretched creature? Yang Fan swatted away her grasp with an expression of fury and revulsion. What did you say? You dare call me filthy? Wretched? Duan Hongluan could scarcely believe his words. Indeed, wretched. Do you need me to repeat it? You are nothing but a shameless harlot, dragging your family's name through the mud, ruining your father's reputation with your disgraceful actions. You are a source of annoyance to all. Yang Fan spat with disdain. Yang Fan, you have gone too far. Duan Hongluan seethed, raising her hand to strike him. Get away! Yang Fan forcefully deflected her blow, the strength of his response causing her palm to tingle. So this is how you truly see me. I knew from the outset that my treatment of you would breed hatred. You have reduced your own cousin to a useless state. What chance do I stand in your eyes as a mere outsider? From this moment, you have harbored thoughts of my demise to avenge your humiliation. Duan Hongluan lamented, her voice trembling. You are correct in your understanding. I had intended to find the right moment to deal with you discreetly, but Zhao Li has followed too closely, leaving me with no opportunity to act. Do you think I agreed to bring you to the wilderness out of kindness? It was merely a means to make you pay. Yang Fan's expression twisted with malice. Just as I suspected. Your heart is devoid of compassion. All your pretenses of kindness along the way have been mere fade. Duan Hongluan glared at him, her teeth clenched. The process is inconsequential. Only the outcome matters. And my desired outcome is your death. Only then can my hatred find peace, Yang Fan declared, pointing to his heart. Then come. I owe you a life, and today I shall repay that debt. From this moment onward. We are even. Duan Hongluan shut her eyes, bracing herself for his attack. I would not sully my hands with your blood. If you truly wish to atone, then take your own life. At least your corpse will remain intact. Yang Fan offered, handing her a gleaming sword. Duan Hongluan accepted it, slowly drawing it forth, the blade's brilliance illuminating her face. She gazed intently at her reflection, whispering, Farewell, grandfather, I am sorry, dear father, for my unfilial conduct. Farewell, Yang Fan. I deceived you. With the sword poised against her neck, tears streamed down her cheeks. As the blade glided closer, she felt the sharp sting against her skin. Stop! A furious voice erupted from behind her. At the moment her blade was about to pierce her artery, she opened her eyes, bewildered by the taunting reality before her. What is happening? Upon regaining her senses, she found herself still within the stone cave. Yang Fan's menacing visage absent, and the sword replaced by her own hands, gripping her throat with nails digging into her flesh. You were ensnared by the illusionary array. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yang Fan panted, his brow slick with sweat. An array. What do you mean? Duan Hongwan questioned, her confusion deepening. I'll explain. We are currently within a mysterious formation. The 8 entrances represent the 8 gates: the open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, shut gate, scenic gate, death gate, and alarm gate. You entered through the injury gate, which is close to death. In some respects, it serves as a lower form of the death gate. I never anticipated that this place was a mere illusion. Yang Fan elucidated thoughtfully, as Duan Hongwan began to piece together the fragments of her understanding. Are you saying that everything I experienced was a mere illusion, orchestrated by this formation? Yet my intention to end my life was all too real? She probed. Precisely. The illusionary array is dreamlike, blurring the lines between reality and fabrication, leading your subconscious to accept everything as truth. The scenes it conjures are merely reflections of your deepest memories, Yang Fan clarified. Memories? Impossible. How could this place, devoid of anything, evoke my recollections? It defies belief. Duan Hongwan shook her head in disbelief. Who said there's nothing here? Every stone, every protrusion on these walls, and the faint scent that lingers in the air contribute to the illusion. Yang Fan explained. This is utterly astonishing. Just these trivial elements can ensnare me in such a vivid hallucination, as if I were truly living it, Duan Hongwan mused, recalling the tangible sensation of wielding the sword moments before. Quite simple, really. This is merely a basic illusionary array. Did you not notice the subtle fragrance permeating the air? It emanates from the seeds of the shamanra plant, which are known to induce hallucinations. Coupled with the airtight environment, the slightest misstep can lead to confusion. Yang Fan inhaled deeply. Even so, that cannot fully account for my belief in it. I ran for hundreds of miles without encountering anything. Duan Hongwan raised another question. That's straightforward. You were merely running in place. Did you not find it easy to veer off course even slightly while running? Yang Fan smiled knowingly. Now that you mention it, during the illusion, I was indeed in the wilderness, pursued by the land dragon, which left me in a panic, failing to maintain a straight path. Duan Hongwan reflected. Chapter 44. Mysterious Arrays. Precisely. Your anxiety clouded your judgment, causing you to overlook the changes around you. Had you observed closely, you would have realized that no matter your movements, you were merely circling the area. Yang Fan continued to elucidate. That makes sense. I had no time to contemplate, and standing back, I see the many flaws in my assumptions, Duan Hongwan admitted, her understanding dawning. How do you know so much about this? She inquired, intrigued by Yang Fan's depth of knowledge regarding the mysterious array. I once perused records on formations in my family's library, he replied. Oh, she responded, her curiosity momentarily sated. Since there is nothing here, let us depart, Yang Fan suggested, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, I wonder how the others are faring. Let's wait at the entrance, Duan Hongwan agreed. Nodding, as they approached the exit, Yang Fan turned to her, saying, You go ahead. I will dismantle this illusionary array. Should anyone else stumble upon it, the consequences could be severe. Duan Hongwan concurred. It should be destroyed. Were it not for your timely arrival, I would have perished at the hands of this dreadful formation. This place is truly unfathomable, Yang Fan murmured to himself after Duan Hongwan exited. He then unleashed his skills, shifting the stones surrounding him. How was it? Did you dismantle it? Duan Hongwan inquired upon seeing him emerge. Breaking the array from the outside is relatively simple. This place will no longer be an illusion. Yang Fan affirmed with a nod. That's good. Should we wait or search for them now? She asked, first nodding and then querying further. Let me remain here while you take a look inside. I have a bit of knowledge regarding this formation. Yang Fan suggested after a moment of thought. Very well. But do be cautious, Duan Hongwan replied, recognizing this as the best course of action. Yang Fan entered the first opening, recalling it as the entrance that the mysterious woman, Ling Long, had taken. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with her, an affinity that grew stronger the closer he drew, akin to that of family. Yang Fan found himself perplexed, pondering why he felt this way. The last time they met, he had dismissed the sensation, but now that it persisted, It could no longer be attributed to mere coincidence or other influences. This must be a maze, one that one traverses eternally until succumbing to exhaustion. After wandering through several diverging paths, Yang Fan sensed something amiss. Had he not perused the ancient tomes on formations, he might have truly perished here. The woman named Ling Long should still be ahead of him. Although this labyrinth appeared endless, presenting two pathways at each turn, it was, in fact, a blend of reality and illusion. Within death lay the possibility of life. It seemed the architect of this formation did not intend to annihilate those ensnared within. Yang Fan observed for a while, discerning the intricacies of this place. He focused on a particular passage and strode forward with determination. "Damn it, why can't I find a way out?" Ling Long exclaimed in frustration. Pacing back and forth, no matter how she traversed this place, the markers she had made proved futile. Oddly, sometimes the signs she had placed on her left would inexplicably appear on her right. This was indeed a maze. Without knowledge of how to escape, one could be trapped indefinitely. Yang Fan's voice echoed through the cavernous corridor, prompting Ling Long to whip around, her gaze sharp with caution. "ISU? How did you end up here? Did you emerge from another entrance?" Ling Long questioned, initially taken aback. "Heavenly 3 gates and earthly 4 passages. Pray tell how one navigates this method," Yang Fan recited. "Taichung's minor auspiciousness and from Kuei. This is the secret exit of the Heavenly Gate." Without answering her, Yang Fan muttered an incantation under his breath. "What are you saying? I can't comprehend." Ling Long looked at him, perplexed, sensing an inscrutable depth to Yang Fan. "This is a mantra that can guide you out. Not understanding it is inconsequential, as long as it leads to freedom," Yang Fan replied with a slight smile. "You believe that this alone can facilitate our escape? Although I am unaware of how you arrived here, I have wandered for so long without a clue." Ling Long expressed skepticism. "Isn't it better to test its efficacy?" Yang Fan said cryptically. "Then I shall await the outcome." Ling Long teased. Ling Long felt a strange familiarity with Yang Fan, as if they had crossed paths before, engendering a trust that dispelled her usual coldness towards others. "There lies the exit. How did you accomplish this?" Ling Long gazed at Yang Fan in astonishment. "I mentioned those 4 lines as a mantra. Following them will assuredly lead us out," Yang Fan proclaimed proudly. "Incredible! This must be the legendary Chimen Duanjia, truly deserving of its reputation as the most mysterious of powers." Ling Long mused, recalling the ancient texts that described Chimen Duanjia, noting its striking resemblance to the maze they had just traversed. "Yang Fan, did you have prior exposure to Chimen Duanjia?" Upon seeing the two emerge, Duan Hongwan expressed her relief. "We are unscathed, thanks to Yang Fan," Ling Long replied with a smile. "You two converse. I shall proceed to the next entrance," Yang Fan remarked, glancing at the second opening. "Perhaps Yang Tianxi will emerge on his own. Wait here for me while I check on Zhao Li. I wonder how he is faring," Yang Fan said nonchalantly, moving towards the entrance Zhao Li had entered. "Hongwan, do you think Yang Fan has encountered Chimen Duanjia?" Ling Long asked after Yang Fan disappeared. "To be honest, before entering, I could have sworn Yang Fan had never encountered Chimen Duanjia, perhaps not even knowing its existence. But now, I am uncertain," Duan Hongwan replied, a hint of confusion coloring her tone. "Why do you say that? Could it be that Yang Fan has experienced some extraordinary adventure?" Ling Long speculated casually. Duan Hongwan blushed slightly before shaking her head. "There may be an adventure, but it likely isn't Chimen Duanjia. Had he known from the start, he wouldn't have allowed us to enter. I entered the illusionary formation. Had it not been for Yang Fan's timely arrival, I might have perished long ago. After we emerged, he returned to the first entrance, and you are aware of what transpired thereafter." Ling Long nodded, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Duan Hongwan was similarly lost in thought, pondering the nature of the illusionary formation and the deceptive appearances it presented. "Enough already." Zhao Li wiped the sweat from his brow, drenched not only on his forehead but also his garments. Chapter 45. Each with their heritage since Zhao Li had entered and become ensnared. He had not ceased his movements in the vast space. He faced incessant barrages of arrows and hidden weapons, flames erupting one moment, and the ground strewn with blades the next. The distance of mere dozens of steps felt akin to scaling a mountain. With Zhao Li forced to retreat each time he drew near, resulting in a frantic scramble, boom! The door behind him swung open. "Who goes there?" Zhao Li shouted without turning to see who it was. His focus still on evading the hidden weapons. "Who else but me?" Zhao Li, Are you running a blacksmith shop? Yang Fan teased, having deduced the scene from the scattered weapons. Do I look like I have the time to run a blacksmith shop? As soon as I entered, the door shut automatically, and then the various traps and hidden weapons were unleashed. Just look at this mess. I could easily set up a blacksmith shop, Zhao Li lamented, his face drawn with despair. All right, listen. You need to jump 5 steps to your right and stop, then take 1 step forward, 2 to the left, 3 forward, and 3 to the left. Finally, jump to my side. Yang Fan instructed Zhao Li. Are you certain this will work? You have no idea how perilous a single misstep can be. I've nearly become a hedgehog several times, Zhao Li expressed disbelief. How about 10 yuan stones? I wager you can safely return if you follow my instructions. Yang Fan glanced at Zhao Li. Well, isn't it just 10 yuan stones? I'm in. Just wait and watch. I'll jump. Oh, I am fine. I'll jump again. Still fine. Following Yang Fan's guidance, Zhao Li indeed managed to return unscathed. Remarkable. How did you know this? Zhao Li stared at Yang Fan in astonishment. What's so difficult about it? This formation poses no challenge. For someone at the body refinement realm, it might be a life or death situation. However, for a warrior, even if one cannot break the formation, there is no mortal danger. One can merely sustain serious injuries and still escape. Yang Fan appeared unfazed. While that may be true, it doesn't mean one should be reckless. Who would willingly seek out injury? Since we managed to escape, let us leave. I have no desire to linger here. Where every corner is fraught with traps and hidden weapons, Zhao Li said, exasperated. Fortunately, you didn't touch anything on the table. If I'm correct, those items are likely the cave's self-destruct mechanism. Had you disturbed them? Even if you weren't shot by the hidden weapons, you would have been trapped inside, left to starve to death. Yang Fan feigned a serious demeanor. Is it truly that grave? Should I then be grateful to the mechanisms that hindered me from obtaining the box? Zhao Li felt a chill run down his spine. The contents of that box are of great significance. They conceal a profound secret. As for the details, I am presently unclear. However, if you trust me, refrain from probing too deeply. It will only serve you well. When the time is right, I will reveal everything, Yang Fan earnestly assured Zhao Li. What are you saying? We are brothers. You have saved my life more than once. I would traverse mountains of knives and seas of flames for you without hesitation. Zhao Li clasped Yang Fan's shoulder. Thank you for your trust, brother. Once I unravel all the mysteries here, I will share everything with you. Yang Fan responded, equally moved. Yang Fan followed the mantra, safely retrieving the items from the box before retreating. Zhao Li, though filled with astonishment and questions, chose to remain silent, recalling Yang Fan's words. Let us depart. After collecting the items, Yang Fan deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. All right, once we exit, what should I say? Zhao Li inquired. Just say it's filled with traps and hidden weapons. Under no circumstances mention the box. This matter should remain between us. Once Yang Tianci emerges, we shall leave this entrance, and the cave will collapse behind us, Yang Fan cautioned. Understood. There are 7 entrances in total. We have only traversed 5, leaving 2 remaining. Are there none that you seek? Zhao Li asked. Aside from Yang Tianci's, I possess the rest. As for Yang Tianci, there is nothing of value. He merely harbors a fragment of the owner's lingering soul. It is a fortuitous encounter, but I wonder how much of Chimen Duanjia he can truly grasp, Yang Fan remarked, his gaze becoming contemplative as he mentioned Yang Tianci. A lingering soul. Only a peerless master could accomplish such a feat. No wonder they could hollow out a mountain. Such skill is indeed formidable. Zhao Li expressed his astonishment. Indeed, he possesses the legacy of Chimen Duanjia, while I hold the ancient texts. The owner's lingering soul can impart only the principles. The fundamental transformations of Chimen Duanjia. The ancient texts I possess encompass the owner's lifelong understanding of Chimen Duanjia, from its origins to its various formations and insights. Yang Tianci may only have a seed that might not even sprout. While I possess something far more substantial, I have begun to feel a pang of jealousy towards you. Though you think I should resort to murder for treasure? Zhao Li gazed at Yang Fan with a mixture of envy and resentment. Stroking his chin as he spoke, how could Zhao Li not feel envious? The inheritance of a formation is indeed something to covet. As the old saying goes, actions speak louder than words. If one could receive guidance from the remnants of this master of formations, it would undoubtedly be worth years of arduous cultivation. Upon reflection, it is Yang Fan who has truly profited, not only acquiring the insights of the formation master, but also uncovering a monumental secret. Although Yang Fan himself harbors doubts, he also believes that someone of such stature would not act without purpose. You have emerged, Duan Hongwan waved her hand upon seeing Yang Fan and Zhao Li. Thanks to Yang Fan, if it weren't for him, I would still be evading countless traps and hidden weapons. Zhao Li recounted his experiences to Hongwan, embellishing his tale of dodging traps to the point of extravagance, causing Hongwan to scoff. It's all quite similar. Really, I encountered an illusion array. Linglong faced a maze, and you dealt with traps and lethal formations. Yang Fan, emerging so soon, should have encountered little trouble. I wonder what Yang Tianxi has faced. He has yet to return since entering. Duan Hongwan interrupted Zhao Li, saying, I stumbled upon the secluded chamber of the master here, where I found a single book detailing matters about this place, along with some texts on the mysterious arts of Qi Min Dunjia. Yang Fan produced several books from his bosom, stating, if these were to be revealed to the outside world, they would surely cause a sensation. For Qi Min Dunjia is an extraordinary art, a mysterious power that exists only in legends. Linglong gazed at the tomes in astonishment. Chapter 46, Creation, I must have these books. Name your price. Linglong declared to Yang Fan. Although it pleases me that you desire them, I must confess that Qi Min Dunjia is as precious as you have said, and I am burdened with certain constraints that prevent me from simply gifting these texts. However, since you have bestowed upon us your life-saving grace, allow me this. You may select one of these books without charge. Yang Fan, initially hesitant, eventually smiled as he spoke. Since you insist, I shall not be polite. Faced with such treasures, even the enigmatic Linglong could hardly contain her excitement. What is the Tao? A voice, steeped in the weight of ages and ancient resonance, echoed through the space. Upon entering the cave, Yang Tianxi soon found himself at an impasse, with the entrance ceiling behind him, transforming into a hidden chamber. The voice abruptly continued, Heaven has its Tao, the earth has its Tao, mankind has its Tao, and I too possess a Tao. The voice then inquired, what is the Tao of heaven? What is the Tao of earth? What is the Tao of man? And what is your Tao? Yang Tianxi responded. The Tao of heaven is unpredictable, the Tao of earth is indifferent, the Tao of man is ever-changing, and my Tao seeks divinity. What is divinity? The voice pressed on, to consume heaven, to shatter earth, to annihilate worlds. To transcend the void, this is the ultimate expression of power. A man cannot become divine, nor can divinity arise from man. Your Tao is flawed. Yang Tianxi declared, my Tao is my own. I am the Tao. The Tao resides in my heart, clarifying my intent, guiding my aspirations. Without divinity, I shall create divinity. His words exuded a formidable aura. Enough, enough. For countless ages, numerous heroes have ultimately returned to dust. Let us see how far your Tao can take you. Today, I shall impart to you the secrets of the 8 trigrams and Qi Min Dunjia Da. Dio, you wish to learn? The voice sighed. Qi Min Dunjia. Yes, I am most eager to learn. Yang Tianxi nodded fervently. The voice reminded him once more, do you remember the words inscribed on the stone tablet? The Tao of Qi Min Dunjia transcends human capability. It can bring forth life or death, with both being predetermined. From now on, life and death shall be contained within the 8 trigrams. Are you willing to learn? Yang Tianxi responded without hesitation, life and death are fated, while wealth and nobility are decreed by heaven. I wish to learn. Very well, sit cross-legged. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianxi immediately assumed a meditative posture, feeling a breeze stir his garments. With his eyes closed, he could see nothing, but a white, ethereal figure suddenly appeared before him, a bearded elder, who, despite his age, bore a youthful countenance. The elder seated himself before Yang Tianxi, palms facing his. Focus your heart and experience. I am Qi Min Dunjia. One approaches the Tao directly. The great Tao, the Tao of heaven. Perceive the Tao of heaven, the Tao of earth. Abandon the Tao of man and harness the forces of heaven and earth to achieve what man cannot. However, to participate in the Tao, one must relinquish their own path, yet one can never escape the Tao. The elder addressed the recipient of the transmission with a tinge of melancholy in his voice. All things are not as they seem. They change in unison. Without exception, it is the essence of transformation. Neither born nor extinguished, formless and unmanifest, without beginning or end, encompassing all. Its vastness knows no bounds, its minuteness no confines. It transforms while remaining unchanged. In its origin, it is nameless, hence the ancients referred to it as the Tao. As the elder's words faded, Yang Tianci felt his mind clear even further. The great Tao is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. It is unfeeling, guiding the sun and moon. It is nameless, nurturing all things. I do not know its name, yet I shall forcefully call it the Tao. Qi Dunjia is born from the 8 trigrams, which in turn arise from the 4 images. The 4 images emerge from the 2 principles, known as yin and yang, which are birthed from chaos. The Tao encompasses chaos. Chaos nurtures the Tao. Qi Dunjia comprises 9 elements. First, terrain. Second, timing and location. Third, borrowing objects. Fourth, harnessing energy. Fifth, mutual support. Sixth, human strength. Seventh, the unity of heaven and earth. Eighth, the great Tao is simple. Ninth, chaos. The transmission has been imprinted in your mind. Whether you comprehend it depends on your own destiny. The origins of Qi Dunjia have been clearly conveyed to you. How you utilize it relies on your own understanding. How far you can travel depends on your fate, but may you transcend Qi Dunjia and reach the extremes of yin and yang. With that, the elder's already ethereal form vanished entirely. Yang Tianci gradually absorbed the elder's teachings, moving from confusion to a burgeoning understanding. Although many aspects remained unclear, his grasp of Qi Dunjia ascended rapidly. In his mind, he believed he could execute some basic techniques, such as leveraging terrain and employing the 5 elements. After the elder's disappearance, he did not return, and Yang Tianci slowly opened his eyes. Discovering that the once sealed stone door had inexplicably opened, he realized he had finally broken through to the realm of martial generals. "Is everyone here?" Yang Tianci greeted the gathered group. "I have finally emerged. I was beginning to consider seeking you out." Yang Fan clapped him on the shoulder, exchanging pleasantries. "It has indeed taken quite some time." "I sincerely apologize," Yang Tianci said, expressing his regrets to the others. "Not at all. You have successfully entered the ranks of martial generals. It appears that Brother Tianci has reaped significant rewards this time. I wonder if the texts on Qi Dunjia will prove useful." Yang Fan mused, sensing the potent aura emanating from Yang Tianci. Knowing he had finally taken that crucial step, Qi Dunjia texts. Yang Tianci gasped, suddenly realizing, his heart racing with excitement. Indeed, it was as if someone had delivered a bed to him just when he was weary. What he lacked most at present were precisely such texts. Indeed, I discovered these in the Master of Formation's cultivation chamber. Point 1 of the manual states that this place is known as the 8 Gates, where within the gate of death lies an opportunity for transformation. The deceased have departed, while the living inherit the legacy. Yang Fan explained casually. "Wonderful. With these ancient texts, coupled with the inheritance I have received, I can barely manage to enter the realm." Even Yang Tianci, with his usual composure, felt a surge of uncontainable excitement at this news. The Tao of heaven is unpredictable. The Tao of earth is indifferent. The great Tao is boundless. In the later stages of martial arts, one must defy the heavens. Yet you choose to merge with them. Am I the one straying from the path, or are you the one lost? Yang Fan pondered silently, observing Yang Tianci's expression. "Congratulations, Brother Tianci, for acquiring the inheritance of Qi Dunjia. This power exists only in legends," Zhao Li stated, his face brimming with envy. Yang Fan's eyes flickered with a complex emotion, and Yang Tianci, noticing the peculiarity in Yang Fan's gaze, paused momentarily but thought little of it. The 2 women, however, seemed to grasp the underlying tension but chose to remain silent. "Surely, after this experience, we have all gained some insight into our realms. Let us each retreat into seclusion to reflect upon what we have encountered in the cave. The remaining hunt may be beyond our reach, but with our spirit cores, we should still secure a commendable ranking." Yang Fan suggested. Chapter 41. A World Apart. Once there was a girl named Luan who had a foolish boy by her side, one who would go to great lengths to bring her joy. Cherishing her laughter above all, despite his own affliction, requiring potent elixirs, he bore the pain just to see her progress in her cultivation, knowing she too faced challenges. The girl was his sole pillar of support. As time passed, they grew older, and one day, while the boy rested during practice, he inadvertently overheard a conversation between the girl and his cousin. It felt as though the world had come to an end. From that moment onward, the boy was lost to time. Yet heaven took pity on him, allowing him to die once, only to be reborn in the same body, with everything unchanged. Yang Fan spoke with an unsettling calmness. Revealing this tale without a trace of emotion, I am sorry. Duan Hongluan, her eyes red with tears, spoke with a trembling voice, her cheeks glistening with unbidden sorrow. It is all in the past now. Henceforth, take care of yourself. After the hunt, our paths shall diverge irrevocably. Unless I meet my demise before returning to Luoqing, your life will remain unthreatened. Yang Fan exhaled deeply and replied, I shall enter first. Take your time in making your choice, though not venture too deep. Merely observe in the vicinity, and should anything arise, shout for help. Ignoring the weeping Duan Hongluan, Yang Fan proceeded towards the fourth cave entrance. After he entered, Duan Hongluan murmured to herself, some things are indeed irretrievable. Let what has transpired fade into memory. Yang Fan and I are already lost. Wiping her tears and regaining her composure, she walked towards the fifth cave entrance. This mountain seems to have been hollowed out. That passage leads from the exterior into the heart of the mountain, and another tunnel has been carved here. Including that door, there are a total of 8 entrances. Wait, 8 doors. Yang Fan pondered over the last 2 entrances, suddenly recalling a possibility. It is said that an ancient martial deity grasped the principle of the universe. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Moreover, the concept of Taiji gives rise to the 2 opposites, which in turn give rise to the 4 phenomena, leading to the 8 trigrams, which transform into 64 hexagrams. Could it be the art of Chimenduanjia? Is there a formation master at work here? Fragments of ancient texts flashed through Yang Fan's mind. Qian Sanlian, Kuren Liuduan, Li Zhongshu, Qin Zhongman, Zhen Yangyu, Jin Fuwan. Dui Shank, Sun Xiaoduan. The open door, the rest door, the life door, the injury door, the shut door, the scenic door, the death door, the fright door. Damn. I never expected to encounter a formation master. A profession recorded in ancient texts has manifested here, suggesting that matters are far from simple. Yang Fan's expression darkened. He could only pray that they would not encounter the death door or the injury door. Surely, one among the 5 must enter the lower 3 doors. With the fright door posing the least danger, Yang Fan continued along the path, taking a turn before encountering a stone cavern. Faint, indistinct patterns adorned the stone walls, but despite his utmost concentration, he could not discern them clearly. The surroundings were largely empty, save for a stone bed with signs of human craftsmanship, along with a stone table and stools. It appeared there was nothing else. Could this be a dormitory? It indeed seemed plausible. There was also a stone door. As Yang Fan surveyed the area, he noticed a section that did not blend seamlessly with the surrounding colors. Upon entering, he observed that everything inside bore traces of artificial alteration, further confirming his hypothesis. This must be a door controlled by mechanisms. The switch cannot be far away. After careful examination, Yang Fan asserted confidently. He began to look for any protrusions, testing any irregularities with his hands to see if they could be pressed or turned. Damn it! Could it be that this door does not rely on mechanisms, but rather on some mental incantation? Yang Fan searched for a long time, touching every accessible area, yet he found no switch. Leading to his growing frustration, "Open sesame!" he exclaimed, calling out the commands he had heard in childhood stories, fully aware that such attempts were futile. Heaven and earth, the mysterious yellow, the universe profound, heed my command. Open! Yang Fan tried again. Realizing how foolish he was to believe that mere words could unlock the door, he smacked his forehead, saying, in a state of helplessness, I have decided to resort to brute force. Wind and thunder hand. Yang Fan channeled his energy towards the stone door. To his astonishment, his attack did not leave a single mark on the door, instead stirring up clouds of dust. This won't do. If I keep assaulting the door, I might end up buried here. I wonder who designed this. It is truly ingenious. I can only find the switch and cannot directly destroy the door. Yang Fan gazed at the wall in admiration. Having felt every inch of it, including the other walls, finding no anomalies. Could it be that this stone door is merely a decoration? That it cannot be opened? This notion was swiftly dismissed by Yang Fan, who would go to such lengths to create a mere fade, unless they were mad. The only possibility is that something exceedingly precious lies beyond this stone door for its master. This must be one of the upper three doors, the life door. Yang Fan concluded that a dormitory would not be designed as a lower three door. Yes, if it is indeed a dormitory, why wouldn't the mechanism be integrated into the walls? The more he pondered, the more plausible it became. With this thought, Yang Fan hurriedly approached the stone bed to examine it closely. This is no ordinary stone. From a distance, it was undetectable, but upon touching it, he felt a warm sensation. This must be a fire stone. It is said that fire stones and ice beds are the two great treasures. Yang Fan gazed in astonishment at the seemingly ordinary stone bed. Just the value of this bed alone could allow him to exchange for a local-grade cultivation technique or an 8th-tier martial skill. Hastily, he sat upon it and began to cultivate. His energy circulation was shortened by a third, and he felt a gentle warmth within his body as his energy flowed rapidly, infused with the pure fire energy from the fire stone. The divine energy began to operate involuntarily, initially frightening him into thinking he might lose control and suffer catastrophic consequences. In a wonder, Yang Fan was alarmed. As the divine energy autonomously circulated, he gradually found solace. Where the divine energy flowed, the fire energy was completely absorbed, leaving nothing behind. With the fire energy consumed and returned to his dantian, Yang Fan sighed in relief. This divine energy is indeed remarkable, almost as if it possesses sentience, returning to rest once it is satiated. Yang Fan chuckled wryly, perplexed by this phenomenon. Once the divine energy returned, he tested his ability to channel energy, finding it as effective as before, allowing him to slowly relax. Chapter 47. Closed-door meditation. The most urgent among them was Yang Tianci. From the very beginning, he had wished to enter closed-door meditation, but out of consideration for others, he hesitated to voice his desire. Now that Yang Fan had brought it up, he naturally was the first to agree. Everyone understood each other without needing to speak, returning to their respective cave entrances to find places for meditation. Upon returning to the cave entrance, the mood among the group shifted. The first time had been fraught with peril, while the second was as tranquil as an uninhabited realm. Yang Fan returned to the original cavern. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, where the fire energy began to surge once more, flooding his entire being like a burst dam. Does the law of time and space truly exist? This tiny ring contains stasis in time and space. It is utterly incredible. Moreover, did the events chronicled in that book from ancient times to the present truly occur? Is the art of Qimen Duanjia a means of salvation or destruction? The Qiankuan ring, the secrets of divine martial arts, the Taiji body technique, as well as the formation books, the Hunyuan mirror, and the legacies and martial skills of the 6 paths of samsara gained by Yang Tianci. They only knew that Yang Tianci had received a legacy, unaware that everything else contained within, aside from the formation texts, was equally significant, at least in Yang Fan's eyes. The Taiji steps conceal the great principles. Transcending the heavenly path, if I could merge it with my carefree wandering, would that not allow me to traverse the path of freedom? Yet, it is easier said than done. As for the martial skills of the 6 paths of samsara, none can be used independently. They are considered combined martial techniques. What spectacle would be unleashed if all 6 paths were invoked simultaneously? It would likely rival some 8th-tier martial skills, but alas, the restrictions on these martial techniques are too great. With my current strength, I can only employ the beast's path among the 6. Yang Fan meticulously analyzed what he had acquired, categorizing it accordingly. After 2 days of contemplation, he entered a meditative state once more, only to be drawn back into that peculiar space. This time, Yang Fan gained some insight. Reaching a certain level of cultivation allows one to disrupt time and space, separating dimensions. Perhaps this realm operates on a similar principle. Could it be that the cave's master has achieved the legendary status of a martial emperor? Yang Fan speculated boldly. Meanwhile, in other areas, Yang Tianci had also entered closed-door meditation. Zhao Li and Duan Hongwan fared better. Having not made any significant gains, Linglong, however, obtained a book on Qimen Duanjia to study, particularly since Yang Tianci had acquired a legacy, which contained a vast amount of information. To comprehend it is no simple task. He could only grasp the source, and even that was akin to scaling the heavens. Days passed swiftly, and gradually, the group emerged from their meditations. Sister Hongwan, you are out so soon. I thought I would be the first. Zhao Li stretched his limbs as he stepped out and spotted Duan Hongwan standing at the cave entrance. I did not gain much, merely solidified my cultivation. However, I did gain some insights related to Chiminduanjia. Next time we encounter an illusionary formation, it will not be as overwhelming as this time. Duan Hongwan smiled as she spoke. That is still quite good, akin to my own experience, Zhao Li remarked. Scratching his forehead, Linglong has emerged. How was your experience? Duan Hongwan asked warmly upon seeing Linglong. I have developed a better understanding of Chiminduanjia, but it is of no use to me, as it does not align with my martial path. Linglong replied, shaking her head with a smile at Duan Hongwan. Surely not. That is Chiminduanjia, a mere whisper of which can stir chaos across the continent, and yet it does not conform to your martial way? Zhao Li expressed disbelief. Point one is transcendence, the other is comprehension. Although they ultimately converge, one cannot tread two boats on the path of cultivation, Linglong explained, gazing at Zhao Li. Miss Linglong speaks wisely. I did not expect you to face gains and losses with such equanimity. I admire you, he replied. As Yang Fan emerged, he was met with Linglong's eloquent words, causing him to regard her with newfound admiration. Shifting his tone, Yang Fan remarked, however, it is indeed worthwhile to understand and learn from it. Until one reaches a certain level, the art of Chiminduanjia remains enigmatic, a conduit between heaven and earth's forces, a power that borders on the divine. It seems that young Master Yang is also a man of unwavering resolve, impervious to temptation, a truly commendable trait. Beneath her veil, her beautiful eyes sparkled. You two need not flatter each other. Both are formidable. Yet, why has Tianzi not emerged yet? Zhao Li, somewhat at a loss for words, interrupted the pair. I did not expect Brother Zhao to be so concerned for me. I am truly flattered. Yang Tianzi's hearty laughter resonated from the cave's entrance, an ethereal sound that felt both real and illusory. It appeared that Yang Tianzi had indeed attained enlightenment, truly a prodigious talent. Yang Fan was inwardly astonished. After all, those who accompany me are of utmost importance. I still care for them, Zhao Li chuckled, saying, congratulations, Brother Yang, on your emergence. It seems you have gained much from this experience. Yang Fan sensed a profound change in Yang Tianzi's demeanor. Even his ordinary voice now held an air of profundity. It appears that young Master Tianzi has indeed entered the path. Comprehension of the Tao is just around the corner. Linglong added her praises. You jest, Miss Linglong. The Tao is ever-changing, and understanding it is no simple feat. I am merely at the threshold. Yang Tianzi's expression remained composed, devoid of any surprise or disappointment. Today marks the final day of the hunt. We should depart, lest we face the ire of General Niu. Upon seeing that everyone had emerged, Zhao Li declared. The group exited the cave, only to hear a rumbling sound behind them. Turning back, they witnessed a collapse at the cave's entrance. It seemed this place was destined to vanish entirely. Zhao Li glanced back inside. Its mission has been fulfilled. There is no longer a need for its existence. Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, roar, oh no, that cursed earth dragon again. Zhao Li recognized the threat immediately. Fear not. With Miss Linglong here, that earth dragon cannot harm us. Yang Tianzi maintained his calm demeanor, stating, indeed, as young Master Tianzi predicted, the earth dragon merely cast a distant glance at them before turning away. Once again, we owe our safety to Miss Linglong. Thank you very much. Zhao Li, relieved to see the dragon depart, said, young Master Yang, you overstate the matter. I truly do not understand what transpired. As long as everyone is safe, that is enough. Although Linglong felt puzzled, she knew the truth would eventually reveal itself. That not young hero Yang. It has been quite some time. How have you been? After the group descended the mountain and entered the wild forest, they were confronted by Mo He and Wang Lao Lu, who blocked their path. It is you two. What brings you to seek me? Upon recognizing Mo He and Wang Lao Lu, Yang Fan sensed their intentions were not benign. Seek? Not quite. There is a matter that requires young Master Yang's assistance. Mo He fixed his gaze on Yang Fan. I never imagined I could be of help to you both, but I must regretfully decline. I have never been fond of assisting others. Yang Fan regarded the duo with disdain, unwilling to engage in their roundabout ways. Chapter 48. The hunt concludes. My master has stated that your Yang family from Luo City has long been affiliated with the Yang family of the capital. When the main family faces adversity, how can the branch family stand idly by? Wang Lao Lu, as if anticipating Yang Fan's response, began to leverage the authority of the clan. Yang Fan pondered briefly. Realizing that Yang Tianzi hailed from the Yang family of the capital, and his grandfather seemed hopeful about returning to the Yang family. If he were to offend the scions of the Yang family recklessly, it could impede his prospects of returning. It would be wiser to ascertain their true intentions. Since it concerns the main family, I shall certainly assist with all my efforts. You two may lead the way. I will speak a few words with my companions and follow. Yang Fan stated to the two. There is no need for such formality, Yang Tianzi interjected, his eyes gleaming intently at Yang Fan. Indeed, Yang Fan, there is no need to concern yourself. Zhao Li concurred with Yang Tianzi's sentiment. There is no need for further discussion. I have my own plans. Since they are aware of the connection between my Luo City Yang family and the capital, it indicates they are prepared. However, since it involves my family, I must proceed. You all go to the Pointing General's platform and await my arrival. I will accompany them for a moment and will reunite with you shortly. Trust me. Yang Fan flashed a confident smile at them. Though they were reluctant to allow Yang Fan to venture alone, the enemy was too formidable, and they were isolated and helpless in this place. Their only hope lay in escaping the wilderness and re-establishing contact with the outside world. Do not forget the promise you made to me. Yang Tianzi cast a deep glance at Yang Fan before turning to leave. The others, filled with concern, exchanged worried glances with Yang Fan before departing. Rest assured, Yang Fan will be fine. He has emerged from the cave transformed. Observing the unusual expressions on everyone's faces, Yang Tianzi spoke up. How do you know? Moreover, the opposing party is undoubtedly well prepared. We should hasten to find General Niu. Zhao Li retorted. What young Master Tianzi stated is correct. Young Master Yang is not in any mortal danger. Apart from us and them, there is no one else in the wilderness. Given Yang Fan's cultivation level, he should be capable of dealing with those two. Even if more adversaries were present, he could extricate himself. Besides, I instructed the companions to remain vigilant. Although Zhao Li found it curious where she had summoned her companions from, he refrained from asking and instead silently prayed for Yang Fan's safety. Gentlemen, we have traveled for quite a while. Is it not time to move on? If we linger any longer, we shall miss our return to the Pointing General's platform. Yang Fan, noticing the two continuing to advance, could not help but speak up. Let us halt here. I did not expect you to dare to venture alone, he scoffed, casting a glance at Yang Fan. What of it? Your master should have other members of the two great families present. Let them step forward. I am pressed for time. Yang Fan surveyed the surroundings. Haha, truly worthy of the renowned Yang Fan of the wilderness. Your audacity is remarkable. I find myself somewhat softened. 3 figures emerged from behind a sturdy ancient tree, one of whom spoke. We are Yang Bao, Dilong, and Huatian. Having been lying in wait at the mountain's base for days without sight of anyone, they coincidentally chose the last day of the hunt to inquire, only to discover Yang Fan had some connection with Yang Bao. After some deliberation, they devised this plan. Who might you three be? Yang Fan, upon seeing the three, began to speculate about their identities but was uncertain and inquired. I am Huatian. This is Dilong, and this is Yang Bao. Huatian introduced himself. So it is the 3 young masters from the capital. I, Yang Fan, extend my greetings. Confirming his suspicions, Yang Fan clasped his fists in salute. There is no need for such formality. We come today under duress. Do you recall the individual who perished at the jaws of a beast? He reached out to me in a dream, lamenting his unjust death, and no matter how one views it, he was one of us. To die in such a manner as a master, one must act. Otherwise, how can we command respect in the future? Dilong sighed softly, appearing genuinely compelled. You 3 young masters are truly considerate of your subordinates. Were any of my brothers aware of your sentiments, they would surely rest in peace. However, the dead cannot return to life. I ask you to accept my condolences. Yang Fan feigned sorrow, offering words of comfort to the 3. The trio exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Yang Fan to counter their overtures so adeptly. After an exchange of glances, Yang Bao spoke. Yang Fan, our families indeed share a significant connection, yet precisely because of this, I cannot shield you. Everything is for the family. I hope you understand my predicament. The previous incident must yield an explanation for the deceased and the injured. Otherwise, I cannot justify it to my family. The family's reputation outweighs all. Yang Fan, listening to Yang Bao's words, secretly scoffed. The deaths of those few were due to their lack of skill. Their demise at the jaws of a beast has nothing to do with me, Yang Fan. Moreover, Even if you insist on attributing their misfortune to me and impose punishment, it is hardly the prerogative of the Yang family of the capital to issue commands. Is it? You dare. It is an honor for you to receive punishment from my master. You not only fail to express gratitude, but also dare to retort. Truly, you are courting death. Emoji pointed at Yang Fan, berating him. Your master's dog appears to be rather disobedient, barking recklessly. I bear no ill will, but should it bite someone, it would not bode well from the looks of it. It seems eager to take a bite out of me. Yet I have no remedy for dog bites. Yang Fan, unceremoniously, countered with veiled insults. Yang Fan, you dare to insult me as a dog today. I shall make you wish you had never been born. Emoji seethed with rage. In contrast, Yang Fan remained unperturbed, as though the threat did not concern him in the slightest. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. I shall see if you possess the qualifications to speak so arrogantly. Yang Bao's voice faded as he approached Yang Fan. With each step he took, Yang Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. As a scion of a prestigious family, he could not afford to be careless. Yang Bao then launched a kick at Yang Fan, moving with the swiftness of a tempest and the suddenness of lightning. Yang Fan, astonished by the speed, managed to raise his arm defensively, blocking the kick with his forearm crossed against his chest. Unrelenting, Yang Bao retracted his leg and followed up with a punch aimed squarely at Yang Fan's chest. Yang Fan's right arm was still sluggish from the earlier blow, forcing him to hastily defend himself with his left arm. He managed to parry twice before swiftly retreating, his arms trembling slightly. Indeed, as a member of a noble family, Yang Bao's strikes were formidable, landing despite Yang Fan's evasive maneuvers. Casting a disdainful glance at Yang Fan, Yang Bao thought it no wonder that he underestimated him, as he had merely toyed with Yang Fan, who had been left in a defensive position. As the head of the main family, I cannot afford to show leniency to a descendant of someone expelled from the Yang clan. To do so would reflect poorly on the upbringing of my family from Luo City. Yet if you insist on striking back, I shall be compelled to retaliate, Yang Fan declared, his demeanor shifting dramatically, his gaze transforming into one of piercing intensity. Do you really think that as a direct descendant of the main family, I need to hold back against a mere outcast like you? It's laughable. The notion that you could reclaim your heritage from your insignificant lineage is utterly ridiculous. Yang Bao sneered, pointing mockingly at Yang Fan. Within a decade, the Yang family of the capital will be begging the Yang family of Luo City for recognition, and at that point, the hierarchy will be quite different. While Yang Fan could tolerate insults directed at himself, he would not allow anyone to belittle the hard work of his grandfather. His words were not merely a retort to Yang Bao, but also a vow to Yang Yi, a promise to repay the kindness he had received. Do you truly believe you can threaten me, Yang Fan? Are you a martial sage, or perhaps a martial emperor? With the blasphemous words you just uttered, I could slay you without anyone raising a complaint. But I have no intention of killing you. Rather, I will relish in tormenting you and your insignificant family, for you shall learn the consequences of crossing me and the noble family, Yang Bao proclaimed. His fists engulfed in crimson flames, raging violently. Unfazed, Yang Fan slowly closed his eyes before opening them again, speaking softly. Today marks the first battle in which I, Yang Fan, fulfill my promise. I spare your life so that you may witness the realization of my vow. Unabashed arrogance, prepare to die, Yang Bao shouted as he unleashed a fiery assault towards Yang Fan. Observing the intense aura emanating from Yang Bao, Yang Fan took a deliberate step forward, moving at a pace so languid that by the time he was about to take his second step, the flames were already upon him. From within the flames emerged two massive wolves. Yet Yang Fan did not flinch as he delivered a punch to one, following up with a second, only to meet Yang Bao's attack with his third. The flames enveloped Yang Fan's fist, and Yang Bao's triumphant smile quickly morphed into shock as he realized that his flames, capable of melting steel, could not harm a mere, fragile fist. Yang Bao's expression grew dark as he attempted to withdraw his hand. But Yang Fan held on tightly. With his other hand, the flames surged forth, unleashing a torrent of heat towards Yang Fan and I in response. Yang Fan extended his free hand, radiating a verdant glow that summoned a powerful gust of wind, forming a massive palm that not only shielded him from the searing wave, but also propelled towards Yang Bao in disbelief. Yang Bao found that his martial prowess had been turned against him. He attempted to evade but found it impossible. That moment, a beam of yellow light surged between them. Yang Fan, not bothering to glance back, recognized it as the arrival of reinforcements for the other two. He took a cautious step back, exerting force with his hand, pulling Yang Bao along with him. After evading the light, Yang Fan quickly retreated 2 more steps, maintaining the distance from Yang Bao Dilong. Having missed his initial strike, did not relent in his assault. Leaping into the air, he conjured a massive orb of light aimed squarely at Yang Fan. Yang Fan looked up, contemplating using Yang Bao as a shield. When Dilong bellowed, "Scatter!" the colossal orb dissipated, replaced by countless smaller orbs that rained down. Yang Fan shot a sidelong glance at Dilong, finally sending Yang Bao away. In an instant, Yang Bao's figure vanished, and the orbs lost their target, colliding with the ground, trees, and the earth, creating dozens of large craters in the forest. Yang Fan appeared behind Dilong, executing the wind thunder palm against his back. Dilong did not turn but rather elbowed backward just as Yang Fan appeared before Yang Bao, delivering a kick to his abdomen. Break Soul Strike. Yang Fan sensed a massive wave of elemental energy behind him and, unwilling to withstand it directly, employed the Ghost Shadow Step to evade. Following that was the figure of Huatian. Yang Fan took 2 more steps to create distance between them. Break Soul Second Strike. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Beast Path. Yang Fan lightly pointed, effortlessly neutralizing the attack infused with boundless elemental energy. Not only was Huatian taken aback, but even Yang Fan was surprised. He had not anticipated that the combination of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation and his mysterious elemental energy would yield such overwhelming power. Although that single point had depleted his mysterious energy, Huatian launched another attack, and this time, Yang Fan dared not meet it head-on, swiftly dodging. With a resounding crash, the attack obliterated several sturdy ancient trees, its force gradually waning. Such formidable martial skills. Yang Fan marveled, astonished at Huatian's Break Soul Strike. He felt a sense of fortunate relief that he had employed newly learned martial techniques and mysterious energy. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The 3 regrouped, with Yang Fan hastily recovering his energy while remaining vigilant. The combined strength of the 3 made it challenging for Yang Fan to cope. This was the result of opportunities seized after ascending the mountain. Had it not been for that, he likely would not have been able to contend with Yang Bao alone. Tio possessed such strength at such a young age. You are indeed a threat. Today, with your assistance, I shall slay this scoundrel, and each of you shall receive a 7th-tier elixir. Yang Fan's prowess instilled a sense of trepidation in Yang Bao, compelling him to offer a significant reward for Yang Fan's demise. For both of them, there was no benefit in leaving Yang Fan alive. Regardless, he was part of the Yang family, and as an uncertain element with such formidable strength, they dared not take the risk. Coupled with the promise of reward, it became an offer too enticing to refuse. Exchanging glances, they silently resolved that Yang Fan must die. Your confidence in me is truly flattering. In that case, I have no choice but to accompany you to my demise. Yang Fan quipped, though inwardly he was already contemplating an escape. With the 3 of them working together, he recognized that unless he could reach the martial general realm to match their cultivation, or achieve the first level of the primordial unity technique, or perhaps grasp the 2nd path of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, he had no other options. The leisurely journey and Tai Chi step merely served as auxiliary movements. In a situation where the disparity in strength was vast, they were of little use. The 3 great families truly live up to their reputation. This 3-on-1 capability is indeed rare in the world. Yang Fan mocked with a cold smile. The expressions of the 3 darkened. The 3 direct descendants of the greatest families in the Dian dynasty could not subdue a mere disciple of an insignificant clan. It was akin to a slap in the face. You had better hope you can still be so defiant after this. Yang Bao, seeing his companions beginning to waver, steeled himself. If they did not eliminate this brat today, they would surely become the laughingstock of the Dian dynasty. If I wish to leave, I doubt a few of you could detain me. Yang Fan grinned at Yang Bao and the others, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Yang Fan, if you can escape from the combined efforts of the 3 of us today, I shall consider this matter closed, Yang Bao stated, disbelief etched on his face. The notion that 3 newly ascended martial generals could not slay a mere martial soldier would surely invite ridicule. Haha, the 3 great families joining forces against me, Yang Fan? I am truly honored. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us see whose strength prevails. Yang Fan laughed heartily, his battle spirit ignited. Charge! Yang Bao roared, leading the charge with a sweeping kick that stirred the winds towards Yang Fan. Chapter 50. Earth Dragon. The martial general realm allows one to project elemental energy outward, manipulating it to take the form of creatures or objects. While Yang Fan feigned indifference, he remained cautious, fully aware that this battle would likely end in his defeat. However, for him, it was an exceptional opportunity to hone his skills against the scions of the three mightiest families within the Dian dynasty. Their martial arts and techniques were of the highest caliber, a rare chance indeed. With a plan for escape already in mind, he was even more eager for the confrontation. Yang Fan raised his hand to block Yang Bao's attack, countering with a whip kick aimed at Yang Bao's waist. Yang Bao, seeing Yang Fan's counter, let out a fierce roar. Fire Wolf. From the flames emerged two massive wolves ablaze with fire. Wind Thunder Palm. Yang Fan concentrated all his elemental energy into his hands, but Yang Bao seized the opportunity to retreat, evading Yang Fan's whip kick. With a series of explosive sounds, the fire wolves were dispersed, their flickering flames vanishing after a brief struggle. Though think a mere initial stage martial general can manifest such forms. You possess remarkable skills, young Master Yang, Yang Fan acknowledged, seizing the moment to recover his energy. Humph, my true capabilities remain hidden. I have wasted far too much time. Should your companions arrive with reinforcements, it would spell trouble. Dilong, Huatian, if you wish to remain undetected, let us swiftly deal with him. Yang Bao instructed his two allies. Brother Yang, there is no need for such urgency. However, the fact that Yang Fan can compel us to use our true skills is a testament to his prowess. A voice chimed in, revealing the tension in the air as the three prepared for the ensuing battle. Huatian gazed at Yang Fan with admiration, stating that had they not initially stood opposed as adversaries, he would have truly hesitated to take his life. Such exceptional talent, if harnessed for his own benefit, would undoubtedly secure the position of the future head of the Hua family for him. Dilong regarded Yang Fan with a cold stare, uttering not a word. In his eyes, the current Yang Fan was already akin to a corpse. With the warm-up exercises concluded, it was time for Yang Fan to experience the formidable skills of the three young masters of the capital. Yang Fan, too, was unwilling to prolong the encounter, for while they feared the arrival of others, he dreaded the possibility of being discovered, which might incite resentment toward the Yang family. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan elevated his aura to its zenith, half-step martial general. How could this be possible? Just a few days had passed, and he had attained such cultivation. Wang Lao Lu exclaimed in terror. He, too, wore a look of disbelief. The last time he had besieged Yang Fan, the latter had merely been at the 7th level of martial general, and now, having been absent for only a brief period, he had remarkably reached the realm of half-step martial general. Humph, even if you were concealing your cultivation earlier, what of it? A mere half-step martial general cannot hope to escape from the three of us. Yang Bao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Yang Fan had been holding back. Indeed, in a one-on-one confrontation, he might not be Yang Fan's match, and this thought only solidified his resolve to eliminate Yang Fan. Both sides ignited their true fire, leaving no room for mercy. Yang Fan executed his movement technique with such swiftness that he felt a gust of wind before he appeared directly before them. Unleashing a punch imbued with the might of thunder, Yang Bao did not evade, meeting Yang Fan's punch head-on, while simultaneously, Dilong and Huatian's assaults bore down upon him. Yang Fan's movement technique reached its pinnacle, leaving behind a lingering shadow as he flashed to Huatian's rear. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light erupted behind Huatian, suffused with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, as Yang Fan struck with another fierce punch. The force of his blow collided with the brilliance, neutralizing each other. Yang Bao's relentless flames swiftly enveloped Yang Fan, yet he remained unperturbed, leaping into the air to retreat. Dilong had long awaited this moment, launching a fast-moving orb of light toward Yang Fan's back. Just when everyone believed Yang Fan would be overwhelmed, he astonishingly stepped in midair, executing a sidestep. The orb of light erupted, transforming into countless smaller orbs. As Yang Fan touched down, he deftly evaded them all. The three adversaries surrounded him from three directions. Huatian raised his arm, aiming a punch at Yang Fan's face, the force of his strike preceding the punch itself. Yang Bao followed suit, unleashing a fiery blow, while Dilong aimed a kick, shimmering with a metallic hue. Yang Fan faced their lethal strikes with calm composure, his demeanor unchanged. Centered within himself, he shifted his left foot to the shadowy side and his right foot to the radiant side. Weaving through them like a fish, seemingly on the verge of being struck yet always managing to slip past by mere millimeters. The three took turns launching punches at Yang Fan, their vibrant elemental energies dazzling the eye. Obscuring Yang Fan in the center, Yang Bao grew increasingly alarmed with each strike. He understood the incredible speed of their combined attacks. Even he might not evade them all, yet Yang Fan accomplished this feat effortlessly while also counterattacking. A fierce beastly roar reverberated, momentarily dampening their assault. Di Long. The name flashed through their minds. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, immersed in the understanding of the Tai Chi step, paid no heed to Di Long or any other concerns. At that moment, he transcended into the legendary realm of self-forgetfulness. Forgetting himself, oblivious to time and space, he became Tai Chi, and Tai Chi became him, and a punch that appeared utterly ordinary caused Yang Bao's complexion to shift dramatically. He dared not meet it head-on and was forced to retreat several steps. Yet Yang Fan's momentum did not wane. With a slight adjustment of his right foot's direction, he stepped forward with his left foot, and the punch materialized before Hua Tian's eyes. Hua Tian had initially thought the punch was aimed at Yang Bao, only to realize in a split second that he was the intended target. In a panic, he swung his hand to block, but the force of the punch was exceedingly powerful, and the elemental energy was remarkably domineering. Hua Tian staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. Feeling his elemental energy flow hindered in the blink of an eye, Yang Fan forced back both Yang Bao and Hua Tian, while Di Long transformed his palm into a blade, radiating a blinding white light. Yang Fan slightly raised both hands, summoning two small spirals of wind that spun rapidly, clashing against each other, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, countering the white light. Di Long held an advantage due to his superior cultivation and robust elemental energy. His outwardly projected energy surpassed Yang Fan's. Although Yang Fan's own elemental energy was less in volume, its purity far exceeded Di Long's, and his mysterious energy was exceedingly domineering, exhibiting immense destructive power. The two spirals rubbed against the white light, their rotation increasingly arduous. Yet the white light was gradually worn down to transparency. At that moment, Yang Bao and Hua Tian's lethal strikes approached, and Yang Fan's expression revealed a hint of fluctuation. He extended a hand, pointing at their attacks from his fingertip. Sharp black mist enveloped their incoming strikes, accompanied by the sorrowful cries of animals. Pigs, dogs, cattle, sheep, jackals, tigers, and leopards. Without a spiraling force to counteract, the edges of the white light still sliced through the vortex. Nearly transparent, landing upon Yang Fan. Yang Fan's expression shifted, gritting his teeth to suppress a mouthful of blood. Just as the three were about to unleash their attacks once more, the roar of Di Long resonated clearly in their ears. Chapter 51. Lost. A colossal shadow loomed over them, casting an enormous silhouette that obscured the light. Yang Bao and the others hastily retreated. When Di Long landed, the ground sank slightly beneath its weight. Damn Di Long, what shall we do? Will Yang Fan be crushed by this beast? I did not see him escape, Hua Tian remarked, glancing at Yang Bao. Let us observe what this creature intends, although its intelligence is not low at this stage. The three of us martial generals can still inflict harm upon it. Yang Bao, not seeing Yang Fan's corpse, felt a twinge of reluctance. The methods Yang Fan had displayed since their skirmish instilled a sense of dread in him. His ghostly movement technique, keen awareness, and the deathly aura emanating from the black mist that could even enable one to step through the air, a feat achievable only by a martial king. Di Long roared menacingly at the five around it, and Yang Bao's expression turned awkward. Currently, the elemental energy of the three was severely depleted, and the combined strength of Mo He and Wang Lao Lu was negligible against Di Long. It could be said that once they engaged, the outcome would be utterly devastating. Though Yang Bao longed to see Yang Fan's body, Di Long seemed unwilling to grant him that opportunity. Casting a resentful glance at Di Long, he stated, "We must leave. Now is not the time to confront this beast. One day, I shall flay its skin and extract its bones." Upon hearing their leader's command, Hua Tian and Di Long were not foolish enough to cling to brotherly loyalty. When Di Long appeared, they were eager to depart. After all, whether Yang Fan lived or died, the first to strike would not be their family, thus they were not overly concerned. Moreover, they had long since concluded that Yang Fan had been crushed into a pulp. Even if he miraculously survived, he would surely end up as Di Long's meal. Mo He and Wang Lao Lu had already been thoroughly intimidated by Yang Fan's displayed prowess. Seeing Di Long only heightened their fear. Had their master not been present, they would have fled without a trace. Upon Yang Bao's command, the two breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to follow. After their departure, Di Long let out a low growl. Initially drawn by the commotion to seek a meal, it found these humans to be a considerable threat. Frustrated, it decided against the feast and returned to its territory. Unbeknownst to Di Long, its territorial defense inadvertently saved Yang Fan. Preserving his means of escape while creating the illusion of death, Di Long slowly turned to ascend the mountain. Yang Fan, feeling the weight pressing down on him dissipate, took deep breaths of air. Had Di Long lingered any longer, he feared he might have been crushed to death beneath its might. Di Long sensed the presence of a human and halted, turning to see the diminutive figure before it. "Brother Di Long, we meet again. What a coincidence. Please, continue your business. I shall not disturb you." Yang Fan coughed lightly, waved his hand dismissively, and cautiously prepared to leave. Roar! Di Long let out a thunderous roar, baring his massive, blood-soaked jaws. Yang Fan felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled. Di Long pursued him relentlessly, occasionally opening his enormous mouth in an attempt to devour Yang Fan. Yang Fan constantly shifted his position, not in a rush to create distance, but rather allowing Di Long to be lulled into the illusion that he could easily consume this human. After gaining a bit more ground, Yang Fan abruptly changed direction, darting behind Di Long with a furious roar. Di Long quickened his pace, his repeated near captures inciting a growing irritation within him. He resolved that this human was a meal he simply could not forego. In the midst of the wild expanse, the two, man and beast, were locked in a relentless chase. Di Long, in his frenzy, crashed through countless towering trees, his formidable defenses allowing him to withstand the impacts that would have surely incapacitated the golden-armored beast. The forest echoed with the sound of colossal trees crashing to the ground, stirring the surrounding spirit beasts into a cacophony of cries. With a thunderous roar, Di Long silenced them all. The lower-tier spirit beasts cowered in fear. Trembling on the ground to them, Di Long was akin to a sovereign, ruler even in this territory that was not his own. Amongst spirit beasts, strength was paramount, and in the face of Di Long, they lacked even the courage to raise their heads. At that moment, Yang Fan yearned to ask, "Are you not weary from chasing me all the way from your mountain's foot to here?" Despite Yang Fan's efforts to conserve his energy throughout the escape, the prolonged flight was beginning to take its toll. Added to the fact that he had sustained injuries from Di Long without the opportunity for treatment, and that his earlier altercations had drained him significantly, he lamented his decision to conserve energy while evading Di Long. Now, he realized the truth of the saying, "If one does not court death, one will not meet it." In his current state, Yang Fan could do nothing but sprint desperately, utterly unaware of the commotion he had caused in the outside world. Now filled with despair, he sought only to shake off Di Long and find a place to heal. If pursuit continued, he would have to devise a way to deter it. Yang Fan sprinted towards a towering cliff, hoping to summon the mountain's ruler to intimidate Di Long into retreat. However, this was fraught with peril. Should the mountain's sovereign prove too formidable for Di Long, he risked sealing his own fate. Even if Di Long chose not to ascend, the mountain's ruler might not spare him either, leading to an inevitable confrontation that could spell disaster for him. "General Niu, my brother has been taken by Mo He and Wang Lao Lu and remains missing. I implore you to send troops to search for his whereabouts." After exiting the wild expanse, Zhao Li and his companions hastened to the original rendezvous point, where General Niu happened to be present. "Such a matter has arisen," General Niu pondered aloud. "Today's hunt is not yet concluded. Your friend being summoned falls within the hunting regulations. I am unable to intervene. However, since you have submitted your hunting mission, it is now considered concluded. In that case, I can dispatch troops to investigate." General Niu Wei Yu reflected for a moment before adding, "Where is the audacity of Niu Chi Chong Tian?" His voice reverberated in the ears of all present, clear as if spoken directly beside them. "Present, Your Excellency." 4 young men clad in military armor approached briskly. "You 4 shall lead the others to the wild to search for the whereabouts of Mo He, Wang Lao Lu, and Yang Fan. And ascertain the details before reporting back to me, General Niu commanded. Understood, they replied in unison, cupping their fists in salute. Niu Chi Chong Tian gestured for Zhao Li and his companions to proceed, to which Zhao Li expressed his gratitude. The four of Niu Chi Chong Tian, along with Zhao Li, Duan Hongwan, Yang Tian Ci, and Ling Long, returned to the wild. Not long into their journey, they encountered Mo He, Wang Lao Lu, and Yang Bao, as well as Hua Tian and Di Long. The four generals are indeed those two, Zhao Li exclaimed upon spotting Mo He and Wang Lao Lu, swiftly informing Niu Chi Chong Tian's group. Oh, that truly simplifies matters, gentlemen. We have come on the orders of General Niu to ascertain the situation. We kindly request your honest account, he stated, though the underlying tone of command was unmistakable. Chapter 52. The search. Mo He and Wang Lao Lu exchanged glances, astonished that these chubby individuals had indeed stirred General Niu Weiyu to action, even dispatching his four sons. While Yang Bao and the others remained composed, they could not shake off a sense of discomfort. Yang Bao silently cursed his companions for their incompetence, then greeted Yang Tian Ci, elder brother. It has been some time since we last met. I did not expect you to arrive in the wild as well without informing me. Could this person also belong to the Yang family? Zhao Li, Duan Hongwan, and Ling Long all pondered this question. Such trivial matters need not trouble you, second brother. You bear the weight of our family's honor. And I simply had a task that coincided with the wild hunt, Yang Tian Ci replied, devoid of the joy typically felt upon reuniting with a sibling. Instead, he exhibited an overly polite demeanor, tinged with what seemed like flattery. Yang Bao relished Yang Tian Ci's attitude, a smirk creeping onto his face. If you two remain silent, do not blame us for our impertinence, Niu Chi Chong Tun warned. Sensing the tension. Are you not the renowned descendants of the Wild City's defenders, the generals of Niu Chi Chong Tian? Di Long inquired, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. Indeed, that is us. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? Niu Chi Chong Tian responded, nodding. I am Di Long, of the Di family from the capital, he answered with a measured smile. His words stirred a tempest of concern. Zhao Li and Duan Hongwan's expressions darkened. They had assumed only the Yang family was involved, not realizing that the Di family was also in the fray. This revelation suggested that Di Long was likely a disciple of the prominent Hua family as well. Zhao Li's anxiety mounted. With all three major families present, even Yang Tian Ci would find it challenging to confront the other two regardless. Yang Tian Ci and they belonged to the same echelon of influence. Niu Chi Chong Tian's group was similarly taken aback, recognizing the complexity of the situation. It appeared that the three major families were allied with Mo He and Wang Lao Lu, indicating their involvement in Yang Fan's affairs. Niu Chi boldly speculated that perhaps Yang Fan had past grievances with these three families, with Mo He and Wang Lao Lu serving merely as bait. Report, General. We sought Yang Fan's assistance in hunting the spirit beast Di Long, and at that time, the hunt was not yet concluded, thus not violating any regulations, Niu Chi Chong Tian stated promptly. Though the hunt had not yet ended, one must always remember the protocols established at the hunt's commencement. However, since it has concluded, we are now bound by the laws of Wild City, he continued. Brother Yang previously agreed to assist me in hunting Di Long, and indeed, we caused him some harm. But this beast is formidable. We were no match for Iti in a moment of peril. Yang Fan remained composed and pushed us aside, ultimately succumbing to the beast. Mo He lamented sorrowfully. Enough of this pretense. Yang Fan must have suffered at your hands. Others may be unaware of your true nature, but I am all too familiar. Not only did you attempt to seize our spirit cores from the outset, but you also attacked us more than once. Had it not been for Brother Tian's timely arrival, we might have perished, Zhao Li retorted, his face pale with fury, a tempest of wrath roiling within him. How can you speak so? Mo He countered. A bitter expression on his face. I admit there were misunderstandings, and yes, we acted out of necessity during the hunt. Dare you act but not own up to your deeds? You are not even as honorable as the bandits who kill and plunder. For at least they have the courage to face their actions, unlike your shamelessness. Zhao Li seethed, wishing he could strike Mo He and Wang Lao Lu dead at that moment. If that is your view, then I must be irredeemably wicked. It would be wise to say no more, Mo He replied. Brother Yang is our benefactor. Without him, we would have already been devoured by Di Long for that reason. I shall fulfill my promise to urge the Yang family to recognize their lineage, Yang Bao added, his expression tinged with sadness. Is what you say true? Has Yang Fan indeed been consumed by Dilong? Niu Chi Chong Tian inquired one last time. I can attest to the truth of Mo's words. I am also grateful to brother Yang Fan. What Tian interjected, having remained silent until now. Zhao Li's heart sank. If they all spoke so, it seemed Yang Fan had truly perished, though he remained uncertain whether it was at their hands or the jaws of the spirit beast Dilong. It is indeed true. I witnessed brother Yang Fan being overwhelmed before Dilong swallowed him whole. Dilong confirmed with a nod. Since Yang Fan has met his demise, and with the testimonies of 3 prominent families confirming the circumstances, we shall take our leave, Niu Chi Chong Tian stated, clasping his fists in farewell. Humph, Mo He, Wang Lao Lu, you may think yourselves free from consequence, but I vow that one day I will bring you to justice for my brother's death. Zhao Li declared, his expression twisted in fury. We have done nothing wrong, so why should we fear? Besides, what can you, a mere member of a third-rate family, do? Mo He scoffed, looking down upon Zhao Li and Duan Hongwan. Were it not for Yang Tianxi's presence, he would not have wasted a word on them. The disparity in status made discourse seem futile. Zhao Li could not fail to perceive the disdain woven into his words. And in his anger, he was poised to engage in a debate with Mo He. Duan Hongwan grasped his arm tightly, fearful that he might resort to violence. With Yang Fan absent, and Yang Tianxi sharing a common origin with them, Linglong had no ties to her whatsoever. Their joint venture to seek out Yang Fan was already a considerable act of goodwill. Moreover, given the capabilities of herself and Zhao Li, they could hardly hope to best even a single Mo He. So why subject themselves to such humiliation? As Yang Bao and his companions passed by Yang Tianxi, he paused momentarily and addressed him. Might I inquire whether my elder brother intends to return to the capital with his younger brother or remain here to search for the remains of brother Yang Fan? Yang Tianxi smiled faintly, glancing at Zhao Li and the others. There is no need to trouble my second brother. I still plan to continue the search. At the very least, he deserves a proper burial, lest our acquaintance be in vain. Elder brother must remember his own status and refrain from actions unbecoming of it, Yang Bao said, his tone turning cold. That is of no concern to you. Second brother. A family meeting is imminent. You should prepare accordingly, Yang Tianxi replied nonchalantly. Do not worry about me, elder brother. I am well prepared. However, I am curious how your task is progressing. Has the trail gone cold once more? Upon hearing mention of the family meeting, Yang Bao's expression shifted abruptly, only to morph into one of schadenfreude. As for the task, there is no need for you to fret. I have my own plans. Very well, I shall not intrude further. I wish you success in your endeavors, elder brother. With that, Yang Bao departed with his companions. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Yang Tianxi's eyes, which went unnoticed by the already departing Yang Bao. Chapter 53. Crisis. Brother Zhao, what shall we do now? Duan Shijian asked as the group began to disperse. The wave of indescribable emotion washed over him upon receiving the news. What else can we do? You must return to Luo City to deliver the message. I demand to see the living or the dead. Even if I must turn the wilderness upside down, I will find him, Zhao Li replied, his face a mask of sorrow. Brother Zhao, if you do not leave, then neither shall I. I simply cannot bear to share this news with grandfather Yang. It is too cruel, Duan Hongwan whispered. That is not an option. One of us must return to relay the news, and we must also head to the capital to claim the reward. That is the most precious library of the Great Yin, obtained at Yang Fan's peril. We cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away, Zhao Li insisted, unwilling to allow Duan Hongwan to remain behind. I propose this. You all should return. I am far safer here than you. And I wish to understand why my companions have not appeared, and why the spirit beasts do not attack me. Should I receive any news, I will send for you, Linglong interjected, breaking the conversation between the two. Linglong, we are not related. How could we allow you to take such a great risk? It is utterly out of the question, Zhao Li exclaimed, shaking his head vehemently. The Yin family stands by their word. You need not say more. If you trust me, let us proceed in this manner, Linglong stated with unyielding resolve. The Yin family? Could it be? Yang Tianxi suddenly thought of a possibility, his expression shifting as he gazed intently at the veiled woman before him. Since Miss Linglong has spoken, I believe we should proceed as she suggests. Miss Hongwan and Brother Zhao should return, as I too must return to Luo City to seek an audience with Elder Yang. Yang Tianxi unexpectedly supported this decision. Though surprised, Zhao Li felt it would be inappropriate to voice any objections. Once the three departed, Linglong murmured, "Yang Fan, have you truly perished? Regardless of the circumstances, I shall find you. Even if but a glimmer of hope remains, to unravel my uncertainties." Her voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering determination. "Brother Tianxi, why did you agree to let Linglong stay?" Zhao Li expressed his dissatisfaction towards Yang Tianxi. Yang Tianxi cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Li and calmly inquired, "Do you know who that woman is? Who else could it be but Linglong?" Zhao Li replied, somewhat perplexed by Yang Tianxi's question. "I heard her mention she belongs to the Yin family, and your expression changed, as if you harbored some trepidation. Miss Hongluan is correct. It was not merely a moment of surprise but genuine fear upon hearing that." Yang Tianxi admitted candidly, "Brother Tianxi, you cannot be serious. A mere woman instills such dread in one of your martial prowess. You are the eldest scion of the Yang family." Zhao Li found the situation amusing. "If you knew of her capabilities and background, you would understand my apprehension," Yang Tianxi replied with a grave demeanor. "You are all aware that the forces on the divine martial continent are organized by provinces, dynasties, and empires. The relationships between empires can be fraught with animosity or alliances, creating a labyrinthine complexity. However, the continent is far more intricate than it appears. Above the empires, there exist several formidable factions whose strength eclipses that of any empire. For some empires are merely territories within their domain." Yang Tianxi's words left Zhao Li and Duan Hongluan astounded. Within their understanding, empires represented the pinnacle of power, and they had not anticipated the existence of entities that surpassed them. "Do not doubt it. The Yin family is a member of that colossal entity. I can only divulge so much. It is perhaps for the best that you remain unaware of certain matters. They hold a position of great esteem and mystery, rarely encountered in ordinary circumstances, and even if one were to cross paths with them, they would seldom reveal their identities." This was also a source of Yang Tianxi's confusion. Why would such enigmatic figures appear in a mere wilderness and participate in a hunt no less? Given that such influential individuals are searching for Yang Fan, success is surely within reach. I can only hope those rascals are not deceiving me. "Oh, Brother Tianxi, you are not like them, so do not take offense," Zhao Li remarked, having just insulted those surrounding him, only to awkwardly clarify his statement regarding Yang Tianxi. "You need not be concerned, although I hail from the same place, even the same family. I hold their actions in disdain," Yang Tianxi reassured Zhao Li. "Yet how could such esteemed individuals assist us in our search for Yang Fan? We are simply not from the same world." Duan Hongluan echoed Yang Tianxi's thoughts. This question remained a matter of speculation as the three mounted swift steeds, galloping towards Luo City, their destination drawing near. Yang Fan, clutching his aching wound, sprinted with urgency. He had intended to find a hilltop to evade the Earth Dragon, yet after ascending 2 mountains, the mere sight of the Earth Dragon sent the locals into a frenzy. They dared not show themselves. As Yang Fan and the Earth Dragon wreaked havoc on their territory, he could only curse. They possess no dignity as beasts. "This is the 3rd mountain. If I do not find a spirit beast to rival the Earth Dragon soon, I may not last much longer." As the distance between him and the Earth Dragon lessened, the creature intensified its pursuit. Each roar from the Earth Dragon behind him signified its growing excitement. Yang Fan could see a glimmer of hope within reach, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain as he ran desperately. Just as he was about to enter the mountain, a thunderous roar resounded. Rather than feeling alarmed, Yang Fan felt a surge of joy. The voice belonged to a formidable creature, likely on par with the Earth Dragon. Upon hearing the roar of another spirit beast, the Earth Dragon halted at the base of the mountain. Yang Fan, taken aback by the sudden stop of the Earth Dragon, seized the opportunity to widen the gap and catch his breath. Exhausted from his injuries and the relentless chase, he felt the toll of his overexertion, and a wave of pain washed over him as he relaxed. Noting the Earth Dragon's reluctance to ascend the mountain, Yang Fan deduced that the spirit beast above was a deterrent. The 2 roars echoed in the air, evidently a form of communication. Although the Earth Dragon's roar lacked the ferocity it had displayed during his pursuit, I never imagined the Earth Dragon could feel fear. I must take advantage of this moment to recover. Soon enough, I may have to run for my life again. A massive silhouette loomed overhead, casting a shadow over Yang Fan. He sensed the dimming of light and realized the gravity of his situation. Hastening towards the source of illumination, Just as he had predicted a moment of respite, he found himself in dire straits once more. How prophetic his words had been. Is that another Earth Dragon? Yang Fan mused, noting that this one appeared significantly larger than the one in pursuit of him. In a wonder, it was not to be trifled with. Chapter 54. A desperate escape with a mighty roar. The larger Earth Dragon directed its attention towards Yang Fan before glancing at the smaller Earth Dragon that had been chasing him. What could this mean? Was it questioning his origins? No, it seemed this Earth Dragon was female. A sudden realization struck Yang Fan as he recalled the differences between the male and female Earth Dragons. Ah, so that is why the smaller dragon was so ferocious in its pursuit. Yet has now become docile. How amusing, he chuckled, despite the pain radiating from his wound. The male Earth Dragon emitted a subdued call, entirely devoid of its former dominance as a ruler of the land. Yang Fan even detected a hint of the submissive tone he had once heard from a puppy he had raised, seeking his affection. Could it be that this Earth Dragon has taken a liking to the female? In that case, I might just be a matchmaker of sorts. It would be unacceptable for it to still harbor thoughts of devouring me. Yang Fan's mind wandered wildly as he contemplated that the Earth Dragon is indeed one of the less prolific spirit beasts. Typically, a female dragon bears no more than 2 or 3 Earth Dragons in her lifetime, and the survival rate during their infancy is a mere 50-50. This results in a minuscule chance of encountering a female dragon. Generally, for every few male dragons, there exists only one female, and she chooses but a single mate for life. The male dragon currently present is exceptionally fortunate, for in its eyes, Yang Fan has become inconsequential. However, the female dragon does not share this sentiment, as her enormous eyes frequently fixate on Yang Fan. He yearns to flee but dares not move. Any sudden action might incite both Earth Dragons to pursue him. A risk far too great to contemplate. At this moment, Yang Fan merely hopes to be overlooked by the two beasts. Even if he cannot escape immediately, he at least desires a moment to recuperate. So he can run farther when the time comes. Roar! The female dragon suddenly let out a deafening roar, her tail sweeping fiercely and striking the male dragon. Yang Fan winced at the sight. Having just grasped the sheer force behind that tail, the gust almost lifting him off his feet. With a mournful cry, the male dragon's eyes displayed an unmistakable expression of grievance. Yang Fan hastily stifled his laughter, fearing that an inadvertent chuckle would spell disaster for him. He had not anticipated that the imperious Earth Dragon would reveal such an endearing side. It was indeed a rare occurrence. It seemed this creature had long been solitary, daring to pursue such a ferocious mate despite the potential for daily domestic strife. Yang Fan couldn't help but indulge in a moment of schadenfreude, envisioning the male dragon's plight. Roar! The female dragon unleashed another furious roar, turning her back as she departed, her tail crashing heavily against the ground, right where Yang Fan stood, who was secretly reveling in the moment. He hastily rolled away like a lazy donkey, feeling a sense of resignation as he watched the departing female dragon. Surely, if their romantic entanglements falter, they need not take their frustrations out on him. With one hand pressing against the ground, Yang Fan quickly rose to his feet, casting a glance at the male dragon before he began to flee. His form shifting rapidly as he created several afterimages in different directions. Yet, the Earth Dragons paid no heed to Yang Fan's departure, remaining in their distant stupor. After a while, one of them roared and took a step forward, not to chase Yang Fan but to ascend the mountain. Unbeknownst to the frantic Yang Fan, he had been entirely disregarded by the Earth Dragons. After running for a considerable distance, he finally paused. Biffed! Unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Wiping the remnants from his lips, Yang Fan felt no discouragement. After all, losing a bit of blood was far preferable to being devoured by an Earth Dragon. Indeed, it was a success. By combining the Tai Chi step with his carefree movement, he could create multiple afterimages, 5 in total this time. With further practice, he would undoubtedly be able to produce even more. Once he break through to the Martial General realm, utilizing the elemental power of a Martial General would enable him to achieve 7 or 8 afterimages, each imbued with his aura, rendering him undetectable to both the naked eye and spiritual perception. Yang Fan was filled with exhilaration. This was undoubtedly a bold attempt at fusion, and fortune favored him. Every risk taken was worthwhile. Failure would have led to crippling consequences. With a peculiar spatial ability, Yang Fan had mastered various martial techniques, As long as he could grasp the golden silhouette, he could execute them repeatedly. To ask for whether this counted as a semi-creative movement, he was somewhat uncertain. He could even master the 6 paths of reincarnation. How could this movement possibly elude him? He had not anticipated the immense power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Until now, he had relied solely on the low-tier Wind Thunder Hand and the mid-tier Shintian 9 changes. With the addition of the 6 paths of reincarnation, his offensive capabilities would no longer be overly simplistic. It could serve as a hidden means of attack. In daily practice, he would still prioritize the Wind Thunder Hand, as it would yield an element of surprise. Yang Fan resolved to seek a secluded place for meditation, not only to heal his wounds but also because night had fallen, providing an ideal opportunity for rest and to test whether he could execute the golden silhouette. After walking for a while, he discovered a more concealed spot. Yang Fan surveyed the surroundings and found no signs of spirit beasts, allowing him to relax. He decided to set up a simple formation. Should a spirit beast appear while he slumbered, it would offer some protection. With this in mind, he gathered stones of varying sizes and arranged them according to the 8 trigrams, infusing them with differing amounts of elemental energy. After half an hour of labor, he finally sensed the elemental energy beginning to circulate within the formation. It was no wonder that a grand formation required so much time to establish. And the materials were exceedingly demanding. Just this simplest of concealment formations had drained most of his elemental energy and necessitated the use of nearby vegetation and stones to complete it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yang Fan remarked, "But now, I can finally feel at ease. This place blends seamlessly with the surroundings. No ordinary spirit beast could possibly detect it unless it were as massive as the Earth Dragon." Reflecting on the Earth Dragon, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He did not rush into sleep. First, he focused on healing his wounds. In truth, his injuries were not severe. They merely required timely treatment to disperse the accumulated blood. At present, Yang Fan's physical strength had reached the level of a martial general, and with such a physique, minor injuries could heal within a day or two. Should he advance to the Martial King rank, he would require merely half a day to recover. The higher one's cultivation, the less one feared injury, though this also depended on individual vitality. A Martial King on the brink of exhaustion might recover more slowly than a robust Martial General at the 5th level. It seemed that body refinement was indeed essential. After entering the Martial General rank, his primordial chi cultivation would likely reach the 1st realm's completion, further enhancing his strength. The primordial chi cultivation was truly remarkable, improving elemental energy, tempering it, and strengthening the body. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel admiration for the founder of the primordial chi cultivation. The 2nd realm was body refinement, achieving external conditioning of muscles and bones while internally refining the organs and meridians, transforming the body into the optimal vessel for circulating elemental energy, capable of storing greater amounts and withstanding more violent elemental forces, thereby laying the groundwork for the 3rd realm. Chapter 55. Awaiting your emergence, the wound had healed sufficiently to form a scab, which would fall away by the next day. Now, it was time to enter a state of simulated slumber. Yang Fan began to regulate his breathing, guiding himself into a state of self-induced semi-sleep. A common practice among martial artists, this method allowed him to continue cultivating while also obtaining rest. Although the effects of such training were minimal, for those on the martial path, progressing even slightly was a significant gain. As stagnation meant regression. Gradually, Yang Fan's consciousness was drawn into a familiar space, facing the same golden silhouette, its features still indistinct. The golden figure began to move slowly, resembling an elderly person in their 70s or 80s, trembling as they took each step. Yet, Yang Fan understood that this was merely the beginning of the Tai Chi step. Within its slowness lay boundless transformations, where even the slightest difference could yield entirely different outcomes. The changes were infinite, relying solely on the principle of comprehension. The golden silhouette took a single step, executing it from various angles dozens of times, each iteration providing a unique sensation to Yang Fan. With each passing moment, the figure's pace quickened, becoming so rapid that it was almost impossible to follow. 1 afterimage, 2 afterimages, 3 afterimages. There appeared a total of 8. The duration of these afterimages was far longer than the fleeting instant they typically occupied. Lingering for 5 or 6 breaths at that moment, Yang Fan intentionally quickened his own pace, astonished by the extraordinary capability of this movement, which even he, its creator, had not anticipated could reach such heights. Simultaneously, he sensed that this technique had not yet reached its pinnacle. If it could merge with the Tai Chi step, it could also integrate with other movements. The essence of Tai Chi encompasses all things, transforming them into primordial chaos, yin and yang. Yang Fan began to practice alongside the golden silhouette. Initially, he found it quite challenging. He had never imagined that the Tai Chi step could be executed at such a leisurely pace. Yet, this very beginning was crucial to the entire Tai Chi step. It appeared agonizingly slow, as though time had frozen, but should an assailant approach, they would soon discover that this seemingly sluggish step had seamlessly transitioned into the next. Allowing for any number of evasive maneuvers, it was not until the sun reached its zenith that Yang Fan emerged from his inner space. After circulating his elemental energy, he finally opened his eyes. It was her. How could she be here? Upon opening his eyes, Yang Fan beheld a figure standing outside the formation, gazing intently. It was none other than Linglong. You are awake? Linglong's tone held little variation. Miss Linglong, how did you know I was here? Moreover, I had set up an illusion formation. How did you discern my actions within? Yang Fan asked, bewildered. Did you forget? I have a slight understanding of the mystical arts. Yesterday, as I passed this area, I sensed something unusual about the elemental energy here, which indicated that someone had interfered in this wilderness. The only person capable of such a feat is you. As for how I came to know of your actions, to be honest, it was merely a guess. Just now, there was a barely perceptible fluctuation in the elemental energy, which I surmised might have been a result of you awakening from your simulated slumber. Miss Linglong, you truly possess remarkable insight. I am in awe. Hearing Linglong's reasoning, Yang Fan offered genuine praise. Once the formation was dismantled, Yang Fan's figure appeared before Linglong. Although she had known since yesterday that he was unharmed, seeing him in person still stirred a wave of emotions within her, emotions she couldn't quite comprehend. I am relieved to see you safe. Your companions were distraught upon hearing the news of your being swallowed by the Earth Dragon. They were inconsolable. Linglong forced herself to suppress her emotions and spoke softly. Sigh, I have caused them worry. This grudge, Yang Fan, will surely repay tenfold in the future. Yang Fan clenched his fists, his joints cracking under the pressure. Now that you are safe, do you plan to return? Upon seeing the fury in Yang Fan's eyes, Linglong understood that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. I cannot go back. They believe I am dead, which is why they are indifferent to this matter. If I were to reappear, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect their secret, endangering me, my family, and my friends. I cannot allow them to suffer because of me. As for the three great families and the likes of Wang Laolu, I will make them pay, just not now. Yang Fan shook his head and said, Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. I believe you will succeed. Linglong's tone held a hint of admiration, clearly in agreement with Yang Fan's words. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Although I can hardly endure for 10 years, I will keep my patience until I possess sufficient strength and opportunity. Right now, they think I am dead. This is the best outcome at this moment. Yang Fan had regained his composure, analyzing the factors that favored him. What do you wish to do now? Linglong inquired. The immediate priority is to find a place to enter seclusion. I am currently at the brink of reaching the great perfection of a martial general and can break through the last shackles at any moment. For some reason, in Linglong's presence, Yang Fan felt no desire to conceal his urgency, even if it meant exposing his current needs. We can utilize that cave we found last time. After pondering briefly, Linglong suggested to Yang Fan, good idea. Firstly, it is quite secluded and safe. Secondly, I am familiar with the area. Yang Fan's eyes brightened in agreement. No, not just you, but us. Linglong said playfully. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback by her sudden shift in tone. In his memory, this expression of Linglong seemed to embody mystery and indifference, her silence matching her temperament. What? Is there something on my face? Or is there something on my body? Can you see through the veil? Linglong questioned. After speaking, she gently removed her veil, marking the first time she revealed her face in front of a stranger. The moment the veil was lifted, Yang Fan was once again lost in thought. Even though he was aware of Linglong's beauty beyond doubt and had imagined it countless times, he could not help but marvel when faced with her in reality. Her delicate forehead glistened with a hint of perspiration, reminiscent of peach blossoms kissed by gentle raindrops. Her porcelain-white cheeks radiated a faint, healthy pink, surpassing even the bashful hue of a budding red lotus. Her slightly chilly ruby lips exhaled soft white mist, enhancing their vibrant allure. Most captivating were her long, crystalline eyes. The chestnut irises held a depth unmatched by the endless sky, like light clouds veiling the moon, like drifting snow in a gentle breeze. Such beauty, with every glance and smile, captivated the heart and stirred the mind, rendering her incomparable even to celestial beings. Pervert, what are you staring at? Are you not leaving? Although Linglong scolded him as a lecher, she appeared quite shy, her tone almost playful as she shot Yang Fan a glare before turning to leave. Chapter 56. Walking with Beauty in No. I truly meant no offense. Your beauty surpasses that of any celestial being. And I was momentarily entranced. Please forgive my rudeness. Yang Fan, typically not one for sweet talk, swore this was heartfelt. Hearing this, Linglong's cheeks flushed even deeper, and her pace quickened slightly as she muttered, "Smooth talker." Yang Fan, puzzled by her swift departure despite his compliments, dared not speak further and hurried to catch up. By the time he reached her, Linglong had donned her veil once more. Yang Fan sighed in relief. He could not guarantee that he would not lose focus on his training while gazing at such perfection. Simultaneously, he pondered whether he had indeed become a lecher. Is this the place? Let's be cautious. The Earth Dragon did not detect us earlier, but that does not guarantee it won't now. You should set up an illusion array. Linglong carefully surveyed their surroundings. Rest assured, my lady, that enormous creature is not here right now. It is likely still 100 miles away on another mountain. Yang Fan chuckled at the thought. How do you know? You seem awfully cheerful. Do you know something? Linglong turned back, eyeing him with curiosity. Because that Earth Dragon has encountered love, Yang Fan replied mysteriously. What are you talking about? Hurry and explain, Linglong urged, her tone playful yet demanding. Yang Fan quickly recounted the events leading up to this revelation. Ha ha, I never would have guessed that this seemingly ferocious Earth Dragon is actually... Linglong covered her mouth in laughter. Yang Fan nodded, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Despite Linglong's many questions, why he was said to have been killed by spiritual beasts by the three great families and Wang Laolu, why he had appeared so far away, and why her guards had vanished, not to mention her puzzlingly warm feelings towards him. She wisely chose to remain silent, inching closer, knowing that all would eventually be revealed. What is it? Lost in thought? Do not worry. That Earth Dragon will not return so quickly. Given the ferocity of the female dragon, the male dragon may well be in dire straits. Yang Fan assumed she was contemplating the Earth Dragon. Not that I was thinking about where you will go after your seclusion. You cannot return to Luo City, nor even approach it. The three great families will surely send people to patrol. But if you don't return, won't your family worry? I hear you have a grandfather who dotes on you, Linglong stated. Precisely because of that, I love my grandfather dearly, which is why I cannot return. I mentioned before that Yang Bao and the others would undoubtedly resort to more reckless actions. So my current goal is to grow stronger as swiftly as possible. Yang Fan's expression darkened before he resolutely declared. You truly have endured much, Linglong sighed softly. What is this compared to suffering? After facing death once, what else is there for me to fear? Yang Fan murmured as he entered the cave. Linglong watched Yang Fan's determined figure with a gaze that sparkled with admiration. It seems the previous collapse here was quite severe. Let us tidy up a bit, and I will set up a simple concealment array at the entrance. Aside from the Earth Dragon, this mountain is home to nothing but lesser beasts. And since the Earth Dragon is currently absent, we are quite safe here. Yang Fan surveyed the area before confirming. Indeed, while the cave may have collapsed, that happened days ago, it now appears even more desolate. Other than some flying insects, there are no signs of other animals. You can enter seclusion here. With me around, you are perfectly safe. Linglong replied in agreement. Then I am grateful to you, Miss Linglong. Yang Fan clasped his hands in thanks before proceeding to set up the array. All right, I will leave the rest to you, Yang Fan said. After Yang Fan settled on a stone, Linglong slowly withdrew to the cave's entrance and found a spot to sit cross-legged and rest. Yang Fan took his time, looking at the Qingquan ring on his hand. With a thought, a three-dimensional space materialized in his consciousness. This space was not overly large, about 10 square meters, containing a stone bed, numerous books, and various jars and bottles. Yang Fan retrieved the jars and the stone bed from the space. Sitting on the stone bed, he felt the fire elements within him come alive. The fire energy contained within the stone bed resonated with his own. continuously flowing into the countless cells of his blood. Recalling his previous encounter with Yang Bao, Yang Fan remembered feeling the power of the flame within his martial arts, the ability to incinerate all. Yet, upon direct contact, he felt no heat. This was why Yang Fan could approach Yang Bao without fear. Martial arts held no threat against him, and no matter how high one's cultivation or how deep their elemental energy. If it could not harm, it was akin to a hulking man rendered paralyzed. Merely a shelled it seemed the Hunyuan Qi Gong not only purified elemental energy but also fused the purest elements. This could only explain why Yang Bao's martial arts could not harm him. Either Yang Bao's control was insufficient to counter the flame within Yang Fan's elemental energy, or he had absorbed the elemental power within the stone bed, purifying it through his cultivation, thus acquiring a fire elemental physique. Yang Fan speculated on various possibilities. Eventually, when Yang Fan could no longer absorb the fire energy from the stone bed, he began to operate the Hunyuan Qi Gong to break through to the martial general realm. The martial general realm involved the diffusion of elemental energy from the Dantian into the body's meridians, allowing the energy to circulate through the body at all times. This is why a martial artist's physical constitution strengthens with their growing power, provided they do not specifically train their body. Yang Fan's approach was to saturate the elemental energy in his Dantian, allowing it to overflow slowly, akin to a teacup filled to the brim. If more water were added, it would spill over, which was precisely what Yang Fan aimed to do, albeit in a controlled manner. The human body contains 365 meridians, with the most crucial being the 8 extraordinary meridians, followed by the Ran and Du meridians, and then the main meridians leading to the organs, followed by the secondary meridians. The martial generals must commence their journey by traversing the secondary meridians. One by one. Uncertain of the level I can attain, Yang Fan pondered, it is unnecessary to traverse all 365 meridians to achieve the rank of martial general. It suffices to successfully channel one's vital energy into these pathways. The Ran and Du meridians are relatively accessible, yet they serve as a critical watershed. Few can successfully navigate them, and even fewer can reach the extraordinary 8 extraordinary meridians. Those who can fully open all meridians exist only in legend. Chapter 57. Breakthrough to Martial General. Yang Fan meticulously controlled his vital energy, shaping it to the fineness of a thread. The slender strands of energy wove through the secondary meridians like a needle threading through fabric, initiating the flow of energy from the source of a secondary meridian, akin to a diligent housekeeper ensuring cleanliness. Beads of sweat gradually formed on Yang Fan's forehead. The meridians are the most vital conduits within the human body, governing the circulation of blood, cellular function, and overall bodily operations. A slight misstep could result in mere pain, while a more serious error could lead to grave bodily harm, paralysis, or even death. Many martial artists fear such dangers. After clearing the secondary meridians, they refrain from proceeding further, with some unable to complete even that. This was Yang Fan's first endeavor to open the meridians, and he proceeded with utmost caution, intent on minimizing any potential harm to his body while ensuring a smooth flow. The secondary meridians are not particularly significant, with many being redundant and of little practical use. Out of the 105 secondary meridians, only about half are functional, while the rest serve no purpose in channeling vital energy, resembling a dead end. Most martial arts in the divine martial continent do not mandate the clearing of all secondary meridians. Yet the Hunyuan Qigong is an exception. The second level of body training necessitates the thorough clearing and interconnection of all secondary meridians. Yang Fan was initially alarmed, fully aware of the perils associated with even a minor oversight in the meridian process. The prospect of transforming a dead end into a viable path was even more daunting. To connect all 105 secondary meridians is no simple task and cannot be accomplished in a day. However, risks often accompany significant rewards, a principle vividly illustrated in this endeavor. Imagine a pipeline with a single outlet. Possessing 2 identical outlets effectively doubles one's potential from any angle. To endure what others cannot, to accomplish what others dare not, to embrace a life-or-death gamble. This is the distinctive nature of Hunyuan Qigong, which entails wagering one's very life. Few would dare to undertake such a gamble, yet to fulfill his promise. Yang Fan found himself with no alternative. Having faced death once, what more could he fear? He resolved to press on. First, he aimed to clear all the secondary meridians, a lengthy process. Uncertain of his progress, He knew that an ordinary person could typically complete a breakthrough in a day, and reaching the Ren and Du meridians would not take longer than 2 days. Given his aptitude, he believed he could successfully navigate the Ren and Du meridians. Outside, Ling Long, stationed to guard, found it impossible to concentrate on her training, her thoughts perpetually drifting to Yang Fan. Simultaneously hopeful for the successful clearing of his meridians, yet concerned for the immense risks he faced. She felt a tumult of emotions. As time gradually slipped away, the wilderness welcomed yet another evening. It was the first time she had quietly observed the nightfall in the wild, and she marveled at the unique hues of the horizon. Worry for her companions lingered in her heart, and despite her concern for Black Hawk, she found herself captivated by the beauty of the savage dusk, the worry in her lovely eyes betraying her inner turmoil. Since Yang Fan departed, Ling Long had discreetly informed her companions but had since received no further news. Days had passed with no sign, and while she had left markers, he had yet to appear. With a heavy heart, she reflected, "Though he is my subordinate, I have always considered him my companion. He has cared for me throughout my life. I understand his feelings, yet he remains unaware of mine. He has always been like an older brother to me." Ling Long sighed, feeling helpless. Having spent the better part of the day focused on clearing the secondary meridians, she realized that, at this rate, clearing the primary meridians would take at least half a day. She wondered if Hunyuan Qigong could assist her in connecting the Ren and Du meridians or the 8 extraordinary meridians. As Yang Fan diligently worked on clearing the secondary meridians, he took a deep breath to alleviate the tension in his nerves. After a brief pause, he resumed his efforts to open the primary meridians. The danger escalated significantly during this stage, accompanied by intense pain. While the discomfort associated with clearing the secondary meridians was manageable, the sensation in the primary meridians intensified markedly, and the risks multiplied exponentially. With experience gained, Yang Fan remained vigilant, exercising even greater caution and maintaining his pace. Each of the 250 primary meridians required careful attention, making for a protracted endeavor during which his nerves remained perpetually taut. Meanwhile, the Yang family in Luo City experienced a night filled with unease. Zhao Li, having met with the clan leader, respectfully addressed Yang Yihong. "There is no need for excessive formality, my grandson. I have been a long-time friend of your grandfather," Yang Yihong replied with a smile. "The Red Luan has also arrived, as has young Master Yang." "Where is my grandson?" Yang Yihong inquired, noticing that everyone was present except for Yang Fan. "Clan leader, Yang Fan?" Zhao Li stammered, his expression filled with sorrow. "What, is he dead?" Yang Yihong exclaimed, the shock of the news striking him like a thunderbolt, his imposing presence as a martial king palpable. Zhao Li and Duan Hongluan felt a tightening in their chests, an indescribable discomfort sweeping over them, while Yang Tianxi remained unfazed. "What exactly happened? Tell me at once," Yang Yihong implored, his countenance aging a decade in an instant, grief-stricken. "It happened like this." Zhao Li hesitated to divulge the truth, having been cautioned by Yang Tianxi to refrain from revealing the real circumstances to avoid the wrath of the Yang family upon Yang Fan's clan. Despite his guilt, Zhao Li chose to remain silent for Yang Fan's sake. "Oh, my unfortunate grandson, suffering from illness since childhood, finally recovered and gained the physique of a martial artist, with exceptional talent, only to encounter such calamity." Yang Yihong lamented, tears streaming down his face, lost in sorrow. Zhao Li and Duan Hongluan felt their hearts ache at the sight of Yang Yihong's despondency. Tears slipped from Duan Hongluan's eyes, while Zhao Li's were reddened with suppressed grief. "Do not blame yourselves. My grandson has endured a life of hardship. Perhaps this is a form of release," Yang Yihong sighed, gesturing for them to refrain from self-reproach. "Take the 3 of them to the guest rooms for rest and attend to them well." He waved his hand wearily. "Clan leader, please accept my condolences. Perhaps young Master Yang has the favor of the heavens, with Miss Ling Long from the Yin family searching for him in the wilderness. I believe news will soon emerge," Yang Tianxi remarked before turning to leave. Upon hearing the mention of the Yin family, a flicker of hope briefly illuminated Yang Yihong's eyes before it swiftly faded. Chapter 58. Undercurrents. The Yin family? Yin Ling Long. Judging by Yang Tianxi's tone, this Yin family might be the Yin clan. Yang Yihong muttered to himself. "What? Something has happened to Yang Fan. What is going on? Speak clearly," a voice in the library exclaimed, startled. It occurred during a hunt in the wilderness. They unexpectedly encountered a 5th-tier earth dragon. They were forced onto a mountain, and some of them got separated. They witnessed the Earth Dragon knock young Fan off the cliff. Another voice responded, "Alas, if this is true, it is truly a tragic fate for that poor child." The first voice lamented, "Indeed, a child of misfortune. Yet I heard from a young man of the Yang family that the Yin family has also appeared in the wilderness." Another voice chimed in, "The Yin family? Is it the Yin clan?" An elderly voice inquired, "It should be. I cannot fathom why they would venture into the wilderness. I heard the leader is a girl named Yin Linglong." The voice analyzed. The ancient forces of the divine martial continent are shrouded in mystery, rarely revealing their identities even in the midst of various events. This Yin Linglong is either an imposter or someone of special status within the Yin family. Could it be that they are the same as back then? Another voice speculated, "That remains uncertain. The three great families of the divine martial continent uphold the very foundation of the realm, their depth beyond our comprehension. Even in my time, I could only see a glimpse of it." The elderly voice remarked, a rare gravity in his tone when discussing the three great families. "What should we do next? Let us observe the situation. We cannot provoke the Yin family, if they are truly who I suspect. We cannot enter the wilderness for now. Relay my orders. Send people to the ruined city to gather intelligence. Leave no stone unturned, but remember to maintain our anonymity," the elderly voice instructed. "Understood. I will send the orders tomorrow." "Enough. You may leave now. Do not seek me out while Yang Tianxi is present. Remain vigilant regarding every movement in Luoqing. Should the news of Yang Fan's demise be confirmed, our plans will require a complete overhaul." Within the guest chamber of the Yang family, Yang Tianxi sat in contemplation, his gaze lowered. "Considering the character of my ineffectual younger brother, it is not certain that Yang Fan is truly dead. Had it been so, his tone would not have been as it was at that moment. However, for one of us to remain alive in the hands of those five is a feat I might not achieve." At that time, Yang Fan had barely reached the threshold of a half-step martial general. How could he possibly contend against three martial generals? Meanwhile, Duan Hongluan sat on the bed, lost in thought in the past. Yang Fan would have been eager to flatter her upon her arrival, while she secretly engaged in a romance with Yang Feng. Now, she found no lingering feelings for Yang Feng, and Yang Fan would never return. Had I not acted as I did, Yang Fan might still be thriving, albeit still afflicted by his cold ailment. If he had never encountered me, perhaps he would not have sacrificed the precious medicinal treasures meant for his treatment for my cultivation. The thought of my indirect role in his demise weighs heavily on me. Yet, he repaid my grievances with kindness. "Oh, brother, how unfortunate your fate has been. Rest assured, I will avenge you. The three prominent families in Mo Swang Lao Lu shall pay dearly. One day, I shall ensure they all join you in the afterlife." Zhao Li cursed the others with a fierce expression, vowing vengeance for Yang Fan. Achoo! How peculiar, even with a martial general's physique, I still sneeze. I must have disturbed my meridians. It seems I must exercise greater caution. Yang Fan rubbed his nose and continued to channel his primary meridian. "Young master, Yang Fan of the Yang family has been reported by our informants to have met with an unfortunate fate in the wilderness." In a manor at Qingzhou town, a man respectfully addressed another seated before him. The young man in white, taken aback, exclaimed, "Dead? Is the news accurate?" "It has been confirmed through the three prominent families and the people of the wild city." "It should be reliable." The man spoke with conviction. "Then the Yang family has truly miscalculated. What a futile endeavor it has been. We must prepare ourselves, for with the key figure deceased, the unfolding drama lacks a protagonist, which is not a matter for just one or two individuals to consider." The young man remarked, taking a sip of tea, his tone nonchalant. The burly man bowed his head, saying, "I am but a foolish subordinate. Please enlighten me, young master. Relay this request to my father. He will undoubtedly handle it. Given this, we have no further business here. I feel quite uneasy in the presence of that terrifying individual," the youth expressed with a hint of distaste. "Yes, I shall make arrangements at once," the burly man replied before departing. "Yang Fan, you have truly disappointed me." The young man sighed deeply, alone with his thoughts. Within the cave in the wilderness, Linglong picked some wild fruits nearby. Pondering, why is it taking so long? Could there be a mistake? She turned to glance at the dark cave entrance. Worry etched on her face. "It should be fine. A mere martial general's breakthrough poses no real danger to him. He must be focusing on the most challenging 10 meridians." Just as she considered this, She immediately dismissed her own thoughts. That moment, Yang Fan was steadily channeling his 250 meridians. Unlike other martial artists, aside from the crucial ones, the remaining meridians did not require urgent attention. Yet, Yang Fan's approach was different. He aimed to integrate them with the secondary meridians, preparing himself thoroughly. Why must I open so many? The expenditure of my vital energy hardly necessitates such an amount, Yang Fan pondered, somewhat perplexed. Even if there were other reasons, this seems excessive. As dawn broke, sunlight gradually illuminated the earth. Linglong awoke from her light slumber. Glancing back at the cave entrance, which remained still and silent, sigh, it's already the second day. Has Yang Fan emerged? Linglong sensed a slight fluctuation in Yang Fan's aura and speculated. She stood and approached the cave entrance, where she indeed saw Yang Fan rising to his feet. Martial General's aura, you have broken through, Linglong remarked with a calm demeanor. Indeed, I have finally achieved it. I must extend my gratitude to Miss Linglong for your tireless support during my cultivation. Yang Fan bowed his head gently in appreciation. There is no need for such formality. It was but a small effort. Are you aware of how many of the 365 meridians you have successfully opened? Linglong inquired, her concern subtly evident. Yang Fan, oblivious to any underlying sentiment, chuckled wryly. To be honest, aside from the Ren and Du meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians, I have opened the rest, though not fret. Young master, historically, 9 out of 10 individuals become stuck at this juncture, and it is not imperative to open these 10 meridians immediately. It requires immense luck, Linglong reassured him. Thank you, Mississippi. Yang Fan smiled at her. His wry smile stemmed not from an inability to open the Ren and Du meridians, but from the realization that the secondary and primary meridians required interconnection. Within him resided 2 forms of energy, his own vital energy and the mysterious energy acquired by chance, necessitating different meridians. Therefore, until they could be harmonized, the less significant meridians would temporarily serve as conduits for the other forms of energy. After a light meal, Yang Fan resumed his seclusion. Chapter 59. Continuing the assault now, he would begin the arduous task of interlinking the primary and secondary meridians, a torment that involved tearing apart and restoring, repeatedly. This agony brought Yang Fan to the brink of despair. Each time he thought of giving up, the images of Yang Bao, Huatian, and others flashed in his mind. How could he seek revenge without paying the price? Linglong, outside the cave, caught a glimpse of Yang Fan's anguished cries emanating from within. Worry filled her brows, and several times she nearly rushed inside. Yet each time, she remembered Yang Fan's instructions and reluctantly feigned ignorance. Miss Linglong, I must continue my seclusion. I cannot predict how long this will take. Perhaps 1 or 2 days. Or as long as 10 days or half a month. If you have matters to attend to, you may go ahead. Yang Fan's words echoed in her mind. A day had already passed, and the cries had persisted throughout. The only change was a gradual decrease in their frequency and intensity. Grandfather Yang, we must take our leave now. Outside the Yang family gate, Zhao Li, Duan Hongwan, and Yang Tianxi prepared to depart. Be cautious on your journey, and return home safely, Yang Yi advised the trio. Upon hearing the word safely, their expressions turned uneasy, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. Zhao Li, unable to contain himself, spurred his horse forward, with Duan Hongwan and Yang Tianxi quickly following suit. At the foot of Shouyang Mountain, the 3 prepared to part ways. I shall take my leave first. Let us reconvene in the capital in 10 days. Zhao Li addressed Yang Tianxi and Duan Hongwan. Very well. Yang Tianxi replied coolly, I shall await you in Luoqing, brother Zhao. Duan Hongwan added. Let us be on our way. Zhao Li bid farewell once more before riding off. Upon reaching the gates of Luoqing, Duan Hongwan spoke, Brother Yang, I hope you can forget the events of that day and regard them as a mere dream. The deceased have departed, and there is nothing further to be gained. Moreover, I have always been in the wrong. Her tone bore a hint of earnest plea. Go realize one's errors and return to the right path is commendable. Yang Tianxi replied with those 8 words before departing. Luoqing, I have returned. After Yang Tianxi left, Duan Hongwan looked up at the imposing words inscribed on the city wall. Luoqing, filled with myriad emotions. Yes, miss, you have returned. The city guards, spotting Duan Hongwan, quickly informed their captain, hastened to notify the city lord. Upon realizing it was indeed Duan Hongwan, The captain instructed his subordinates with urgency, "Present my respects to the young lady. She must have endured much during her journey. No need for such formalities. I appreciate Lord Wang's concern." Duan Hongwan extended a hand to assist the captain. Amidst the astonishment of the guards, Duan Hongwan gradually vanished from sight. Wait, did I just imagine that? The normally proud Miss Duan actually reached out to assist me. The captain could hardly believe it. No, it can't be that I saw it too. Perhaps it was merely someone who looks remarkably similar, the soldier, known as Air Guzi, speculated without any understanding. That is impossible. I have guarded this city for over a decade. Her appearance, voice, and demeanor are unmistakable. There cannot be another so alike. The captain shook his head in disbelief. Duan Hongwan, my dear granddaughter, you have finally returned. The city lord, along with Duan Hongwan's father, had long been awaiting her arrival. Duan Hongwan pays her respects to grandfather and father. Having been away for over half a month, I feel remorseful for causing you both worry. Duan Hongwan bowed gracefully, guilt evident in her eyes. The two exchanged surprised glances. Duan Changshan was the first to react, taking hold of Duan Hongwan's arm. My granddaughter has grown. Your journey to the wilderness was not in vain. Come, let us go inside and speak at length. I have been terribly worried during your absence. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Duan Changshan expressed with warmth. You are too kind, grandfather, that I am well. Our Luoqing has secured qualifications to proceed to the capital. The three conversed as they walked. Duan Changshan exclaimed, Could it be that you are going to the library pavilion? Indeed, father, you are correct. It is the library pavilion. Duan Hongwan nodded and remarked, Good granddaughter, you truly embody the spirit of the Duan family. This time, my presence in Luo City has certainly made quite an impression. Both you and Xiao Yangfan have performed admirably. Duan Changshan, unable to contain his delight, mentioned Yangfan, and a fleeting shadow crossed Duan Hongwan's face, quickly masked by her joy. The two, engrossed in their happiness, remained oblivious to her subtle change in demeanor. Meanwhile, Yangfan, in the wild, tirelessly attempted to connect his meridians, intertwining secondary and primary channels with various approaches, each leading to distinct outcomes. Each attempt brought him excruciating pain, and after a grueling day and night, he had only completed half of his task. Feeling as if a century had passed. As for the 10 meridians, he lacked the energy to continue. All he wished for was the end of this nightmare. Every moment was a torment, yet Yangfan gritted his teeth and persevered, for there was no retreat. Failure meant becoming a mere shell of a man or achieving an unprecedented feat. Another day and night passed, and Yangfan finally completed the connection of all his meridians. This was merely the most rudimentary of connections. To achieve the unity of a single meridian required far more than a day's work. For the first half of the month, he had not been permitted to use his yuan power, for the newly connected meridians could not withstand the impact of such energy. Why do you appear so weak? Linglong asked with concern as Yangfan emerged unsteadily. I'm fine. Nothing serious. A little rest will do, Yangfan replied, refraining from revealing the truth, not out of distrust, but because the reality was too shocking, and he did not wish to worry her. That's good, Linglong said, though her curiosity lingered. You must be hungry. Wait for me a moment. With that, she walked off into the distance. That moment, Yangfan was akin to an ordinary person, perhaps a robust one, but for half a month, he had been unable to utilize yuan power, akin to placing a small dog in a tiger's den. I'll leave the cleaning to you. Is that acceptable? Linglong tossed a frightened leopard to Yangfan. Excuse me, do you have any weapons on you? I need to skin it, Yangfan inquired, gazing at the startled creature. Just use your yuan power. As a martial general, you can externalize your yuan power, can't you? Linglong replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. No, it's because I can't use yuan power right now. At least for another half-month, Yangfan stammered, shaking his head awkwardly. Linglong rolled her eyes at him and tossed him a finely crafted dagger. Wow, this dagger is forged from exquisite iron. It is truly a remarkable weapon. Even a martial king's physical resilience would likely falter against it, Yangfan exclaimed in astonishment as he received the dagger. Chapter 60. Secrets of the Wilderness. Who would be awed by a mere piece of scrap metal when one knows the intricacies of Qi Min Dunjia? Linglong said, somewhat exasperated. Your words are misguided. Dear lady, with this extraordinary weapon, I can more swiftly skin the spirit beast. Though this is merely an ordinary leopard, This dagger will expedite the process, Yang Fan declared, brandishing the sharp blade. Then you may prepare the meal while I anticipate the delicacies you will provide. Linglong replied, observing Yang Fan's readiness to butcher the leopard. Rest assured, I have learned a few culinary skills from Zhao Li. Though I may not rival a master chef, I can still create something delectable. Yang Fan assured her, patting his chest confidently. Without utilizing any power, can one truly comprehend the essence of a spirit beast through mere physical prowess? Ancient records speak of formidable beings capable of shaking mountains with a single punch. Now, with the second layer of physical training provided by the Hunyuan Qigong, which primarily refines meridians and organs through Yuan power, could it not be even more beneficial to cultivate both internal and external strength? Yang Fan increasingly recognized the necessity of physical training, especially when his Yuan power was unavailable. If his body could rival that of a spirit beast, he would fear nothing even without Yuan power. Lady, I have completed my task, Yang Fan called out to Linglong, drawn by the enticing aroma. Very well, Linglong responded, already aware of the meal's readiness. Yet her feminine modesty compelled her to feign indifference. Upon hearing Yang Fan's voice, she promptly rose to join him. Come, the leopard is renowned for its speed, and its leg meat is particularly delectable. Give it a taste. Yang Fan tore off the leopard's foreleg and offered it to Linglong. Thank you, she replied softly. It is I who should express gratitude to you. Without your efforts in capturing this leopard, how could I indulge in such a feast? Yang Fan smiled warmly at Linglong. Linglong took a gentle bite. Savoring the flavor before speaking, even without Yuan power, a mere leopard should pose little challenge to you. Once I recover my strength, I shall begin refining my exterior, and after half a month, when my Yuan power is restored, I intend to venture beyond this wilderness, Yang Fan stated, assessing his condition. Linglong explained, in truth, this wilderness serves as the finest training ground in the entire empire, layered with both opportunities and dangers. The three great forbidden zones of the wilderness hold equal potential for fortune and peril. Oh? The three great forbidden zones? I was unaware of this, Yang Fan inquired, intrigued. The core of the mountains, the valley of the gods, and the legendary void realm. The first two can be located, but the third exists only in tales. It is said to be a space created by ancient deities, resembling a small world, as for why it is deemed forbidden. Those who seek the void realm have never returned, Linglong elaborated, ensuring Yang Fan grasped the concept. I have heard Yang Tianxi mention these three places. I know the first is home to the most powerful spirit beasts in the wilderness, where humans face certain death. But what of the Valley of the Gods? Yang Fan asked, recalling Yang Tianxi's previous vague references. The Valley of the Gods was once the largest mountain in the wilderness, with a towering peak that pierced the heavens. It was the site of countless devastating battles in ancient times, where even martial gods are said to have fallen. A martial god cleaved the mountain in two, thus forming the present-day Valley of the Gods. Linglong spoke with a hint of reverence for the martial gods. Martial gods falling? Surely not. Do they not become akin to deities in this world? Eternal and uncorrupted, capable of traversing the void. How could such beings possibly fall? Yang Fan expressed disbelief. Such are the legends, but who truly knows the reality? Perhaps the Valley of the Gods is merely a natural marvel, its truths lost to the ages. It is not an exaggeration to call it a purgatory, with bones scattered everywhere and countless divine weapons lying in wait. The air is thick with death, and those with wavering resolve may easily lose themselves, faced with wandering souls and the undead influenced by the malevolent aura. It is no safer than the heart of spirit beasts. Linglong spoke gravely, clearly wary of the dangers. I had no idea this wilderness was so perilous. One misstep could cost a life. Yet I shall one day stride into the core region, enter the Valley of the Gods, and unravel the mysteries of the void realm, Yang Fan declared with unwavering determination. Despite his current lowly strength, he felt no hint of folly in his aspirations, convinced that he would achieve his goals. After consuming a leg, he sighed, enough of such thoughts. I know not how to approach the core region. Moreover, from what Yang Tianxi and Zhao Li have said, those gifted spirit beasts tend to mysteriously vanish at the end of hunts. I suspect they may have entered the core region, as their lifespans far exceed ours. Consequently, the strength within the core region will only grow, making it increasingly unlikely for one to enter. That is a concern not suited for your current self. Once you can freely traverse the Valley of the Gods, the core region will pose little threat. At least you will have the means to protect yourself, Linglong said, having finished her leg and wiping her lips. Indeed, it is too far removed from me. Unless absolutely necessary, none would wish to perish in their current state of inadequacy. Before me lies the path to make the Yang family of the capital regret their actions. The mere mention of the Yang family ignited a fire within Yang Fan. "Oh, you have a detailed plan of action?" Linglong inquired. "The greatest terror of a tiger lies in its claws and fangs. Without its sharp claws, it cannot grasp its prey, and without its teeth, it cannot slay its quarry. The Yang family in the capital is far more dangerous than any tiger. However, I remain hidden in the shadows, making me a smaller target, less likely to be discovered. Thus, I shall gradually extract its fangs until its power is diminished." Yang Fan revealed the plan he had contemplated for some time. The Yang family has endured for so many years in the Dian dynasty, not merely by chance. Many families have perished, leaving only 3 to thrive and grow formidable. "Do you think schemes and plots will suffice?" Linglong cautioned Yang Fan, urging him to avoid underestimating the situation. "I have considered your words. Yet it is precisely their bulkiness that invites oversight. Additionally, prolonged enjoyment can lead to complacency, presenting me with an opportunity. The other 2 families will not eradicate them. They understand the principle of mutual dependence. However, I believe they are even more adept at exploiting weakness," Yang Fan replied with a sly grin. "As long as you are aware of your own intentions, I hope it does not become a case of a tiger scheming for its skin." May everything proceed smoothly as Yang Fan's resolve solidified. Linglong could only silently pray in her heart. There was a sentiment she refrained from voicing, ultimately remarking, "It's getting late. You should rest early." After saying this, she sought a place to feign sleep. Good night. Today, deprived of his ability to channel energy, Yang Fan could only succumb to slumber, entering the peculiar realm that manifested in his dreams. Chapter 61. The Forbidden Ground. Yang Fan pondered. "Without Yuan power, after a night of practice, I will likely awaken to an excruciating morning." Upon entering the strange space, everything remained unchanged. The golden silhouette this time executed the 6 paths of reincarnation, which Yang Fan had fortuitously acquired. The golden figure performed the first path, the beast path, with a seemingly mundane gesture. A finger extended straight while the others curled, the arm fully extended. Yet, this most ordinary of movements harbored a terrifying power, embodying a technique whose defensive capabilities surpassed its offensive potential. Although the energy component outweighed the execution, there was still an element of weight to the maneuver. Lacking the support of Yuan power, Yang Fan could only practice the most fundamental techniques. Gradually, he began to perceive that various joint positions, directions, and speeds were all viable. However, he remained uncertain about their potency. Yang Fan resolved to test them as soon as he could channel his Yuan power once more. The golden figure had been his impeccable mentor for so long, guiding him through the art of the grand unified fist, the ethereal movement of ghostly steps, and now the 6 paths of reincarnation, allowing Yang Fan to swiftly grasp the profound mysteries each time. The night passed with one silhouette demonstrating and the other learning. When dawn broke, Yang Fan felt as though his arms were laden with lead, unable to move. Any attempt to exert strength brought forth searing pain. Alas, without Yuan power, even this level of exertion is unbearable. Truly, I am fragile. It seems imperative to refine my physical form. Yang Fan rose slowly. What would typically take mere moments now consumed several minutes just to lift half his body. "What are you doing? Why aren't you up yet?" Linglong inquired, observing him with a look of concern as he sat half reclined. "My legs are cramping. That's why I can't get up," Yang Fan offered as a casual excuse. "All right then, I'll go find some wild fruits," Linglong replied, turning to leave. "Come eat," Linglong said as she approached Yang Fan, holding fruits in her hands. "Thank you," he replied as he accepted the fruits. "Soon, we shall venture to the outskirts of the wildlands. After 15 days, we must depart. Remaining here poses too much risk due to the isolation from news, which is detrimental to me." Yang Fan took a bite of a fruit and added, "It's wise to leave. It's perilous here, and one never knows when the Earth Dragon might return. Although it inexplicably departed upon encountering me last time, one cannot guarantee that was merely a stroke of luck." Linglong nodded in agreement. "Let us go." After they finished eating, Yang Fan stood and declared, "The wildlands have resumed their former scene, teeming once more with mercenaries, explorers, trial takers, and practitioners. Following a month-long closure of the mountains, the first day of reopening saw several major factions from the ruined city infiltrate the wildlands. They are the natives of the wildlands, aside from the spirit beasts, Hu Lang. Are you so eager to rush in and meet your demise? A figure clad in beast armor and carrying a beheading sword remarked. He Xiong, you're not in a much better position. Don't let the wandering spirit beasts wipe you out as soon as you enter, Hu Lang retorted. Can you two cease your bickering? After so many years of fighting, aren't you exhausted? Our primary focus now should be to survey the wildlands and commence hunting. After 15 days of closure, my brothers are practically starving, another mounted leader interjected. The Viper brother speaks wisely. My subordinates have also voiced their concerns. The veterans are fine, but the newcomers are brimming with energy, and it's time to temper their fervor. Hu Lang shot a cold glance at He Xiong. Then let us adhere to the old rules. Choose your spots, He Xiong replied, unwilling to continue the verbal sparring. Naturally, their mercenary group was well aware of the situations they spoke of. The three major mercenary groups dispatched their scout teams, with the main forces establishing camp at the periphery. Each of the three groups held comparable strength, maintaining a delicate balance of power, often engaging in subtle conflicts, particularly between the He Xiong mercenary group and the Hu Lang mercenary group, who frequently clashed over spirit beasts. The Viper mercenary group intervened in these disputes, striking decisively like a snake, ensuring a lethal blow. Smaller mercenary groups surrounding the wildlands must align themselves beneath one of the three major factions to survive. While some directly integrated into these groups, besides mercenary factions, there were also family strongholds within the wildlands. Though fewer in number, their backing was formidable. To contend with such entities, a mercenary alliance was formed to share in the spoils. But their strength should not be underestimated. Even the Nyo family occasionally refrained from provoking them, as those within the mercenary groups were often desperate individuals with their lives on the line. Unwilling to invite trouble, apart from the mercenaries, many solitary wanderers existed, either unwilling to be bound by constraints or choosing a path of solitude. Such individuals were often either naive or exceptionally skilled. Lastly, there were adventurers seeking specific treasures from the wildlands, driven by the allure of spirit beasts, spirit cores, or the rare materials within, such as alchemical and weapon crafting resources. Though their individual capabilities might be limited, their potential was significant. A single weapon or pill could entice them to brave the dangers of the wildlands. After retreating to the periphery of the wildlands, Yang Fan began training his physical form. He sought out a target, starting with ferocious beasts, engaging them with his raw physical strength. Roar. The first creature they encountered was a tiger, its predatory gaze fixed upon them. Yang Fan, lacking Yuan power, was akin to an ordinary human, while Linglong concealed her aura, thus leading this common tiger to confront them. Miss Linglong, please step back. This tiger is about to attack. It shall serve as our lunch today. Yang Fan signaled for her to retreat before charging forward. The tiger, seeing a human daring to approach, let out a furious roar and lunged at him. Yang Fan, unwilling to back down, roared in response as they collided. Having previously battled a tiger, albeit a spirit beast, Yang Fan calculated that, despite his inability to channel Yuan power, the ordinary tiger was still at a disadvantage against his martial prowess. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, with Yang Fan pinned beneath the tiger. As the beast opened its jaws to bite, Yang Fan pressed his head against the tiger's chin, gradually forcing it off him. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Once the tiger was pushed away, Yang Fan unleashed a flurry of punches to its head, seizing the opportunity while the tiger was momentarily stunned, ultimately toppling the beast with sheer force. The tiger attempted to fend off his blows with its claws, but Yang Fan swiftly countered, using his hands to pin the tiger's paws down, then ramming his head into the creature with all his might. The tiger met its demise in the most humiliating fashion, struck dead by Yang Fan's headbutt. That was exhausting. Thankfully, I possessed the physique of a martial general. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use my head like that against a warrior-level beast. Yang Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, flinching at the pain that shot through his nerves with even the slightest touch. Hiss! You truly are impressive to have killed a tiger with your head. You could have easily dispatched it using a simpler method. Why resort to such a dangerous and slow approach? Linglong questioned. Perplexed by his choice. Chapter 62. The mercenary group indeed. I could have easily killed it, but my objective is not merely to slay it. If that were the case, I wouldn't have to exert myself so much. Engaging in combat using my raw physical strength provides the necessary training effect. Utilizing techniques and footwork solely for sustenance yields no real benefit. Yang Fan rose from the tiger's carcass, explaining, in the divine martial continent, few practice physical training. Aside from the ascetics, only those cultivating physical techniques pursue it. However, their achievements are quite limited, primarily suitable for the battlefield, and the number of ascetics is exceedingly small. Linglong could not comprehend why he chose such a seemingly obsolete path in the present divine martial continent. The focus was on Yuan power, emphasizing internal strength over physical prowess. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Fan felt compelled to train his body due to the nature of his cultivation techniques, which, while also prioritizing internal strength, he believed to be equally important as external strength. Yang Fan retrieved healing ointment from his pocket, a purchase made before entering the wildlands. After obtaining the jewel from the cave's master, he experienced a significant transformation in his fortunes, with Yuan stones piling up on his bed, alongside a wealth of martial skills, elixirs, and formation books that rendered him extraordinarily affluent. Miss, please wait a moment. Today's lunch shall consist of tiger meat, Yang Fan called back to Linglong with a smile. Seeing him busily preparing, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. Indeed, without spirit beasts, the meat lacks that tender and enticing flavor. Yang Fan took another bite from the tiger's leg, expressing his dissatisfaction with the ordinary beast. Spirit beasts are nourished by Yuan power, imparting exquisite flavors, while the ordinary denizens of the forests hold no comparison. Linglong, however, remained unfazed, content simply to have something to eat. You have a point. Since entering the wildlands, we have only consumed spirit beast meat, forgetting the reality of our situation. Yang Fan nodded slightly, no longer expressing disdain. Brother, there are people grilling meat ahead. After such a long journey, I find myself quite hungry. Not far away, two individuals were engaged in conversation. Shall we approach? They appear to be two young fellows, likely out here for training from some family. Why are there no guards? One man remarked to the other. Could it be they are eloping? The taller man speculated. Regardless, let us go and see, the stout man replied. Linglong, overhearing their dialogue, felt a fleeting chill in her gaze. Quickly suppressed. It seems we have uninvited guests. It appears this meal will not be enjoyed in peace. Yang Fan, gnawing on a tiger leg, spoke somewhat indistinctly. Gentlemen, my brother and I have traveled quite a distance and are rather famished. Might you grant us a favor? The tall man responded. Please, sit down. It would be a waste for just the two of us to consume such a large piece of tiger meat. We might as well share. Yang Fan replied politely, May I inquire as to the name of this lovely lady? The stout man glanced at Linglong, his eyes glistening not only from her beauty but also from the prospect of delicious food, and asked vacantly. The tall man's eyes sparkled with interest. Although the woman was veiled, her curvaceous figure, proud bosom, flawless and clear eyes, and gracefully arched brows were captivating. When Linglong noticed the two approaching, she wiped her lips, donned her veil, and remained silent beside them. This lady is my friend. Our families are well acquainted. Yang Fan chuckled inwardly while maintaining a cheerful facade. Oh, may I ask if you two are here in the wilderness for training? The stout man reluctantly withdrew his leering gaze and turned to Yang Fan with a question. Having sensed no elemental energy from Yang Fan, and only a faint ripple from the veiled woman, he made a rough judgment of their cultivation levels. We have come for a first-tier spirit core. It is a task assigned by our family. Yang Fan casually fabricated a story. Using a spirit core as a family trial? You two are not from the wild city, are you? The stout man, understanding the implication, continued to inquire. Indeed, we are not from the wilderness but hail from a small town 100 miles away. Our family members reside in the wild city. We have 3 days to bring back a spirit core, or else, well, let us not dwell on that. Yang Fan sighed dramatically. The tall man exchanged glances with the stout man and signaled him discreetly. Little brother, as the old saying goes, every encounter is fate. It's not that I look down on you, but the wilderness is perilous. First-tier spirit beasts, while the lowest level, are still quite dangerous and occasionally second-tier beasts may appear. It would be unwise for someone of your strength to venture in recklessly. Yang Fan feigned surprise and panic, then forced a bitter smile. What am I to do? Tomorrow marks the second day. And if I fail, my family will certainly make a fuss. The stout man and the tall man exchanged another look, And the stout man said, "It seems this is heaven's arrangement. My brother and I must enter as well. Little brother, you may accompany us, and should we encounter any spirit beasts, we shall handle them." He patted his chest with bravado. Yang Fan was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "This is truly wonderful. With the help of the two older brothers, my trial is saved." However, the stout man shifted his tone and began to speak when he was interrupted. "May I have some of that tiger meat?" A scruffy man, dressed in ragged clothing, interjected that of course. Yang Fan stammered in surprise, quickly recovering. The stout man's eyes flashed with displeasure, while the tall man gestured for him to observe. "Thank you," the vagabond said. Accepting a large piece of tiger meat that Yang Fan had cut, before beginning to devour it ravenously, he ate quickly, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. "What does this mean? If you seek compensation, rest assured, I am willing to offer triple the market price for any fresh spirit core," Yang Fan declared, raising 3 fingers. "That is not my intention. What I meant to convey is that this young lady appears to be unprotected in your care. It would be better to entrust her to us. We can guarantee her safety," the stout man said, his lustful intentions barely concealed. "Humph! What do you mean by that? How dare you be so disrespectful? You are not welcome here. Please leave," Yang Fan retorted, his expression darkening as the tension escalated. Linglong observed Yang Fan's impressive acting and the ravenous vagabond with an inscrutable expression. It is often said that inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is difficult. If you refuse now, you may agree later, and that would be even better to spare yourself from pain. Though you know who I am. I belong to the Cold Night mercenary group in the wilderness. Affiliated with the 3 major mercenary groups, under the Black Bear mercenary group, the Cold Night mercenary members sneered. "You should recognize your place and leave quietly. I will still offer you a spirit core. But if you linger, you may lose your life. You have no respect for the law. They say the Lord of the Wild City governs wisely. How can there be scoundrels like you?" Yang Fan shouted in anger. "Ha ha, you foolish brat. This is the wilderness, not the Wild City. This is the domain of spirit beasts. Who dares to venture here without a care for their life? Why fear the Lord of the Wild City?" The stout man found it amusing, looking down at Yang Fan with a mix of pity and derision. You? Yang Fan was so furious that he could barely articulate, clenching his fists and charging forward. "Get down!" The stout man kicked Yang Fan in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. One hand pressed to the earth while the other clutched his chest, coughing violently. "With such strength, you dare to attempt the trial? Surely your family sent you here to meet your demise. What a pity for this young lady, but do not worry. I will take good care of her," the stout man said disdainfully, glancing at Linglong. "Why isn't this woman panicking at all? She seems completely unfazed," he mused. "Could it be she is too frightened to react?" The stout man dismissed the thought and shifted his focus back to Yang Fan, ignoring the seemingly unimportant vagabond, who had intentionally revealed his identity to warn them not to meddle in affairs that did not concern them. "You will have to step over my dead body to touch her." Yang Fan struggled to rise, positioning himself protectively in front of Linglong. "Very well. If you seek death, I shall grant it to you today. Do not blame me for what happens on the road to the underworld." "You sought this fate," the stout man sneered. "Thank you for the hospitality." Just as the stout man was about to strike, the scruffy man suddenly interjected, "Finish your meal and leave quickly. Do not delay me from my business." The stout man was infuriated by the second interruption and snapped back. "Who is this blind fool? Do not worry, brother. Anyone who dares to meddle with our Cold Night mercenary group will find themselves in a dire situation," the tall man said, looking at the vagabond with disdain. As the tall man clenched his fist, the wind swirled ominously, and his fist loomed larger in the vagabond's eyes, yet the vagabond did not flinch. Even Yang Fan felt a twinge of anxiety. Just as the tall man's fist was about to connect with the vagabond's face, the vagabond raised his hand to block it, and no matter how the tall man summoned his elemental energy, he could not advance further, as if he were pushing against an impenetrable wall. The tall man, realizing he could not break through, attempted to retract his fist, but the vagabond's hand transformed into a claw. Gripping the tall man's fist tightly, the tall man felt a burning sensation radiate from his arm, swiftly engulfing his entire body. He wanted to scream, but found he could not make a sound. Only enduring the pain, which drove him to the brink of despair. Kneeling on the ground in agony, the vagabond finally released him, and the tall man clutched his arm, howling in pain, the sensation causing him to forget his earlier fear of silence. "Dare to hurt my brother? You are a dead man today." The stout man, though unsure of the vagabond's strength, could not retreat, shouting a few brave words. The vagabond's strange method of attack intrigued Yang Fan, who whispered to Linglong, "Indeed, this man's martial arts are peculiar. It seems he can control the meridians of others." Linglong appeared puzzled, observing, "The stout man appears to be a mid-level warrior of the 5th tier. Not bad at all. When I first arrived in the wilderness, I was far weaker than him." Yang Fan's gaze remained fixed on the fight, noting that the stout man's punch exuded overwhelming force, while the vagabond retained a calm demeanor, marked by a sense of weariness. Only his eyes shone with brilliance. As the vagabond's face came within an inch of the stout man's fist, he waved his hand, and a swarm of bees appeared, dense and numerous. The vagabond's martial arts were either exceptionally unique, or he was a high-ranking martial general, possibly even at the peak of his realm. Yang Fan spoke with deep emotion. He must be a wandering warrior, perhaps before achieving the pinnacle of a martial general, or maybe after. Yet, judging by his demeanor, I am more inclined to believe the former. Linglong gently interjected, "A wandering warrior, you say? Rootless and at home in the 4 seas, not driven by the way but by transcendence. Such individuals possess an incredibly resilient nature, and among peers, they often boast a significant victory rate." Indeed, this description fits him well. Silent yet not a passive observer, righteous in his pursuit yet not merciless. As Yang Fan continued to expound, he grew increasingly convinced that this man was indeed a wandering warrior. Suddenly, the fat man emitted a wretched scream, as if bees were vanishing under the man's control. The portly figure clutched his head on the ground, wailing in agony, yet Yang Fan noted that there was not a single wound upon him. "Thank you, kind sir. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would surely have faced dire consequences," Yang Fan expressed, bowing gratefully. "They would have perished without my involvement. You and I are not indebted to one another." "Our paths may never cross again," the man replied in a voice laden with age, leaving Yang Fan momentarily taken aback. The man then declared, "Let us depart. It would be prudent to avoid further complications." Although Yang Fan harbored disdain for the two, he felt their crimes did not warrant death, thus he was reluctant to take more lives. This man was no ordinary individual. His realm seemed quite advanced, at least at the level of a martial king. After the two had walked a considerable distance, Linglong suddenly remarked, "The realm of a martial king. Yet, his strength does not appear to match that of a martial king. Could it be that he chooses not to ascend?" Yang Fan, somewhat perplexed, explained, "His comprehension of the martial arts may have reached the level of a martial king, yet his strength has not. Such instances are rare," suggesting that his entry into the martial king realm is merely a matter of time, or perhaps he simply does not wish to attain it. Linglong's speculations astonished Yang Fan greatly, if that is indeed the case. He is quite an intriguing character. While Yang Fan spoke of the wandering warrior, his gaze remained fixed on Linglong, evidently hinting at something deeper. "Why are you looking at me?" Linglong chided. "It's nothing. I was merely observing to see if they were pursuing us. We should hurry on. Though he aided us, it is likely that those mercenaries now harbor resentment towards us. Here, mercenary groups are notorious and numerous. Well versed in this area, we should strive to avoid them in the coming days." Yang Fan solemnly suggested, "Let us venture further inward, then continue eastward. This should minimize the likelihood of encountering them." Linglong pointed ahead and agreed. "Let us follow your suggestion." Chapter 64. The Second Order Grey Bear. "What do you think of this place, Miss Linglong?" After walking a considerable distance, Yang Fan felt fatigued and inquired, "You have exhausted yourself after just 100 miles without your energy?" Linglong questioned incredulously, "I simply wish to rest. We have been on the move all afternoon, and it is nearly evening. Dinner has yet to be secured," Yang Fan explained, rubbing his nose. "There are spirit beasts 10 miles ahead. Tonight's dinner will be one of them." After closing her eyes and then reopening them, Linglong stated with determination. Yang Fan cast a deep gaze at her before stepping forward. Beneath her veil, a subtle smile graced Linglong's lips as she watched Yang Fan hasten away. "I hope it is an formidable spirit beast. Otherwise, I'd rather flee than suffer disgrace." Yang Fan began contemplating his escape route. He had never been one to endure humiliation at the cost of his life. Once he felt they were close enough, Yang Fan slowed his pace, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Should a speedster spirit beast emerge, he would not be caught off guard. Not far off, a bear with gray fur lay by a tree. Its eyes closed, lazily basking in the last rays of the evening sunlight. Seems this bear knows how to enjoy life. If I'm not mistaken, it must be a second-order spirit beast. The gray bear, Yang Fan surmised based on its coloration and size. If it truly is a gray bear, it could be troublesome. While it is not as ferocious as other bears, that is only a relative assessment. Which bear lacks immense strength? Ling Long indeed possesses remarkable insight. I must express my gratitude. As Yang Fan contemplated the situation, a knowing smile spread across his face. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to sprint. Transitioning into a running stance, hands on the ground, gradually raising his waist, legs coiling with power. With a swift motion, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The gray bear, initially in a deep slumber, sensed danger through its primal instincts. As it opened its eyes, it beheld a human appearing before it in the blink of an eye. With a furious roar, the bear crashed through the tree behind it, rolling onto the ground. After landing a kick, Yang Fan executed 2 backflips to regain his balance, positioning himself to confront the enraged gray bear. The bear, known for its tough hide and immense strength, reigned supreme among second-order spirit beasts. Yang Fan, devoid of his energy, had no choice but to confront it head-on. Roar. The bear rose, charging with all 4 limbs, emitting a deafening roar. It was seething with rage. Having been peacefully resting only to be ambushed by a human, a second-order spirit beast, it held dominion over the surrounding area. This human must be eliminated. Is it really necessary to be this furious? Though, if you could muster a bit more strength, that would be even better. Yang Fan felt a peculiar delight at the bear's fury. As it lunged at him, the bear's massive paws were about to collide with Yang Fan's body. Instead of evading, Yang Fan braced himself, pressing against the bear's force with all his might. Yang Fan felt the bear's overwhelming weight. He gritted his teeth and locked his legs straight, bracing himself against the bear's pressure. This infernal gray bear is quite strong. It seeks to crush me, does it? Well, I shall let you try. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Fan devised a plan. He gradually shifted his legs, releasing his arms to evade, causing the bear to stumble forward due to its own momentum. Haha, indeed, bears are rather foolish. Had I encountered the spirit tiger last time, it would not have been this clumsy. Yang Fan chuckled heartily. The bear, now infuriated, rose once more, its rage peaking. In one day, a human has caused me to fall twice. My eyes are ablaze with fury. The bear's fur began to shift in color, darkening from gray to black, its aura transforming into one filled with savagery. Realizing the bear was entering a frenzied state, Yang Fan felt a twinge of caution. A frenzied bear could even deter third-order spirit beasts, attacking indiscriminately until one of them lay dead. It seems I may have pushed it too far. I never expected it to go berserk, Yang Fan mused, a hint of regret in his tone but still retaining a playful demeanor. Roar! The bear charged once more. Resembling a moving mountain, its speed markedly increased. Come at me! Yang Fan shouted. The 2 palms clapped together as if in a sumo match. The bear charged fiercely, and Yang Fan thought to himself, this foolish bear truly lacks awareness. It attempts the same tactic twice. Upon contact with the bear, Yang Fan realized he was the true fool. The bear's strength had surged by at least half. In that moment, Yang Fan finally comprehended why even third-order spirit beasts avoided the wrath of a crazed bear. So heavy, he thought, pinned to the ground, struggling to breathe beneath the bear's weight. Yang Fan exerted all his strength to push it away, yet the bear remained immovable. The bear swung its massive paw towards Yang Fan's head, and Yang Fan watched in slow motion as the paw loomed larger in his vision. He swiftly turned his head to the side. The bear, realizing its paw had missed, retracted it and struck with both paws simultaneously. Knowing the bear bore a grudge, Yang Fan pushed with all his might before the paws could land. After deflecting the bear's strike, Yang Fan attempted to extricate himself, but the bear's weight held him down. The bear opened its gaping maw to bite, and Yang Fan thrust both hands into its mouth. one pushing upward and the other downward. The bear struggled to close its mouth, but Yang Fan held firm. Gradually losing strength, seizing the right moment, he yanked his hands away, causing the bear to fall for the second time into the same trap. Taking advantage of the bear's momentary pain, Yang Fan finally freed himself from the bear's oppressive weight. Clutching his heaving chest as he gasped for breath, the bear, shedding tears from the pain, saw its once black fur return to its original gray hue, the frenzied state dissipating. Fortunately, the frenzy of a second-order bear does not last long. Had it been a third-order spirit bear, even rolling in agony would not suffice to quell its rage. Once the frenzy subsided, a brief recovery period would ensue, presenting an excellent opportunity for me. Yang Fan charged forward, delivering a flurry of blows while muttering, "This is for biting me, for pinning me down, for going berserk." Just as the bear emerged from its frenzy, it was met with a barrage of relentless punches from Yang Fan, each strike echoing with the weight of misfortune. The bear vowed never to rest in this place again. After exhausting himself, Yang Fan contemplated dragging the bear away for a stew, but reconsidered. The bear was indeed a good sparring partner. Though somewhat dim-witted, it possessed ample strength, and even if it were foolish, it was still a second-order spirit beast, with intelligence comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old human. It would not fall for the same trick a third time. Chapter 65. Reconnaissance. Today, I shall spare you, but tomorrow, I will seek you out for another bout. However, should you escape, I must employ some cunning methods. Yang Fan retrieved a pill from his pocket, deftly splitting it in half. He placed one half back while feeding the other to the gray bear. This dosage is sufficient to weaken you until tomorrow, rendering you incapable of fleeing. The clumsy bear shall meet its fate by dawn. Yang Fan, brimming with pride, waved goodbye to the gray bear, which wore a look of deep grievance. A dignified second-tier spirit beast, a lord among its kind, was subjected to such treatment by a mere human. The gray bear, in anguish, shut its eyes and succumbed to oblivion. With its paw incapacitated and no other spirit beasts nearby, it seemed that once again, it would have to resort to consuming ordinary beast meat. Yang Fan grimaced as he began to contemplate. This wild boar is not a spirit beast. Could it have escaped? Linglong, somewhat perplexed, had sensed the presence of a spirit beast in that vicinity, and Yang Fan's soiled attire attested to his confrontation with it. Her intuition was indeed correct, yet she found it perplexing how a spirit beast could transform into a wild boar. Capturing such a creature should not have been so arduous. It is a long story. I indeed encountered a spirit beast and engaged it in battle, nearly losing my life in the process. Had I not faced a dim-witted second-tier gray bear, my dear lady, you would be gathering my remains by now. Yang Fan expressed with a sense of relief. So, does that mean the gray bear managed to escape? Did it go berserk? Linglong suddenly recalled the bear's bloodline heritage and inquired. Indeed, it was the berserk state that left me somewhat overwhelmed. Ultimately, I resorted to a clever trick to extricate myself. Yang Fan nodded in affirmation. Thus, it is safe to say that you did not slay the bear, and since it possesses greater strength than you chose to spare it, utilizing it as a worthy opponent, thereby saving yourself the trouble of searching for another. Based on Yang Fan's account, Linglong began to analyze the situation. You truly possess remarkable foresight. She remarked, your deductions are nearly spot on. This is precisely my thought. Currently, increasing the physical strength of this gray bear is highly advantageous. It not only serves to enhance the most primal physical endurance, but also aids in fortifying my body. It is a trifecta of benefits. Naturally, I would not wish to slay it. Food can be sought elsewhere, yet such an opponent is a rare find. Yang Fan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of this approach. However, you ought to have informed me sooner of your intentions to spare it, so that I might have sought another spirit beast. Linglong gazed at the wild boar with a hint of resignation. Yang Fan, with a dismissive gesture, indicated that the situation had reached this point, and they must bear the consequences. Linglong sighed softly, ultimately conceding to the circumstances. Recognizing her demeanor, Yang Fan understood she was not inclined to pursue further complications. And thus he began to gather firewood to prepare their meal. After the feast, Linglong entered a meditative state, while Yang Fan leaned against a tree and drifted into slumber, subsequently entering a mysterious realm. Brother, there lies a bear, motionless on the ground. I wonder if it is dead, remarked the tall, lean member of the Cold Night Mercenary Corps. Is that so? Let us approach and investigate. Perhaps the spirit core remains, replied the portly companion. After enduring a beating, the two dared not tread the previous path and instead ventured down another, only to inadvertently stumble upon the gray bear, drugged by Yang Fan. The slumbering bear, oblivious to the two humans eyeing it, would surely have gone berserk had it known. It appeared to be soundly asleep, which was odd for a second-tier spirit beast to be lying there in slumber. The tall one scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps it simply grew weary, the portly one speculated, equally baffled. Brother, this bear sleeps so soundly that even our presence fails to rouse it. Is this not a boon from heaven? Considering the arduous path we have traversed? The tall one suggested. In truth, the two would never suspect that all of this was the handiwork of Yang Fan. The bear's deep slumber was a result of the pill's debilitating effects, magnifying its drowsiness nearly tenfold, akin to the effects of a sedative, rendering it incapable of awakening. The portly one nodded in agreement. The task of scouting was hardly a desirable one. Shortly after setting out, they encountered a pair of youthful companions, and in hopes of a brief respite, they were instead met with a slew of misfortunes, forcing them to evade and continue their mission. They had not anticipated that. Upon reaching this spot, they would discover a bear ensnared in the clutches of sleep. Since you see it this way, then, the portly one grinned wickedly. The gray bear, in its dream, concluded its existence as a bear. As a creature, it had failed. It was toyed with, beaten, rendered immobile by drugs, and ultimately fell into an eternal slumber. Yet, as a spirit beast, its demise was devoid of suffering. A rarity in the wilds. Brother, why do I feel so drained of energy? The tall one attempted to channel his energy, but it came in fits and starts. How can this be? I feel the same. The portly one, initially skeptical, found himself astonished at the revelation. After dispatching the gray bear, they extracted the spirit core and set about kindling a fire to roast the meat, skillfully removing the bear's hide. The second-tier gray bear's pelt boasted considerable defensive properties and exceptional softness, fetching a high price in the market, something the mercenary corps, driven by wealth, would not squander. Once prepared, the two feasted ravenously, the bear meat rich in vitality, nourishing their energies. The intrinsic power of the spirit beast permeated their bodies. Yet as time passed, they realized something was amiss. Brother, I suspect the meat is the source of our troubles. I wondered why this bear lay here so still. It appears something is wrong. I fear we may have been poisoned. The tall one said to the portly one, What shall we do? We cannot return. The mission remains incomplete, and we are poisoned. The commander would surely have us executed. The portly one recoiled. Upon hearing the mention of their commander, the tall one instinctively glanced around in alarm. In my view, we must find a place to meditate and see if we can purge the poison. If all else fails, we may have to appeal to the commander. Seeking his assistance offers a glimmer of hope, whereas doing nothing may lead us to a dead end. The tall one deliberated, proposing two courses of action. Let us first seek a place to meditate. If that fails, we must turn to the commander. However, do not forget those two meddlesome individuals. The commander's peculiarities are well known. The portly one chuckled, covering his mouth. Chapter 66. Avenge the Bear Brother speaks wisely. Should our attempts fail, we could report our findings. The commander may yet refrain from punishing us, and perhaps, given the young lady's naivety, she might reward us, the tall one mused, a mischievous gleam in his eye. With this newfound perspective, their earlier panic dissipated. Although their energies were diminished, their physical strength remained, a consequence of the gray bear having exhausted most of the drug's potency. The following morning, Yang Fan and Ling Long consumed the leftover roasted boar before making their way to the site where Yang Fan had drugged the gray bear. How could this be? Yang Fan exclaimed upon reaching the location, only to find the remnants of a nearly extinguished fire, hastily approaching to discover bloodstains. It seems someone has pilfered your live target. Ling Long remarked, a hint of teasing in her tone. Himph, taking advantage of the bear's plight. Truly shameless, Yang Fan retorted, his expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Observing the dried blood, he surmised it was from the previous night, and they had rekindled the fire to roast meat. However, since the bear had been drugged, they would undoubtedly have to channel their energy to digest the meat, allowing the residual effects of the drug to continue within them. This means they either left last night or departed at dawn, Linglong noted as she scrutinized the bloodstains. Yang Fan, attuned to her observations, contemplated. If I were in their position and sensed something amiss, I would flee this perilous place, seeking a safe haven. In a realm fraught with danger, no area can be deemed secure. They would have no choice but to venture outward as they discussed their path. It became evident that they were bound to uncover something. We have traveled approximately 20 to 30 miles, yet found nothing. Could it be we are mistaken? Yang Fan paused, uncertainty creeping in. Unlikely. When faced with danger, the instinct is to escape, especially in a weakened state. Thus, our reasoning is sound. Moreover, they absconded with the intact bear hide and spirit core, which are quite valuable, compelling them to seek an exit while tending to their wounds and devising a means to sell the bear hide. Linglong paused momentarily to continue her analysis. If that is the case, let us press onward. Even if we possess but a sliver of medicinal potency, we shan't return to our normal state before noon. We shall inevitably experience some degree of weakness, particularly as our original energy cannot operate as it would under normal circumstances. Yang Fan was quite confident about this. Every spirit herb he had procured was of superior quality, without a single inferior specimen among them. Then let us proceed. If we find nothing, we can always retrace our steps. Let us press straight ahead and continue your training. With more than 10 days remaining, time is of the essence. This will enhance your chances of vengeance. Upon hearing this, Linglong offered her counsel. Yang Fan noted that Linglong was quite considerate of his interests, never voicing any demands or conditions, whether in the wilderness or elsewhere. What is it? Is something amiss? Linglong inquired, perceiving that Yang Fan's expression was somewhat off, and suspecting he might have had a troubling thought. No, I was merely contemplating the possibility that they might be just ahead. Let us move forward. Yang Fan was jolted back to reality by Linglong's words. He shook his head, still somewhat distracted. Then let us proceed. Linglong appeared unconvinced, yet since Yang Fan had spoken, she felt it inappropriate to pry further. Preoccupied with his own thoughts, Yang Fan paid little heed to Linglong's tone or expression, casually glancing around as he walked ahead. Forget it. I shan't dwell on it. If she harbored ulterior motives, she would eventually reveal them. Moreover, it seems she does not intend any harm towards me. After all, there has been no animosity between us since our initial meeting, and she had ample opportunities to eliminate me, even if she intended to do so now. Escape would be futile. I shall proceed cautiously. Unable to fathom the situation, Yang Fan suppressed his thoughts, returning his focus to seeking out traces of their quarry. Since that fateful day when Duan Hongluan and Yang Feng conspired to eliminate him, Yang Fan had become wary of trusting others. The agony of betrayal from those he held dear had left him shattered. Thus, from that moment forth, he remained on guard against everyone, and though he had shared trials with this enigmatic woman, a lingering sense of caution still resided deep within him. Linglong observed all of this, keeping it to herself, having endured much over her years, which granted her a profound understanding of people and circumstances. She recognized that there are no unprovoked kindnesses and no unreasonable malice. Every action bears its own context. It was this understanding that allowed Linglong to empathize with Yang Fan, unaware that his caution stemmed from past wounds inflicted by those he loved most. Brother, how are you feeling? My body is gradually recovering, and my energy seems to be flowing more smoothly now, the tall, slender man remarked, opening his eyes to address the stout companion beside him. I feel the same. It seems we are not poisoned, the stout man replied with a nod. Indeed, it is not poison, but rather a substance that induces weakness. However, the potency is rather overwhelming. Since yesterday, we have yet to shake off its effects. The tall man said with a grimace. The fact that it has such an effect indicates its high quality. A second-tier gray bear, once drugged, fell into a deep slumber, and now we bear the brunt of its effects. The bear's strength surpasses that of a warrior at the 8th or 9th level, and its physicality rivals that of some third-tier spirit beasts. For it to be reduced to such a state is remarkable. The stout man mused, increasingly alarmed by the implications. Such potency could either mean an extraordinarily large dosage, or that the drug itself possesses tremendous strength, the tall man speculated, stroking his chin. Noticing the alarm in his companion's eyes, the tall man asked, Brother, what troubles you? You appear unsettled. Think about it. If the gray bear was drugged, it stands to reason that someone has been watching us. Although we are uncertain why they have not yet revealed themselves, they could very well be lurking nearby. We not only dispatched the bear, but also took its spirit core, bear hide, and feasted on its flesh. Surely we have incurred their wrath. The stout man voiced his concerns. Chapter 67. Enemies on a narrow road. The tall man gestured for his companion to calm down, saying, "Brother, there is no need for alarm. The one who administered the drug is certainly not close by. If they were, how could we have taken their prey? The time from our hunt to our feast was not short. If the drugger had been present, they would have intervened. Furthermore, we began to weaken only after consuming the bear meat. Why would the drugger reveal themselves at such a critical moment? That would have been the perfect opportunity for them to strike, even against low-level warriors." He paused before continuing. "This bear must have succumbed to the drug only after traveling a considerable distance. The drugger likely did not anticipate that it would make it this far." After hearing this, the stout man found the reasoning plausible, yet he still sensed something was amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. "Brother, you should relax. We are members of one of the 3 major mercenary groups in the wilderness. Even the wolf pack would think twice before provoking us," the tall man reassured him. "Let us hope you are correct. Once we have fully recovered, we shall return and report back. We have been out for 2 or 3 days now, and if we do not return soon, the commander may very well lose his temper." The stout man replied, wishing only for a safe return to their mercenary group. "Return? You are mistaken." A chilling voice rang out from behind them. "ITSU. How fortuitous. While you walk the path to heaven, you choose not to tread. Yet here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep. I had no intention of seeking you out, yet you have come to me," the tall man exclaimed, his ire ignited upon recognizing Yang Fan and his companion from that fateful day. "That is precisely what I should be saying. The last time I spared your lives, you failed to appreciate my mercy and continued to wander the wilderness. But that is of little consequence. Today, you shall pay the price for the bear you so audaciously skinned and consumed," Yang Fan declared, pointing an accusatory finger at the 2 men. "Ha? Have I misheard? You tame a gray bear? Are you out of your mind? That is a second-tier gray bear, not some common beast you are familiar with," the tall man scoffed, looking at Yang Fan with disdain. "Wait a moment. You claim this gray bear was your pet? So you must have administered the drug to it, correct?" the stout man interjected, furrowing his brow. "Not too dim-witted after all, indeed. It was I who did so. By the way, what sort of brain does your brother possess to think I have never encountered a gray bear? Catching this one cost me half a forgetting worry pill." Yang Fan mocked the tall man before lamenting the cost. "What, a forgetting worry pill? No wonder we have remained weak even after being digested by the gray bear." "It was the forgetting worry pill," the stout man exclaimed in astonishment. The tall man, incensed by Yang Fan's mocking tone, was further taken aback to learn that Yang Fan possessed such a valuable item. He had already considered the spirit herb to be formidable, yet he had underestimated its true potency. "Seems you possess quite a few treasures, young man. Fortunately, my brother and I did not linger yesterday. Otherwise, we might have found ourselves in quite a predicament. Damn, we nearly stumbled into a grave," the tall man cursed. "Let us not speak of it in such terms. Yesterday, I had no intention of dealing with you. However, had our paths truly crossed, I cannot guarantee that I would have refrained from exacting vengeance for my gray bear," Yang Fan replied coolly, an ominous intent beginning to coalesce. "Humph, brother. Once I capture this insufferable brat and hand him over to the commander, we may even receive a reward, at the very least. We can conclude this thankless task," the tall man mused, his thoughts shifting toward the potential rewards within their mercenary group. "Excellent notion, yet alas, you shall never realize it. Come now, surely your strength must be waning, I must say. You are quite cautious to treat me with such wariness, given your capabilities," Yang Fan scoffed, recognizing that the 2 men had not yet fully recovered, and thus had no intention of engaging him directly. "Do you really think it necessary to be so elaborate? I could bring you to your knees in a single move, and then this delicate beauty beside you would belong to my brother and me." The tall man sneered, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "Heh, while I recognize your attempts to provoke me, allow me to congratulate you on your success," Yang Fan replied, his expression darkening further. "Do not overestimate yourself. I cannot fathom the source of your newfound bravado after just a day or 2 apart. If it were not for your previous ruse, one might suspect you had someone backing you. Am I correct? The tall man, increasingly perplexed by Yang Fan's demeanor, pondered the return of the vagabond. Rest assured, there is no one concealed nearby. I'm still the same as I was a few days ago. Devoid of any energy fluctuations, just as you sensed last time. Yang Fan reassured him, fully aware of his concerns. The tall man felt a twinge of embarrassment at Yang Fan's words, yet his eyes grew fiercer still. It is midday. You should be nearly recovered. If you do not make your move soon, I shall take the initiative, Yang Fan declared, growing impatient. Stung by Yang Fan's taunt, the tall man's pride flared, and he charged at Yang Fan with great strides. While Yang Fan outwardly appeared eager for the confrontation, inwardly he remained vigilant. Were he able to harness his energy, defeating these two would be effortless. Alas, he could only rely on his physical strength for the moment. "So your demise," the tall man bellowed, throwing a powerful punch. Great Thunder Fist. Yang Fan, upon witnessing the astonishing speed of the punches, realized that he had no time to evade and was left with no choice but to counter with a punch of his own. The lanky opponent, seeing that Yang Fan's seemingly ordinary strike lacked even a hint of elemental power, could not help but condemn him to death. The two fists collided, generating a force that sent Yang Fan staggering backward until he ultimately knelt on one knee. Clutching his chest, "Ha, you dare to play the hero with such feeble strength? I've told you before, there's a road to heaven that you refuse to take, yet you willingly walk into hell. Since you've chosen to court death, then down you go." The lanky figure displayed a mocking grin, exuding an eerie aura. At that moment, the lanky individual felt a weight lift off his chest. He had been worried that someone might leap out from the shadows and end his life, but the current situation proved that this boy was indeed not deceiving him. Truly, Yang Fan exhibited the prowess of a high-level warrior. Just one punch had left him feeling a sense of oppression in his chest. However, this alone did not suffice to send him to hell. He would unleash his full power. At this moment, Yang Fan's fighting spirit soared, reaching its zenith within mere breaths. The lanky opponent could not fathom where this boy derived his audacity. This was clearly a battle devoid of suspense, yet the boy seemed to revel in it from the very beginning. Perhaps he had been provoked in the days leading up to this moment, leading him to seek his own demise. The more he pondered, the more paranoid the lanky individual became. Chapter 68. The battle commences. Great Passage Fist. 6 forms of a fist. Yang Fan, disregarding the lanky opponent's thoughts, initiated an offensive once he could no longer suppress his fighting spirit. Still relying on the Great Passage Fist? Do you intend to emulate the legendary Dugujie? Ha, what a delightful fool you are. I almost feel reluctant to kill you. The lanky figure remained unfazed by Yang Fan's assault, opting to use only his physical prowess without elemental energy, for both power and speed appeared utterly trivial to him. With a single hand, he effortlessly countered Yang Fan's 6 forms of the fist. 7 forms of a fist, 8 forms of a fist, 16 forms of a fist. Yang Fan's punching speed escalated, pushing the Great Passage Fist to its limits. The lanky opponent, initially taking the fight lightly, soon found himself seriously engaged, using both hands to defend. How can this boy's punching speed be so astonishing? The lanky figure was now filled with disbelief. Although the Great Passage Fist was simplistic, it had only ever been 6 forms in his experience. Aside from the formidable Dugujie, he had never heard of anyone achieving such mastery over this introductory martial art. The lanky individual finally managed to catch his breath after expelling Yang Fan with his elemental energy. To have cultivated the Great Passage Fist to such a realm, this boy is indeed formidable. However, what does it matter? Without elemental energy, no matter how perfected your skill, you are destined to fall into my grasp. Great Passage Fist, the Great Way returns to one. At this moment, Yang Fan entered a wondrous state. No longer concerned with his surroundings or predicament, focusing solely on the essence of his punch. What? The Great Way returns to one. This revelation astonished not only the lanky opponent but also the onlooker. The stout fellow, who gasped in disbelief. Linglong's eyes flickered with surprise as well. The Great Passage Fist, from 1 punch to 16, increased in power and complexity, and Yang Fan had not only grasped the 16 forms, but also the profound meaning of the Great Passage Fist. This was not something attainable merely through diligence. It was a gift of innate talent. The lanky figure, now wary, felt a profound sense of dread. although this seemingly mundane punch lacked any elemental fluctuation. The terror it instilled in him was undiminished. Wolf Claw Fatal Strike. The lanky opponent unleashed his most powerful technique, knowing that if he did not fight with all his might, he would surely face death. Living on the edge of a blade, he understood this truth all too well at that moment. Yang Fan remained engrossed in the comprehension of the Great Passage Fist. Previously, his use of the Great Passage Fist had always relied on the advantage of his golden silhouette. While he had gained some understanding of its essence, it had always felt like an empty shell. Yang Fan had been striving to fill it, yet had never been entirely satisfied, as his strength grew. He had gradually abandoned this martial art that had accompanied him for the better part of his life. With a single punch unleashed, Yang Fan experienced an exhilarating sense of liberation, attaining a more substantial understanding of the Great Passage Fist. It seemed his grandfather's words held truth. The Great Way is boundless. Even though he had grasped its form, he had yet to capture its spirit. Had it not been for his inability to utilize elemental energy, he might still find himself ensnared in this predicament. Yang Fan thought of Dugajia, the one who had triumphed over all martial experts, and he began to believe in the potential of the Great Passage Fist. The lanky figure spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in disbelief as he gazed at Yang Fan. Impossible! Even the essence of the Great Passage Fist cannot be this powerful. This cannot be the Great Passage Fist. It must be something else. The lanky individual was driven to madness, unable to accept that he had sustained injury from someone devoid of elemental energy. And moreover, from the most rudimentary martial art, the Great Passage Fist. There is nothing impossible about this. The reason the Great Passage Fist is the most widely practiced martial technique is not due to its low threshold or ease of learning, but rather because of its foundational principles. 10 people possess 10 different interpretations. The Great Passage Fist is the martial art closest to the path of martiality, not for its destructive power, but for its comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth. Yang Fan spoke, more to himself than to the lanky figure. Nonsense. I refuse to believe that my 5th grade martial technique cannot defeat you. All this nonsense about the Great Passage Fist can go to hell. The lanky individual, now somewhat deranged, bellowed at Yang Fan. Linglong, having heard Yang Fan's words, furrowed her brow slightly as she pondered his statements. Thank you for elevating my own understanding, and for preventing me from losing sight of the essentials. In return, I will ensure that your death is not overly painful. Yang Fan regarded the frenzied lanky figure before responding. Second brother, calm down, do not act impulsively. The more you rush, the more his schemes will succeed. The stout fellow shouted as he ran towards the lanky opponent. Mind your own business. After uttering those 2 words, Linglong's figure suddenly vanished from her original position, reappearing before the stout fellow in the blink of an eye. In the face of the stout fellow's terrified gaze, she dragged him back to his original spot, releasing the grip she had on his neck and wiping her hands clean. The stout fellow coughed violently a few times, his face a mask of fear as he finally grasped the magnitude of the terrifying presence he had provoked. Terrified, he stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. Satisfied, Linglong nodded gently before returning to her original position. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Aside from the stout fellow, the other 2 remained oblivious to Linglong's swift movements. Yang Fan, having only heard the stout fellow's cries, turned slightly to find him standing in place. His body trembling involuntarily, however, he paid it no mind, for he was faced with the impending onslaught of the frenzied lanky opponent and dared not exhibit even a hint of carelessness. The earlier understanding of the Great Passage Fist had relied on the element of surprise, capitalizing on the opponent's negligence. Now, however, the lanky figure had regained his composure, and recreating the previous result was utterly implausible. Die. The lanky opponent swung a punch imbued with elemental energy, and Yang Fan dared not meet it head-on. Fortunately, the lanky figure had lost his composure. Otherwise, even Yang Fan's ghostly agility would have been rendered ineffective without elemental energy to support it. With the fist narrowly missing, Yang Fan felt a sharp pain from the force of the blow. The sheer power contained within that punch was terrifying. 8th form of a fist? Yang Fan unleashed 8 shadowy punches. The lanky figure, caught off guard, clumsily attempted to evade, yet he failed to discern which shadow was genuine, resulting in a solid blow landing on him, forcing him to retreat involuntarily by 2 steps. Die. The lanky figure charged once more, and Yang Fan, igniting his true fire, met him head-on without retreating. The lanky figure excelled in raw power. While Yang Fan's advantage lay in the swiftness of his technique, exchanging 1 punch for 3 yet, 3 punches could not rival the destructive force of a single strike from the lanky opponent. One was of warrior physique, the other of general physique, thus equalizing the disparity created by the absence of elemental energy, essence of the Great Passage Fist. The Great Way returns to 1. Martial technique. Wolf Claw Fatal Strike. Bang. Yang Fan staggered back, spitting out blood, but quickly wiped his mouth and charged forward again. The lanky figure, having only retreated a few steps, also surged back into the fray. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, each refusing to yield, locked in a battle to the death. Chapter 69. A fight to the bitter end. Linglong observed with a hint of anxiety. Each time they separated, Yang Fan would cough up blood. While the lanky figure remained unscathed to this moment, Yang Fan felt a dull ache in his internal organs. Yet he resolutely pressed on. He understood that to retreat now would cast a perpetual shadow over his martial path. A fractured martial journey could never ascend to the pinnacle. Yang Fan recognized this truth, which fueled his unwillingness to back down. Today, I shall fight to the death without retreat. Though the lanky figure lived on the edge of a blade. No one is truly fearless of death, as his elemental energy dwindled faster than it could be replenished. The lanky individual finally began to panic, awakening from his blind rage. He had always refrained from exhausting his full strength. Reserving 30% of his energy for defense to ensure Yang Fan's attacks did not inflict significant harm. Meanwhile, Yang Fan was willing to endure injury just to land a single punch on his opponent. After yet another blow caused Yang Fan to spit blood, he knelt on one knee, pain etched across his features. The lanky figure seized this moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. Feeling a twinge of fear at Yang Fan's reckless behavior, he had never witnessed someone charge into certain death time and time again, fully aware that such persistence would likely lead to their own demise. Do you truly wish for death? The lanky figure found himself bewildered. Weren't you the one who sought to send me to hell? Why do you now express concern for my fate? Yang Fan, clutching his chest, forced a faint smile towards the tall, lean figure and declared, "What a madman you are. Then go die." The tall figure shook his head, observing Yang Fan's insane demeanor, ready to deliver a final blow. Yang Fan reached beneath his clothing, selecting a vial of elixir from his ring, and, after extracting it, poured several pills into his mouth. He felt his strength surge back, and the pain subsided, no longer as pronounced as before. It's as if I've healed completely." The tall figure halted, astonished by the resurgence of Yang Fan's vigor. "Come on." Yang Fan initiated the assault once more, executing the Great Passage Fist with remarkable finesse. The 16 variations of his strike flowed seamlessly, leaving the tall figure unable to discern the real from the illusion. Unable to sense the elemental energy, he was compelled to allocate at least 30% of his own energy for defense each time. Yet he was still sent sprawling, kneeling and spitting blood with every encounter. Despite this, he charged forward repeatedly. The tall figure's sense of panic intensified. Anyone else would have perished under such reckless aggression. Yet Yang Fan, undeterred by fear of death, pressed on with unwavering resolve, barely slowing his pace. Each contraction of Yang Fan's yin-yang exerted excruciating pain. Each heartbeat drained his lifespan. Fortunately, his previous enhancements had fortified his internal organs, allowing him to endure, but even so, he was at his limits. After consuming a few explosive element pills, although they could not augment his energy, they restored his body to its peak condition, albeit temporarily, and exacerbated the toll on his body. A severe overextension. Great Way returns. 1. Yang Fan bellowed each word, seeking to mitigate the ravaging effects of the elixirs. Madness, truly madness. He murmured, martial technique, wolf claw fatal strike. At this juncture, the tall figure ceased to defend, for he lacked the surplus energy to do so, consolidating all his strength to meet Yang Fan's punch. Poof! Yang Fan collapsed, staring at the sky, while the tall figure, similarly bereft of energy, found his body unable to compare with Yang Fan's. Yang Fan struggled to rise, but the agony rendered him immobile, let alone standing. Gritting his teeth against the pain, He rolled onto his side, pushing himself up with his hands, gradually summoning strength to rise. Step by step, he trudged towards the tall figure. The tall figure, now standing, was moved by Yang Fan's state. He had never encountered such a tenacious spirit and found himself regretting their initial encounter. Ah! Yang Fan roared, sprinting with all his might. The tall figure, equally unwilling to yield, swung his fists. Although his elemental energy was depleted, he remained largely uninjured. The two engaged in close combat, relying solely on their primal strength. Blow for blow, they soon grappled, rolling on the ground, with Yang Fan atop the tall figure, using his head to strike at his face when his arms grew too weak. The tall figure, now on top of Yang Fan, relentlessly pummeling his face, while Yang Fan could only shield his head with his hands, eyes shut tight. At this moment, they resembled street thugs more than martial artists. They pushed apart, both reaching their limits. Especially Yang Fan, who was already at the end of his rope, now further depleting his very life force. Come on, come on. Aren't you going to kill me? Why are you not moving? The tall figure, lying on the ground, managed to wiggle his fingers and said, Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? Coughing violently, Yang Fan managed a few words before the tumult in his chest surged. Linglong, watching from the side, felt a pang of sympathy as she saw the gravely injured Yang Fan lying on the ground. The plump figure was awestruck by the scene. A martial arts prodigy without elemental energy engaged in such an uneven battle with a high-level warrior. Both sides now gravely wounded and temporarily at an impasse. Yang Fan, my life is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Yang Fan shouted each word with fervor, resonating within the hearts of the three onlookers. Particularly the tall figure, whose eyes filled with disbelief, slowly transforming into panic and ultimately fear. Ignoring his injuries, Yang Fan forced himself to stand, pushing his body towards an endless abyss, with all his internal organs damaged and blood loss rendering him feeble. Yang Fan staggered step by step towards the tall figure, each movement a battle against collapse. Upon reaching the tall figure, he roared and struck with all his might at the figure's chest. Poof! The tall figure's eyes widened as blood spewed onto Yang Fan's face, his expression contorted with a hint of malevolence. Yang Fan's final blow caused the tall figure's heart to momentarily cease its rhythm, ultimately succumbing in a mix of reluctance and terror. Second brother? The plump figure cried in anguish upon witnessing Yang Fan's lethal strike, attempting to rush forward but halted by Linglong's watchful gaze. At last, it was over. Yang Fan collapsed atop the tall figure, rolling onto his back, gradually closing his eyes. Yang Fan? Linglong could no longer bear it, rushing to Yang Fan's side, no matter how she called. Yang Fan remained unresponsive. In this moment, Yang Fan's consciousness was drawn into a peculiar realm. Am I dead? Is this the fabled underworld? Yang Fan surveyed his surroundings, where only endless darkness engulfed him, leaving him with naught but the sight of his immediate vicinity.